making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. He is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And
Good morning and welcome everyone to day number 4 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023. With a $500,000 prize pool, it is no surprise that this World Championship has already been filled with some outstanding games of world-class talent, as well as some surprising upsets. Today we'll be wrapping up the group stage as well as be beginning the playoffs. But before we get started, let's take a look at how we got here.
That's right, here at day number 4, for a chance to etch your name in this trophy right here, you have to persevere and you have to move past the group stage into that round of 12. Even if you have to claw your name into this trophy, you want every golden opportunity you can get here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023 World Championship. Joining me here, my name's Kyle, who cares? We've got ourselves Tasteless and Artosis to start things off. It's day number 4, boys. The days have been kind of long, however, they have been filled with non-stop excellent StarCraft action, great quality games, and such a variety of strategies we've seen here throughout the first 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some really high-quality games. We've had a lot of upsets as well.
Yes.
It's really not clear who's going to take this. The one thing that does seem to be consistent is that Raynor is playing very well, but Serral, who many regard to be the very best in the world, is having a tough time.
Yeah, the defending champion might not make it out of his group.
Correct.
Like, not hitting top 12, that would be absolutely mad. Like, I can't believe that we actually have multiple players like that as well. There's a strange few worlds in here where, like, maybe Dark could get eliminated or something like that in the right situation. I heard someone said even if every map goes the right way, Hero might not make it.
That is correct.
Like, that's hard to believe, but and probably pretty unlikely, but that shows you how close these groups really are.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous to say that, with just one more match for every single player remaining in the groups. Let's take a look at those groups, the lay of the land of them, and we can start things off with Group A. Now, we already do know 2 players dunzo here in terms of actually being able to qualify into the round of 12. I'm going to preface all of this group talk actually with the fact that even though they're not going to the brackets, they still have an opportunity to play for quite a bit of money because there is a difference in money between 6th, 5th, and 4th. So anytime we're looking at these groups, the players still playing there and not moving to the brackets still have a lot to play for. Now here, Group A, gentlemen, Ragnarok, Dark, Oliveira, and Clem still have a chance to go into that bracket.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm glad that you mentioned they do have something to fight for, even if they won't be advancing necessarily. My big takeaway was that Ragnarok is continuing to get better and better here.
He looks
like
good.
We had Ragnarok at a GSL finals, and even when he got there, I kind of felt like this doesn't feel right. And we do have finals like that where it's like, okay, this does feel like a bit of a mismatch, but brackets can create those situations. But seeing how he's playing here today and the fact that he has some very good aggro play mixed in with some really solid late game play, which I think was always a little bit of his weakness, was he wasn't quite as profoundly strong like Rogue or Dark would be in those situations. I think he's tidied that up, and he's looking very strong.
I have to completely agree. Like, when you watched him yesterday, especially, you're seeing the control that he's exerting on the map, Artosis, and then even in some of the situations where he's like down and out, he's just kind of laughing to himself, which means he almost looks carefree in looking really good at the video game.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. He's always laughing when things are going wrong. A lot of players like will shoot the camera on them when something goes bad.
Yeah.
And he'll just be like, oh, you know, one of those.
Yeah.
Not him. He'll just be like, I lost everything. And it's like, okay, I mean, that's probably a pretty good mentality to have. And you can see his stability. I mean, getting to the finals in Season 3 of GSL, here he is topping the group so far. And that's a hard group right there. Dark is in this group. Kira, a former champion of GSL, is in this group. A lot of great non-Koreans as well.
Oliveira has been playing out of his mind in that group as well. Of course, the previous time, for anybody that may be unfamiliar with his new tag, his new ID. The 3 matches that are going to be happening there will be Neeb versus Dark, Clem versus Cure, and Ragnarok versus Oliveira, and that is the match we're going to be watching there. So both of them have shown great ZVT, so I'm excited to see Ragnarok and Oliveira.
Yeah, absolutely. And Clem, of course, very exciting to see here. I'm curious to see how far he can actually go. He's definitely in hot water right now, being at 2-2. But, you know, this is kind of the new generation of great players. And, you know, when you're that young and you're that good, there's so much promise there. So I'm very interested in seeing how he's going to do. And if he doesn't make it this time, he's got many, many more years of StarCraft 2 to try out.
Definitely. All right, let's move on to Group B then and start wrapping up where we are with that at the moment, as we lost our preview monitor, but it'll be back in a second. We've got ourselves Reina, Creator, Gumiho, and Spirit. Those are the 4 players that can try and challenge onto the actual bracket itself. Australia and Showtime, for them, their attempt at moving to the bracket here is done, but the fact that Reina, Gumiho, Creator, and Spirit still have a chance is fantastic, and for the Spirit stipulation is extremely important, as he is effectively the last Polish player remaining to try and challenge for a round.
That's right, that's right. Elazer can't make it anymore, but Spirit can. If Spirit goes 2-0 against Gumiho, he knocks Gumiho out and he is going forward. So that is like incredible. Like if Spirit wins game number 1, the amount of pressure on both players will be unbelievable.
Yes, it's fixed now. Don't you guys worry. It's all good.
We got our preview monitor back.
Ta-da! But again, with that, we heard Spirit, actually, I think maybe it was Wardy or Fear Dragon, say that Spirit says this is the most important series of his life.
It's kind of cool. I kind of get chills watching Spirit play here. You know, there's a player green room, and then there's a caster green room, basically like where we're hanging out when we're not working, where we can watch the games and still keep up and not be on the set. And there's a couple pro gamers that do come to the caster green room and hang out. You know, Rainer comes by and says hi.
It's like Rainer, Special, and Spirit are down there a lot talking to us.
Spirit like comes in there and is almost like he's like telling his story. Like, he's like pacing back and forth, and he's talking about, I need to do this better, and when I lost that game, I should have done this. And it's kind of cool to see. I've never quite seen this with a pro gamer before, but he's very focused, he's very motivated, and he's right. This is like the biggest moment of his career. This is like the Dark Souls final boss that he has to slay. And he might make it. He might do it.
Yeah, I think he's really prepared for it as well. I actually met up with him when we walked partially back to the hotels together last night, and he was going over literally every single thing. He was like explaining to me how he wants to approach it. I'm not going to go too far in depth in that right now, but he really is focused on this match. It is the most important of his life.
It's very exciting, and to mention here in Group B as well, as much as that is very exciting, Reina currently the only player undefeated when it comes to series here so far. So he's been the previous back-to-back-to-back finalist, all-world champion here in StarCraft 2, and he's looking really good now. So that is Group B. Now let's move on to Group C. We have plenty to talk about here because the numbers were crunched, and it does look like for Elazer it's impossible basically to be able to make something happen from here. We still have Hero Special, Serral, Solar, DRG kind of in the running. For DRG, it's a far cry off. Some really wild things need to happen there. But as you were saying, Artosis, even Hero's not safe right now.
Yeah. If every map goes in the right direction, there is a world in which Hero could be eliminated.
Wild.
It seems like that is not very likely, but there's a lot of other stories here too, like Special, very close to locking it. Apparently, if he wins one game, he gets in. And I think it's also like if Solar or Serral loses, he gets in. So, you know, there's like all these different stipulations that are going on. This is probably overall the closest group we have.
And we have to talk about Special here at Tasteless because He's looked brilliant. 3-1 at the moment in a group like this against some extremely powerful Zergs. Never mind Hero in that group as well. So Special's been looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this tournament, we kind of thought that Special, I mean, he's always been pretty good, right? But he's definitely better at different times. And I think me, along with everybody else, we kind of thought he's probably going to be in pretty weak shape for this event. I mean, this is a very tough group. Not the case at all. For whatever reason, he's playing very well. He's mixed up his style a lot. He's doing you know, he's always been a player that has like one of the biggest ranges when it comes to build orders, but he's doing some pretty crazy eccentric stuff here.
Yeah, like dressing head to toe in full yellow. Today. We saw a
giant banana walking around. We'll see that later on when he's on the stage.
Oh, I really hope so.
But Banana Special is the best version of Special I've seen yet.
Yeah. Love seeing it, love seeing it. We have to also mention Serral here before we move on from Group C, the current defending world champion. Not looking in a great position to defend just yet here, Artosis. 2-2 at the moment in the group. Looking a bit shaky, but he did defeat Hero last night at the very end of the night and looked pretty good doing it.
Yeah, it seems like ZVZ has been the thing that's been hurting him so far in this tournament. And of course, he is going to be going up against Elazer, who is no weakling in ZVZ. He can't make it out anymore. You know, he didn't do quite well enough.
Yeah.
But Serral needs to win that. Like, if Serral loses there, the defending champ is out.
Yeah, and that would be a little bit of a shame to lose them before the round of 12. You would like to really see the defending champion properly defend their title here in Katowice. That's Group C. Let's take a look then at Group D to finish things off. And again, as I said last night, the D does now stand for decided because it is pretty much done in terms of who's moving on to the round of 12. The only big moves here that can happen is the order in which they actually move through. You want to get number 1 in this group, Tasteless. You want to get number 1 in every group because that moves you through to the round of 8. And the 3 Terrans that are still available, pretty good. They've had some great games.
Yeah, I'm glad that you pointed that out as well, because it can be misleading when you look at a group and you go, well, they all survived, so who cares? But not the case at all. You want to crush in this group to get further ahead. My big takeaway is that ByuN, it seems like he's really making a comeback here. You know, StarCraft 2 has been around long enough that you have these players that literally become world champions. They keep playing, but they're not, you know, they're not at the same competitive level, right?
Yeah.
But it seems like we've seen ByuN hit world championship status, dip back down for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And he's going to get out of this group. I don't think there's anybody who's going to have an easy game against him, so I'm definitely watching, and I want to see how he performs.
Artosis, your thoughts on this group?
Yeah, well, I think I have to agree. Like, HeroMarine has been playing really well. Maru, I think, is the actual best player in the world, but ByuN has brought it for this tournament. This is the first time since he won back in 2016 that I think he can win again. I don't think he's the favorite by any means, but he's playing well enough. He can beat everybody.
Especially when we were watching some of those online results. He was looking absolutely fantastic. But again, it really is up in the air. It's like a love triangle between these guys at the moment. They're always kind of beating each other, and none of them are playing each other, which is interesting for that to round out D. Well, thank you very much. That is the groups as they do stand. Now we can focus on our first match here of the day. It is going to be Ragnarok going up against Oliveira. And for these 2 players, it's very important that you win this match because there are still 4 players alive effectively in this group. You do not want to be dipping down to the actual 4th place, so it would be very important to be winning here. So Artosis, actually, if you could just jump into a game on your PC as well, that'd be fantastic. Tasteless, coming into this, you were saying Ragnarok looks brilliant in execution at the moment. Far so much than the GSL where we were all like, oh, he's going to go up against Mara and he's going to die.
Yeah, you know, I as somebody who's been casting Ragnarok, you know, for like a decade now in Korea, you know, it takes me a little bit of time sometimes to adjust when the players really start to improve because I'm used to having so many results over and over again for so many years. I think he is the favorite here. He looks very good. I think Time is not an easy opponent to go up against. I think if Time wins, we shouldn't be blown away. But I think Ragnarok is continuing to look better and better. And, you know, you were mentioning this earlier, Artosis. He seems relaxed. Like, when things go wrong, it doesn't seem like the anxiety levels go up. It seems like he's able to laugh at himself. It actually kind of reminds me of Rainer, who's always very comfortable at these events.
Bopping his head, singing along to some Italian rap.
He's enjoying it. And, you know, I think we've seen Ragnarok enter that headspace, so he's my pick for the series.
Artosis, your thoughts coming into it?
Dude, I I think that Time actually has a reasonable chance. I really liked the interview that Dark gave where he was talking about why Time is hard to play against. He has a different cadence of attack and defense than all the other Terran players. So that is throwing some of these Zergs off who are so used to, like, when I attack like this, you defend like this, right? And they're controlling the game like that. Time steps outside of that, so I think he has a decent shot.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the stage here. It is extremely important now in these best of threes on the main stage. You win them and get to the round of 12. Let's head over to the stage for our first match of the day.
Indeed, Kalaris, it is finally time to get the ball rolling here at day number 4 at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice for our first 2 players and our first best of 3. For our first player, he has been the best Chinese player for years, and he fights to make the playoffs here at Katowice for the very first time. While facing him is a Korean Zerg, who's had a fantastic year in 2022 and looks to ride that momentum to the playoffs here at Katowice. Please welcome on stage, it is Oliveira and Ragnarok.
All right, well, we are going into this match. We've got Ragnarok versus Oliveira. And I tell you, the hope of China, Oliveira, has gone from strength to strength over the last few years, developing that skill set, evolving, and already in a very good spot in this group. Both of these players are fighting to get one of those very top spots into the top 12 of Katowice.
It's been an arduous couple of days, Pig, where we have seen these players duking it out against each other in the groups to try and finally make it to this final match that's going to start determining who is going to get an opportunity to move into the playoffs and who is going to get eliminated here at IEM Katowice 2023.
Indeed, and Zerg vs Terran, I feel like we've seen a lot of it over the last few days, but we've seen so many different variations within it. We've seen the just non-stop bio drops. We've seen weird 2-racks kind of pressure builds and bunkers at third bases, as well as, of course, battle mechs swarming all over the map. And the Zergs have all been adapting and adjusting in different ways. We've seen German taxis, queens dropping out of overlords and ravager busts. We've seen Ragnarok bringing out some of his classic roach pushers. But I'd say the main thing that's characterized Ragnarok's play has just been fantastic defensive macro into overwhelming Lingbane play, often with Hydras, sometimes with Mutalisks. But I tell you, if he gets even a small lead, he is almost always going to make a silly number of Banelings, and hanging on to your 4th base, your 5th base as a Terran is a very big ask.
It's going to be a really important thing for Time to know what he's going to be up against. These two players are going to have a lot on the line over here. Ragnarok, of course, is going to be fighting for that top place spot, and Time kind of fighting for his life in this group. But here we are. We're heading into game number 1. We're going to be starting on Royal Blood in the bottom left-hand side of the map, on top of the red Zerg player. He is Ragnarok from Team Alpha X.
And up here in the top right side, formerly known as Time, a player that has been growing and evolving over the years, dominating his home region in China, and now he wants to dominate the world. Representing Kaizi Gaming, give it up for Oliveira!
Important match for both of these two, and it's worth mentioning that both of them have already played a TVZ before in the group, and actually, unfortunately, both of them ended up losing the TVZs that they played, so now they're going to be facing off against each other. This is the last kind of big match that they got to face off in, and it's going to be interesting to see how their styles kind of clash like you were talking about.
Ragnarok did fall victim to Clem's mech, I believe, in one game, and another one got kind of overwhelmed in more of a standard bio game. It was the one where he tried to get away with Mutalisks, and Clem kind of just pushed into him way too aggressively and was really good at catching the Mutas and punishing them. I thought it was a promising strategy, but since then, Ragnarok has kind of defaulted to a bit more standard Zerg versus Terran. Oliveira, on the other hand, dropping a 2-1 series to Dark, which is, of course, nothing to be too worried about because Dark has been smashing everybody, but definitely, well, other than Ragnarok, actually. See, I mean, I keep forgetting that actually Ragnarok dominated Dark. So we've got kind of like Dark seems to be the king of ZVT, but Ragnarok has actually been smashing the ZVZ as well. So it's a bit of an interesting group where every match still matters.
No, absolutely. So we're going to see what these players are going to be busting out against each other. I think it's actually really refreshing. You were talking about this just before, and we've seen such diversity in TVZ, and I feel like that's not what we usually think of when we think of TVZ. TVZ has always been, for so many years, that matchup that you look at and say, well, we all know what the openings are usually going to be. Maybe there's a small variation, but it's about the execution. But we've really seen a variation of actual strategies lately.
It's really cool because even, I mean, last season did start to get towards a bit of a static meta, but it actually started to evolve simply because people were so used to it. Like Maru was at the cutting edge of doing these like reactive marine openings where you're doing like 6 Marines in a Widow Mine, dropping the main, 3 Hellions try to run by in the third. Is it a battle cruiser afterwards? Lots of 2-base pushes, which Bunny was at the cutting edge of. And I feel like Oliveira, he's definitely capable of mixing in just about anything. But to start the series off, a 3rd command center opening. So definitely heading in the direction of the big macro game. And on the other hand, Ragnarok looked like he was a bit paranoid about a proxy barracks because he did go with that spawning pool first. And it seems like both sides just played conservative. Oliveira kept the Reaper at home in case Zerglings ran in. And Ragnarok, on the other hand, just built a couple of Zerglings, an early Queen. And both players playing very carefully in this match.
Yeah, I actually like that too, because both of these players have definitely shown their proclivity to try and get a little bit aggressive or start off a series being a little bit cheeky here or there. But Reaper is going to get denied for moving up into the main base. It scouts out the 3rd base location, kind of confirms, all right, things are looking pretty normal, nothing too wild, and we already see that extra command center going up inside of Time's main base. So settle up for a good old standard macro game so far.
I mean, think about what we've seen in these groups so far, as well as in the round of 36. There was so many dirty builds coming out. Like, a lot of people were opening up the series with nasty cheeses, lots of proxy barracks, and just crazy build orders. And as a result, it's nice to see now when everything's on the line, we're getting to the very final stages of the group stage. The players are starting to lock things up and go, let's not take any chances. I will not be surprised by any of those cheeky plays. Oliveira still sees no workers on that 3rd base. He scouts it again about 4 minutes 30, and there's no workers on the 3rd. That's where he's going to start to get very paranoid. On the other hand, he's building Banshees, so that is incredibly safe, right?
Yeah.
Banshees shut down any roach aggression. Mass Queen for Ragnarok. And great Overlord Scout. He's going to see the cloak on the way on that starport.
Yeah, going back exactly to what you were saying, it is going to be, because it's a standard opening, it's a tried and true, and it is going to be a lot about the execution of how these two players are going to be able to match up against each other. The Banshee opening, so common from the, way back in the day. So both of these players have a lot of experience with it, and it's going to be seeing how much damage can really Time get done? Can he pick off some creep tumors? Can he find a little opening with those drones? And it does feel like we've seen a little bit of a resurgence of Terran players who are willing to dive a little deeper sometimes with those Hellions than maybe they used to.
Well, Ragnarok's pretty light on the Zerglings, so that could have worked if he chose to do it, but he didn't. And as a result, Ragnarok adds a few more Zerglings for safety now, realizing, all right, let's not take too big a risk there. Looking at both of their cameras, I've been kind of studying the demeanor of both players, and I feel like they've both just stood up to the pressure very well. We haven't really seen either of them panic under pressure. No big uncharacteristic mistakes, which I feel like you get to the World Championship, it really does separate, the men from the boys, so to speak. The players who are able to step up to that competition level and play sometimes even above their normal level because of the pressure, because of the stage. And then there is, of course, the other players who crumble underneath it and make a lot of mistakes. Both of these guys have incredibly, played up to what we expect of them. and they're actually performing very nicely. Banshee's flying through the center here. Lair is finished, but I don't think an Overseer's morph just yet. There we go.
Yeah, it's going to start over there, but that means that those two Banshees should still be able to do a little bit chip damage here or there. No scans actually being thrown out, so all of that creep is going to be safe for the moment as the Hellions try and rotate around. It really seems like the kind of focus here for Time is actually find real drone damage rather than just picking off creep tumors.
And he needs it because there's a Spire already about 1/3 complete. Ragnarok hits 70 workers so quickly in this game. And Oliveira is going 5 barracks at once behind it. So he's doing a 6 barracks transition. Very quick upgrades for him. And upgrades are always a huge advantage against Mutalisk play. Oh my. Wow, already 8.
Wow.
Already 8 barracks. I was like, looking at the production tab. I was like, there's no way he had 3 barracks up already. But apparently, this is a very quick 8 racks. This is exactly what Clem did up against Ragnarok and managed to take him out. So it's going to be a similar matchup. Can Ragnarok make the adjustments and find a way to deal with what is going to be an absolute cascade of bio coming across that map?
This is a hyper-aggressive style that Time has chosen to play against Ragnarok. Ragnarok Spire is about to finish up. He's got a good amount of gas, a good amount of minerals banked, and all these Banshees are going to be able to continue to whittle away at things like that hatchery for a little bit. They know that they are going to be on a timer very, very shortly as 10 mutas are immediately started on up. And it's just a matter of time, excuse the pun, before Time is going to be hitting his big, big window of opportunity.
Yep, Oliveira as we call him now, thankfully trying to make it easier for us to cast, but we all fall into old habits. Spirit is still soul as well. Tell me I'm wrong. Hellions and Marines here coming forward on the creep. I do like that first-person view. Notice he's being very cautious, though. This is a poke, right? So many units sitting at the third. No Banes, no Zerglings getting in that either. A couple of creep tumors are going to go down on that right side. And the big problem, of course, is the information's been hidden. Oliveira is like, yep, getting my armory, getting ready for 2-2, already at 150 supply. I'm going to be maxing soon. He's going to start pushing across the map. The mutas come in. They see all these barracks. Ragnarok now knows what he's up against. Combat shields would be a big pick. SCVs are pulled to deal with it, but there's not many Marines popping out. There we go. Okay, he pulls off it for a moment, starts picking off those Marines one at a time. Oliveira's going to shove the left side, trying to punish Ragnarok for being across the map. Where the heck are the Banelings?
Ragnarok just doesn't seem to have many defenses whatsoever. The Zerglings are all trying to rally down to the south side. A few Banelings are starting to morph. 8 Banelings on the way, but is that actually going to be enough in conjunction with the rest of the Banelings that are there? This is such an aggressive setup here for Oliveira, but the missile turret gets taken out.
Giant dive there. Good SCV pulled by Oliveira, but he's already lost so many medevacs and Marines. A few more are coming out, but he's got to stabilize at home. He's not able to do it, and that means he might need to shove on the front side. At the same time, he does go forward. Those upgrades are extremely exposed. Ragnarok's going to have to give up that area potentially. Oh, that's a lot of Banelings. That's a lot of Banelings, but I don't think he can give up the 1-1 upgrades. I do think he has to defend those Evo chambers.
He's going for it. He's trying to throw out the transfuses. The Evo chambers are going to be able to survive for now. He thwarts the attempt there from Oliveira to break through. The Sea Shanks are going to get pounced on, and as soon as those are taken out, he's able to back off, but the upgrades, 3 more seconds, and it looks like Oliveira is going to back off. The upgrades finish. A critical save there for Ragnarok, even though he loses the base.
Ragnarok, if you give him another minute, he's going to be way ahead in this game. Oliveira cannot stop attacking because 85 workers are still on the map. And look at that, gets in there before the turret's done. Oliveira's going to need to shove deep on creep. That's scary because there's speed Banelings preparing. Ragnarok is setting up a trap.
This is getting so dangerous. Oliveira on the timer. We're seeing him start to try and move on to the creep yet again, trying to poke forward, but it takes time to get actually the setup that you need. The Sea Shanks are sieged up, but you can see it's going to be so easy for the Zerg army to pounce on his opponent. You can see the picture-in-picture, the Banshees even getting cleaned up. Ragnarok getting up another base in the bottom right.
Some nice pre-spreads, though. The tank does not go down. Oliveira still has a scary amount of Marines and held out there. 2-2's almost finished. The Marines do defend the mutas on the right side. Queen's on the left side taking damage. Another round of Link Bane comes in, but so does the Marine rally. He's deep on creep, though, and those Banelings get right on top of everything. Ragnarok with the essential cleanup that he needed, and that puts to rest Oliveira's dreams of killing him with that push. And now Oliveira has to deal with a massive economy deficit and a complete reset at home. Ragnarok has bought himself the time he needs.
This is the tough part of the style that Oliveira chose to play, is you're rallying everything you have across the map. You are really putting everything into that aggression that you have. And now there's not that much for Oliveira to actually fall back to. The one kind of nice thing that Oliveira's going to have finishing up are those 2-2 upgrades now finishing, giving him a nice upgrade lead, but it is still, like you were saying, Pig, a rough spot economically, and Ragnarok is going to have a good bit of freedom, especially with these metas just keeping the bio occupied at home.
I mean, he's got such a big worker advantage. All you need to do is delay as Ragnarok, keep re-expanding to the left side of the map, and keep backstabbing here as well. You've got such a numbers advantage, so much mobility, and look at that. Ragnarok knows what to do. He wasn't born yesterday. He's transferred his economy to the bottom right. It's well protected by creep. Oliveira coming in with a drop on the right, and attack on the left. The Lynx are going to dive his base at the same time.
This is going to be a nice pick off here for time, as it is going to pretty much be uncontested. A nice kill there. These Zerglings are also getting cleaned up. They do manage to snag 9 worker kills though, and that may not necessarily be the most amount of workers in exchange for all those Lings, but it is plenty considering Oliveira's already really bad economy at this point.
Yeah, that is a very unfortunate situation, but 2-2 started for Ragnarok. There is absolutely the dream here of a very powerful Terran army with upgrades getting it done. I'm thinking of those Spirit TVPs earlier on in the tournament. I'm thinking of those games where you're down at 20 workers versus 70 for 5 minutes straight, but the army advantage, if you let it get up there, can still do well. The problem in this matchup is there is a, you know, it's called the Baneling. The Baneling when it's on creep is a big issue for Marines. You can't force the issue. He's going to try to shove. Ragnarok just dancing in and out so far.
Well, there is actually the active creep tumor is missed with that scan, and the Marines having a hard time actually cleaning up all the creep spread over there. Oliveira trying to get aggressive on multiple fronts to try and distract and pull this army apart, and it seems like it's working. He finds an opportunity to dive in on top of the hatchery. It seems like he should be able to kill that off. At the same time, Ragnarok tries to get a cleanup here on this right-hand side. He eventually does manage to push this back, forces a lift up, but the hatchery is down.
Ragnarok's economy kind of sucks right now. He's got a lot of workers, but he's got to rebuild those hatcheries, and that is actually very costly for him. His income is not much better right now than Oliveira. It's a little better, but really not that much. Mules are dropping especially. Oliveira does need to remember the +3 attack. He did do that a few seconds ago, so there will be a big upgrade advantage. Basically, the next 5 minutes of this game, it's always going to be at least a double upgrade advantage for the Terran.
Yeah, our wonderful observer also pointing out that there is not a lot of larvae either. With all the hatcheries going down, that's making it harder to also, I mean, there's not that much money to spend when you don't have that many bases to actually mine from with all those workers. But that's another reason why this triple expansion play, I think, is actually going to be the right call. He just needs to get up the hatcheries ASAP.
Second factory's finished. That makes it look like I think Oliveira might be adding more command centers in the near future and really evolving to a bigger style of play. It is going to be adding Widowmine production in, but that is still a few minutes away. At the same time, Infestation Pit won't be getting to hive anytime soon. Great snap onto Medivacs.
Yeah, Ragnarok going to be very happy with that one. And he's been building up this Baneling count. It's getting to a little bit of a ludicrous degree at this point. But there's going to be a nice little window here yet again for Ragnarok, where he's going to have that +3 armor finishing. Although, Ragnarok finishing up +2. But seems like Oliveira not too far behind on his weapon upgrades. Should be able to play catch up pretty quickly.
Concussive Shells just got denied. He didn't restart it instantly. That means he may not have noticed. That could be a very impactful thing, because without the Concussive Shells, Marauders are nowhere near as good in this matchup. You want to slow down that front row of the Zerg so the rest of the units get stuck, clump up, and then the Widowmines get the big boomies.
Widowmine counts is going to be very, very important. And they're not set up over here. The Siege Shank going to try and deal with some of these Banelings, but no way in heck that he's going to be able to prevent that Planetary Fortress from dying.
Ragnarok, the way he wins when he is ahead, it is the most disgustingly elegant way of just grabbing Baneling and smushing them into that Terran economy. It's the best thing to do, because you are just simply leveraging your larger amount of income and you're denying the Terran's ability to keep pace with you. The Mutas hit the right side. Siege Tank SCV is going down. Oliveira's going to go for one last ditch push. 3-3 upgrades versus 2-2. Concussive Shell's about to finish as well. He's down in army supply though. Fighting on creep against mass Baneling. Very difficult.
Okay, well those Banelings are getting some juicy connections, and there it is. Game number 1 goes to our Korean Zerg, Ragnarok. A solid victory there, and Pig, like you were saying, just brute force at the end once he got ahead.
That's what he does. He does it well. We did see it in one game where he, attacked with a massive banelings off creep and it backfired. But for every time that happens, there's 3 or 4 times where he just stomps his opponent into the ground. It doesn't leave any chance for there to be any doubt. It was a very nice way to finish things off. It all came off the back of him basically playing Zerg the way it's meant to be played, and that is avoiding fighting the Terran front on. Remember, that big 8-Rax push was coming on. Oliveira was trying to set up an opening in the creep, a good spread of tanks, Marines, Hellbats, and he wanted to force the fight. What was the response? I'm going to grab all my Lings and my Mutas, just dive on the turret in your third, get in, cause as much damage to your economy and production as I can, give up my 5th base on the left side, and then move my economy and just migrate to the right side of the map. Obviously, the Evo Chambers barely surviving was a bit of a lucky call, and I think it once again reminds us why pro gamers building Evo Chambers out front their third is one of the most insane moves ever. You got lucky there, Ragnarok. Don't make that mistake again, buddy.
I think he is definitely going to be counting his blessings on that save, but what a stressful style, I have to say. It must be to just accept that I'm going to be losing bases left and right. He's going to consistently be sniping them off. I'm just going to be trying to retake them on opposite sides as I'm losing them while trying to do counterattacks. It seems like a very unstable kind of style when you look at it at first, but when you're able to execute it at that level like Ragnarok was doing, you can see how dangerous it can be.
Mutiling Bane is all about the mobility and buying time for those upgrades to finish so you can close the gappers. Terran is generally all about timing attacks, but especially with an 8-rack style, it's like, I've got 1-1, I've got all my upgrades, I've got the army advantage, let's fight right now. In a strategy game, if your opponent really wants to fight you, the best strategy is to avoid fighting them front on. Backstab, get the economy, buy yourself time until everything matches up a little bit better for you, and that's exactly what Ragnarok did to an expert level in game 1.
Absolutely. We're going to be starting up here in game number 2 in the top left-hand side of the map. It is going to be our red Zerg player setting up 1-0 from Alpha X. He is Ragnarok.
Already got a good turnout for the first series of the day here. Everybody's excited to see what is going to end up happening in these groups. This man's still fighting for that spot to the next round. In the bottom right side, representing Kaizi Gaming, it's Oliveira.
Oliveira definitely still putting up a great fight, but so far it seems like Ragnarok will not be denied. I love also, it's something you were talking about earlier, Pig, as well, just the shift that he kind of has, Ragnarok does, from the earlier stage of the game where he is abusing that mobility and trying to, say, like as you were saying, avoid fights that you don't want to take, and then it transitions into the brute force, I will just overwhelm you with sheer numbers kind of style. It's like that switch flips, and suddenly the entire kind of script turns on its head.
Yeah, 70 Banelings. What I like about it as well is like, a lot of players spread out and come from 3 or 4 angles, but Ragnarok is like, no. We run in with a big ball. There's 2 Zerglings in front to take the first 2 tank shots, and then this giant ball of Banelings, because he just wants to get the planetary, get in, get out. That's his whole goal, is basically Terran takes so long to build those command centers.
We got the picture-in-picture of Overlord scouting at the high level observing from our 2 wonderful observers. Thank you guys so much.
Fantastic. Absolutely top-notch. Good to see what the pervy boys, the Overlords, do see. There's not that many pillars on these maps. Right above the expansion has been one of the changes in this pool. You see these little high grounds. They're dotted throughout the map, but it used to be every map had one right next to the entrance of your base. This is one of the few maps that still has one where you can see the entire natural, but there's nowhere to run and hide with that Overlord if you do choose to, say, lift up your command center to snipe it.
Yeah, and we've even seen that kind of come into effect a few times throughout the event so far, where just one of the players decides that, hey, we need to try and send some Marines kind of out into a weird spot of the map, snipe off an Overlord or something. It's definitely been useful. Doesn't seem like Time's going to be doing, or sorry, Oliveira is going to be doing anything like that, sorry. Old habits die hard. But he is going to be going for a good old fast 3rd CC.
I know I'm a little bit of a preacher at this point, but I do believe the power of Widow Mines is fantastic in this matchup for creating some dynamic pushes. And I think on this map, it's, you've got a decent push path through the center, but I really feel like as the Zerg gets to the 4th and the 5th, defending Widowmine pushes down both flanks of the map. The classic multi-pronged ByuN style is really hard. And if I look at these two players, I think Ragnarok's strength is his versatility, and I think that's exactly what the stats sheet showed. Over Oliveira, is a bit more predictable, but I do think Oliveira is a little bit faster and more powerful when he's in the driver's seat. So I like the idea of Widow Mines as a way of forcing a very mechanical matchup, because if you compare Ragnarok to Dark, for instance, Dark you're not going to beat in raw mechanics and speed. Ragnarok, on the other hand, don't get me wrong, he's very clever at not letting you get momentum, and because of that, people kind of go, oh, he's really powerful, it's hard to attack. Once you get him in a scrappy situation where a guy like Dark might just jump back out of that and find a way to recover, Ragnarok doesn't have the same mechanical speed. So he's somewhere where, like, just saying, I'm going to put you in a matchup of raw speed and mechanics, it's a very viable strategy for Oliveira here.
Yeah, especially in Terran versus Zerg. I think this is, even though we've seen more variety of strategy and things come about in the last 6 or so months of StarCraft 2 and TVZ, it is still a very mechanically demanding matchup to play. And if Oliveira can just bring it to that kind of game where he is able to try and outpace Ragnarok, force him to defend on multiple fronts, that might actually be to his boon. But we are going to see the Hellions and the Reaper try and poke in over here. In the last game, I want to note again, it seemed like Oliveira was really trying to focus in on going for drone kills, trying to find some damage with, say, the Banshee opening and everything, really ignoring a lot of the other potential opportunities of killing off creep tumors and such stuff like that. How do you kind of feel about that, and maybe how Ragnarok is going to probably look at the defense for this game?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think it's something he's definitely calculating, and which fourth base you end up going for does always kind of play into it a little bit. I would love to see Ragnarok, kind of like the last game, go fourth and fifth base similar times, both sides of the map. So if he does have to give up ground on one side, you can just pull your drones to the other side. Losing a hatchery and a bit of mining time is not a big deal. Zergs lose this matchup when they end up standing and fighting in bad positions, and that allows you to then free up a lot of your army to go around, backstab and counterattack your opponent. But that assumes that you're the one with the mobility advantage. You're playing against Battle Mech Pure Dragon. That is not always the case.
Oh boy, it seems like we are gonna have all of the components being thrown on down. Additional factories, the armory, Banshee, hyperflight rotors, all getting started on up here for Oliveira. And, well, I think one of the questions I have on my mind is, when is Ragnarok actually going to scout this as well? As he is going to see the Banshees come forward, but, you know, Banshee opening is one thing. It's all of the other things are going to be happening after that as well.
That was a very slick start. Ragnarok was slow to pull those drones off the gas. He loses 6 workers, so already Oliveira getting a little bit of momentum here. Spy is on the way for Ragnarok. That's interesting. We haven't really seen heavy Muta versus Cyclone. Of course, he did go Mutas quickly on this map against Clem, did a bit of a sneaky backstab, and then he tried to rush Viper Hydra, but he never really got there before Clem was overwhelming him and causing too much damage. On the other hand, we saw Dark slap down Battle Mech with Fungal, right? Burrowed Infestors catching the Cyclones, catching the Banshees multiple times, and already Thor's on the way for Oliveira. Fascinatingly, looks like he really wants to shut down the Mutas, building Widow Mines and Thors. Those units hard counter Mutalisks.
Hellion's got to get in position to help deal with these Lings, and it looks like he will be able to get to a beautiful spot. SCV's also absorbing a little bit of damage on that front line. Some of them are starting to fall, but that was a super stellar defense there from Oliveira, really well controlled. And if he can continue that kind of defense, I think Oliveira's going to be looking to be great in this second game.
That was clean as a whistle indeed. Going up to 5 factories now is Oliveira here, building missile turrets as well. My only worry is that he's being a little bit too defensive. I do think the new Cyclones rock versus Mutalisks, and yet another game where we're just not going to get to see it. Fear Dragon starting to upset me greatly, mate. You know, there's this new balance patch where the Cyclones are meant to beat Mutas, and the games where they go Cyclones, the Zerg never builds Mutas. The games where they build Mutas, the Terran won't build Cyclones. So like, I just want to see, I just want to know how it looks, but I haven't yet to see it in a pro match.
Yeah, for those wondering, the change of the Cyclone is a nice little Widow Mine hit, connects on one of the Mutas. The change to the Cyclones is that they do more damage to units that are not armored, such as Lings or Mutas, but they do less damage to armored units.
And they also have half a lock-on range, and they will prioritize locking onto air units, which they used to not do, so Lings no longer will take up those lock-ons, which is pretty big, but we're yet to see the impact. That's massive.
This is a really big deal, but this could also be a big deal. So many Hellions get straight into the mineral line. Such a difficult position for these Lings to actually get the proper surround. All of the Lings get evaporated, and so do 15 workers so far.
Toss another drone on the Barbie, mate. That was disgusting. That was a massive amount of counter damage and makes up for losing those Banshees and potentially more. 3 more Thors are building at a time. And it feels to me like Oliveira's planning a push pretty soon. Ragnarok, on the other hand, he's not building roaches yet. Is he just going to play pure mass mutiling Bane?
Against this, that is going to be a dangerous call. Blue Flame has not actually been researched yet. That is still underway. It's a pretty fast upgrade. Is that going to... Oliveira, surely he has to wait for that, right? Before he does anything.
I don't think so. He's got Widow Mines. I think Widow Mine Thor is actually massive. I agree, Hellions are pretty big in there. He's going for building armor in a 4th command center, though. So maybe not going to hit that timing. The Hydra Den and the Infestation Pit are so late for Ragnarok. I'm pretty convinced that he would struggle with a committed 3-base push here. But of course, Oliveira playing the slow game, looking to really play up into the big mech play. And I would imagine after these last 3 factories, we're going to see barracks, ghost academies. It looks to me like Oliveira is confident playing the mega late game.
Okay, well, that's going to be exciting to see. We got all of these Thors ready to push back any of those mutas that so much as look at a command center wrong. And they're going to be spreading themselves around. This is going to be an interesting portion of the game as well, because this is where you get to that stage of the game where you have a Zerg player who has these hyper-mobile units that can dart around, and the Terran player is going to start getting a little bit less mobile with how many Thors Oliveira has, but Oliveira also still wants to try and spread out his bases as he continues to expand further and further out. So it's going to be a very, very good question of how well positioned Oliveira is with all of his units.
Interestingly, a lot of the Thors are in splash damage mode.
Oh, okay, I see why now, Peg. I see why.
I was about to say that you normally leave only 1 or 2 in splash damage mode and the rest go into high impact payload, the single fire mode, because the Widow Mines are actually way better splash damage. You don't need the Thors, and a competent Zerg player will never clump their mutas too much. that was of course not a big battle. Ragnarok just wasn't expecting to run into Thors there, which is why he made that slight mistake. But I think it's fine because he's got to replace them with better units anyway. So
yeah.
Interestingly, he's going Hydra Bane, but no Lurkers yet. And against such a Thor-heavy army, I feel like Lurkers are usually a necessity. However, Pathogen Clans is in the production tab. That tells us Ragnarok is saying, no, I'm going to take those Thors and use them against you. So he's planning to do a lot of Neural Parasite in the late game.
What is the Hydra count at right now? Because I've seen a lot of Banelings in production. Okay, there's 1 Hydra on the map and he's maxed out. So he's going to have to trade some of the supply. He's going to look for a surround on some of these units.
The army split up. A big mistake here for Oliveira. Oh, he does save 2 of those tanks. Very nice move with the medevac and averts disaster. A few units do get picked off by Ragnarok very nicely as he goes for now Vipers and a Great Aspire. Fascinating. Ragnarok. Okay, at this point, though, there is a clear counter to this. It's pre-spreading. Ragnarok's shown his hand. You've seen mass Baneling. Now, as Oliveira, the big danger is F2, the select all army key, because against that many Banelings, you need to be spread across like 2 to 3 screens with your army, or the Banelings will overrun you, simply due to that firepower, and he's a little bit clumped up right now.
The Siege Tanks are going to be able to wail away at those Banelings, though. The Planetary Fortress goes down, but the Siege Tanks were in a fairly safe spot. The Muta's not going to be able to do too much damage to this command center. Even a single Thor is going to be able to push that back. Not actually the worst trade there for Oliveira, right?
No, that worked out all right, absolutely. Those tanks did siege in time. The Hellbats roasted the Zerglings, and you really want the Banelings to get rid of the Hellbats, the Lings to get rid of the siege tanks. And these Mutas at this point, Ragnarok's like, I need that supply for better units. There we go, Banelings on the Hellbats, very good trade for Ragnarok in that little regard, but of course, they are pretty expendable mineral-only units that you can just replenish. Hydra Bane is not really the army. I really thought he'd be going Lurker Viper here, but Hydra Bane, he's going to try and make it happen. But now that there's so many tanks and the Thors are such a tanky front line, that is massive. The Thor cleaned up all the Mutas in the picture-in-picture. Oliveira has a very strong push, and Ragnarok is on a rather basic army.
Ragnarok gonna try and throw down the blinding clouds all of these siege tanks, but there's so many siege tanks here. Is this gonna be enough? Even the flank of the Hydra's coming in from behind. It seems like it's gonna be barely enough to actually clean up all of the units here for Oliveira.
Those blinding clouds were absolutely mint, Fear Dragon. Those were beautiful. Most of that army not firing for the first 6 seconds of the engagement, and that will get the job done in that engage. On the other hand, Oliveira still has a very large economy. His upgrades are getting in close to max, which I always feel 3-3 mech is a bit better than 3-3 Hydra Zergling. The upgrades simply scale better because the units are so big and chunky, and the armor upgrades especially are massive. And a Hydra, Viper, Baneling army, it seems okay when you trade like that. And then you look at the bank of Ragnarok and you go, that's not good. You need a giant bank if you're going to be throwing that many Banelings away.
It is really tough. And you know I'm a big fan of Thors with 3/3 upgrades. They are strong, beefy, tanky units that can absorb especially a lot of damage, not just from the Banelings and everything, but even when the Lings start getting in on top of the Thors after the Banelings have been used, those Thors just absorb so much damage with that armor. We're going to see a weird position now where Oliveira's got to be a little bit more pinned back, so Ragnarok should have a bit of space to work with just because Oliveira has to rebuild his army.
There's still 4 Thors out, and Ragnarok's going for a round of Broodlords. So I think with 4 Thors already out and Ghosts coming in, 3 at a time, this is not the greatest moment to really be going for a round of Broodlords. On the other hand, I've seen Ragnarok micro it so well in the past that he finds these angles to just, all the tanks start friendly firing, the Broodlords are in and out, he's breaking vision and interrupting those snipes. So a big round of course, Hydra, Baneling, Broodlord can be effective. The Ghosts don't really have any upgrades. No engineering bay upgrades for those. Of course, he's still getting all the building upgrades as well as cloak for those Ghosts. +3 vehicle armor coming in. And lots of command centers building up to shore up Oliveira's position for the late game. The one big problem he has is his SCV count is so high. And that means his army is actually very small. So there's an awkward balance, right? If you suddenly don't have any Hellbats, Broodlings, Zerglings are such a problem for you. So if he loses the only 6 Hellbats he has in his maxed army, his army massively drops in power. Likewise, if he loses all of his tanks, Hydras become way more effective.
No, I think that's a super valid point. How do you feel like the new Broodlord changes are going to be affecting this, if at all? The Broodlord's a little bit more adept at kiting the movement speed and everything, but does that affect the interactions with Ghosts or Thors and things like that?
Definitely, you're slightly more mobile, which is very nice. When the Hellbats aren't there, you're not as powerful because those Broodlings have about half the duration now. So when they're getting roasted instantly, it doesn't change anything. But in these long-range siege situations, you don't have that same ability to siege your opponent from 2 screens away the way Dark used to do. Oh, look at that. Look at that angling. A lot of SCVs going down. Oliveira needs to be swapping all those Thors into high-impact payload. There we go, pulling those guns out. Hydras and Banes, a few of them trickle in. Bit of a mistake there for Ragnarok.
Snipes.
Where are the Vipers? Where's the Spellcasters? I think Ragnarok needs to get some Blinding Clouds when push comes to shove. At the same time, Oliveira is not able to get in snipe range. He loses the Planetary.
Yeah, it seems like even though Oliveira is finding little pickoffs here and there on the Broodlords and some of the frontal units, he is losing the actual bases, and I'd say Ragnarok is going to probably feel pretty good about how the siege has gone so far.
Absolutely, he's starting to build bank behind this as well. There's not many Hellbats in the mix. The tanks aren't sieged right now. WB on the Vipers, very nice move. And now you might be confident moving forward to remove this creep spread, which is such a big problem. Right now, as Oliveira, you're like, I need to get rid of this creep and this vision. But Ragnarok just rotates to the north. He says, okay, cool. You're going to try and reposition. I'm going to move up north and try to take out the bases up there. Oliveira's taking a lot of income damage during this. He's going to move on to the north side. This command center does land, but look at the way he's using this terrain, this big piece, this kind of foresty gash in the map. It's causing an area where Oliveira is just getting pulled to the right, the left, the top, and the bottom, and it's all about Ragnarok picking where and when the fights happen.
I love that. I love that it's, both of these players have mobile and less mobile units, and the less mobile units for Oliveira are, in fact, the ground units. It's the Thors, it's the siege tanks and everything that really do take a bit longer to move around, whereas the immobile units for Ragnarok are still air units. They can take advantage of the terrain like that and really find effective ways to try and catch his opponent a bit out of position.
Oliveira's starting to do some Hellbat run-bys as he rounds out his bio upgrades for the Ghosts, of course. And he's going to start to push this creep back, which is very important, but there is ambushes out there. Ooh. There's Infestors with Fungal. They're going to be getting Neural up soon. The Vipers have regained their energy as well. Hellbat's trading out with some Zergling, Baneling. I think clearing the creep is great right now. He's just going to want to make sure he doesn't hang around too long because, yeah, the Broodlord Spellcaster ambush is so scary.
I love that you just segmented off 2 scouting Hellions to move a bit further forward. It's like, is this a dangerous area? It's actually, yes, this is the wrong neighborhood to be in right now. Decides to back up. Gets off of creep as well as that creep is going to start receding, so a much more manageable position if he ends up having to take an engagement there. Seems like some Vipers could be dancing their way straight into some Widow Mines very shortly, but we'll see.
My gosh, that is so many Banelings! What is the unit count on that? Is that 80? 74 Banelings. This is the least cost-efficient army ever, but if he can just blow up all the Ghosts and Hellbats, he might be able to just clear this. You got to be so careful as Oliveira. Ragnarok's going for it. That is a ridiculous number of Banelings.
Siege tanks were not sieged in time for the actual attack. Blind Cloud also comes out on top of these Thors, so they are unable to do most of the damage. The Vipers running straight on forward, still alive. The army for Oliveira has been decimated by Ragnarok. Ragnarok will not be denied. He sits up 50 supply with a bank still around. Cost efficiency be damned.
This was so smart by Ragnarok. He played with the Broodlords, with the Vipers. He showed him all these technical units, even Infestors, and he really made Oliveira worried about the high-tech game. And you know what he did? He said, it's only 9 Broodlords and 3 Vipers. I'm actually just massing Baneling Hydra. And Oliveira was not prepared for it. He was so focused on the high-tech units, he was too clumped up. His Ghosts were too busy running, which meant the Vipers landed killer Blinding Clouds. And that was just an excellent engagement for Ragnarok, really befuddling his opponent and tricking him. Such brilliant way of taking apart mech. It's been so long since we saw someone do it this way with mass Hydra Bane.
Really, really excellently done. You can see Oliveira is barely just trying to clean things up. Thors are powerful units, but the problem is just going to be how immobile they are. As you see, all the units start slowly mounting a defense over the natural. Well, we'll just head up to all the other important mining bases on the top side, knock those guys out, and you know what? Even if Ragnarok ends up losing all these units, he's still got a superior army supply. You can just remake those units with.
There's just so many of those explodey boys, Fear Dragon, and it really is something where against Ragnarok, you need to always be, at all times, monitoring his army comp. And if he's still got that large number of Ling Bane, it's, I mean, we know what, like, Oliveira would do if he could have a do-over here, right? Channel is in Amaru. We would have 20 Widow Mines spread across all the bases. We'd have tanks sitting behind ledges. And you just say, I'm not going to try and take you out because there's no urgency. I have the more efficient composition in the long term. We're going to split the map. I'm going to take one base at a time. I'm going to let you come off creep to me. And I'm going to be so well spread out with all these splash damage units, the Banelings won't be cost efficient. But of course, easy for us to say when we get to see everything. Easy for Oliveira to say when he looks at the replay. Right now, he's playing at half the supply of his opponent.
One thing I actually do want to commend Ragnarok on is if this game had started moving into the more of the split map, mine out the map kind of scenario, I do feel like Ragnarok was expanding at a kind of pace that he would have been able to still kind of be in contention with that.
Absolutely. Oh, 4 Thors. They are very nice. He's even making the turn to shoot each other immediately. He says, don't worry, the Banelings will take out the planetary. You guys take care of each other.
There it is.
That is the finishing blow. Oh, you could tell he's very excited about that. That is a brilliant victory. And doing it against various styles, showing that he knows exactly how to handle it. I love that Muta opening to get control, but showing such good understanding. And his Patronus, the Baneling, going forth to just remove the Terran from the map.
Absolutely phenomenal. We're going to hear the boys at the desk break that series, that beautiful 2-0 down for us. Take it away, James.
Thanks, boys. Yes, Ragnarok here, looking great again on the main stage as he now moves through in first place into the round of 8 here at the World Championship. Joining me, Tasteless and Artosis. It's getting really difficult to doubt Ragnarok at this point. Artosis, looking at how he's playing things out. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, he just dominated there, right?
Yes.
Like, he even had such a funny composition that's normally not used against mech, the Lingbane Muta, but, you know, he transitioned just in time, was able to break everything. Some fantastic play out of Ragnarok, no question there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really exciting game. Ragnarok is showing, you know, that he is definitely on the path of continuing to improve, continuing to be consistent. It's not a fluke that he got into that finals of the GSL, and in fact, we should be expecting more and more of this. Yeah, overall, just a great series. This first one, you know, a lot of excellent usage of the mutas to kind of control the positions here on the map. We've got Banelings coming here, shutting this down. You know, Time never really managed to muster enough to ever have any real threats as far as pushes go.
Moving on to game number 2 here, and as I mean, just look at this arm. Once Ragnarok gains momentum at Artosis, it's very scary.
Yeah, this style of Zerg play, you know, we see it a lot from Dark, and Ragnarok's becoming really extremely good at it as well, where you have this economy that is unbelievable, and then you make Banelings to match that. And I mean, what are you going to do? Like, you're playing a terror you can't lift off. That's what the next patch is, man. Planetaries can lift
they
off.
Need planetaries that can lift off and also attack while in the air.
Yes.
No, I mean, just multiple of them flying around.
That would be the push, for sure.
That becomes the whole meta because they don't cost supply. No, I mean, it's this thing that Zergs can do where you get so many bases, even though it's cost inefficient to have Banelings connecting into planetaries, or sometimes even Thors in that game and everything else. Terran is a little bit shorter on bases, so even though it's cost inefficient, you shut that down, and while they try to remake that, you can get the same number of Banelings again and do it a few times over. It's just a really strong way for Zerg to end a game.
All right, well, I'm getting word that the interview's ready, so let's head on over now. First place in the group for Ragnarok here, the first to advance to the round of 8.
Thank you very much, Calaris, and congratulations to Ragnarok with this 2-0. Not only do you move forward to the playoffs and the round of 12, you have also successfully secured first place in Group A. You're back in the round of 12 after 4 years, the last time being 2019. Tell us, how amazing do you feel right now?
일단 신이밤 선수 너무 축하드리고요. 거의 4년 만에 이렇게 12강 진출도 다시 하셨고 A조에 1위로 진출을 하셨는데 지금 기분이 어떤지 얘기해 주세요.
일단 1등은 절대 생각 못했고요. 사실 12강만 가도 너무나, 그러니까 3등만 해도 너무나 좋은 결과라고 생각을 했는데 뭔가 이번 대회는 저한테 좀 기운이 좀 오는 것 같아요. 네.
So he says, I definitely never imagined that I would be advancing in first place. I honestly just really wanted to make it to the round of 12, even if that meant I got third in the group. But this time, this year at Katowice, I really feel like fortune is following me. I feel really good about how my games are playing out and how luck is following me. So I feel very, very good right now. And now in this series against Time, we saw on that second map that Time went mechanic. I'm curious, were you concerned at any point when he was coming with his giant mechanic army? We saw you had phenomenal control with your Vipers, but just overall, break it down for us.
이 세트 때 타임 선수가 이제 메카닉으로 크게 공격 한 번 왔었는데 그 순간에 걱정 조금이라도 됐나요? 아니면 자신감이 계속 있었나요?
걱정은 했는데 그래도 제가 좀 뭔가 자원이 많았던 상태라서 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각은 했어요. 근데 생각보다 아슬아슬하게 돼가지고 조금 다음부터는 좀 무리 안 해야 될 것 같아요.
So he says, I wasn't too worried considering I had so many resources at that point, so I was pretty sure I would be able to make it work. That being said, even as I say that, it definitely was kind of a dicey fight. So I think moving forward, I'll certainly have to be careful to not let it get that close again. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Ragnarok, because there have been some ridiculous results and upsets at this tournament. Even in your group, Dark actually just fell 2-0 to Need. We saw earlier at the tournament, Maru lost to HeroMarine. All of these amazing players are losing in unexpected games. What are your personal thoughts seeing all of this happen?
이번 대회에서 좀 놀라운 결과가 많이 나오고 있어요. 방금 박명우 선수도 2대0으로 니입한테 패배를 당했고 며칠 전에는 이제 조성주 선수도 히로무린 선수한테 패배당하고 어떻게 생각하세요? 이런 놀라운 결과.
일단 아무래도 패치가 적용된 지 별로 안 된 것도 있고 그리고 선수들이 이렇게 오프라인 무대에서 큰 경기에서 그리고 또 이렇게 많은 사람들 앞에서 할 수 있는 게 엄청 오랜만이잖아요. 그래서 더 열심히 해가지고 그런 결과 나오는 것 같아요. 네.
So he says, you know, I think there's a couple of things happening here. It is the new patch, and I think that a lot of the players still need some time to get used to that. But also, I think that there's something to be said about an opportunity like this, an offline international event, to be here in front of all of these international fans as well. I think they're playing with the perspective of wanting to try even harder, and sometimes as a result, the reverse can sometimes happen. And maybe games aren't just going their way. But yeah, I think it's happening due to a couple of reasons. But for now, Ragnarok, congratulations once again. First place in Group A. He is through to the round of 12, and we will be right back.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
The most important series of his life. Quoting Spirit here coming into this next match in Group B. It's not just the difference between taking $5,000 and $10,000 home for the round of 12. It's also the opportunity to go for that here for the World Championship. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for Group B. We are now done with Group A completely. We now know that Ragnarok, Dark, and Oliveira will be moving through into that round of 12. But who's going to join them? As I have to my left-hand side here, Fear Dragon as well as Pig. So, guys, into Group B we go. Reigner and Creator sitting nicely up towards the top, and now we turn our attention, of course, to Spirit versus Gumiho. This one has a little bit of magic about it. For Spirit, obviously, being in front of the Polish crowd, trying to move on to the performance of his career, and then Gumiho has been looking good throughout this group stage here, Pig. So, what are your thoughts coming in?
I mean, this is such an exciting match. There's one man that's carried the tournament so far in terms of entertainment value. He's been the spirit of Katowice so far in 2023. And that is not an exaggeration. He gave us absolute barn burners to finish day one in the round of 36.
All the time.
Insane. And the fact is, he lost a match from up 2-0. Reversal versus Cure. He went down 3-2. It was crushing, and we all thought, well, that was great. You gave us good games. Surely your spirit's broken. No, no, no. Wins the 3-2 versus Sound, and since then he's been fighting his heart out in the group stage. There is so much momentum and excitement around Spirit right now. It's hard to imagine the brakes being put on this train.
There's a bit of realism about it as well. I mean, even going into that first day of groups, he was like, okay, after taking that fight, he was like, I know I'm probably going to lose this series. Yeah. I'm knackered from the previous game. I'm focusing a lot on the rest of the group here. And I think that's commendable to be able to understand the lay of the land given the situation you're in.
Yeah, I was talking to him about this right after or right before he was supposed to play versus Reigner, and it's really, really interesting. He was talking about how, yeah, normally you want to win the first series or two of your group, and you want to play versus, like, get a little bit of momentum going, like those are the important ones, and play versus the really hard players later. But he was saying, like, in this situation, I'm just so wiped.
Yeah.
I just want, like, I'm happy I'm playing Reigner first because that's going to be the really, really hard match.
Yeah.
And then after that, I can kind of recuperate, and it's been great to see. I'm so hyped for this match.
That's all good for Spirit, but he goes up against Gumigod, a guy who, for a long time, was excellent in TVT, and this is his first TVT in the group because there's only two of them anyway. Thank you, guys. It is time to head over to the stage here to figure out who is going to survive in Group B.
With our first best of 3 done, it is now time to dive into a Terran versus Terran. For our first player, he is a recent GSL semifinalist who is fighting to make it back into the World Championship playoffs for the first time in 6 years. While facing him is a player who needs all of your support as the only remaining home crowd favorite. He fights to keep his tournament run here alive in Katowice. Please welcome on stage, it is Gumiho and Spirit.
We are ready to get into this Terran versus Terran. Gumiho, of course, a legendary and very unique stylistically player coming up against Spirit. Obviously, Spirit being the Polish player here now. This guy, I'm sure everybody that's in our audience right now is rooting for him. And, you know, he was saying earlier, this is the biggest moment of his professional gaming career.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like, the prize jump is phenomenal if he's able to take down this match 2-0, and obviously getting into the top 12 of the World Championships. Like, that's something that you will treasure for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and, you know, there's two things that can happen here with players like that. One is that they're able to take that nervous energy and harness that into some adrenaline that's going to push them forward and allow them to focus. Otherwise, he could fall apart. We're going to find out, because I can promise you Gumiho is completely comfortable in this moment.
That's right. But if he loses that first map, who knows what will occur. Once again, Spirit has to win 2-0 to move on. Gumiho may be a slight favorite, but Spirit has been playing out of his mind in this tournament.
And it looks like we are ready to get into our game here with Gumiho versus Spirit. Spirit, by the way, showing some really incredible games here for the last couple days on stream. Some of the funnest games we've been able to watch at this event. You know, Poland always having such a long and rich history with StarCraft, always having new players pop up and prove themselves, and Spirit's the next one. Over here in the bottom right in the red from Korea, make some noise for Gumiho. And in the upper left, in the blue from Poland, he is Spirit.
You know, Pig was right when he was talking about he has just been the most phenomenal player in the tournament. His matches overall have just been amazing. He's playing the best StarCraft 2 of his life, and I think it's doable. He can. There is a real chance here that he 2-0s Gumiho, and he might not even stop there if he makes it into the top 12.
You know, one thing that's worth mentioning here is that, you know, obviously Gumiho has had so much experience on big stages like this, right? It's par for the course. You know, a lot of Spirit's games are basically played in the backstage player area where, you know, anything that's not on the main stage is settled there. So this could be a little bit daunting, but I think if he can keep it together, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he really does know the matchup. He's very, very strong at Terran versus Terran, even very recently, a couple weeks ago in an Open Cup, beating HeroMarine 3-0, right? So, like, he really knows what he's doing here. He knows every single build order. I think he is pretty confident, but of course, the amount of pressure is immense. Like, you can't drop a map here.
Going into this game, we do have both players teching up with their gases, going into factories. Nobody going for an immediate command center or anything like that. So we're still going to wait and see where there's going to be the major deviation, where each branch of the build order goes in its separate direction.
That's right. You know, with those Reapers being made, the factories coming up, they're doing basically the same build, but we might see it change up a little bit. Like, how many Hellions are you going to make? When are you going to stop your Reapers and maybe make a reactor? You know, when do you want to go for your Cyclone, or do you want to go directly to a Siege Tank? Those are the types of things that might change how these builds match up against each other.
Gumiho does have a lot of very novel takes on the matchup. There's nobody that quite plays like Gumiho, so it's going to be tough. You know, for Spirit coming into this to have, you know, the prep he might need. And Gumiho also another Terran player that's got a real big range of play.
Yes, for sure.
I mean, he does occasionally do just very standard, straightforward styles, and other times he really mixes it up. This is kind of the guy that has used the Cyclone more than any other pro gamer I've ever seen.
Sure.
And it's very interesting to watch him and how he kind of approaches the game in general.
Well, he's always been a very unique player. One of the only random pro gamers ever turned into Terran. But here we go. The first attack comes up. Gumiho jumping on top of Spirit's units. Loses his own Hellion, but does kill a Reaper. Gets rid of the SCV building the command center. So slowing Spirit down. Now, Spirit's not, like, dead from this or anything. He's going to come back down as another unit pops out. Force Gumiho back. But that was pretty nice overall from Gumiho.
Yeah, great control here. He's going to continue to come forward here, but he may have overextended. We're going to see these Hellions. One gets knocked down. And this means the Reaper can come up and kill the SCV again. And that's really the big issue here, if you're looking at this from Spirit's perspective, is that this command center is going to finish later, which means every SCV that increments out of that command center is also going to be later.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool, right? Like, you see the builds were exactly the same, but he's killed 2 SCVs, so you see that difference in that worker count. And now they are deviating. Spirit is going into Cloaked Banshees, whereas a medevac is being made from Gumiho. So we might see something like trying to drop a little bit into the main base, like any Hellions he has left, possibly even a Cyclone, and some harassment with that. And in fact, there you go. He loads up basically everything he has, which is 2 Marines, a Hellion, and a Cyclone. A very weird-looking drop, but Gumiho looking to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, Gumiho staying on brand here. That medevac northbound right now, going across the map. Can we get a shot of Spirit's main here? What does he have to actually defend? It's a pretty naked main. And so, oh, excuse me, I actually didn't see that that Cyclone there. Was camouflaged by the depot.
Yeah, he was disguised as a depot, man.
Right.
He's got the depot skin on that Cyclone.
The Cyclone's in a ghillie suit. I didn't see it right away.
Well, he drops out his own Cyclone. It gets the lock on, a big moment. And oh my gosh, the medevac ends up living. But a lot of Marines coming up. So I think that's about the end of this attack. It was a reasonable idea from Gumiho, but Spirit with plenty of units.
Yeah, beautifully done back there. The 3rd command center will go down now for Gumiho. We're still waiting to see, is there going to be a 3rd command center here from Spirit, or is he instead going to go for maybe some kind of 2-base pressure?
Well, right now, that one Banshee is coming across the map. Cloak all set, going to cloak and fly right in. Now, there is a Raven, so the Raven can detect the Banshee, but you have to bring units over to actually kill it. Banshee turns around, doesn't want any part of that Cyclone.
Yeah, we see that Banshee back away now. And the Raven over here from Spirit is going to be heading out. And, this is always a useful time to try to come in here and harass. The Raven is going to eventually fill up on energy. You want to dump that somewhere and try to get some value out of it. He's going to pair this with a Banshee that's also generating pressure over here. And he decides to actually back up and not send the Raven in. He sees there's already another Raven and a bunch of Marines there. He might want to try to look for opportunities elsewhere.
Yeah, Gumiho's defense looking very, very strong so far.
Oh, he's going to come back.
All right, yeah, looks like he does want to throw down an auto turret, continuing to try to harass, trying to catch up on those SCVs. He's only down by those initial 2 that he lost, so it's not like a huge deal. But if he can get some counter damage, that's always nice.
Yeah, we have Stim started here on both sides. As there's been a lot of caution here with the harasses. It's one of these moments where nobody sent units in and kamikazed them to the point where they kind of paid for themselves, really. Instead, it's been pretty conservative harass, where they come in, and if they're not absolutely sure they're going to do any damage, they get right back out.
Well, Gumiho adding on more barracks a little bit more quickly here than Spirit is. Spirit focusing a little bit heavier on those higher tech units, getting siege tanks and Vikings out. So he probably will control the air, but Gumiho going to have a little bit of a map control advantage. He's just going to have a few more units out there. He's starting his upgrades more quickly. So it looks like Gumiho is going to be the aggressor this game.
Yeah, Gumiho moving out now. He could get just above where the 3rd base is. Or he might even go into the main. Let's find out. It is, in fact, going to be an attack into the main. We have lots of Vikings over here as some of the medevacs can't even fully unload.
Oh, the Ravens actually get disabled here, so they can't really throw anything down. The siege tanks come out for Gumiho and do start to siege. Lands those Vikings. They do big damage against siege tanks. The SCV is coming out for a surround as well.
Beautifully done here by Spirit, completely shutting down the attack from Gumiho. A very inefficient trade, although 10 SCVs were killed, although I don't think that's quite enough, all things considered. That was a lot of the units that basically Gumiho was building up to this entire game.
Yeah, that units lost tab is like pretty similar right now, and when you look at the overall counts, there are more siege tanks for Spirit, and that is kind of the key unit in Terran versus Terran. If you have a siege tank advantage, that generally means that you do have a slight advantage in the game.
So we see this Banshee is actually still in this game, causing a little bit of mayhem on this side of the map. We're going to switch to first-person view here with Spirit now moving out onto the map. Keep in mind, he did take out, in a very good exchange, most of Gumiho's units, so he may be able to just supplant this command center.
Yeah, it looks like that is where he's headed. Now, we'll see if Gumiho is out of position. He can actually get a very clean siege. It looks like Gumiho realizes what's going on. A single Marine comes down to check.
And there's going to be a counterattack. I really like this idea here from Gumiho, but does that mean the defenses over here at his own base are going to be too shallow?
Well, his third base definitely going to have to lift off. It looks like it is going to be killed as well. Spirit losing a very important command center, but he forces back Gumiho's. The problem is he did not kill Gumiho's. But with these units, with this huge amount of siege tanks, with the fact that he has a Liberator, maybe he can continue to push.
Yeah, he's going to be able to kill all these SCVs up here, but I think there's so many tanks here for Spirit. I just wonder, between the Liberator and the tanks, can't he just leapfrog up into the natural expansion?
Very likely, but I think you're going to see Gumiho popping out as many Vikings as he can. If he gets a Viking advantage, then he can stop this type of move. But look at that, the Liberator going up over the barracks, trying to get those Marines as they pop out. Oh, a Cyclone comes out and does get disabled. One of the barracks going down, and now Gumiho's going to try to break out.
Okay, we're going to see him hit from both sides here. It looks like Spirit is just getting slammed.
Oh no, he's losing every single tank. That push is over for Spirit. And at the end of all this damage they've dealt to each other, it certainly feels to me like Gumiho has an advantage.
So we're going to see the action seesaw back over here with Gumiho moving out. Remember that we had not just one command center killed, but the second one that was being built up at around 12 o'clock, that was also denied. Gumiho can just chuck his command center that he saved right back down onto the ground.
That's right.
Gumiho is ahead in so many different metrics right now. It's going to be tough for Spirit for the next few minutes.
Well, Spirit does have his own plans here to try to come back. He's making a couple Liberators, which certainly can be helpful. The Vikings stopping that drop from coming. Actually, they get a medevac, which is really nice. Those siege tanks not really finding any damage here as the finished command center does lift off.
Okay, he's going to come back down. And I don't think that there's any real spot that Spirit can be attacked into, but that's kind of what happens if you're this far along in a game and you've been knocked down to 2 bases. Like, it's pretty hard to find any opening there. So I think wisely so, Gumiho decides to back up and wait it out. Looks like he has just a spotter Marine here.
Yeah, a couple siege tanks a little bit further back as well. A scan goes down from Spirit to just check what that containment really looks like. Now, the double Liberator coming in, there is a single missile turret here, so not sure if he's going to fly into that or already queued around. This could be some solid damage, but it looks like Gumiho already sees it.
Yeah, he's going to come up here into the main. The SCVs are already getting evacuated. This is about all that Spirit can do, you know, with the way this game has gone up here. Good move around here. He's going to escape with those medevacs and head down. The Liberators have been cleaned up. Obviously, he's going to be ready for this drop inbound here as well.
Yeah, Spirit just kind of down a little bit in every metric. There's still some play in this game. He has a couple medevacs out on the side that we see. Gumiho's aware that those are roaming, trying to look for damage. Gumiho also going to get 2-2 a little bit faster than Spirit here. So there's going to be a period of about a minute where Spirit just doesn't want to engage Marine against Marine.
Okay, these Marines are going to be coming back up. And nice engagement here. Gumiho losing a lot of tanks. Caught off guard there. And that's actually a big moment. You know, once the tank counts start to drop, the whole position softens. It becomes much more easier to have these little engages where you get in, get damage, and get right back out.
Yeah, man. You saw the look on Gumiho's face there. He was all pog champing it up when those siege tanks got peeled away. And now Spirit, like, he's closing in on that supply. He does have his third command center coming down again. And here we go. A big attack from Gumiho. Sieges up some tanks, but Spirit has more and forces him back once again.
He gets another tank over here, keeping all 4 of his alive. Now, again, Spirit is on 3 bases. Gumiho's on 4. Gumiho has mined more money. But it does seem like he's recently lost more of his stuff overall. Is there a position where he can try to come in here and do some damage?
Ooh, that one siege tank placed beautifully from Gumiho. Gumiho taking the high ground here. The tanks siege up. He's trying to gain vision with them, but it looks like Spirit's going to lose a lot of units with this attempt.
Yeah, nicely done here. I think it was a bit of an overextension there from Spirit, and certainly a bad position to go into. We had that tank just south of where Spirit tried to set up that was shelling that entire time. And, you know, this has really, at times, been a game of overextensions on both sides.
Yeah, they both are really trying to kill each other here. You know, with this much pressure, it kind of makes sense. Now, these SCVs come out to fight. That is very painful for Spirit, but he knows his army is small. He's got to win this battle. So he loses 20 SCVs, but actually ends up forcing this back.
Liberator going to come in here once more and try to Caused a little bit of a headache back in the base. It looks like this Viking's going to make quick work of that. Second one coming in here as well. It's going to set up over in the natural. Wow. We need to see Spirit take another command center. Gumiho is making 2 more command centers as we speak, Artosis.
Yeah, he's really starting to explode that economy, so Spirit needs to try to punish this. Can he get into these sides, maybe force some cancels, maybe kill some SCVs? Because he's down 30 workers right now, but the armies are really similar, so Spirit still can make very strong moves.
Yeah, but Spirit has to find that moment and do something with it. You know, it's never that obvious in a game like this where exactly you want to try to attack in. And I think Gumiho has a very smart idea. He knows his best defense is a good offense. He can just put pressure on this base, generate threats of drops into the main. Oh, God. Does he have enough? Okay, good call. That's just about enough Marines that you don't want to actually go in for it. I think if you had just 2 or 3 Marines less, you actually YOLO in and drop no matter what.
Yeah, if Spirit actually didn't have those units that tank there, that might have won the game for Gumiho. Yeah. But excellent defense, and now Spirit going for a counter drop here. He is going after this old third base location. A lot of Marines come out. Does he have enough, though? It's 3-3 upgrades for Gumiho's Marines.
Yeah, Spirit doing a lot of damage here, but it looks like Gumiho's just going to have enough. And meanwhile, this base is going to continue to be shelled. These SCVs, they don't want to be repairing. They want to be mining minerals, but they can't. And that's going to be it. GG, game number 1 goes to Gumiho.
Yeah, he's got to be happy about that. A disappointing game for Spirit. He played well. He had some very good moves in there and started the comeback a couple times, but it felt like Gumiho really controlled that game from A to Z.
Yeah, it was an interesting game. You know, it started out fairly conservative, and then they really started to overreach on either side. But, you know, I think the most important moment was really when Spirit lost his command center, his third base, to the Marines in the small counterattack, almost like it was a Zergling counterattack or something.
Yeah.
Whereas Gumiho lifted his off and then had a 4th command center after that.
That's right.
That being said, I think Spirit had an extremely impressive mid-game into late game there. I mean, he was behind and still generating threats and still getting in there.
Yeah, he did a really good job of drawing Gumiho's army around a little bit so he could break various positions and try to regain some footing on the map. But at the end of the day, like, Gumiho just continually applied pressure, and Spirit didn't have quite enough. Another big part was that upgrade advantage. We saw 2 different fights where Gumiho's Marines had 2 more upgrades.
Yeah.
And when you have a fight like that, it just goes completely one-sided like we saw in that final Marine battle.
So Spirit's down 1 game, but the best of 3 is going to continue on here. I did really enjoy the early game back there when we saw you know, the SCV get gunned down on the command center.
Yeah.
And then the second time that happened, it's these little, you know, instances at the start of the game that can really pull you further and further ahead.
Yeah, and, you know, this is something that the Korean Terrans know so well. Always a region of very strong Terran players, but we have these Europeans like Spirit rising up, giving them the challenge. And here we go into game number 2.
All right, Gumiho getting his towel ready as we're going to move on into this best of 3 and see if Spirit can recover or if Gumiho is going to close this out.
Yep, Gumiho ready. Spirit still fighting on, still trying to win this match. Let's see if he can tie it up.
All right, we're now moving into game number 2. In the upper left, in the red, hailing from Korea, he is Gumiho. His opponent down in the bottom right. The audience's favorite from Poland, he is Spirit.
And a big cheers to the audience for coming down so early in the day to watch these wonderful gamers go at it. And it's going to be an exciting one. Gumiho with the double proxy barracks coming.
Yeah, he's going to go for a very different game this time around. These barracks are both very close. Or where's he going to put this one? Okay, he's going to separate them just slightly. And now we want to watch, you know, from Spirit's side, what is he going to do? And it looks like he's going to go open up with a very kind of middle of the road build. You know, he's not proxied himself. He's not making a command center. This is where the gray area is on whether or not this is going to work.
Yes,
it's possible that Gumiho wins this in a few more minutes. It's possible that Spirit shuts this down. It's also possible that this becomes a pretty muddy game where it's not going to be clear who's ahead, and we're just going to transition into a longer game.
In fact, that last one, I feel like that's been happening a lot more with these two builds. The double proxy Barracks Reaper is very strong, but if your opponent is going for a factory before command center, you end up getting that Hellion out, which really helps when trying to hold it. But look at that perfect distance from the edge. He knows if his opponent makes a depot there, he still just barely will not see the barracks.
So this is a very mapped out build. He knows exactly what the vision range is. And by the way, fractions of a second matter with a build like this. So just having it that close up there. In fact, I think out of all, besides maybe some ZVZ games, all of the few fractions of a second early on are super impactful. Now, Spirit goes down and spots it, so on paper, this is good for him. He's going to try to block with the SCVs, but control can be a little bit slippery when it comes to SCVs and Reapers fighting each other.
I love this. He sends one Reaper around because it's become so common to do that little SCV trick where you catch them as they jump up. So he uses that Reaper in a different way, goes around, kills one SCV, slowing the factory just slightly, waiting for a little bit more Reaper production before he goes up.
Yeah, this is Gumiho. Little bit of a mind game here. He's going to come up. Remember that factory was delayed by just a few seconds, which actually matters so much in a moment like this. He guns down one SCV. He's going to go for the dive onto the Reapers. As the fourth one comes up, he gets in. He takes it out. No!
Oh, kills two Reapers there, loses one of his own. Now trying to put some damage down onto this Hellion. He does not want to lose any more of his Reapers. He takes a bit of damage, but these will heal up as he goes out of combat for a moment.
Yeah. All the SCVs repair that Hellion immediately. He needs that regen to kick in. The Reapers are going to come back in once more for a fight. The second Hellion is going to come out. The first Reaper comes in to spot for the rest. They move in.
Ooh, very nice micro here from Spirit so far. Not taking too much damage on his Hellions. He does pick off a Reaper, and now a Marauder comes out. Marauders actually do pretty well here against Reapers. So puts a lot of damage out, but great micro from Gumiho.
It just seems like just barely something's coming out to keep Spirit alive in this game. That other Reaper goes down. The SCVs with the repair. That one Reaper cannot continue to engage. And two shouldn't work either. I guess you could bounce the SCVs off, though. I kind of forget about that when it comes to the repairs.
It's always surprising just how good Reapers can do against Hellions, I have to tell you. Deal a lot of damage there, but some good repairs from Spirit, some solid micro, and he will live through it.
Yeah, very nicely done. And so this is that muddy game we were talking about that we might get here. I thought for a second Gumiho might be able to snowball that, but it seems like each unit came out just in time to buy time for the next unit to come out. And so here we are. By the way, not very often you get to see a Reaper shoot down a Marauder.
Yeah, no, it happens sometimes, I guess. I don't normally see that. You're right.
There are some unit interactions that you just don't really see, but they do end up occurring in some pro matches.
Yeah, I feel like I almost never see that be the response to get the tech lab and try to pop a Marauder out real quick. I liked it, though. It seemed to have worked pretty well. And now we're moving forward, and this is very interesting, right? They're pretty close to each other within two SCVs. They're both getting their command centers up, but we actually have mag field accelerators for the Cyclones coming up for Gumiho. So there's a possibility that he goes into mech play here.
Yeah, I think that's literally what he's doing. I was actually scratching my head when I saw the second barracks come in there. Normally, after the rush is done, you send one barracks back home for production, and then the other one comes in and surveys what's happening so you don't just get hard countered. But he sent both in. So it makes sense to then go from mech with that. The one thing I worry about is, did he just give away his build order by flying both barracks in there? Is that not too obvious that then it is going to be Cyclone play?
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that is, because you do normally want to get those home, or at least one of them, as you said. Now, he shows multiple Cyclones, which isn't that weird for early game, and trying to get these lock-ons. Oh my god, is he going to get that Raven? He does! That's a big kill.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Now, with the Cyclones and the Medivacs here working in tandem, I mean, there's a lot of great micro tricks you could pull off. And especially with that first Raven being killed off, you don't have to disable. And so he's going to just start putting pressure here into the main.
Yeah, look at this. He's going to go ahead, hit some of these lock-ons, pick off some SCVs, and he can escape pretty darn well here. What are we going to see as a lock-on here for Spirit? Oh, no! He gets nabbed so quickly there by the lock-ons.
Okay, we've got The Raven just outside of the main here. Surely that's going to come in, and there's going to be an auto turret thrown down there to try to get some kills. Not a bad idea. Also not the most impactful thing in the game. There is some action going on down here. It looks like he's just in a position where he can kind of chip away at that refinery because the tank is actually on the other side of the command center.
And looks like he's trying to harass with those just lightly. The two in the medevac come back in and drop right next to a sieged tank. Doesn't look like he's going to get too much damage, but continuing to try at least. This is the most Cyclone harassment I've ever seen.
Yeah. He's actually going to go on top of that tank. Kind of a funny moment and then try to back away. This is actually so good.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe he killed that.
For a
Picks
second,
it up too.
I thought the tank was going to go in the refinery, Artosis.
It wanted to, believe me.
Yeah.
It's like, I will collect gas, please don't kill me.
Yeah, it kind of goes to show you what you can actually do with a Cyclone. You know, Gumiho, I mean, if you could think of one unit that represented Gumiho, it really would be the Cyclone. He had so many great games in the past, and clearly now in the present using this unit.
Still some counter harassment going on from Spirit. So he's keeping that SCV count very, very similar. The army supply as well is pretty similar here. It is a mech build from Gumiho. He's making just mechanical units, tanks, Hellions, Cyclones, all that. Whereas it's going to be Marine Marauder for the most part coming out of Spirit.
Oh, who's going to block it first? I think the barracks gets down.
Oh, so annoying.
Yeah, good play there by Gumiho. That was actually pretty sick. He's going to have to get something over there to hit that barracks. That's actually a lot of lost mining time. The third base is very important in TVT to help you pick up on your development.
He's not producing SCVs out of it as well. Yeah. It is certainly very, very annoying. He even brings his army down to try to be even more annoying, and now he's going to deny this third.
This is so good.
Yeah.
Oh, overextension there.
Well, I think at this point, like, Spirit will probably just fly this to another third base. There's always a couple of choices you can make. He wanted this, the third that's being blocked, but he can take the other one.
Okay, so he's going to come in here now with these tanks. He could juggle that one right out. And he's actually going to drop the tank onto the other tank. A lot of splash damage coming down here.
Yeah, Spirit flanking from that low ground as well. I feel like Gumiho is getting maybe a little bit too fancy.
Yeah, I think he's trying to do too much with too little here. By the way, this Liberator is killing all the SCVs in this picture box down in the bottom right.
Ooh,
that's 8 SCV kills.
Very nice.
Okay, these tanks are still here, but I feel like it's actually... Okay, he needs to make sure that doesn't actually get in range of anything. He needs to get that out. It's, you know, always important to know when to attack, but you also need to know when you need to retreat and not lose too much.
Well, these Liberators getting a little bit of damage done. It's a 10-worker lead for Spirit right now, so he's done well on the worker harassment, but I'm a little bit nervous about his army size. Gumiho definitely is outpacing him with mech, which is not what you want to see.
So another attack's going to come down here from Gumiho. He's regrouped. He's got a lot more tanks, and it looks like he may be trying to target the bottom base here at 6 o'clock.
It looks like some nice micro there, picking up the 2 injured siege tanks, continuing to move forward. His Viking's going to gun everything down. GG! And Gumiho going to take down Spirit 2-0, securing his place in that round of 12. You know, Spirit put up a great fight this tournament, gave us a lot of fantastic games, but unfortunately, his journey ends here.
You know, he's such a strong, aggressive player. He created so many opportunities for himself in that game. So many moments where he could eke out more damage. I was blown away by some of the Cyclone control, what we saw with him picking off tanks, dropping onto a siege tank, and then as it unsieges, running out of range, targeting it down.
Yeah.
Very cool to see. You know, the Korea region, I think they really do have the best TVT players out there.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that, Tasteless. Gumiho, one of many.
All right, we're going to throw it over to the desk with Caleris and the boys and get their thoughts on that 2-0 with Gumiho winning.
Cheers, lads. That is Gumiho moving through, guaranteed into the round of 12 now at 2-0 going his way. And oh, he executed very well here in this series. Fear Dragon and Pig. Pig, I mean, for me, even more evident in Game 2 was just the step-by-step game plan Gumiho has going into these games. Very evident, very methodical.
Yeah, he's going to throw you into a bit of deep water, isn't he? I mean, you look at the way he's picking up tanks, dropping them on the ledge, landing a barracks to stop the flank from coming in. It's these annoying little things that you're not used to dealing with, and it sums up Gumiho's style. It really is. He's just unique, different things. He's so versatile. And when you're saying, hey, this is the most important match of my career, I've got to win, I can't even drop a map, there's just so much pressure on Spirit's shoulders. And you add to that a weird guy like Gumiho that puts you in bad situations. And this is just a very difficult series and a perfect play from Gumiho.
I felt like there were moments, especially in game 1 for Dragon, where because there is that much pressure on Spirit, I feel like he's a little further in some of these engagements than he normally would be, and maybe that ends up being the downfall.
No, I am actually totally with you there, James, and he said it himself, right? This is the most important match of his life. He's putting pressure on himself. I think that StarCraft is always this mental game where you're trying to find the balance on how much pressure do you put on yourself that you can still bring out your best, but not start kind of deteriorating in your performance. And I think I really got to hand it to Gumiho, though. He put on so much additional pressure just through his gameplay. He was making so many great moves. Taking that first game, honestly, after that first game, I was really worried this is going to be a quick 2-0. I think game number 2 turned into more of an interesting game, but oh man, Gumiho played so well.
It was actually a good hold here, I gotta say. Like, it looked from the first Reaper damage that it was going to get out of control. The fact that he stabilized from here was actually impressive for Spirit, but of course it's not just dealing with one thing, it's the follow-ups as well. I would also say the one thing in that previous game is when he broke the contain, I kind of wish Spirit turtled at home and did a bit of drop harass. I feel like engaging in the messy war was where his advantages lied in the previous series that he did well in, and Gumiho on the other hand was able to be the one who was always kind of dropping and surprising him. Spirit lost a bit of the momentum in this series. Seems like Gumiho is just a good stylistic matchup against him.
These upgraded Cyclones as well, putting in a shift and a half against Spirit here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see in just all these engagements toward the end of it kind of already lost the steam at that point. It was tough to do a whole lot from that point just because he had fallen behind.
Yeah, unfortunate here for Spirit, but I think ultimately he can still be very proud of the run that he's exhibited here. 13th through 16th position, considering the games he showed as well, not only in the brackets, but also here in the group stage. Very, very impressive.
I mean, last year, 2022, he got Game of the Year at the very start in Katowice versus Nice. He very well may have done it twice against Zaun and Cure already, not to mention some bangers in the group stage. He should be very proud of what he's achieved, and unfortunate, of course, for a lot of the fans, but he's added so much pizzazz to this tournament, given us someone to cheer for, came in as a big underdog, and outperformed everyone's expectation.
It's the World Championship. It is very difficult to be able to even get just to the final bracket stage, but it is now time to head over to the stage to hear from the man moving on to the round of 12.
Thank you very much, Calaris, and congratulations, Gumiho, with this 2-0. Not only was that a phenomenal series for us to watch, you are through to the round of 12 for the first time in 6 years. Tell us what this means to you.
이제 고병재 선수 너무 축하드리고요. 이 승리로 이제 12강 진출을 6년 만에 하셨는데 지금 소감, 기분이 어떤지 소감 한마디만 주세요.
정말 너무 기쁘고, 사실 어제 3승을 했을 때 올라갈 거라고 생각해서 약간 마음을 놓고 있었다가 갑자기 데스매치가 되는 바람에 진짜 잠을 거의 못 잤거든요, 제가. 그랬는데 이렇게 올라갈 수 있게 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같아요.
So he says, I'm ecstatic. Honestly, yesterday when I got the 3 wins in my group, I was feeling very comfortable because I thought I had a surefire road to the playoffs, and then it turned into this scenario where I was put in this sort of deathmatch situation with Spirit, where it was actually really important for me to take a map. So I honestly couldn't even sleep last night. I was so nervous about it, but therefore I'm so glad that I was able to win right now and proceed to the playoffs. And you just talked about how nervous you were. How was that map won for you? Because I'm sure it was nerve-wracking for both of you, but there were a few dicey moments, especially at the beginning of the game where we saw Spirit take out some of your tanks. What was going through your head?
이제 1세트 때 방금 좀 긴장을 많이 했다고 했었는데 1세트 때 이제 스피릿 선수께서 이제 막 탱크도 좀 죽이고 그랬을 때 얼마나 긴장했나요?
사실 그 1경기가 제가 스스로가 긴장하고 있다는 게 계속 느껴졌던 게 뭐냐면 서플 보급고가 계속 막히는 거예요. 그래서 사실 그 타이밍도 엄청 느리고, 그래서 원래는 무조건 통할 거라고 생각했던 것들이 다 막히는 바람에 엄청 긴장했는데 병력이 서로 엇갈린다는 걸 알았을 때 저는 제가 이길 거라고 생각했어요. 제가 그런 건 되게 자신 있어서.
So he says, for sure I was very nervous in map number 1, and the really clear, obvious reason that I realized I was nervous out of my mind was I kept getting freaking supply blocked. And so all the things that I kept wanting to do, I couldn't because I was supply blocked and I couldn't get my units out in time. But as we proceeded later and I realized we had the same sort of builds going on, I started to get a lot more confident because in that scenario, I knew I would be able to outplay him. And now last question for you, Gumiho. Not only is it 6 years since the last time you were in the playoffs, it's actually been 4 years since you were last in Katowice as well. It must be so special for you to be back here at the World Championship in front of all of these players, all of these fans and players. Tell us what it means for you to be on the stage in front of these fans, as well as your expectations for the rest of the tournament. 일단 6년 만에 이제 플레이오프 진출을 했는데 이제 4년 만에 카토비체에 다시 왔어요. 그래서 이 무대에 다시 쓰는 것도, 그리고 이 팬들 앞에서 게임하는 것도 기분이 좀 남다를 것 같은데 기분이 어떤지, 그리고 남은 대회 예상.
당연히 엄청 기쁘기도 하고, 그리고 제가 게임을 다시 했을 때, 군대를 전역하고 다시 했을 때 이 카토비체가 오는 게 가장 목표였고, 그걸 이루게 돼서 기쁘고, 그리고 팬들 앞에서 꼭 이기는 모습을 보여주고 싶었어요. 이렇게 메인 스테이지에서 했을 때. 근데 어제 너무 약간 무기력하게 지는 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 너무 안타까웠고, 오늘 그래서 이기는 모습 보여드릴 수 있어서 기쁘고, 12강도 좋은 게임 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
So absolutely, I'm very, very happy to be in front of all these fans and to play in front of you. When I went to the army and I came back, I actually set it as a personal goal of mine to be able to come back to Katowice, to be able to play in front of all of you fans here. And I was really upset because when I had the opportunity yesterday to be on the main stage in front of all you guys, I had such a sad loss, and I didn't want that to be the impression I left on all of you guys. So I was just really happy that I was able to get this chance again in front of all of you fans to show a much better performance on the main stage, and I hope to be able to continue this for the rest of the tournament as well. But for now, congratulations, Gumiho. You are through to the playoffs once again. We are going to head back to the desk to get ready for our next game.
There we have it. Does anyone remember that time that Gumiho won a GSL? I do, and he is damn good at the video game. Welcome back here to the desk. We actually have other matches going on, though, here while that one was happening, which is on Laptop 1 with Fear Dragon. Your match is still ongoing, right?
Yes, it is Estrella versus Showtime. Now, I want to note that this is not one of the matches that's going to be determining a lot of the seeding in the groups for going to the playoffs and everything, but it is still a really, really sick match between two top-notch Protoss players, and it's also for $300. These two players are sitting 1-1 right now. Estrella, okay, I actually, as I was doing that intro, this landscape of what was happening changed as I saw just 7 disruptors chasing an army of like 20 stalkers. But we do see Showtime has been able to garner himself a bit of a lead. He's been up in the game for quite a bit because this game started off with Estrella going for a 1-base blink attack. He tried to do this really, really clever thing where you can see over here, these minerals were mined out because Estrella took this gas geyser and was trying to bounce back and forth and mine out the minerals.
It was he kind of got caught breaking into the back door of the house, though, right? And Showtime showed up with a shotgun in his boxer shorts and chased him off.
A little bit awkward in that front, but Showtime has been doing a great job of just maintaining a little bit of that lead, but it's kind of gotten to that funky stage of PvP where there's a lot of disruptors on the map and anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of raw combat units, Australia's been quite behind for a long time, so he's doing that smart thing where he's leveraging big splash damage units, he's building more static defense, and he's setting up to play, you know, Blink Dark Templar, a handful of Stalkers, and a lot of Disruptors. And his gateway count sucked. Like, can we see the production? He's just added his gateways. He's been on 2 gates for the last, like, 8 minutes of this game.
Now. All right. Let's calm down. He's got a 3rd gateway now.
They're all transforming as we speak. But, I mean, 14 minutes to get to, like, past 3 gateways, that's a very Australia special tactic.
Yeah. A lot of really nice pickoffs and everything over here from from Showtime. But this game is going to be going on. I believe this should be on, I think, the C stream as well, if anyone's interested in checking this out.
If people want to check it out, thank you very much. Actually, Fear Dragon as well, it's even more than just $300 because the difference between 6th and 5th place is $1,000. So 6th is $3,000, 5th is $4,000. So yeah, quite a bit to play for still here for Australian Showtime with just one map remaining. Thank you very much for that update. We'll move on now from Laptop 1 and we can actually head on over to Pig. You had the remaining series with Raynor doing very well in his group.
Yes, Raynor had a match versus Creator. We can actually go straight into the laptop if we want and look at the second game. Unfortunately, we do have a technical difficulty with this replay, so I can't update the scoreboard, but it is 1-0 for Raynor at this stage in the game. And you can see Creator tried to do a very clever blink all-in on 2-base.
On altitude.
The problem is that when you don't veto altitude, the Zerg knows you've got a special tactic up your sleeve.
I was going to say.
Raynor's like, why would you let me play this map? Oh, yeah, you're doing something really cheeky. So he was scouting really well. He had a lot of Zerglings out there. You can see they were kind of behind this. So they've already delayed the push by threatening catching the units that are warping in. And Raynor shows just a clinic of buying time with Ravager Biles, Queens, and a big stack over here on the left, dropping transfusers to heal. And I just love the patience. I mean, you can see Creator's a very good micro player, runs in and actually one-shots a couple Queens and gets out of there. But every time he does a move like that, he gets punished. Raynor says, no, no, no. You kill a few Queens, you pay a big tax, and you do not want to be losing Stalkers in these scenarios. So even though the units lost tab looked pretty good for Creator to start, a lot of his Stalkers were taking a lot of damage, and Raynor just showed that excellent Ravager micro he's known for. One of the hardest players to finish off in this matchup when he's got Ravagers in front of you.
Really, really sick amount of damage that happened in there. I love when players are able to kind of bust out these sort of strategies and be aggressive like this, but it's like, I love also the point that you were making, Big. If altitude is out there, like there has to be something planned, and I love that Raynor is just, he's adjusting to that kind of stuff.
That's such a heavy timer on him, right? If he's 3-base just sitting here, the Stalkers need to get something done, and right now they're not getting anything done.
You know, there is a game plan where you're not really killing much, but you are killing stuff. If you don't lose any Stalkers, you will eventually max out. It sounds silly, but I've seen players max out on 2-base Stalker and actually end up winning the game. The problem is he's lost too many units through this, and Raynor with the Biles, Creative feels so much pressure to do damage, but every time one of these Stalkers goes down, it just kind of becomes a situation where it's like, okay, that timer of, hey, I'm at 180 supply of pure Blink Stalkers and I can out-micro you for days, it's not working because they're all deep in the red and the yellow and they are getting hit down by those Biles. So this goes on for a few more minutes. Eventually, Raynor does split across the map, do a bit of a run-by, and breaks down Creative's
I was going to say, does this go on forever?
I was like, is this live? Is that what we're still
We don't need to watch the whole replay.
No,
it's
no, no.
5 more minutes of this.
No.
Into Raynor getting in with some Roaches and Lings and killing the economy.
No, thank you. Okay.
Even then, actually, Creative microed for 2 more minutes on 0 probes. Just
so you are lying. I don't believe you.
I'm not kidding. I'm not going to get like 12 Stalkers. And he was like, I'm not leaving this game.
That's amazing.
Well,
that's dedication.
And yet he still advances into the round of 12. So congratulations to Creator, of course. Raynor will top the group, the only player here that has gone 5-0 in their group. Okay, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we are moving on to our other half of groups. We're going to be going over to Group C to conclude all the Zerg versus Zerg craziness that actually went down there as well. So we'll see you in a few. All right, we are into Group C here as we have just 2 more series worth of time remaining before we actually move into the round of 12 for the World Championship. Joining me, we have Wardy as well as Rotterdam for this one. Everyone's got dressed up. Look how dapper you guys look. Woo. And it's going to be a good one because we are going into Elazer versus Serral. It's quite the classic when it comes to Europe as a whole. It's Zerg versus Zerg. For Serral, it's very, very difficult at the moment in the groups as a whole. But actually, I've just remembered, I need to thank Intel for being here at the Intel Extreme Masters. That's quite the segue. Intel, you're awesome. Thank you. Let's talk about Serral as well as Elazer. This matchup here for Serral, it's kind of important because he's not had a good time in the groups.
It is super important. He did recover last night. He got the 2-0 over Hero, which puts him in a way better position than he was in. Still important to win here. I mean, this group's actually wide open because it's not just Serral. Like, Hero could be eliminated. If he loses to Special, if Stola wins, if Serral wins, this group's actually really wide open. And yesterday it was looking kind of doom and gloom for Serral, but honestly, he's in no worse a position than a lot of the other guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Roddy, your thoughts?
Yes, there are about 17 different possible outcomes, and it's really hard for all of us to break them down. So we're going to keep it simple. And the simple thing is, Serral wins, he's always fine, because then obviously other people have to lose. So as long as Serral wins and the reigning defending champion will still move in to most likely the round of 12, I'm sure there is one weird scenario where Serral can still win the group, but a lot of weird things have to happen for that. I guess Special needs to 2-0 and then Serral needs to 2-0. Then maybe there is a tiny chance.
No, he can't.
No, he can't, correct.
Because someone's always going to be 4-1. So Serral's always round of 12
always
if
round
he
of 12.
wins.
But the most important thing for Yona is very simple. If he wins, he is fine.
I think something very exciting as well is that Special could potentially be #1 in this group.
Absolutely.
Which is awesome as well. But gentlemen, it's already time to head on to the game. The players are ready to make their way to the stage. So let's head on over now to greet them and find out if Serral can survive the defending world champion or if Elazer can take him out.
On the desk said it best. Our reigning defending champion here at the World Championship must win here to keep his Katowice dream alive. Can he do it? Or will our Polish Zerg be able to knock him out? Please welcome on stage, it is Serral and Elazer.
Once again, the defending world champion Serral finds himself in a precarious position. A bit of a must-win for him here as he faces off against Elazer. Historically, he does do well against the Polish Zerg. However, this particular tournament, Serral has looked off in the matchup, whereas Elazer has looked very confident.
Yeah, Zerg versus Zerg has always been a little bit shaky on Serral's end. Now, obviously, whenever we say shaky, it's mostly because his Zerg versus Terran and his Zerg versus Protoss have looked near unbeatable for many years, but he does tend to lose Zerg versus Zerg from time to time. And sadly for him, in the group that he found himself in with this particular tournament, there were a lot of other Zerg players. Yes, he did very well against Special. Yes, he did very well against Hero, but he ended up losing against the other 2 Zergs in the group so far. This is a must-win for Serral. Serral needs to win this to move on, right? I mean, there might be some weird scenarios where, to keep it at least in his own hands, he really needs to obtain a victory here.
Yeah, that's the best way that we can put it, right? To keep it in his own hands. If he gets this 2-0, then easy peasy, pretty much lemon squeezy. If not, then he is waiting backstage, I guess, with a lot of other people, kind of just like, you know, biting his nails, wondering what the hell is going to happen. So it's a lot of pressure, which Serral is not unfamiliar with, but
he seems to even like enjoy that almost, right? I feel like he powers up in this sort of scenario.
Yeah, well, you never really doubt Serral, do you?
No.
You never look at him and you're like, oh, he literally looks unnerved. Because even when we have done that, you know, like, he like loses and he's kind of like running his hand through his hair and stuff like that. And we're like, oh man, is he really worried?
To himself a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, he does that when he wins too. So it's like, well.
Yesterday when he was playing against Hero, in between the games, he looked very angry. I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that, but he looked very angry. I'd never seen him like that before. Normally he's talking to himself and he's like shaking his head, but now he just. Yeah, he was ready to win that series and go to the hotel.
Yeah, I guess that was it. It was a long day for a lot of people, and again, he was one of the more nervous people then too, having to get that victory against Hero, which he did. But now against Elazer, I mentioned that historically Elazer does not do well against Serral, but the last time they played was about 8 months ago, apparently.
Wow.
I one double, triple check, but it's definitely like an 06 right there on the month. So that is a long time, and of course, before the patch and before the maps, which seems to be collectively people have agreed the maps play a bigger part here. And then, of course, before this actual tournament, where again, Serral has looked a little bit weaker in the matchup. So it is very, very dangerous right now for Serral.
Elazer has looked very strong as well in the Zerg versus Zerg matchup, already taking down some very strong players in this particular event. He plays ZVZ a little bit differently than the other European Zergs do, and apparently not a lot of the European Zergs actually want to practice with Serral either. Raynor obviously faces off against him all the time in tournaments, and well, Raynor seems to have his number when it comes to the matchup, so no reason for Raynor to really practice against Serral. I think Lambo doesn't really want to play too much ZVZ. No. Elazer doesn't really want to play too much ZVZ, so yeah, what's left?
Well, no one really, because they face each other so often, or they can often face each other as the only, well, not the only top-tier Zergs, but certainly established top 4 Zergs right there. They don't want to play against each other. They don't want to be revealing each other's secrets. So they don't actually practice it a lot, because also Europe is not dominated by Zergs anymore. So you might have, like, technically maybe some weaker mechanics in that matchup, although I'm not sure. I'm totally, I'm not actually doubting that. But you certainly aren't really like having the script in front of you for your opponent, right? Where you might have you face the same Protoss over and over and over again.
Yeah, so one thing that Elazer has been doing differently compared to those other Zergs we just mentioned is that he's been changing up his evolution chamber timings quite a bit. With Home Story Cup that we had recently, he was essentially not making any Evo chambers at all, which was a little bit funny. But he ended up doing really well in the ZVZ matchup. Turns out if you have a couple more units, I guess, and you don't spend the resources on an Evo chamber and the upgrades and all that, you can just get more units and your attack will be more aggressive. In this particular event so far, he's been playing evolution chambers, but a little bit later. He's been going for a lot of timing attacks and then, yeah, starting up those upgrades a little bit later on into the game. And I wonder, like, okay, so here's the thing, right? Since the other top-level Zergs don't delay their Evo chambers, I'm inclined to believe that going quick Evos is better. But because of that, Elazer, yeah, he obviously doesn't play all too often against Serral. He may not be showing a lot of his games, and the timings may just be a little bit different. So I wonder if that's something that Serral is concerned about at all.
I mean, I guess one thing you can say is that they have information on each other's EVZs for this tournament. They could watch the other groups. They could actually prepare a little bit. Again, a bit of a change from last year's schedule, where the format as far as groups is the same, but then we actually divvied it up each day. So they actually had some time to prepare. Perhaps they were all trying to, get information from other Zergs. You have any intel, please give it to me and not to that guy. Because this is super important for Serral. Elazer, unfortunately, is already knocked out of the group, right? So that's always one of those awkward things. However, $300 on the line for at least winning this best of 3. A bit of an advanced placement, perhaps. Not sure about that. But you're not going to have Elazer be like, yep, I'm not going to try. Like, that's absolutely not going to be him. So, yeah, it's a bit weird in that scenario, but Serral definitely would be the one who would be like, please let me through. Like, that would be so great. Yeah. But of course he won't, right?
Yeah, no, seeding or ending up higher in the group is going to be significantly better as well as far as the prize pool for this particular tournament goes. So even though Elazer does not have an option to move on in the tournament anymore, he certainly wants to win because of money, right? Money is still is still pretty nice.
Yeah, and imagine you're that guy that to say like, yeah, I was the reason that Serral didn't advance to Katowice. Like,
I believe these guys are pretty good friends as well, right? But I mean, yeah, when it comes to competition, they're not going to make it easy, that's for sure.
Yes, exactly. It's all fair in war. We are waiting for a couple of, I think, the technical issues right now, guys, but they are obviously ready on stage. So we're getting into the map Royal Blood. One of the differences of this map pool, specifically when it comes to this matchup, is we don't have any like awkward hidden bases like we did in the last map pool with like Moondance basically being that one. And then the question of, I guess, aggressive timing is those 12 pools, also more in question on the new map pool.
Yesterday, Serral actually played a game against Solar where Technically, you can't hide a base, but Solar put a proxy hatchery way in the corner of the map.
Wow,
it's a little bit funny, a little bit strange. He didn't find it until quite a bit later on into that game, and he actually did end up winning in that map. Look at Serral, man. Doing cool flips right there with the mouse upside down.
It's amazing what you can think of doing when you're bored.
Some people do pen flips.
They're
Serral
both doing it.
Mouse flips. Oh my god.
They're both doing it. Wow. Ah, yes. Elazer definitely getting in his head. That's what it is. It's the mouse wars. That's what the admins are typing in chat. Who has the coolest mouse tricks?
I don't know. I liked what Serral was doing a little bit better. Oh, I think this is Serral, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have slightly different.
Can we get like a head-to-head on the mice wars?
Serral doesn't notice. I don't think Serral has
No, he
noticed that
doesn't.
Elazer was looking at him the entire time. Serral's very much so focused on the game. Look at Elazer. Elazer's looking over the entire time.
I mean, I guess, well, first of all, that's kind of them, right? Like, Elazer would be the kind of cheekier
there you
guy
go.
a lot of the time. But then, of course, Serral, he should be kind of nervous. Again, he doesn't let it get to him. And sometimes you do wonder if he has those emotions. But he is the one in the position that should be thinking very hard about how he's going to win this one. Where Elazer, obviously, again, wants to win it. But you do have a little bit of that alleviated pressure. Now you're just like, well, I can beat Serral in a best of 3. I know I can. And it's no longer going to be life or death. So he's kind of playing that part, but better.
Serral's saying in the chat, what if it breaks? Elazer says, just keep spinning it on its back. Apparently these guys are just having a little bit of fun chatting to each other in the pre-game lobby. Seems like the technical difficulties have been resolved, so we are going to be jumping into this very first map very, very shortly.
Yes.
It's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it. I hope we're going to see a good ZVZ. Sometimes, of course, the ZVZ matchup, it can be, let's just say, very explosive, right? It can be over very rapidly, but we have those very long, drawn-out macro games from time to time as well, and I'm hoping we're going to be getting some of that.
We might just, but I think with Elazer in this CVZ, we're going to have one of those situations where it's going to be off the back of a attack that didn't quite work, right? Or all-in that did enough damage, no longer call it an all-in. But finally, we can actually let the games do a little bit of the talking as we head into game number 1 of this best of 3. In the top right as the red Zerg for Team Liquid, he is Elazer.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left from Finland, he is Serral. Joining Basilisk, of course, recently. Still funny to see him in that new jersey after being part of Team ENCE for such a long time, but I mean, he's looking good.
Yeah, Basilisk with a ton of fantastic pickups. Great addition to the scene, basically in the last year, right? So we do have them both going for hatch first.
Yeah.
Again, the 12 pull kind of in question with the amount of rush distances that is actually viable or better for that. You can throw it in as far as just mixing it up and kind of catching your opponent off guard. But then we also had the patch kind of take out the possibility of that hidden spine crawler.
Yeah, and the drone micro is also a little bit more reliable. At this level of play in Zerg versus Zerg, it already was rather uncommon to go for a lot of cheese just because the opponents are so good at defending it, right? We obviously see it mixed in from time to time, but with the new maps, with the new drone micro that you can pull off, with the new hatchery range, the vision range that is, I don't suspect we're going to see a whole lot of cheese. Honestly, Serral in the past didn't really lose to early game aggression that much anyways. Every once in a while, I guess we've had like a 12 pool going up against like a hatchery first, right? Which can kind of result in a build order loss. But I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of that in the best of 3.
Well, certainly not to start things off. And while we wait for things to get a little more heated, you know, they got the thirds up, and then usually that's when you go in the Baneling Nest. And we'll talk about the mind games perhaps a bit after that. I do want to just go ahead and try and highlight how much Serral would usually be very confident against Elazer. The last time that he took Elazer took a map off of Serral was 2020. So they've played 7 series, and no maps were taken by Elazer, which, you know, people would usually also be like, really, ZVZ? Like, volatile? How is that possible? But Serral was incredibly consistent and really had time, I think, to perfect his ZVZs. Whenever it revealed a weakness, he would get in there and he would fix it, but usually not in such a short amount of time, again, showing some weakness. Literally yesterday and the day before, can you fix that within 48 hours? And Elazer showing a lot of that confidence. I mean, this is the time to finally get that map, you know, after 3 years.
Yeah, we'll see what Elazer decides to go for here as both players are opening up in the exact same way. Quick third hatcheries, drones on the back of it, a small group of Zerglings to attack, but also to defend. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Normally what we see is a, well, there you go, a Baneling Nest on both sides of the map, and then Evo Chambers in a conventional game of StarCraft 2 usually go up as soon as that Baneling Nest finishes. Now, Serral will likely do so. I wonder what Elazer is planning.
Yeah, exactly. Elazer has shown, as you were talking about Home Story Cup, the non-evolution chamber, he did show it in his group actually for Katowice. It did not look particularly good versus Solar, but then actually worked a little bit later on. Quite a few lings on the way for Serral at this point, looking to provide some aggression. Sometimes they call this a bit of a micro test, that sometimes it can cause either a bad reaction, like an underdefense from the other Zerg player, or even an overreaction, which then gives you the opportunity to build more drones.
Elazer right now sees those Zerglings leaving as well, and that is very important. That's going to give him a little bit of time to make some additional links himself as well. He's morphing in some Banelings there too, and Serral is on the other side of the map as well, so that Overlord I don't think is going to scout those Banelings here for Serral. Yeah, this is going to be a micro test, right? Are you on point? Well, first off, the Queen in a lot of trouble already, and she does end up going down. Not a bad start right here for Serral.
No, not at all, actually. This is a fantastic... Oh, okay, there's the trade there, but Serral also gets 2 Banelings into the naturals. Elazer paying attention in the last second. Still loses 4 drones, and of course that Queen, and there's a lot more lings still at play. Not enough for Serral to think he can really do anything. He was building some drones behind this as well, right? Not very committed, and just building some defensive Banelings as he is the first one to throw down a Ro12.
Yeah, this is exactly the start you're looking for here as Serral. You want to be able to pick off that Queen because that's going to slow down the Zergling and the drone production. You want to be able to just slow down your opponent in any way that you can. There's, however, now a counterattack from Elazer. Can he maybe pull the same trick on the opponent? There are a couple of Banelings. Okay, decent connections, but the Queen is going to go down.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge there from Elazer. What I am more concerned about, though, actually, that's Serral grabs a Queen with the lings that are still on the other side of the map. Also a couple of drones, but his follow-up Ro12 is what I also was going to talk about. But hey, this apparently is keeping on going. Another Queen is going to lose her life. More drones will fall here, and Elazer will only just now come back to deal with this.
I wonder if Serral's just going to flood right now.
Exactly,
right? Like,
yeah.
There's not a whole lot of units that you can make. You really need those Queens. Well, there's one available again at the third base, but she's also going to go down. Well, at least it seems that way.
This is snowballing. This is absolutely snowballing. Elazer is trying to recover his drone count. Doesn't realize that there's probably, roaches on the way right now. I'm not sure what his scouting has been. It's too action-packed, and Serral is not really letting up the pressure either. By doing this, he not only potentially grabs himself more damage, furthering his cause, or he keeps Elazer distracted, not realizing there's a follow-up on the way.
Oh, Serral getting a nice detonation right there at the end as well. Elazer trying to micro against it, but he realizes the Roach counterattack is going to be too much. Yeah, when you have no Queens, you have no Roach Warren. What are you going to do? Yeah. You got to trickle out a couple Zerglings, maybe make a Spine Crawler, but when you're economically behind, then you lose to third base. You're still at a lower drone count. You would never win the game in the long run. So Serral obtains a quick 1-0 advantage right here over Elazer.
Yeah. Yesterday we kind of said with his win against Protoss player Hero that he is done losing, but we were still kind of questioning the ZVZ aspect. Well, it seems like he really did just decide, I'm done losing. Like, back on track, back to defeating Elazer against someone who has previously been very comfortable against. Looked really dominating in that first game.
Yeah, you said it right. It's snowballing. We see it very commonly in games of StarCraft 2, but especially in the mirror matchups, it can happen when both players are making the same units. And especially when the units are as fast as Zerglings, yeah, it's the player with more units that tends to end up winning, right? So losing that Queen right there, losing a couple of drones to a couple of Banelings, all of it adds up very, very quickly. So Serral said, well, I'm just going to rinse and repeat. Maybe see if I can obtain the victory right here, right now. And that's exactly what ended up going down. Small mistake right there for Elazer. He obviously knows what he did wrong. And now, yeah, I'll be surprised if he makes the mistake again in the next game. Yeah, you can't really beat yourself up too much, right, over a game like that.
No, I mean, I think it's actually hard to beat yourself up about the matchup, against losing against Serral in general, and then letting, just kind of any game, any matchup, any player kind of snowball. It does happen. So Elazer got to shake that one off. Serral looking to not only grab this 1-0, but of course 2-0, and again make it so much easier for him to just get into the playoffs. That would just be nice and sweet. But we still have game 2 to play out on Gressfon. Once again, we are on top of the Polish Zerg in the top left. For Team Liquid, he is Elazer.
And his opponent in the bottom right-hand corner makes some noise for Serral.
Not just some, a lot.
Yeah. He's getting more cheers than our Polish player, it feels like.
Serral, he's definitely accrued quite a few fans. He's won a couple of tournaments.
He's done all right for himself.
Kind of cool. Yes, thank you guys so much for showing up. I mean, it's still kind of early. I don't know, you guys partying out last night. You're just making sure you got here nice on time.
I know Serral was doing an autograph session yesterday as well, and the queue was very, very long. Yeah, there were a lot of people ready to get Serral's signature. And I mean, who can blame him, right? Even if you don't follow StarCraft 2 very closely, there's obviously a StarCraft tournament going on here, but also a CSGO one. I'm pretty sure that a lot of the Counter-Strike guys also are well familiar with who Serral is, and yeah, they probably also lined up.
That's actually kind of true. CSGO commentators have actually been StarCraft fans in the past and still. But anyways, of course, you know, we have the cooler game, so it's like, forget about them.
We get the micro mini units.
That's right. What do they do? Like move across here? Like,
they get 1 Marine each. That's pathetic.
This game's so easy. Yeah. So again, no early pools. Let's talk about until we grab those third bases. The other option that would come off the back of this very basic opener would be a walling off of the natural with Roach-Worn, and then a bit of ambiguity as far as, you know, are you going Roaches? Are you going, you know, a Nidus Swarm? Are you going for a Spire? It seems to have fallen off. Again, also the maps playing a part. It's a bit of a big wall off, as our observer just showed us. I believe Elazer did manage to get it down before Solar's Ling all in, though, so it is still possible.
Yeah, the hatchery now also spreads that creep ever so slightly quicker, which actually does help out quite a bit in the ZVZ matchup. Sometimes when you especially go for a spawning pool first into a hatchery, sometimes you can't get the wall off in time, but I don't suspect we're going to see a whole lot of that. If I were to make a guess, I think we're going to see third bases here coming down for both players very shortly, just because it is overall the better build order.
Well, Serral went up to the gas, but didn't actually grab speed. Okay, well, no, he's just a bit later to it, actually.
Yeah, did he prioritize the third hatch? No, he actually got the third hatch a little bit later. That's interesting.
He was
just sitting on the gas?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it because it doesn't sound right, but Serral's making a mistake.
Serral making a mistake. Can't believe you said that, bro. At least you implied it.
Yeah, I cautiously implied it. But no, that doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, you know, it's 10 seconds between the speed. That might not matter, but I think we've seen a lot of ZVZs over the 13 years of StarCraft, going on 13 years. That has happened, but, you know, make it 20, 25, whatever that is. I mean, yeah, that actually could be a big deal. If this was the game that Elazer decided to pile on the pressure, get some revenge for last game, then it absolutely would be. But I mean, they both get the same amount of links so far. Really identical build orders aside from that speed.
Yeah, as long as you have a couple of banelings ready to go, I think Serral will be a-okay here. But it is definitely noteworthy that his link speed is a little bit later than it probably should have been. Zerglings right here, playing around the hatchery, running circles around it. A little bit of an adventure right there for those units in the red. But yeah, not a whole lot of links right now on the back of this for Elazer, so the Zergling speed for Serral is going to finish up in time.
Yep.
No Evo chambers yet, though. That is kind of surprising. I mentioned earlier that normally, at least in the past, again, we haven't seen this matchup all too much in Europe, but at least in the past, people would go for an Evo chamber right around the time that the Baling Nest would finish up. But apparently, neither of the two players right here opting to do that.
Well, there's always a chance that it was just a couple seconds later, which so far is the case for Serral, but also that they were trying to scout their opponent, deal with a scout of their own. So obviously Serral just got scouted, maybe he wanted to wait, or that they were like really insisting on doing something else and then had to like kind of change their minds. Like all of those things are options, as we have a lot of trickery in this matchup. Right now, Serral doing the more typical build, Elazer doing his thing, basically. Roach-Worn and Lair, no evolution chamber.
Yeah, that Lair is obviously going to allow him to go for a variety of units as well. Maybe he'll go for Mutas, maybe he'll even go for a Nidus network. Those are the two most likely options. That being said, we don't really know exactly what's going on there yet. Serral playing what we consider to be the quote-unquote standard in this particular matchup. Elazer, by the way, has a Ling. He's going to now check. Yo, did you start up a Lair yet? Okay, you didn't? That's interesting.
That's a really great scout. I mean, that's a straight-up mistake, right? Like, Serral's supposed to take that out. Even if he's doing the most basic macro thing ever, you still don't want your opponent to know that and then perhaps have an opening. Lots of Overlords coming up for Serral right now. That sometimes does lead into a Roach burst, but it also just seems like he's taking the opportunity to do so as he adds drones and then takes some away from Elazer.
That was an interesting little engagement there for Serral, just sort of sprinkling in those banelings one at a time. No reaction right there from Elazer, so a lot of the drones do end up going down here. Serral looks at this, he's like, you know what, I need a couple more workers myself. His economy is looking fantastic right now on the back it is. Gliory Constitution, which is roach speed, is going to finish up significantly before Serral's will, so Elazer is going to have a little bit of a timing attack in that area, but he won't have the +1 missile upgrade, and that's, like we were talking about, that's what he's been playing lately, and I'm still not convinced that that is the best way to approach the matchup.
It's feeling a little reminiscent of that game versus Solar, where we were thinking, okay, he's going to do this build, but then it basically got messed up, right? Like, he got hit, he got surrounded. It's going to be changed up into a Spire, so Serral continuing to dance around with his Lings, find more opportunities, also scout his opponent. I don't believe has gotten in there to see that it is a Spire. All he saw was that, yeah, okay, it's not Evolution Chamber, but the Spire play afterwards, that could be very tricky for him to figure out. Overseer is about to get that scout. Yeah, so he should see it.
I think he saw the timing of one of the gases in the 3rd base, so he may already be thinking about it. He's going to be running the units on over, takes his 4th base as he sees his opponent's 4th base. I mean, this guy is fast. So this is the first-person view of Serral, of course, and now he's spotted the Spire as well.
Yes, everything going according to plan. Wow, and he just goes forward as well. Gets the surround, also dealing with the roaches that he did see going across the map. So he made sure he had enough to actually defend that. He gets the cancel on the Spire. He's taking care of the roach attack. He gets everything, basically. Serral gets everything. He's Serral.
Yep. No, this is a fantastic situation right now for the finisher. That Spire is going to start up again, but obviously within vision right there of those Zerglings, so Serral knows exactly what he is playing against, but now he's got an attack lined up. Normally this roach speed attack would hit, well, he's going to go for a Spire of his own, but normally that roach speed attack would hit as the Mutas are already out. Now Serral should be able to march across the map without really, well, a whole lot of air resistance, and I don't even know if there's enough units on the ground. Look at the army supply count, 80 versus 50.
Yeah, actually, Serral is just, he's got such an opportunity here. You know, defensive corrosive biles can be a problem, but he's catching a laser before the Ravagers are done. Snipes 2 out of 4 of them and might just win the game right here, right now. If he doesn't, he does have a backup plan. His own Spire could be for some safety corruptors, could be some own muta play, basically just styling on the guy because the world is Serral's oyster.
He can pretty much do whatever he likes. Now, he's not won this game yet. Economically speaking, Elazer is still fine. The defender's advantage, of course, is also very good for our Polish Zerg, but Serral might just be able to overwhelm this, right? He's hunting for a mineral line right now. He's trying to trade out armies. Spires are finishing up on both sides of the map, but I don't think it really matters.
No, they're both still just spamming the roach button, right? As Elazer desperately tries to defend, and Serral realizes, well, I can just kill you right here, right now. Has the upgrade lead in about 30 seconds. We'll have yet another upgrade lead. Everything is going well for Serral. He is truly done losing. He is looking for that 2-0.
Yeah, sometimes players have that, right? They need that, that they almost are in a tournament losing position before they really power up. And Serral right here looking absolutely dominant in his best-of-3 series as he quite easily wins 2-0 over Elazer.
Yeah, no question there. Serral is still the better ZVZ player of the two. It's just the way that things have been going. Elazer will certainly get his attempt to try and beat him again in a future tournament. But for now, Serral basically securing his spot into the playoffs, round of 12, which is a little bit of a bummer for him. Personally, he want to be in the round of 8, but at least he is in those playoffs.
Yeah. It looked like it for a moment, right? That Serral wasn't going to be able to get into the round of, well, 12 at all. Like, that would have been a crazy situation for the reigning world champion to not even move on out of the group stage. Serral, though, manages to secure his position right there, and I mean, he doesn't look all too happy, but I'm sure he's feeling it.
Can you ever really tell his emotions? I mean, it's kind of difficult, but he should be happy. Dominating performance again. So what a way that Group C has played out, by the way. I mean, this is just totally unexpected. Even if Hero and Serral get out and you're like, oh, well, that's fine. Just, you know, Special actually being an option here.
Special could actually win this group, which I think a lot of people would not have expected.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let the desk break that down. So let's go ahead and get it to Kalaris.
Thank you very much. Yep, Serral with the 2-0 here. Not too much standing in his way in that series here. We have Wadi as well as Rotterdam, as other matches are also going on at the moment. So Wadi, yeah, very simple for Serral in this game.
You know what? Serral just steps up, right, when he needs to. Yeah. It is one of the things that's made him such a good player over time. When he is in a tough spot, whether that's in a certain game, in a series, in a tournament, whatever, he steps up when he has to. He knows the day coming in, he has to beat Elazer to be sure of going to the playoffs. And yeah, he just makes it look as though he's meant to be 5-0 in this group.
Yeah, Elazer looking just not up to scratch for this one. I mean, some of these fights very quickly in game one, number one going Serral's way easily here, Roddy, and then second game comes along, double Spire cancel, all this craziness.
Yeah, we were watching the first-person view while that was happening. Yeah. That was kind of cool. It's like Serral is like, cancel Spire, micro some roaches. Cancel another Spire, micro some roaches. Let's go ahead and go for the queen. As I see one game just end up, we'll talk about that soon.
Yeah.
What one thing I want to point out about the series, the game's obviously not the craziest, longest, best games we've ever seen. But what I do like is the approach of Yona, where it's like, we know how good and strong he is as a defensive Zerg player, but you don't always have to be that defensive Zerg player, because he's got very good micro, he's got very good mechanics. Why not bring the fight to Elazer a little bit and test the waters there? And I think he did that very well, because he clearly got the best of Elazer with a couple of these link skirmishes and bailing run-bys, bailing connections on drones and links. So well done. Slightly different Serral, but a Serral that we know is very good too.
Yeah, you really hit the nail on the head, especially for game one, because that's all it was. Just Serral in the face of Elazer. One slight counter attack coming in from Elazer, but it was just not enough to stop the torrent of aggression that was coming his way here, Wardu. And then, well, I mean, game number one ended pretty swiftly, and then we moved on to game number two.
Yeah, right. I think you already summarized it, right? It's nice to see Serral being aggressive. The thing is, while we know Serral is that, like, in the past, he was never afraid to be the aggressive. He felt like he could do that, and that was what was scary. You couldn't always just be like, hey, I'm going to be mega greedy against Serral because, like, he's always going to play macro. Because he would just roach rush people, you know, back in the day. And, yeah, he wasn't, like, always doing it like Dark does, but he did mix it in a fair amount. And yeah, I think in a a matchup like ZVZ to take control early, especially when Elazer's been like, doing this weird, I'm not going to build an Evo thing, then it just takes the control out of that. It puts it into something you're comfortable with.
That highlight was so good, we had to watch it twice for those two Banelings to hit those drones. But yeah.
You don't have to be all in to be aggressive in ZVZ, and I think that Serral displayed that here in a beautiful manner. Just be in the face of your opponent, gives you a great scout, and hey, if you can get the best of him, you will still find damage, even if you're the one who made units a little bit earlier. That is exactly what Serral did there, and I really like that approach, because playing a ZVZ with your tournament live on the line, because that really is what it was, and then just sitting back and be like, oh no, I got caught off guard by something, or Elazer can be a very greedy Zerg, and he can hit certain timings very hard. You don't want to approach the game like that. Just bring the fight to him, and that's what he did, without putting yourself in like a crazy position where he's like, okay, I really need to do damage. I didn't feel that Serral was really committed to anything he did. He just played well, and he got value out of everything he made.
Yeah, could have transitioned into the later stages, no problem, and kept it ongoing. Well, we'll come to these PCs later on. We're going to go to the interview now, as Serral has been able to keep himself alive in the group, hoping to go to the round of 12.
Indeed, you are correct, Colaris. Serral, congratulations with this 2-0. You have kept your tournament run alive. You're moving forward to the playoffs, and Serral, it's no secret that you've proceeded to the playoffs of so many tournaments at this point over the last 5 years, but I feel like it's been so long since we've seen you advance in a stressful position like this, where you were in a potential situation where maybe your run would have been cut off short. So what is it like for you to not just advance to the playoffs, because that's something you've done many a time, but to be able to do so from a more stressful position?
Well, to be honest, I would have liked to not be in such a stressful position, but obviously I'm really happy. After the first day, I was a bit worried because I played against two of the weaker opponents and I didn't get the best map score. Then I lost to Solar on the second day, so it wasn't the best start, and I had some stress on me the last two matches, but luckily I managed to get myself together and get easy, well, not easy, but 2-0 wins.
Indeed, you looked fantastic against Hero yesterday, and you looked fantastic against Elazer today. You were talking about some of the opponents you were facing, and it's no secret you had a lot of Zerg players in your group, and then your last player was another Zerg player. And again, we've talked about your relationship with ZVZ. What was your preparation process like for this last match, considering you knew the importance of it? How did you prepare for this, ZVZ?
Well, I didn't have that much time. Obviously, Elazer was a player that came from the round of 36, so I didn't get too much time, but I did watch the games he played in this tournament, and I mean, I'm kind of familiar with his style, so I was pretty confident, and my plan was just to keep the control of my hands and just be a bit aggressive, see what he's doing, and he was taking a lot of damage, so it's just kind of one of that.
Indeed, we saw that happen. And I'm curious, just taking a step back, how does someone in your position prepare for ZVZ as a whole? Because everyone knows that Europe has so many good Zerg players, but does that mean you have a lot of people to practice with, or does that get a little bit weird because they're like, nah, we don't want to help you, or how does that work?
Well, I don't think it's exactly that they don't want to help me, but in general, I mean, if you think it's like 5 Zergs in Europe, and a couple of them didn't have any CVC in their group, so it's hard. It was hard to practice CVC in general, but I feel like CVC meta is kind of stale, and it's been the same for quite a while. It's a couple of all-ins, muta play, and normal roach play, so it's not the most complex matchup, but you can always get caught off guard. I'm more confident going in the best of 5-7 if I get Zergs, because then I can do more stuff more freely, and I'm not so worried about losing one map.
Sounds good. And last question before I let you go. Now that you are through to the playoffs, we've been talking about how you're the defending world champion. This Katowice has been very bizarre. I mean, it's not just you that was in a stressful position. We've been seeing so many other fantastic top world-class players also drop maps here and there, sometimes more than one map. In fact, entire series. What are your thoughts about what's been happening? Just across the board, it feels like there's been a lot of surprising results.
Well, I think when people have a lot of preparation time and they think about strats a lot, there's a lot of potential for upsets. But I do think we are probably gonna see very similar semifinals and from forwards there. Yeah, people can upset when you give them time, for sure.
If you're saying we're going to see similar semifinals, are you saying that you're going to be there?
Well, I didn't imply that necessarily, but we'll see, we'll see.
All right, well, for now, congratulations once again. Serral is through to the playoffs here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
All right, well, thank you very much, Smix. Okay, yeah, you might or might not be in the semifinals. You're not playing it cool, Serral. But yes, he is now through into that round of 12, I believe, in second place in the group. It might be second or third, depending on what's going on. But we need to actually talk about what's going on in the rest of this group, because there is a world where Special doesn't advance and Solar does advance here. So, Wardy, let's check in with Laptop 1, because that's a very important series right now.
This is the only match left going in this group. It's 1-1 tied up, and it's super simple. Solo wins this game, round of 12, Special's out. If DRG wins this game, Special is in the playoffs. So it comes down to a game of ZVZ where it's even right now, you know? They've both had a solid first game that they won each. And yeah, it's kind of even, man. It's +1 coming up and all of that.
I'm not gonna lie, Waddy, the way you just summed it up, it actually gave me some goosebumps. Because imagine if you're Special right now. Like, he just ended his series. We'll show you guys what happened in those games, but Hero just doing Hero things. But that's just insane, man. It's such a big moment. Arguably one of the biggest moments of Special's very long StarCraft and Brood War career.
Correct.
And it's not even in his own hands. Like, it's in the hands of Dongregu. I'm pretty certain that Dongregu has never had a bigger fan than Juanito at this point. No, but it's crazy, man. Like, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the tension for Special. I can't imagine what he's feeling right now.
Yeah, and this is going to continue on. And Wardy, where can we actually find this game?
This is on the B stream if you want to follow it in full. Obviously, right now, I think it's pretty even. There's going to be a Spire, so B stream if you want to keep an eye out.
Yeah, ESL_SC2B.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for that update, Wardy. Of course, we'll be trying to keep a keen eye on that, considering the implications of that series. Rotterdam, you had the Hero versus Special match, and I can only imagine, due to that stipulation we've just outlined, Special didn't have a good time.
No, Special did not have a good time. Hero ended up winning the series 2-0, and this is a little moment of game 2. I cannot fix the scoreboard for you guys. I apologize.
It is broke.
But Special tried to play mech. As you guys can see, not a whole lot has happened in this game. Just a couple of very basic units have gone down. Juanito didn't even scout a whole lot. And if you guys remember the player cards, Hero has 100 on offense, and that's obviously kind of crazy. But I look at this attack, Wardy, and this doesn't make any sense, okay? Nobody in Master League or above would ever go for an attack like this of a couple of Zealots. But Hero just knows. He's like, you're playing mech. Mech is not very good until it goes on for a while. And I just wanted to highlight this play. Hero knows that there's a Raven out on the map. Special does not know that Hero has High Templars already, because Juanito didn't scout anything. So Hero flies around with the Phoenix. I thought this was a very cool play. And he wants to obviously snipe the Raven. He's going to bring the High Templar forward. He's going to bring the Observer forward in surveillance mode. And this is all stuff that Special does not see. Hero sees it, Special doesn't see it. So I just thought this was a very cool play. He's like, oh no, you locked on my Phoenix. Bam, feedback.
Oh, wow.
That is all that Hero needs, because now the floodgates are open. And he just makes a super random attack of a couple of Storms, a couple of Zealots. No War Prism. No gateway on the other side of the map, but by being able to feed back the Raven, there are no auto turrets to worry about, and that's when these Zealots shine the most. And yeah, this game basically ended 10 seconds later as he kills each and every single SCV.
Okay, that was cool. Thank you for showing that, Roddy. I really liked that. That was a nice little bait and switch on the Raven. I was a big fan of that. Thank you very much for the update. And we have another update. Wardy, talk to me.
Yeah, if we just go in the laptop, we've got the last basically minute of solo DRG that's going to happen here.
Yeah, if we can go back to the laptop, that would be fantastic, because it seems it's
basically Solo is all in against the Spider, and DRG just cancelled his Spider as well, so he knows he's in trouble. Yeah, he cancelled. It was finished, like 100% cancelled. And he's building spine crawlers. I don't think he's got enough, man. I think DRG's dead.
This is still live.
Yeah.
So we have Ravages. Ooh,
he's got nothing. Like, if he has a Spire, like, maybe you get Mutas out, you hold long enough, but I think he's dead, man. I think Solo's got this.
Well, it's close. Obviously, defensive reinforcements, but Solo does have the upgrade advantage too, right? And if he gets on top of the Roach one, on top of the Evo Chamber, Spines could buy some time, but Solo is probably just going to avoid them. Oh, this is so sad for
over, right?
Specials had such a good run. But it seems indeed that this is going to be a Solar victory, Kalar.
Oh, Special. But great for Solar. Fantastic for Solar, eh?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic for him. He gets to go through into the playoffs. But yeah, Special. We thought he'd all made it already, right? We thought he was locked yesterday, and then...
I mean, he was literally playing for first place spot in Group A. Like, if Special is able to get a W over Hero, Special doesn't just make it into the playoffs, he wins the entire group. And now instead, because of a 3-2, 3-2, 3-2 scenario, but map score has always been more important at the Intel Extreme Masters than head-to-head. So even though he defeated Solar in the head-to-head, Solar's got the better map score, and that means that Special drops to rank 4 in the group.
A little unfortunate there for well, extremely unfortunate for a Special, I suppose. But I guess before we actually do go to the break here, again, similar to what we saw from Spirit in Group B, Special can be very proud of the run that he actually had here in this group. He looked brilliant in this group. It's just a shame that there are just so many great players here.
I mean, it's just tough, right? Like, you know, the group
championship.
Group was super doable. He came in with the ability to do it, but I mean, you can't blame him for the losses, right? I mean, you lose out to Serral, you lose out a Hero. It's just map score. I mean, you win one extra map or you lose one less.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes down to that sometimes.
I think if you would have asked most people in advance how is Special going to perform in this group, I think a lot of diehard StarCraft fans would have said 1-4, could be 0-5, right?
Yes,
like,
yes.
Because it's just going to be incredibly difficult. He played amazing. Those games against Solar yesterday, Game 2 and especially Game 3, actually the best Gumiho I've seen in a very long time.
I agree.
Would have loved to see him in the playoffs. Heartbreaking.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Great for Solar, though. He makes it through into the round of 12. We're going to a break. I'm getting word that we're almost ready for next games as well. This is some crazy stuff here for day number 4. Join us after this. More Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. See you soon.
It's a bird. It's a Superman. No, it's a drone.
Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place.
right, we're gaming. We have one more match here for the group stage. Well, technically 3, but they're all being played at the same time. So in your world, it's 1, unless you're actually watching all of the streams, in which case you'll be able to watch all the streams. That's great. We've got Tasteless as well as Loco. And
you have to think about my name for a little bit, but that's okay.
No, I just paused from a dramatic effect, actually. We have got ourselves ByuN versus Classic coming up here, and I'm getting word that we're very close to the game. So let's blast through this. ByuN versus Classic coming up. For ByuN, this is important. For Classic, he's already not in the round of 12 and will not be. So what are you thinking?
ByuN's one of the players I'm looking at, very closely here. He's was at one point in time on top of the whole world. And did that with incredible control, incredible micro. He fell off a little bit. That's normal. But he looks kind of like that old ByuN, and he's winning in that old ByuN fashion. So this is going to be an exciting match. Obviously, these are 2 GSL players. We've seen these guys play so many times before.
Yeah.
But I think ByuN's the favorite here.
Okay, Loco, what are you thinking?
Yeah, this is an interesting match. I mean, it's Maru, ByuN, and HeroMarine that still have to be seated in this particular group. The other 3 are already eliminated. But obviously, going out in first place means that you go straight to the round of 8, right? Yes. I always get the numbers confused, man. It's always a little bit... Anyways, because of that, ByuN really wants to win here, right? Because otherwise, Maru is looking pretty dang good. HeroMarine also still has a shot, so... Yeah, I think ByuN is probably the favorite, but...
It's very much all up in the air for these 3, and they're directly playing the 3 that are not going through to the round of 12. So all they need to do is get themselves a win and secure themselves a decent spot. But thank you, guys. Great segment, because we're ready to go. It is time to bring our players on stage for the final group match here on the main stage.
It is time for our final best of 3 to wrap things up for the group stage. And while the qualifications for the round of 12 in Group D have already been finalized, there's absolutely zero doubt that both of these players are absolutely phenomenal. For our first player, he is a BlizzCon champion, while facing him is a GSL champion. Please welcome on stage, it is ByuN and Classic.
ByuN versus Classic, and to round out the group stages here of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. ByuN, he's already in those playoffs, but there's so much to play for. Seeding is important. Even if you just get second place, Roddy, it's still round of 12. You get to avoid like Dark and Serral if you finish second instead of third place, where you might then hit them and draw into them. And of course for Classic, I mean, for him, it's still thousands of dollars on the line potentially with better seeding in the groups as well.
It's like you can read my mind, Wadi, because we didn't discuss it, but I was going to talk about that as well. In the past, we've had some years where it's like second place is better than third place, but then some of the finishes that actually ended up third place in other groups were incredibly difficult. And you're like, maybe it's even better to take third place, but that's absolutely not the case this time around. I do think you want to avoid a Serral. You do want to avoid a Dark. So I think second place for ByuN is very important. That should make it a little bit easier. Nobody's going to be easy in the playoffs, but I do think this time we can safely say that second place should have slightly better seeding than third place. And as long as ByuN wins, it doesn't really matter how he gets the job done. He will take at least second place and maybe even first, right, if something crazy happens between Maru and Lambo. And it is a fun storyline actually to bring up with, right? Because Lambo, we know him as obviously a fierce competitor and he will always do his best. There is money on the line for him as well, but there is nothing more than I think that Lambo would like to do than A, defeat Maru, because that's obviously something you can put on your resume and be proud of for a very long time, but B, do a very big solid to your teammate.
Yeah, teammate camaraderie, right? I mean, if Lambo can take down Maru, maybe ByuN gets first place straight to the round of 8, and obviously that would be wonderful. But of course, for now, ByuN just has to focus in and do his part of the job as well. You know, let Lambo cause the big upset off stage. Get the job done here against Classic, who can be tricky. We saw so much randomness from him against Maru.
Oh my.
And he might come into this maybe a little bit more tame, but still with a little bit of that flavor to his play.
I mean, I like a crazy Protoss build of 2-body, but I don't think I need to see the fleet beacon in the center of the map of Royal Blood again. And the proxy nexus, it's obviously hard for you guys at home to catch each and every single game because this tournament goes on for 5 days. It's long days, non-stop StarCraft, but Classic had a couple of builds against Maru. The first one I didn't even really mind that much. I kind of saw that game on Ancient as he rolled the dice. He tried to kind of blind counter a potential build of Maru. Maru didn't do that, and he found himself in an awkward spot. I'm somewhat familiar with those Protoss openings, but the second game was like, it's not harder to swarm anymore, mate. Like, we can't be going Proxy Tempest against Maru and expect to get the job done. But hey, it was fun to see, and obviously an A for effort.
An A for effort. I mean, he definitely stayed in it long enough to try and somehow, some way make Maru make a mistake. Yeah, I do kind of wonder a little bit as to what the plan becomes then for him here. You know, it's Classic and ByuN. I mean, ByuN has been such an impressive Terran, I feel like, as well. In the last few weeks, with the balance mod and the patch coming into play, ByuN has consistently been grinding online tournaments and shown he can really take down anyone that's competing in those.
Yep, had a great series against Hero not too long ago. A best of 5, or especially the second game on Dragon Skills. The man played insane. Like, that was actually a win. Well, you feel like, no, Terran does not win these games anymore. Maybe against a lesser Protoss, but not against a guy like Hero. But ByuN is really trying to at least bring back some of that magic of 2016, and I've seen it quite a bit lately, where we are even microing Marauders to always perfectly soak up the shots against the Colossus, make sure that the Marines are in a perfect spot to shoot at the targets that they want to shoot at, most likely the Zealots quite often. So ByuN has looked fantastic lately. Classic had a good run, a good showing. He started off in the round of 36. I don't think this was a bad tournament for him at all, but this group was just a bit too difficult, and there is no shame in that.
No, I love how Classic was playing, but as the competition got that little bit tougher, it definitely showed against him a little bit too. But I'd love to see what Classic gets done over the next year as well, see what his trajectory continues to look like, because it has been fun to see him, you know, come back, have a mixed bag of success, and again, making it into this was something I didn't think he'd make it through the playing bracket, honestly, and he really showed up strong there.
Yeah, he was one of these outsiders, right? Like, he could get the job done, but he didn't really give us too many reasons to be convinced he was going to make it out of that round of 36. Like, we looked at Cure and we're like, yeah, okay, Cure is going to make it out. Like, he's just too damn good. Then we had high hopes for Scarlet, Elazer. Elazer did get the job done. Spirit showed a lot of promise over the last few weeks, and he delivered in a big way, not just in the open bracket, but in the group stage as well. And Classic, he just kind of showed us like, hey guys, I belong, okay? I am at least a round of 24 player, and perhaps in a different group he would have fared a bit better, because I do think coming into this tournament, we all said Group D is without a doubt the toughest group. I mean, you've got Maru, ByuN, and Bunny. I mean, I feel like we barely spoke about Bunny at this entire tournament because he was in that stack Group D and things kind of just went wrong for him immediately. But we know how freaking amazing Bunny is. Bunny was like a fight away from winning the DreamHack Masters Atlanta, yet he couldn't get much done in this group, so there really is nothing to be ashamed of if you're Classic.
No, absolutely not. He's had a great time getting here, and one last chance for him to obviously lap it up on the stage and, you know, just try and go out with a little bit of a bang. Like I say, some money on the line for him. Definitely a chance for him to go home that little bit richer as well, Roddy. So
yep. It seems that there is a minor issue with one of the computers, so I do believe that we're going to throw it to a little break, and as soon as the issue is fixed, we'll be back with this TVP between Classic and ByuN.
Hello everyone, my name is Loco. I'm joined here by none other than Artosis. Artosis, I've got a couple of questions for you.
All right, let's take a little stroll down memory lane.
Yeah.
Hit me with your best shot.
All right, so the first one. What is your most embarrassing StarCraft 2 story?
Okay. So my most embarrassing StarCraft 2 story. Now, I don't get embarrassed too easily, to be perfectly honest. I have pretty much no shame. But many years ago, like, what year was this? I don't know, 2011 or 2012, something like that. I was at home playing in my last StarCraft 2 tournament that was like a big one that I was in, which was the NASL, right? So there I am in Korea, I'm ready, I practiced a lot. I really feel like I can get out of my group. in the NASL. And then Phoenix gets in my base, and I have this one pylon that is powering all of my buildings. And he snipes it, and I instantly lose the game, and any chances to really go forward, of course, that is the birth of the Artosis pylon. And that is easily the most embarrassing thing that has occurred to me.
I was thinking about it for a little bit, and yeah, I remember that game. That is probably about a decade ago at this point.
Yeah, I think so. What about you? Do you have any embarrassing moments?
Yeah, so I was just thinking about it. The one that pops in my head, and there's probably something more embarrassing out there, right? Because, I mean, I'm not very embarrassed very easily. Yeah. I remember once upon a time I made a video at home, specifically about visiting the StarCraft 2 BattleNet forums. And I spent a couple of hours probably making fun of some people that were posting on there, because some of them were indeed a little bit cringy and not necessarily the best.
I want to start off with the settings I am playing at. I'm playing on the lowest settings, which I would recommend. The action on the screen is less annoying to your eyes. You can clearly see everything. I'm playing on the ultra texture.
So I end up posting that video on YouTube, and I kid you not, for probably the next 2 to 3 weeks, a lot of the posts that were then added to the forums were just people posting my very first videos and just, you know, analyzing my accent and just making fun of me over the course of just several weeks. So I haven't been there all too much ever since, but it might be time to go back.
Damn, they chased you out of there, huh?
Yeah, they really did.
Oh my gosh, that's so long ago too, these memories. Speaking of which, what was your first StarCraft 2 event that you ever actually went to live? Whether it's a fan, player, caster?
I think the very first one I ever went to must have been in the Dutch city of Alphen aan de Rijn, if I recall correctly.
Oh, Alphen aan de Rijn, yes, of course.
Aan de
Rijn. I'm American. I can't roll it out.
I think this was, I don't know. Well, not as early as your first StarCraft 2 tournament, I'm sure, but I think it must have been like 2012, maybe. I'd been following StarCraft 2 at home for a long time, and then there was a Dutch StarCraft League. The Dutch StarCraft League had a yearly event. I think it was at least every year, maybe multiple times. And I ended up going over there, actually looking at some of the players as well. I thought it was pretty good at the game, and then I saw what actual, good players looked like.
Sure.
Turns out I was a little bit slower, but yeah, it was a little while ago.
Yeah, no, gosh, that is a long time ago.
What about yours?
Okay, so my first StarCraft 2 event was, I believe, the first StarCraft 2 event.
Quite a flex.
Yeah, Artosis, man, that's how it goes. But okay, so it was actually during the beta, there was a tournament called Race Wars in China. Okay, and of course I'm living in Korea, but the tournament's in Shanghai. And basically I was working for a company in Korea at the time, and they were putting together a Korean team, a Chinese team, and a European team. Now I intercepted that and said, you don't want a European team, you want an American team. All right, I got 3 players right here for you, which were myself, Tasteless,
Oh, you
and
set
Idra.
yourself up as well.
Oh, of course, yes. Oh, no, we were the players.
I thought maybe you're one of the commentators there, but no.
No. So I was like, look, we're in Korea, you can fly us over there so easily. It's like a 2-hour flight to Shanghai. And they're like, yeah, that sounds good. Okay, let's go. And actually, yeah, so that was during the beta. This was
I
like
think the beta started in like January.
Yeah, no, this was like right around the same time that Queens could still run around off creep. Like that's
Roaches
how.
were still 1 supply. They had 2 more armor by default.
Literally, yes. This is that is the time when sentries could kill everything. Yeah, that was my very first StarCraft 2 event.
Whew, it's a long time ago.
Yeah. All right, guys, that was our little trip down memory lane. When were you last embarrassed in StarCraft? Let us know down below.
이게 뭐야? No clue. I think that sounds like a
when a Zerg unit morphs. It's like a quick sound. That sounds like that. Like when a Waning morphs, when it's complete, makes that kind of fast sound. But it's probably not.
그 감염충의 진균 번식? I don't know. 이것도 저거 유닛 같은데. 저거 유닛. 무리군주? 블러드로드?
위도마인?
아 이거 저글링이 때리는 소리.
저글링.
불공이라고요?
Juggling. Ever heard of this? Maybe a Serling?
저글링?
이건 세르링.
저글링?
저글링 있어. 맞아요. 정답.
아 하나는 맞췄다.
나 근데 너무 만족스러운데?
나도
나도. 뭐야? 아 말이 안 되는데 이거?
후하게 줬다.
네, 봐봐.
괜찮아.
보여줘도 되나?
다 일단 보여줘봐.
아니 뭐야 이거 뭐야?
아 역시 마루.
다 높네.
나만 80대.
내가 레몬보다
형 100점 뭐예요? 100점 뭐예요?
이게 뭐야? 오펜스가 공격인가?
공격.
100 받을만 하지.
잠깐만. 야, 너는 100점이 없어?
응. 성주 너무 저평가하는데?
다 90점이네.
와 성주 근데 다 고르다.
야, 내가 마루 스피드 이겼다.
스피드 원툴?
스피드 이겼다.
이겼네.
스피드 세임이네.
현우 형 공격 높게 안 나왔어요?
나 96
10점 줬는데?
진짜?
수비는?
몇 점 줬어?
나 40점 줬어.
나도 그쪽에서 놀았는데.
근데 나 솔직히 말해서
나 수비 좀 낮게 준 거.
그러니까 76이구나 내 수비가.
형 76이에요? 수비 빵점 줬는데.
범인이 여기 있었지.
높게 나온 거네 그러면.
근데 난 되게 만족하는데?
일단 저는 수비가 생각보다 낮게 나온 것 같아요. 수비가 생각보다 낮게 나왔고 그래서 이번 IEM 때 그냥 작정하고 4시간 정도 버텨보겠습니다. 작년에 한 2시간 정도 버텼는데 아주 그냥
너 몇 점 나왔는 수비가?
수비 92점.
92점? 아 그럼 인정이다.
공격이 더 높게 나왔어요 제가.
몇 점?
94점. 그래서 이제
다음에 수비 무조건 줄 수밖에 없게 만든다는
중 한 40마리 뽑아가지고 어제 성주는 잠깐 체험했거든요. IEM을 아주 그냥.
이거 캐스터분들이 울겠네.
어제 명호 형 첫 번째 세트 걸리면 안 되겠다.
나 첫 번째 세트 A조라.
진짜 어지러운데 그러면.
그냥 째야겠네.
한번.
레몬 만나는 거.
너 제일 낮게 나온 게 뭔데?
나?
너가 제일 궁금하다.
스피드.
스피드?
이것저것 쓰는.
빌드 다양성.
내가 86점이라 근데 이게?
나 94인데?
나 이거 인정 못하는데? 근데 94가 너 여러 개 쓰잖아 근데.
그니까.
그 높은 거지.
준호 형이
내가 왜
96인데?
96이지? 토스 빌드가 없는데?
말도 안 되는 진짜.
근데?
근데 저는 다 높아가지고 다 괜찮은 것 같은데?
전체적인 평균이 높아서? 이게 부럽긴 하다.
그러니까
평균치가 높은.
형은 제일 낮은 게 뭔데? 형은 제일 낮은 게 뭔데?
나 지금 디펜스.
디펜스? 그러니까
인정을 안
아니
할
그게
수가
그거잖아. 수비할 상황이 없잖아 토스는.
근데
준호 형은
할 상황이 생기면 개 못한다 이거.
근데 그거 맞긴 해. 약간 공격으로 수비하는 느낌?
그치. 최고의 수비는 공격이야.
진짜 그것도 맞아.
미니면 못 보시잖아. 마인드락 가면 다 터지잖아.
나이 공격하지 말라고.
준호 형
그거 말고 이길 방법이 없긴 해.
공격 10점 줬던 것 같은데 준호 형한테.
어떤 거?
공격
100점이야.
나 일단은 다른 거 다 필요 없이 공격 100점 나와서 여기서 끝났어.
40점 준 거 아니에요 그러면?
너네 100점 없잖아. 그치.
네,
40점 준 거지.
100점 있는 선수가 세라밖에 없을 것 같은데? 나는
세라 궁금하다.
근데 제가 100점 안 줘서 안 될 수도 있어.
그러게. 나 일단 수비 좀 신경 써야겠네. 나머지는 너무 좋고.
나는 내가 최초일 것 같은데 70대는? 나 수비가 76인데 이거는 뭐 어느 정도 인정을 해야지. 76은 진짜 내가 오늘 경기하면서 느꼈어. 연습하면서 수비는 진짜 답이 없다. 나도 약간 준호 형이랑 비슷한 스타일이지.
그치.
공격으로 그러니까 수비할 상황을 안 만드는
못 오게 만드는데
일단 수비할 상황이 되면은 이 70도 솔직히 난 진짜 후하다고 본다.
수비
네, 그
0점에
다양성도 81점은 난 이건 인정 못하겠다. 난 내가 그래도 여러 빌드 자주 쓴다고 생각하거든. 난 90대가 나와야 된다고 생각하는데 이건 인정 못해.
이번에 보여줘야지 그럼.
보여주면 되겠네.
이번에 보여주면 되겠지 뭐. 나는 여러 개 준비했어. 일단은 다들 선수들이 다 객관적이지 않은 것 같고 다들 주관적인 성격이 좀 있는 것 같고 이건 내 점수대는 진짜 다른 선수들은 다 점수대가 어느 정도 맞게 나온 것 같은데 내가 내 점수대는 솔직히 이거는 말이 안 되는 것 같고 선수들이 저한테만 약간 재미로 하는 것 같아요. 재미로 한 것 같고 예능이고 이거는 제가 이번 IEM에서 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
도끼를 품게 됐다.
도끼까지는 아니고 솔직히 질 것 같긴 한데 이 점수대 맞는 것 같긴 한데 이 점수대보다 좀 더 높은 성적, 그러니까 수비든 다양성이든 뭐 공격도 높은 점수 받았으니까 이대로만 하면 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같아요. 전 내 점수대에 비해서 좀 후하게 받은 것 같아요.
우리는 다 맞는 것 같아?
솔직히 의아한 게 좀 있긴 한데 어느 정도 맞는 것 같아요. 약간 근데 준우 형 저거 100점은 좀 말이 안 되고
그건 인정.
여러분들은 어떤 식으로 생각하시나요? 이 점수대가 저희가 이 점수대가 맞는지 아니면 뭐 더 후하게 받아야 된다, 더 박하게 받아야 된다 생각하시는지 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금해요.
You know, if I was Classic right now, I'd be really worried. ByuN is mad about his scores. He's going to show him so many different builds, and he's going to bring the full 95 points of offense along with it, Robbie.
Actually, I didn't see that video yet, and I have to admit, I bursted out laughing when Hero was like, "Oh yeah, I rated your defense really low." It's like it was me. That's the reason why you scored. That was actually a very good video between the 4 Korean Titans. All 4 of them obviously doing well in this tournament. All 4 of them will make it into the round of 12. So these scores were pretty accurate, Wadi. But that's obviously what we expected of those guys.
No, obviously, absolutely. That ByuN card, man, I've been hunting for one for like 3 days now. Still don't have one. I will find one.
I've got Hero's little card, mate.
I know you do. I got my 4th favorite YouTuber, Austin.
You have a card of heart? Oh yeah, of course.
Whoa, Hostile got a card?
Yeah. Alrighty, it is finally time to hop into the last best of 3 of Group D. D used to stand for death, now it stands for decided, because we already know which 3 players advance into the next round, but we don't know in what order yet. There's money on the line, there's prestige on the line. In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of our Korean Terran player, who's going to show us that he's got great defense as well. This is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN.
In the upper left-hand side, playing for a bunch of cash right now. Let's see what he can do. Let's see how dangerous he's going to be. In the top left, it's Classic.
I just have to mention, Marty, that I share a birthday with ByuN.
Oh, yeah? Very exciting.
The 8th of May, mate. It's the most glorious day of the year.
It's definitely the only stat you share.
Hey! Our defense is similar.
Defense is similar.
Alright, our observer is showing us.
Hey, I signed that shit earlier.
Me too.
Whoa.
That's very cute. He's like, my girlfriend made it. I was like, she did a great job. Wadi, let's talk about what we see in this game.
2 gateways.
Because that is not totally normal. Does Classic think that ByuN is playing Protoss? Or does he have some sort of a very special 2-gate build up his sleeve?
Even if this was Protoss, man, it's not quite at the wall, is it?
Well, yeah. That's not necessary, Rod.
Not for you, Roddy. Yeah, very fun, right? 2 gates into an expansion as well, so very interested. Maybe working with the knowledge that ByuN does not always scout all of the time, especially in the first game. ByuN is actually quite, has a tendency to stay at home and not pick up information. So you just kind of get an expansion quickly, but you're still going to have the power of 2 gateways.
We're assuming double the depth here, right?
Yes.
That is indeed what it's going to be, and we're going to go for the double chrono as well. Don't quite have the energy yet to drop that second chrono. Then I do think it's kind of, I guess it will be okay in the end, because the second one is still going to show up so much quicker than it normally would. Would not be surprised at all to see adept number 3 and 4 behind this. ByuN is going to be very surprised, but he sees this. Good news for ByuN is that he is dropping a bunker, and I gotta say that's a very early bunker. Do we expect that bunker to finish up before the adepts make it to the other side of the map?
I want to say yes, because, I mean, the adepts just started going. I know Babylon's maybe not the longest map, but I think we've got time. And the Adepts now going a little bit of Reaper hunting as well. So it looks as though we are going to get that bunker up nicely on time.
I feel like he wasted some time there. No, there's no way that Shade was on cooldown for that long. And he actually literally walked a little bit towards the left. So ByuN is going to be in a pretty good spot here, I feel like. He already kind of knows he can get in there. He could have dropped the grenade and actually get to the other side of the cybernetics core. These Adepts are going to be annoying, but Adepts are not great against buildings. They are very good against Marines. They need 3 shots to kill a Marine. They need 3 shots to kill an SCV. Obviously, if you have +1 on the Forge, it only takes 2, but that is not possible with this opening. Seems like the Reaper did get picked off, but like now you're here. You've invested not just into a double gate, not just into 4 Adepts that don't skill super well into the mid game, but you've also spent a bunch of Chronos. And what do you really get in return? Seems like we're going to grab 2 SCVs there. It is a start, but I feel like Classic needs a lot more to be happy with this.
And we're obviously on a countdown until that Cyclone pops out, which is guaranteed kills every time you get a lock onto the Adept, unless, you know, the Shade is preemptive. We'll Engineering Bay block here as well, just to make sure we don't get in.
I actually think he should have done that earlier, now that I think about it. But I think that ByuN also only realized this later. He's like, wait a minute, it's actually okay for me to lose a single depot here against the investment that you've already made. But that was a very smart way to just make sure that these Adepts still do not get into the main base. 3 Adepts would have been problematic, even with the Cyclone out there, because the Adepts would obviously just ignore the Cyclone and try to one-shot workers, and we're going to try to see that over here.
Yep, one of those SCVs actually pulled back in. We will kill an Adept for this. But yeah, Classic at least getting some damage done. On his way to the Robo facility now is his follow-up, and no signs of him moving to a 3rd base still.
Nope. I think that's kind of smart, because he's obviously not going to have access to a Stargate in this game. He won't have Twilight Council for a very long time. So I think spreading yourself thin across 3 bases when you have such an immobile army, it's a little bit tricky. And I also don't think he ever got into the main base of ByuN. Like, by the time that he's going to see there is a 3rd CC, he's going to be like, oh, damn it, I probably should have dropped that Nexus. But I really cannot blame him for not doing it blindly, because how on earth is he supposed to defend all 3 bases right now with the very immobile units that he has?
No, I mean, it makes perfect sense. The Robo Bay comes up, you do play 2 base for longer, as, yeah, completely blind as to that 3rd CC. So Classic, not with all the information he might have liked to have had, and ByuN going to be powering up that economy. The extra racks now coming in, so we're going to be taking steps towards that stim pack, and just the phase of the game that ByuN generally loves to play, that mid-game Bioforce, get to start dropping, and just have action pretty much all over the map.
Yeah. Even though Classic didn't see the Orbital initially, I guess he did see that the Cyclone was still at home, and that gave him the confidence that he could actually go up to 3 bases now, because ByuN is not moving out. There are a couple of Terran pushes that hit pretty early and are very dangerous. The Cyclone, Medevac, Marine, or a couple of Vikings with Cyclones supported by a couple of Marines. So I definitely understand the concern that Classic has. But hey, now he knows. We're kind of macroing. He's 5 workers up, but it's not fantastic against triple orbital. Grabbing a Cyclone for free down the center of the map, that's obviously going to make him feel good.
Yeah, I'm going to just mindly like, oh, gave that away for nothing at all, right? So a little upset there. As again, we're just taking steps towards that Bioforce. The Colossus is going to go venturing forward as well, so hopefully that doesn't go too far. As Classic just wants to keep poking around. His extra gates coming online, and he's going to power up a proxy gate as well, man. I mean, he's just not building probes. He starts a couple now.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Like, if we had Charge and a Forge, we'd be like, oh yeah, no, this is all kind of standard. Maybe he drops the Templar Archives and he makes a little Colossus Zealot Archon attack. But this is just very old school. Wings of Liberty, a whole lot of basic gateway units and a couple of Colossus. So this is basically where we truly rely on the power of the Sentry. And that's not something we say very often anymore in this matchup, because we always just assume that we're going to see Ghost, or obviously it costs too much gas to really make the difference. But this game is a bit different because of the Adepts that slowed ByuN down a little bit, ByuN opening up triple CC, and Classic opening up with double gate into a quick Robo. I can see the sentries be pretty impactful here actually, and ByuN has absolutely no idea what Classic is working with.
No, he really does not, and here is Classic to start poking away at this 3rd base. Just as the SCVs are moving over, ByuN, fortunate he can actually pull those back in time, but this base will take some damage. No way to repair it, and ByuN just not in position at all. Looks as though it should get far enough away. It turns up north.
Almost like bait to get into a range for the tank, right?
Yeah. Classic was smart. He knew exactly what ByuN was playing around there.
ByuN just picked up 2 medevacs full of Marines. His Orbiter is now actually taking a lot of damage, and he's going to go down. That was super unnecessary. ByuN had all the time in the world to save it. Now, there is some potential in this double drop. Can we take a look at the Nexus in the main base? There is energy for recall. Already a couple of units being wiped in as well. What just happened, Vody? That was bizarre.
I feel like ByuN was just caught off guard and then just maybe second-guessed his decisions one too many times, right? And just none of it really made sense. He had the time. He had the orbital away. He could have repaired it. he just, yeah. I don't know, it just all fell apart so quickly.
That 76 defense looking quite accurate. That was a little bit, no, that was just unnecessary. Of course, there is no tournament life on the line here for ByuN, so if he loses, it's not the end of the world. But we already went over this before we had a minor technical difficulty. ByuN definitely wants to win this series for various reasons. One, money, but two, the seeding. As a second place finisher, you always go up against a third place finisher of group A, B, or C. And in second place, we saw people like Dark and Serral. So ByuN definitely wants to get second place. That was a wild and honestly not very great defense.
Into the main base we go again with the drop, but Classic now is playing more defensively, still has these units in the main preparing to just, well, pull out this defense. And these Stalkers don't have Blink to chase these Medivacs down, so the Medivacs will get away, but this is obviously very awkward for ByuN, just having to reset that third base. He will get that back online. Obviously now Classic catching up in other ways too. He's getting those upgrades finally coming in for himself.
Like, I almost felt when he was floating it towards the top side, instead of just floating it towards the natural way, he would have easily been able to repair it, that it was bait, right? Where he's like, all right, Classic, walk into me, chase it, I'm gonna give you the idea that you can kill it, and that's when I'm gonna pounce on your army with my tank on the high ground. But then he picked up 60 Marines, flew away, and yeah, there wasn't really any bait. Like, I'm kind of stunned.
Yeah. No, it was just such a weird sequence of events. We're gonna have ByuN pushing now a little bit, and he does have a slight army supply lead, but you've got to be worried about the fact we've got Charge now, we've got Colossi in good numbers. ByuN's just going to stim up into this though, and Classic a little bit slow to drop the force fields. A little bit caught off guard, wasn't ready for ByuN just to go full ByuN offense into that ramp.
Very sexy pickup there on the Immortal, by the way. Got in range to the Immortal, gunned it down immediately. Immortals are super important here in the Protoss army because those are the units that will keep the Marauders at bay, that will prevent the Marauders from stimming forward and getting on top of these Colossus. What's happening with the Zealots? Because we've got Zealots in the main base, Zealots running into the natural as well. ByuN did leave a couple of tanks behind. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. I feel like this is not the prettiest Terran fight ever. Liberators will siege up, but one of them falls. The second one should fall as well. I don't think that was good enough for ByuN at all.
No, he's just not got enough power to chase down 3 Colossi. They will just laser him down, and that's the problem. ByuN has to step away, and obviously he's not taking tons of damage to the Zealots in fairness, as the probe drop forces the SCVs to evacuate. Wow.
He respected that probe harassing his SCVs more than he did the entire Colossus Stalker army. Look at this probe, man. This probe's got a mission.
Oh my god, he's finally going to get taken down, baited into the main base. Yeah, he actually did respect that probe more than the entire force killing his third base.
Yeah. He's like, oh no, man, SCVs are under attack, get out of here. All right, Blink is finishing up. Don't forget that Classic is working with double Forge, so his upgrades are going to scale very nicely into the mid game. Running into tanks that are well set up and Liberators, that could get a little bit tricky. But I think that Classic just wants to keep this a scrappy game because he's working with these gateways, and Zealots obviously shine the most in games where the Terran doesn't have a moment to truly chill and leave a couple of units behind to get a sensor tower up. Now, Classic feels that he's got ByuN on the ropes and he's going to try to end it.
Yes, he does, and he is going to start pushing forward here, and well, already a bit of Bio just trailing forward. There is going to be a chance to get a Colossus here. He gets rid of one, so that's the kind of trade you need here as ByuN right now. Tanks and Liberators helping to hold this position, so Classic will not find the opportunity to move on through, and ByuN will live to see at least another fight, but the Prism back in the main. I'm going to keep this harassment up and keep ByuN at home from counterattack.
I think 2 Marauders is not going to be enough, especially not if Classic is going to go for a big old Protoss warp in. That's 9 or 10 Zealots being warped into the main base. 10 SCVs have already gone down. Do love that defensive positioning. Look at the Marauders soaking up the majority of the shots, and a couple of Marines in between these barracks is getting away a lot of firepower. ByuN is attacking again on the other side of the map. This time around, a pretty terrifying army, but where are those Liberators? I would have loved to see the Libs with this push, because if he loses all these tanks, then I think he's in trouble. A Disruptor, we're gonna get a big old Nova! No! That's a decent connection. Yeah. ByuN is taking so much economic damage at home.
Can't stop these Zealots, right? He went across the map, he chose to do that, and that's why these Zealots are so good, because usually they force the Terran home, otherwise this happens. Classic gonna maybe lose an Archon or so, but the Bio's up to the upper right, that's why these tanks look like they're on their own. Swift shot just to avoid some friendly fire, and ByuN getting kills, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough, not with this kind of damage going on the other side.
No, it seems like we left the Liberators at home to keep a couple of the SCVs safe, but that's not quite working out. Now, we do have to be careful with Classic and Disruptors, because not once but twice did he blow up the majority of his own units when he was playing against Elazer earlier in this tournament. But this time around, I think he is fine. We do have a good old drop in the main base. That's going to be very annoying. Classic might lose power to a couple of gateways, but I think he's just got too much. His army is too powerful. I actually like the feedback there on the medevac or two, because that is going to make sure that this push, this drop, does not last forever.
No, absolutely, right? I mean, anything you can take if you can take the longevity out of this attack, it's just going to make your life easier. Get through this game 1, win it off, and get into that game number 2. We do cancel this base to the top side, and the probes are actually on a bit of a journey trying to escape away. Of course, ByuN's own economy shattered from the earlier Zealot attack, and yeah, as ByuN messes with his headset for a couple of moments, definitely seems like he is maybe thinking about game 2 as well. Just playing this one out, maybe digesting the loss, figuring out, hey, what am I going to do next time? Save the TC.
Yeah, or he's waiting for Classic to fire a Nova in the wrong direction. That really is pretty much his only lifeline in this game.
He used that against Elazer, but not me. Disrespectful. Oh, yes, it does connect, and that's going to be the big disruptor shot to send Classic to a big game 1 victory against ByuN here on the stage.
I'll be honest, Waddy. One of the more odd games I've seen throughout the entire Intel Extreme Masters. We've seen a couple, obviously Cure Ragnarok on Neo Humanity. That was pretty weird, with a couple of links running into the natural and just ending it at minute 3. This one was also a bit crazy. I don't know what happened there in the initial defense by ByuN, because he had so much time to save the orbital. There was decent amount of firepower, but it was definitely not one-shotting, two-shotting that orbital. It was totally safe. He could have floated it towards the natural, repair it there, and if he would have picked up like 8 Marines during that, send it to the other side of the map, it's like, yeah, that's kind of smart. But he leaves the orbital out in the open while picking up 60 Marines, sending those to the other side of the map, which was spotted, by the way, by a hallucinated Phoenix, I believe, that was also chipping away that orbital, even though it didn't do anything, but yeah, that was wild.
It just didn't make sense. And my favorite part as well, the orbital's about to die. He's like, now I'm going to stim everything into the Colossi to hell. And no, oh no, he lost even more army. Like, every part of that was just a little bit off from ByuN. And he, to be fair, after that, he looked better, right? Like, he actually looked pretty good with his attacks. He got a bit he solidified a bit. He also was able to defend against the Zealots well initially, but he just didn't have enough because of the third going down. Eventually that caught up, and that's where Classic was able to break him down. So just needs a more solid first part of the game, and he really could be, you know, good to go here for game 2.
We definitely can't fault him for eventually falling apart a little bit against the Zealots, because if he doesn't do anything, then he's going to fall way too far behind. So he had to spread himself rather thin across 3 bases. Classic was getting pretty good upgrades as well. Classic had all the money in the world, so it did kind of feel like it was just a matter of time before these Zealots were going to be very successful, especially if Classic would double down, right? Where it's not this, okay, I'm dropping 4 Zealots or I'm warping in 2 or 3 Zealots. No, when we're legitimately warping in 20 supply at a time, on top of the 4 or 8 supply that was already in the prism. Yeah, it only made sense, and that eventually made the difference, but it really all goes back to that loss of the 3rd orbital, because up to that point, I didn't really hate this game for ByuN. I was curious to see how he was going to deal with that weird Wings of Liberty poke of basic Stalkers, Sentries, and the Colossus, but I like the idea of not being stubborn and be like, okay, I'll temporarily evacuate the low ground, but I didn't like the idea of letting it die.
Yeah, no, 100% with you. As we get ourselves onto Ancient Cistern for map number 2 in the top right-hand side, looking to pick up a win, trying to battle for a chance at first place in this group. From the Shopify Rebellion, make some noise for ByuN!
Big series for all the big Gabriel fans out there as well, who I believe is duking it out with Bunny in the TVT. But of course, if Gabe wins and ByuN loses, that means that Gabe will most likely finish at least 2nd, potentially even 1st, but we'll talk more about that later. In the bottom left side of Ancient, we're looking at the main base of the Protoss, who had a cool build, the double gate into a Colossus poke in game 1. Our Korean Protoss player, Classic. Oh, he did.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, you mentioned those other games. I believe Bunny's currently leading 1-0 against Gabe, and Maru 1-0 against Lambo. So if those scores all stand, even if ByuN lost here, he would still finish 2nd.
Yeah, okay. But he can't count on that.
No, of course. Much better just win, you know?
Yes, you're right. Obviously, if Bunny beats Gabe and ByuN loses, then ByuN will still finish above Gabe. And obviously, Maru is just going to walk away with this group. And that's kind of what we thought was going to happen, but a bit of a shaky start. Maru dropping his first best of 3 in this group 2 days ago in the TVT against Big Gabriel. Maru definitely set the record straight. I can't believe we're actually starting playoffs in a little bit. Like, we are like 90 minutes away, or even less, an hour away from seeing the playoff bracket, first of all. Like, that's going to be incredibly exciting. And then we're going to do 4 best of 5s. Round of 12 will be played today. We're going to see some Serral, we're going to see some Dark, we're going to see some, most likely, ByuN, big gape. It's going to be good.
It's going to be very, very exciting.
Any dream matchups that you've looked at if you do a little bit of theory crafting?
I don't think so. Not off the top of my head for round of 12. Maybe I'd be excited to see who Time gets, I think. Because Time's been very good this event, Oliveira. He's been signing things this time, so I really don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I really don't know what we're going to call him, but
oh, no.
Yeah, Time, for me, has got a very cool chance to get someone cool and a very playable opponent, and his TVTs look great. It's very possible he gets TVTs. I think that would be nice to see Time get a good match.
I would love that as well, because it has been, other than Time obviously advancing, a bit of a brutal day for the foreign Terrans, man. Like, Clem obviously was still absolutely in the running to advance, and the kid has done so damn good in a lot of these DreamHack Masters Europe regional events. So seeing Clem go out, bit of heartbreak. Seeing Spirit go out, obviously a bit of heartbreak after such a phenomenal start. And then Juanito was literally playing for first place in the group, still dropping out as well. It's been a rough couple hours for the foreign Terran scene.
Yeah, it really has been. As we had so much hope going into today, I guess, and just falling apart a little bit with the Twilight Council coming up from Classic, switching it obviously completely from the wild start we had last time around.
Could be because this map is a bit bigger, right? Or maybe he just felt that that's a one-off. It's not something he wants to do each and every single game. I don't know if the Adept were all that successful. I actually think ByuN was in an alright spot because he was a couple workers behind, but he obviously had very quick triple orbital, and that's not something that Classic necessarily was aware of. So I think I would have been completely okay with the spot that ByuN was in before he ended up losing that orbital. We have a Blink Stalker opening this time around from Classic. There is a decent amount of surface area to jump into the main base here. I do not believe that the Reaper was able to see that Twilight Council. I think that's what the Observer was just trying to show us. Nope. ByuN saw a decent amount of the main base. Actually, kind of a cool location to drop your Twilight. Like, it's one of the little things. You can't do that all the time. But this is really annoying for ByuN, because right now ByuN still needs to worry about Oracles. Maybe a Phoenix opening. Is it some sort of a weird Robo again? Or is it going to be Blink Stalkers? But he simply doesn't know yet. Even a Dark Shrine is something you have to be kind of paranoid about.
He's blind. He has absolutely no clue, and just having to kind of cover all bases, probably just have to lean a little bit into one defense more than the other, and then that could be wrong. In this case, I think it's fine. He's gone to a tank quickly. That is the right call. That's the best call for him. And a couple of racks on the way so he can start those bio upgrades soon enough as well.
Yep, it's almost like he's just expecting Classic to be aggressive. Classic does drop a very quick Robo-Bait too, so he's definitely not doing something that a lot of the European Protoss players like to do, and that's just go with a lot of Blink Stalker aggression and be in the face of the Terran. We'll call it the parting style if you want, because obviously parting was, I think, the OG Blink Stalker aggressor for a long time, where he's like, hey guys, why are we not doing this? Why don't we just try to end games early, or at least try to get ourselves economically ahead by forcing the Terran to stay at home? Well, Classic is just kind of going for a defensive Blink opening with a quick Colossus, which also is going to be defensive, and then 3 bases.
Yep, Robo Bay finishing now, so there's all the upgrades from ByuN as well. The 1-1 Stim Pack again, power into that bio play. We never really got to see a kickoff from last game because it all went wrong before he really got to start dropping, and then he sent the drop that got deflected completely. So excited to see, of course, if he can control things a little bit better this time around, because I don't think Classic's really going to be able to set up as much this time to be able to poke across the map and to punish a third as much.
No, and I don't think he wants to do that either. He's got less gateways, I think, as well, because he didn't go for the double gate opening. We were investing in the Twilight and the Forge a bit quicker. ByuN's economy is once more fantastic, by the way. Triple orbital, non-stop building, 3 SCVs at a time. Classic at 50 probes, ByuN at 49 SCVs. That really is a phenomenal spot to be in as a Terran. And it kind of feels that Classic needs to do something, right? Like, he needs to kind of accomplish a little victory here or there, whether it's a couple of SCVs or snipe something that is somewhat valuable, blink into the main base once, pick off an add-on or something. I know it's hard, but if we don't do anything, like, there's a reason why the numbers normally don't look like this, because if this just keeps on growing the way it currently is growing, in the next 2 minutes, ByuN is going to have like a 30 army supply advantage.
Yeah. No, it's you got to be careful. It's so easy to get overwhelmed here as Classic is. He'll slow the third base coming forward, and he might just hop up into the main base, but ByuN might have a surround. Did he move some units around the bottom?
Yep, they're coming.
He's going.
There was an observer there as well that's going to give him the heads up. Stalkers will one-shot a Marine. And these are the little victories I was talking about, right? You shave off 3 Marines, maybe 4. You prevent that Orbitor from landing. It's not a whole lot. Nothing is going to win the game. But you got to do something, otherwise ByuN is just going to explode in this game.
As the Observer going down, which is a nice catch as well, because now Classic's got a little bit of a tougher time keeping an idea of where things are at. Is ByuN moving out? He has to be maybe a bit more active with those Stalkers to keep that information in his hands. So otherwise, ByuN has maybe a bit of freedom to even load up a medevac or two as well. When they pop, go across the map, these are things you can do much more easily with that Observer denial.
ByuN sets up a double drop, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Wadi. You sniped the ups. Obviously, as a pros player, you kind of notice as well. I do believe that Classic just saw it with something. I don't know what. Observer number 2. That's actually perfect, because there's a good chance that ByuN did not see that Observer. I don't know how many Stalkers. We should hide the Stalkers a little bit. Like, you kind of want to put them to the left, invite the medevacs to come in, and that's when you blink forward. Absolutely perfect play there by Classic, giving ByuN the idea that he should go for it, and he might get number 2 as well. He's 1 or 2 hits away. He will not get that one quite yet, but lovely. Absolutely great stuff by Classic there.
Absolutely spot on. ByuN's like, hey, are you all in the main base on the right side, though? Because I'm going to come running on this side instead. He goes for the Prism. He's not quite going to get it either, so Classic can keep that alive for some harass. We recall to the left, and now he's actually going to be able to blink forward again, get another medevac, and ByuN is going to be in a lot of trouble here. He's bleeding out units left, right, everywhere.
Is able to evacuate these 7 Marines and that low HP medevac that was stuck between these 2 bases, but definitely still felt a bit pricey. You did force Classic to use a recall, right? So that's something we kind of have to keep in the back of our minds. Classic cannot make any crazy move outs right now. And Classic does not have crazy amounts of map vision, so if I was Classic, I would chill for a little, but he probably just feels like, hey, you've been throwing away a decent amount of bio units. I have a hard time believing that you've got Vikings, and if you don't have Vikings, I believe that the Colossus can make the difference here. There is a single tank. Marauders, if they can get in range, are going to be great, but there are Archons, there are Zealot, a bunch of gateways, a couple force wheels to worry about as well. Pretty terrifying attack that Classic is launching here towards ByuN. And without Vikings, mate, this is going to get very, very difficult for ByuN.
Yeah, no, he's lost so many units, he's had to focus on replenishing those rather than improving his army, and ByuN, I feel like he's not in the greatest position either, a bit caught off going into this battle, and these first Colossi already getting shots off force fields to help dictate where this army can be, and with extra reinforcements coming in, ByuN is just not stabilizing at all. He's got one tank that's kind of good here, and otherwise it's just bio against splash damage.
Yep, ByuN investing in +2 attack, +2 armor before going into Vikings, not really respecting these Colossus, and our Terran from the Shopify Rebellion is in all sorts of trouble. Widowmine dealing a lot of friendly fire there as well on the medevac. Do have a couple of Marauders coming in from the top right, that is good, but I just don't think there is enough HP left on this Terran army. Classic is doing a little bit of Warp Prism Micro as well. The Korean Protoss players have been fantastic with their Warp Prism Micro throughout this event, and this one is all over. Classic is going to get a relatively surprising 2-0 victory over ByuN. It will not make him advance into the next round, but picks up a couple extra dollars, and he's showing us that he's damn good and he deserves to be in the round of 24.
Yeah, absolutely. Some extra money for him is fantastic, of course, and yeah, ByuN's probably looking at this and thinking, man, at least I'm not going to play a Protoss player later today, because only one Protoss in those playoffs in Hero. He's already seeded through to the round of 8, so ByuN can avoid that for now. After a shaky TVP performance here, Classic has killed the 3rd base, and this is more or less waiting for ByuN to probably stim into an army, die, and GG.
What do you make of these the investment of +2 attack and +2 armor before going into Vikings? Is that just stubborn? Is he not really feeling it? Is he not in his zone? Because I feel that almost all Terran players agreed that if the Protoss has quicker losses, as GG does get called, Classic gets his 2nd W in this very stacked Group D. So he finishes this group with 2 wins and 3 losses in the end, but that's kind of crazy now by ByuN. Like, I feel like no Terran does that.
Especially when you've lost a bunch of bio already. You need to like double down on the stuff that's actually going to help you survive, rather than just the baseline Terran units you no longer have a lot of, right? So, yeah. I don't disagree. It's a very ByuN thing, I imagine, where he's like, I just love bio units, but when you lose so much like that, you don't have the numbers to be scary anymore, so there you go.
Well, it seems that HeroMarine right now, with taking a single map over Bunny, is that good enough for Gabe, or does it all come down to game 3 between HeroMarine and Bunny? Because I believe that that is currently still happening. So I guess maybe if Bunny wins, ByuN will still be 2nd.
Because of head-to-head.
Yeah, but if Gabe wins, obviously, then Gabe takes 2nd place, and he will avoid a Serral or a Dark in the round of 12 later today.
I actually really like the 3rd place finishes for HeroMarine. He get Creator, Time, or Solar. I feel like they're all very doable for Gabe.
Absolutely. No, it could be another Big Gabe run.
Yeah.
Last year, top 4. Big Gabe could very well do it all over again. We'll obviously talk more about the situation of Group D as we wrap up these group stages. But don't go anywhere, guys. We've got a little interview, we've got test segments, but more importantly, we've got 4 best of 5s today of the round of 12. I'm so excited. I just want to see the bracket right now. Like, I'm genuinely very curious to see what we are dealing with. I think we're going to see some proper StarCraft voting.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the bracket because you just have no idea what it's going to be, and then you're like, when do the big names meet? Who's going to have
where's
to go
Maru?
through?
Where's Serral? Where's Rainer? You know, like, where's Hero?
It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's go over to the desk, see what they have to say, and wrap up the group stages.
Thanks, boys. Yes, a little bittersweet here for Creator getting a victory, but not being able to advance on. But at least that's extra money in the pocket and a valiant effort from him all the way from the original bracket stage into these groups. Joining me, Tasteless, as well as Loco, we have got, yes, a great win from Classic. It will not influence him too much because he's not going through to the round of 12. But for ByuN, he is. And a little bit of a sign of weakness there for ByuN.
Yeah, you know, I guess one of the less impactful matches. That we are probably maybe the least impactful for all the ones we've had to broadcast here, because we are in that kind of weird spot of the tournament where most of the games are played, and in this case it was you know, the results are pretty clear that, you know, ByuN was moving on, but good game nonetheless, and I guess we got to see what happens now going forward with him.
Yeah, definitely so. We are also still, of course, waiting for Hero and Bunny to finish, because that's 1-1 at the moment here. But Loco, Classic, really kind of bringing the fight to ByuN. Even anything that ByuN wanted to do aggressive didn't really seem to work against Classic there either. Classic was just one step ahead of him.
Yeah, this is that sad moment in the tournament where we have to basically say goodbye to half the players, right?
Yeah.
It is what it is, but hey, if we want to crown a victor, eventually we're going to have people eliminated. So that means that there's, 12 people still remaining in this particular tournament. HeroMarine versus Bunny is currently still going on. I see HeroMarine with a very small supply lead.
Yes.
However, I don't think that game is going to be decided just yet.
Yeah, if HeroMarine actually does win out that series, then he would end up being 4-1 in the group, meaning that he would take second place in the group. And as they were saying over at the cast, him taking second, going up against either Oliveira, Time, Creator, or Solar, that's not a bad matchup for him. But if he gets third, then you've got to go up against either Dark, Gumiho, or Serral. That's a much scarier.
No, it's very important. Look, I think he can beat. It's possible for him to beat any of those players, but some are clearly easier than others. So it's extremely important that he gets that momentum going, and he goes up against those three more doable players you were mentioning earlier on.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, we are going to go to a break now here at the Intel Extreme Masters, and when we return, guess what? It's round of 12 time. We're going to be revealing that bracket, who's going up against who, and then from that point on, it's best of fives all the way to the grand final. There is no lower bracket. It is single elimination all the way. So join us right after this.
Hello guys, I am Roddy. I am joined by Ravi, and we are going to take a little trip down to memory lane. Are you excited for this?
I'm super excited. I feel like it's going to be interesting to see where our memories are a bit different, because in a sense, I think I was following StarCraft for a very long time, but mostly just as a fan for like 5 or 6 years.
I've always been a fan of the game.
That's fair. I can't steal him. I can't argue with that.
All right, then I'm going to hit you with the first question. Just tell me, what is the most memorable StarCraft 2 event ever? But it doesn't have to be an event. It could be a game, it could be one of your own ladder games, it could be a cannon going up. What's the most memorable SC2 memory?
I think there is a specific story that I have from the first StarCraft LAN event, the big first premiere event that I attended. It was MLG Anaheim 2011, and it was my first interaction with a pro player. So I went there actually with one of my friends who did know a bunch of the pro players, and I think in 2011 it was a lot more common to have online events, so you didn't always know what everyone looked like. So my friend knew what all these pro players look like. So he was just kind of at the event, and he was like pointing him out. I was like, oh, you know, that's Vibe, that's Huck, that's Idra and everything. I'm like, okay, cool, I'm gonna go up to them, get the autograph and everything. Like, points someone out, he's like, oh, that's Liquid Chef. I'm like, oh, Chef, I love this guy. Like, I've heard so many great things about him and everything. I walk in this beeline up to this guy and kind of say like, oh, you know, Chef, I'm such a big fan. You're such an awesome player. I hear so many things about how you're such a nice person as well. Can I get your autograph? The guy just kind of like looks at me and is like, I'm not Chef, I'm Vibe. And I'm like, oh, you're on my list of players that I also like too. Can I get your autograph? Now Vibe is of course standing there, sitting next to his friend, and he's kind of just chatting with him. And then I'm feeling so awkward and so uncomfortable that I immediately turned to his friend and was like, can I get your autograph too? I was like, I don't play StarCraft. I'm like, dying from embarrassment. I'm like, oh, okay. And apparently Sheth was just watching this entire interaction happen directly behind me. That's like a memory that's just imprinted on me because I've had positive interactions afterwards with everyone involved in that. And I'm like, oh, actually, yeah, everything is great. No matter how awkward you are with someone, you can still kind of make it up for it later.
People have addressed me as Todd a couple times. I just roll with it. They're like, oh, you Todd? I'm like, yeah, what's up? Human is so weak. Then I take a picture and they're like, thanks, Todd. I'm like, you're welcome.
That's solid. I like that. What's your favorite memory?
I don't really know. Like, I often think of just games that I watched, and not necessarily when I was working the event, but we always will remember like the battle cruises versus the Void Rays and the Vortex, or when Kiwikaki showed us the double. Like, these things were actually really stupid in StarCraft 2. They were all completely overpowered and broken, but yet I still remember like the joy of seeing it for the first time as a kid. And I was sitting in like a little apartment in Cologne together with the Muslims, like, double Vortex! Like, for some reason, I think back of those little things as pretty cute. And one other very special night that maybe seems kind of irrelevant, but I thought was incredibly cool. There was once upon a time a GSL group of death. Like, it was just the best of the best players. Forgot what it was, but I think Flash, Parting, Innovation, Life maybe, something like that. Like, legit one of the best groups ever. And Mike and Amy Morheim actually just love StarCraft, so they organized a viewing party at their house in California. So a bunch of Blizzard employees were invited. I was there as well back then with my girlfriend, and we were in the house of the Morheims just enjoying the games together with some food, some snacks. Obviously, that's a very special night.
That sounds great. I think one thing I've always heard also is that when Mike is watching and stuff, like he actually is just really watching. He's not just kind of there. StarCraft is on in the background.
Everybody was socializing at one point, you know, because there was catering, there was a bar, and at one point I was like, I'll step outside for a little bit, and there were 3 different areas to watch the games, and a lot of people just chatting with each other, having some food. And at one point I passed the room upstairs where they had a projector. There's one man sitting there enjoying some good old TVZ, and that's Mike Morheim all by himself, just completely soaking in the games. That was a really cool moment.
What a passion lord.
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
A passion lord.
Absolutely.
Well, I had another question I want to actually ask you, which is, do you have like a favorite event that you've actually, I mean, you've been to a lot of events at this point.
Yeah, that's a really tough one, and it's obviously something that people ask me somewhat frequently. I would say there are 3 that truly stand out. There was one Red Bull Battlegrounds in Washington where they had the massive like life-size posters where they turned all the players into anime villains and stuff. It was in Washington DC back then. That was just a fantastic event from the very beginning to the very end. I think the fans loved it, the players loved it. Then there was a WCS finals in Krakow where we also released the Legacy of the Void trailer for the first time. Man, that was just such a cool event. Everybody was loving it. It was in an old beer brewery and they did serve beer as well, so people just having a couple cheeky ones enjoying StarCraft. Lil Bao winning, Mana second place. An absolute top tier event, especially from the competitive point of view. But I think there is only one event that can truly qualify as the best event or most fun event of all time, and that is Home Story Cup 20, man. In tropical islands, like we literally open a show, we go down the water slide, we go back, talk about StarCraft, and then we played some water polo, went off some slides. I mean, imagine going down a slide with Artosis, and then 12 minutes later you're sitting next to him on the couch talking about video games. So I think Dennis and Take TV truly deserve the best event title of all time.
That is totally fair. I've literally only ever heard incredibly positive things about that event. That just seems like such a goated event at this point.
Yeah, it really was. Just special, different. And it's not something you want to repeat, but as a one-off, I mean, actually, I would love to repeat it, but, you know, like obviously not every...
Not to go to resorts.
Yeah, not every event should be played in like 30-something degrees or however warm it was there, and like people playing in their swimming shorts, but it truly was a once-in-a-lifetime, very unique, awesome event. What's yours?
Oh, that's a tough one because I think there's different events that I've loved for different reasons. Like I think back to say like the Cheesadelphias, like the little Nerd Street North American LAN events and things like that. I'm like, that's got such a soft place in my heart. But I think even with like the big BlizzCons and everything, there's a different group of people. I got to meet like a lot of my idols, like a Tasteless and Artosis or Rotterdam.
Okay.
I think if I had to pinpoint one though, I think there's one event that probably stands out in my mind, and it was MLG Anaheim 2014 because that was just such a magical event for me. It was the first event where I think I knew a lot of people in the StarCraft community at that point. It wasn't just me kind of attending totally by myself with like one friend who happened to be able to point out pro players or something. It was I was there and I could just recognize all these people I was interacting with for years at that point online, like getting to meet Tempo and Rifkin and Zombie Grub and all these other pro players and everything. That was such a great event. And it's also complemented by the fact that Scarlett did go for the off-race Protoss and do the, I believe it was 7-gate all in versus Dongerigu. So, you know, that also made the event a little more magical.
Yeah, that's fair. That was a good one.
That was a good one, yeah.
That was our little trip down to memory lane. Obviously, we are very curious to see what is your most memorable StarCraft 2 event ever, or a game ever, or just a fight. It could be a single fight. Let us know something that you enjoyed truly from the past. And obviously, if you had the opportunity to attend a couple of live events, let us know what was your favorite. Or if you were just watching it online, let us know which tournament had the best games of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you guys next time.
오. 이게 높은 건가 작은 건가? 윤수보다만 높으면 되는데. 저는 딱 그냥 평균 칠 것 같은데요?
내 생각보다 높아 나는.
나도 생각보다 나쁘지 않네.
참 마음에 안 드네요.
마음에 안 들어요?
너는 너를 너무 높게 생각해.
저도 뭐 높진 않네요. 봐봐.
너 몇 점인데?
비슷하네. 75점.
나 73인데?
73. 뭐야, 내가 제일 낮아?
한솔 몇이야?
78. 아니, 제일 낮네? 사실 그만 하긴 하네.
아쉽네.
한솔이랑 별 차이 안 나네. 그래.
윤수 형이 너무 높다.
어? 역시 제 예상대로 오펜스가 제일 높네요.
너 몇 나와 오펜스?
83.
와 진짜 높구나.
포드가 이렇게 높냐? 72점? 이거 너무나도 수비 잘해요. 수비 한 50점 돼야 될 것 같은데.
뭐 몇 점이야 수비가? 72점? 공격하느라 수비 아예 안 하는데?
그러니까요.
사실 윤수는 이거 디펜스 없애줘도 돼. 맞잖아.
그건 뭐야? 되게 밸런스 있네.
그러니까 밸런스 있게 잘 해놨네. 만족 내가
나쁘지 않네.
한솔이 디펜스 높을 것 같아. 한 80 넘지?
네, 80에
80이 하나도 없네.
일단 합점수가 78점인데 이게 살짝 마음에 안 드는 게 80점 정도였으면 좋았을 것 같거든요. 그리고 이게 수비가 81점인데 좀 더 높았으면 됐을 것 같아요.
저는 36강 하는 선수가 80점 넘으면 말이 안 된다고 생각하기 때문에 점수가 딱 맞게 나왔다. 네.
저도 딱 점수가 맞는 것 같아요. 네, 저는 이제 73점인데 저도 이제 다른 거는 다 동의하는데 좀 세 번째인 다양성이 제가 좀 빌드를 여러 가지 하는 것 같은데 좀 낮게 나온 것 같아서 이번에 좀 보여줘야 될 것 같아요. 저는 좀 높게 나온 것 같거든요. 요새 폼에 비해 게이머들이 좀 착해가지고 좀 높게 쳐줬다 생각합니다. 아니 저는 근데 이 두 명보다 점수 낮은 게 좀 이해가 안 가지고 저는 뭐 75점이 나왔는데 왜 이렇게 높게 나왔지? 전 예상대로 뭐 오펜스는 높게 나오고 뭐 디펜스는 낮게 나왔는데 사실 총 점수가 사실 뭐 객관화 시키면은 뭐 적당한데 옛날 그에 비해 많이 떨어졌다. 그죠?
옛날에 비해? 또 옛날 얘기야? 옛날 얘기할까? 20년 전 뭐 초등학교 때 얘기해? 자꾸 옛날 얘기하지.
수비가 너무 높게 나왔는데.
윤수는 최근 이제 거의 기준을 군대 전역하고 기준으로 본다면 너무 높게 나왔다. 그 예전에 한 거를 선수들이 쳐줬다. 그 이후로 봤을 때는 사실 60점대로 가도
그 정도라고요?
어윤수라는 이름값이 과거에 해놓은 걸 지금도 선수들이 잘.
그래서 10강 갔는데요?
나도 갔어.
아 그래요?
네, 그거 아무나 가는 건데. 뭐.
그럼 여기서 도호 형이 제일 낮아야 되는 거 아니에요?
자, 지나간 사람 얘기하지 말고. 그래도 공격성은 높게 나왔는데 수비가 생각보다 낮지 않게 나와서 70점대보다는 전 더 낮아졌을 때 나왔는데.
나도 수비 50점대 줬던 것 같은데.
공격하고 있는다고 본진이 터지는 것도 모를 정도로 공격을 하는 친구인데 그렇다. 친구들이 기본적으로 70대 정도는 깔아주지 않았나 생각합니다. 저는 74점이 나왔는데요. 74점을 보면서는 좀 만족스러웠는데 옆에 두 분이 저랑 1점 차이밖에 안 나고 그래서 그런 점에서 좀 불만족스럽고 수비 점수를 좀 많이 줬고 스피드 점수가 제일 낮아요. 최하 점수 줬는데 이 나이 먹고 뭐 스피드 얼마나 기대했는지 모르겠지만 저는 그래도 나쁘지 않다고 생각하는데 이것도 좀 생각보다 스피드가 낮았다. 네, 그래서 전체적으로는 아주 만족스럽습니다.
동원이 형 이름 치고는 늦게 나오긴 했어, 점수가. 스피드가 좀 빠르게 나온 것 같은데.
여기서 제일 낮은데.
멀티태스킹도 많이 나왔어.
멀티태스킹 71 나왔고 스피드 70인데.
많이 나왔는데.
동원이 형이 그 친한 사람이 많아가지고.
아 그래.
다들 좀 높게 쳐줬나 보네.
배려 점수다.
발로 했다.
네, 저희가 전체적으로 점수대가 비슷하게 나왔는데 우리 라인들은 이제 군대 갔다 와서 2년의 공백을 채우면서 많은 높은 점수를 얻었는데 한 선수는 그 공백도 없었지만 점수가 많이 안 났습니다. 여러분들은 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
Time for the Hall of Heroes here at the World Championship to get a new member. It's time for the round of 12 onwards and eventually crown our world champion here for 2023. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have Wardy as well as Loco here to talk about the groups, kind of quickly recap what was going on there, and then move into the bracket reveal and then the next game as well. So, going to be good.
I gotta say, Kalaris, looking at that little video just now, I used to not be too bothered whenever they were discussing age, right? But now they're talking about we're young, getting a little bit slower because he's getting too old. He's like as old as I am now, right? Isn't he?
Yeah, it's
I think
rough,
he's about the same age.
Yeah. Wait a minute, he's like younger
the thing
than
is,
me.
you haven't realized because you were always slow.
I was always slow, that's what
you don't notice the deterioration.
If you can only peek it so much, you're not going to notice until you're like 50.
All right, well, let's quickly move through the groups, I suppose, here, as we do have Group A to start things off. We had Ragnarok advancing in first place. Great for him. Dark and Oliveira are the ones going into the round of 12. Wardy.
You know, as a Ragnarok doubter, I shouldn't have doubted it.
That's right. That's what I want to hear.
Oh, that's what you said a couple days ago, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, every time Ragnarok shows up, I just don't know what to believe. And he's gotten better and better. This last year especially really has made a case of, hey, look, like, really take me seriously. And this time, yeah, I mean, he does it again, man. In the World Championship, he's here first place in his group, guaranteed a round of 8. Honestly, I'm probably going to think he's the underdog against whoever he plays in the round of 8, but I shouldn't because he consistently does well. He took down Dark, he took down Kua. Like, he can really take down anyone, so excited to see him in that round of 8. Dark and Time moving through, I think, also just got to mention fantastic for Time. I'm going to keep calling him Time, guys. I'm sorry.
I know. I think everyone's
You know
given
what?
up.
There was a signing session, right? And he was actually signing his name as Time as well.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah. So that's why I'm, like, doubling back down on Time.
Yeah. So, like, there were a couple of shirts. People were like, hey, do you want to sign this? And there's, like, Time sitting in the corner. You're like, how did that...
There's no way. You're making this up.
No, why would we make this up?
All right, I hate everything about it. Never mind. Your time, it's whatever. Okay, let's move on to Group B. Jeez Louise. We have 3 players moving on. The only player to go 5-0 in groups, Reina, has not dropped a series yet. And then we have Gumiho and Creator as well, Loco. So looking good for the back-to-back-to-back finalist or champion.
Yeah, Reina in general just seems to be very strong, very confident. I mean, he's always very confident, but he seems to be on point right now. And to see him first in that group is not really all too surprising. Really cool to see Gumiho doing well as well, I gotta say. He's always a really fun Terran player, plays a variety of playstyles, and yeah, he seems to always get overshadowed a little bit by some of those other Terran players. I'm personally a big Gumiho fan, and it's lovely to see him in second.
Yeah.
And a Creator moving on as well. Spirit, Showtime, and Estrella sadly eliminated. Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, right? Especially since Estrella had some very good showings as well at Home Story Cups recently. But then we get to tournaments like this, and yeah, sadly he can't perform to the same level. And Showtime was actually tweeting about it as well, that as soon as he gets to this tournament, for some reason, it just doesn't work in his head. Like his hands get a little bit slower, his focus is just a little bit off.
It's tough.
Yep, it is what it is.
I'm really glad Gumiho performed in this group because when you look at this group, it's like the perfect group for Gumiho. Bunch of Protoss players he can get aggressive against, you know, a very beatable Terran player, and, you know, maybe a first place player that he can't take on as easily, but you know, 4 of these opponents were very beatable for Gumiho, and he delivered on that, so it's really cool to see him getting to go into those playoffs. I just hope that he gets like a playoff match, which isn't like, oh my god, Gumiho, you're suddenly like the massive underdog. Like, what are you doing here? Because this group looked so good for him. Be very interesting to see who he gets next round.
And of course, Creator, I don't think we've seen on the main stage actually, but
yeah.
Of course we are going to get a chance to see him because we're going to broadcast every single match on this stream from now until that grand final. So that's Group B. Let's take a look at Group C here. We have a Protoss and 2 Zergs, because it wouldn't be a group without some Zergs advancing. We've got ourselves Hero, Serral and Solar making it on through here. Wardy and Hero 4-1 in score, looking very nice to be able to go further, as we kind of all expected here in this tournament.
Hero looked really good. I mean, really the totem point of this group was Hero, but also maybe Serral's comeback turned it around. You know, 2-0'd Hero in pretty convincing fashion. Like, some wild fights, but 2-0 looked good, looked better as the series went on especially. And today, obviously, Serral just looked amazing, right? It feels like if that's what he's going to bring to the playoffs, that's a Serral that's meant to be there.
Yeah, it's almost crazy that we even were talking about Serral maybe not even moving on out of this phase of the event. Right? I mean, he's been a top 5 player at the very least, maybe a top 2 player at the very least for like 5 years at this point, and for him to be eliminated at this stage in the tournament, it would have been crazy, but it was a very real possibility. We always know that he's very good in the Zerg versus Terran matchup. He's really good in Zerg versus Protoss, but sadly he found himself in a group with a ton of Zergs. And initially, at the very least, he didn't look all too strong, at least in the ZVZ matchup. And, well, luckily for him, he ended up beating Elazer there today, securing his spot, but not in the top of the group that I think a lot of people would have predicted.
I do shed a bit of a tear for Special not advancing on, but, you know, considering the makeup of the group and how these things go, sometimes that happens. Finally, Group D to finish things off. It's all Terrans down, as we have got ourselves Maru, HeroMarine and ByuN. So HeroMarine, just before our break, before we actually took a little hiatus there, did manage the 2-1 victory and took second place in that group. So that means he'll be playing either Oliveira, Creator or Solar for that one. So Loco, looking at this, it's all Terrans. The Terrans looking good. Terran.
Yeah. I don't think it's as much of a surprise to see Maru right there at the tippity top of that group. I think most people would have predicted that one. But I'm excited to see Big Gabe performing well at this event as well. He's always been very strong. But in a group like this, you're very easily inclined to maybe lean towards maybe a Bunny or a ByuN a little bit sooner rather than a HeroMarine. But Bunny, not having the best days, not having the best games, and HeroMarine and ByuN would end up moving on.
Especially unfortunate considering we loved what Bunny was doing over in Atlanta, getting that second place, almost clinching the title, but pipped at the post by Hero.
Yeah, I super big Bunny fan. We all love him because he's so charismatic to us, right? He comes, he talks to us, he loves saying hi and having a laugh with us all. And honestly, like, his StarCraft this year has been incredible. 6th place in the group stages does not represent the year that he's had. Tough group, obviously didn't go his way in the TVTs. Classic we saw is actually really scary in PVT as well, just beat ByuN on the stage as well, right? So that was another one of Bunny's losses. Just turned out that this was too tough of a group for Bunny.
Okay, we are ready. We're going to do it. It's bracket time, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we've all been waiting for here, the top 12 of the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. Let's do it. We're going to know the round of 12, as well as where those round of 8 players do sit. So, here we go. Solar versus Gumiho. Serral versus ByuN. Oliveira versus HeroMarine. Dark versus Creator. And as you can see, those play into the players that finished number 1 in their groups. Where do we start? Sorry, just to actually preface this, our first match is Solar versus Gumiho. We can get to that in a moment because we're going to talk about it right after we look at this bracket. Okay, let's start with it. Serral versus ByuN. I love it.
I absolutely do love it as well, and maybe not so much as a ByuN fan, but because ByuN has stepped up in TVZ, right? Like, I don't think that's impossible. It's difficult, obviously. But it's not impossible. I really feel like he can have a good chance. He's shown consistently recently he can stand up against these Zergs. He's shown us that he can take him to the late game if he needs to. I think that's really cool. And I think what's really cool for those two, the winner has Ragnarok in the next round, right?
Gentlemen, okay, let's keep talking about the bracket here. I'm getting word that we're very close to the match, but I really do want to keep talking about the bracket. So they can wait for us because we're normally waiting for them. How about that one?
Yeah, but I mean, you got to think about who's got who in the next round as well, because I feel like Maru's very happy. Solo, Gumiho, very doable opponents for him. Ragnarok gets Serral or ByuN. He's probably not feeling good. First place in the group, and you're going to get a really tough match next. That is absolutely brutal. And then I think Reyno's quite happy, and then Hero is like, oh man, I might have to play Dark.
Yeah, not the greatest.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going to be great, obviously.
It's single elimination as well, right? From here on out, so that makes it even more complex. No double elimination anymore at this phase in the event, so...
Guys, I need your quick thoughts on Solar Gumiho. That's our best of 5 coming up. Loco, I'm going to start with you because they're
Solar
really ready.
Gumiho?
Solar Gumiho.
Yeah.
That's the one, yeah.
That's a really difficult one to predict, right? I mean, I'm inclined to lean towards Solar just because he's been more consistent over the years, but Gumiho has been looking really good. He's been playing that Battle Mech style in Terran versus Zerg. Hope he can bring some of that out. I think it's going to be a banger.
Morty, what are you thinking?
Gumiho's won the last couple that he's played against Solar. I would tend to say Solar. I think on this stage, on the big stage, I think Solar's the player that's meant to make round of 8 over Gumiho. I think Gumiho has to pick him apart with some mech and so on. But I think in a best of 5, it's going to be tough for Gumiho because you'll have to delve into bio at some point.
Okay, thank you very much, boys. Clearly there's some urgency as we get into now the round of 12 because there's a lot of excitement in the air here for the World Championship, and we now have Solar and Gumiho going head-to-head. Best of 5 here in the round of 12.
Thank you very much, Colaris. With the group stage over and done, it is finally time for us to get the round of 12 playoff started here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. And for our first best of 5 of the day, it will be a ZVT, where we have a GSL Super Tournament champion taking on a GSL champion. Please welcome on stage, it is Solar and Gumiho.
And we are ready to get into our match. This is Tasteosis, ready to bring you Solar versus Gumiho in a best of 5.
Yeah, certainly a match we have seen many, many times in Korea. A couple of rivals, not considered the absolute best of their races, but champions nonetheless.
This should be a pretty close one. If I had to pick a favorite, I would say maybe Solar, but honestly, Gumiho's been looking pretty strong at this event.
Yeah, maybe Solar is slightly stronger than Gumiho right now, but Gumiho has been looking really good. His multitasking has been on point. He does have some battle mech out there, although it didn't necessarily work out for him perfectly so far in this tournament. So it's hard to say exactly what he wants to bring against Solar.
And it's really now or never. We're in the final steps of this event. We are very, very close to crowning a world champion, and one of these 2 Korean players is going to be advancing. The other one is out. It's now or never.
Yeah, I mean, this is the round of 12. We're going to eliminate 4 more players today before we are done. Get that top 8 going, and I mean, what a top 8 it's going to be.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting top 8. We've got a mix of about half Korean, half foreigner, or non-Korean, I guess is probably a better way to put it. And, you know, I think it's a tough top 8 to call who's really going to come out ahead. I guess maybe Rainer is the most likely on that side of the bracket to move on, but this one I think it's not easy. You know, Serral's on this side of the bracket for these 2, but he hasn't looked quite as invincible as he has in the past.
Well, he's starting to turn it on, so I'm getting excited, man. I think everyone's really revved up at this point. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. Solar versus Gumiho. It's going to be a best of 5, and it should be epic.
It should be a pretty long series overall. TVZ is statistically still the longest matchup in StarCraft 2, and we do know that Solar is very comfortable turtling a Macrane, although sometimes he will do some kind of aggressive and cheesy play as well.
Yeah, and Gumiho, like, we don't really see too much aggression out of him, but you never know. He does have the full range of play at his disposal, and here we go into game number 1 on Neo Humanity.
In the bottom right, in the red, from Korea, our Zerg player, he is Solar! His opponent in the upper left, in the blue, from Korea as well, our Terran player, he is Gumiho.
All right, the audience is ready. And a very quick SCV coming down. A little proxy barracks play. And this is only a single proxy barracks, which is really actually not as common in this matchup. Like if it's, you know, Terran versus Protoss or Terran versus Terran, much more common, but just a single proxy barracks, like the Reaper is going to get there more quickly. It's going to be able to likely do a little bit of damage.
You know what's funny about this is that I think the Overlord's actually going to be able to spot this if I'm seeing the trajectory of its movement right, but you don't really see one barracks proxy anywhere near as much as you see 2 or 3 barracks proxies. So it's possible he sees this and doesn't understand which proxy it is.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Honestly, it would almost, I almost want to say it would be better for Gumiho if that Overlord saw the barracks, because a lot of times the barracks are stifled away from each other and you don't want to lose it to a Marine. So just if he had scouted it, he might actually take more damage from overreacting to something that is not what he thinks it is.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I totally agree with you. Whoa.
Oh my God.
A factory is made over here in the bottom center.
Dude, this is really cool. Those gold minerals are in the way. He could drop a mule, or you can use your SCV to mine gold minerals, swap for blue, go to gold, swap to blue. There's a couple different ways that this can go. So Gumiho coming out with a very teched out cheese.
Yeah, this is a build I've just never quite casted before. And it seems like it's very much so tailored for this map.
Oh, for sure. Like that, I'm sure it couldn't be used really anywhere else. Now, this one Reaper, let's see how much damage it can actually get done here. It is in that base very quickly. The Forlings will chase it out for now, but he's already gotten a drone, which is a little bit annoying.
And so we're moments away from seeing this build actually activate and even having a starport made over here. Literally all the infrastructure is being built in the middle of the map, right? I should say outside of the Terran's main.
Yeah, and you can't go across because he has Reapers, so Reapers will deal with early Zerglings, right? It's not like you can do a counterattack.
Right.
So what is he going to do? Is this going to be like Siege Tank Liberator to just push the natural?
I think you might be right, Artosis. You know, we talked about mining out the mineral patches, but maybe you want to actually use the mineral patches to keep the tank itself safe.
I believe that's what we're going to see. Like, it could be a Liberator that comes up. I feel like that would be best, but it looks like he's going to go for a medevac for now. A second barracks on the way. I mean, this is one of the craziest one-base all-ins I've ever seen.
And a bunker goes down here to just reinforce that position. I'm sure eventually the Reapers can come over here and fill that bunker up, or maybe we're going to start seeing some Marines be made. Rally down there as well. Excuse me, we already have 2, actually. I didn't quite see that. The tank is going to be out. The Overlord spots what's happening. The Queens are trying to come in here as quickly as they can. The drone is mining out the gold patch here. But this tank should be up and in siege mode in any second.
Yeah, he drops his siege tank as quickly as he can into the position. The gold minerals do not get mined out, and here we go. The rush commences.
The Reapers have now been dropped over here. This could allow for Ling's 2 counterattack if they're going to be used to try to help spot for the tank.
Dude, he's going for a third barracks. He's using 1 barracks just to see what's going on, and the barracks at home will defend against the Ling counterattack because he's no longer in position with those Reapers. This hatchery is going to fall.
Yeah, he's going to be able to kill that hatchery, and we're going to see if he can do even more damage than that. That's going to knock Solar down onto 2 bases as the natural expansion has been destroyed.
And look at that, a Viking taking out an Overlord as well. The amount of damage that is occurring to Solar is immense. But don't forget, Gumiho does not have an expansion.
That's right, and it is still 2 base Zerg to 1 base Terran. He is beginning to ferry the tanks over the gold mineral patches, and in this position, if he does it right, he can cut off the 3rd base from the 2nd. These Lings will take this tank out, and this is going to soften Gumiho's position over here at the natural.
Yeah, I don't know how much more of a push he can do, but he's still not adding any sort of expansion on or anything. There's a Banshee with Cloak on the way. The 2 barracks are producing more and more. So I think that he's just going to stay on these 2 bases and try to finish this game out.
It's a funny game that's gone down so far. I mean, you look at what Gumiho did, and it looks like his strategy succeeded, but did this strategy actually slow Zerg down that much?
Oh, man. Well, you know, I think it did. I think that this was good overall for Gumiho. Killing that expansion is great. He's forced a ton of units. He didn't end up killing Queens like I thought he would there, but Solar's playing so smart. He still has creep spread here. He's making a spore. He realizes that Cloak is on the way. So it feels like Solar's not going to really take much more damage.
The next target should be the Zerg's third base, the one that we're looking at actually right now. I'm wondering if he can muster enough units to come together and try to fight this. The problem is that there's a lot of roaches out here and Ravagers, and if you don't have huge numbers of Marines and you have low numbers of tanks, a lot of times the Ravagers just target down the tanks with the corrosive biles, and it's pretty easy to fight them.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. He is making some Banshees, though, that are really, really strong against those Ravagers. So I feel like that might be how he tries to cover up that weakness. Cloaks this Banshee, starts targeting down that Ravager, and look how quickly the Ravager pops.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage as the second Ravager already goes down. Picking up the tank and the medevac. He's going to get another Ravager kill. We're going to have some more reinforcements merge up with this as this push is about to commence.
And his expansion coming up as well, scanning to get rid of a bunch of that creep spread. A very scary army indeed. I feel like this is a situation where you don't even siege the tank. You just want as much mobile damage as possible.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Some Lings are going to come in here for a counterattack. The wall is down right now, so he couldn't even get into the main, and that's exactly what happens. He's going to be going for these SCVs.
Yeah, there are a few Marines there that are going to be able to slow down the counterattack. In the meantime, that Spore doing a great job against the Banshees. More units being produced here from Gumiho, and his army is starting to look a little bit scary.
Okay, he's getting in range of this hatchery. Keep in mind that there is another hatchery about to finish in the location where that one was destroyed, and I think a wise move here from Gumiho. He weighed and measured the situation and realized he needs to get out. If he were to stay there, it would have been an overextension. It could have easily cost him this game.
Well, you know what? During all of that craziness, he did, well, he loses another tank there, but he did also lose both of his cloaked Banshees, and that's pretty painful. I feel like those were... Like, he spent a lot of money getting those Banshees out. They were an important part of this composition, and now he can't deal with the Roach Ravager quite as well.
Looks like these Marines are perfectly dropped into the blind spot, and this is going to be a lot of damage coming in here into the main for Solar.
Yeah, good thing he doesn't have Stim yet, or this would have been much, much worse for him, but already 6 drones going down, putting some damage onto some of these Queens. The more Queens walking up, and Gumiho will get out of there, but some nice harassment at least.
I think Solar's very well stabilized here. Stim is a ways out. I think that it wouldn't even hurt Zerg to try to get a 4th base a little bit quicker here. One thing about what Gumiho did is, with all that infrastructure out on the map and even killing the hatchery, it did delay his second base quite a bit. And even after he gets his second base up, Ling counterattacks came in there and interrupted the mining. So, Gumiho still is in a bit of an uncomfortable spot.
Well, Gumiho, it looks like he's kind of stabilizing, right? He has a 3rd command center on the way. He's adding a couple E-bays, so going to get those upgrades going. Starting to push out a little bit in front of his base with that siege tank so that he can expand a little bit more quickly. I wonder if this game can just stabilize into a normal Terran vs. Zerg. Do you think it's possible?
Yeah, I actually think it is. I think it's completely realistic that we're just going to go into what could, if we had just walked into the room and looked at this game, we would not have even known that the cheese at the start of the game had happened.
Yeah, we'd get really confused if we go down there later. There's like a tech lab. It's like, wait, what?
What? What's the mystery with that?
That's wild. Okay, but the starport landing out in front here, and he's just trying to produce out of that as quickly as possible instead of floating it into the main base. Honestly, if he loses his ground, it's very, very likely that Gumiho will lose the game. So I think, taking that forward position, just saying, nope, we got to take a little bit of a risk. We got to play forward. We got to get that 3rd base immediately. It's a good choice.
That command center is about to land over here. As we're starting to see Solar's supply begin to pick more up and up. He is going for both armor and missile attack upgrades here, and he's continuing to power up with more Roaches and Ravagers. And so this should pretty organically end up with Solar attacking once his supply starts to really get high up.
Another factory on the way right now. Armory coming up, just getting those additional gases. A lot of upgrades going on both sides, so we are in a little bit of a lull, right? Like, they both want to finish some of these upgrades, get their economies rolling, because no one is really super attackable at the moment.
For now, we're going to see the tech continue onward here as Solar is going to power up more and more. It's been a pretty slow game, actually, since the craziness of the early on rush or the proxy, I should say, along with the push. Because Solar isn't going for any kind of mass muta play, it's very tempting for Gumiho to try to fly around the map with medevacs and drop. But I do want to point out that This is not as good of a map to try to drop everywhere as some other maps. The main is a little bit hard to get to. You have to basically fly over pretty defendable bases, and that the Zerg's automatically going to be taking. And so he's going to dump off some there and then switch it out to have this drop over here in the main. But, I'm worried that plays like this could be a mistake. Well, hold on. I guess he's getting some real damage in here. But you know what I'm saying. I mean, he's going to lose these units. And I think this should be easy for the Zerg to catch this on the way out. And, he's just going to have a little bit less when the Zerg is going to be close to maxing out.
Yeah, you could be right about that. But is Solar going to attack soon? Because he's going up into Vipers. He got the Lurker Den. It feels like he wants to complete his composition. And by the time it's completed, I think Gumiho should have enough siege tanks off of his couple of factories that it's not too much of an issue, right? Like, if you're going to play some sort of, like, Lurker, Roach, Ravager, Viper style, which is kind of the comp he's on right now, a lot of siege tanks is a great answer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It's a really good way to try to take that on. I think Solar's just finishing the final few pieces of his composition before he's going to start to try to activate himself on the map. Gumiho is doing everything that he basically needs to do, but eventually he's going to have to get a 4th base. He probably can't actually push for a while because we know Solar's probably going to hit into him very hard, and they're both going to trade out supplies. And after that, Solar's going to max out again. So, I mean, for Gumiho right now, he's going to have a long game of basically getting beaten up before he's going to have any opportunities to even get close to trying to end the game as with a Terran victory.
Well, you're certainly right about that. Like, he's waiting right now for 2-2, more siege tanks, and he is going into Ghosts as well. So, like, once he has 2-2, once he has a bunch of tanks and Ghosts out, and he maxes, okay, then he can push. But right now, sitting around 160, just continuing upgrades, not a good time.
No, certainly not. We're seeing the Zerg continue to fill in all of these vacant base locations here in the bottom of the map, continuing to grow out. Terran, does not, I believe, have a 4th base yet, but, excuse me, will have one right now. He's going to land it over here down at the bottom. We're seeing a lot more command centers get built out. And I think it would be pretty reasonable if Gumiho was just going to try to turtle for an extremely long period of time this game. Let Solar start to soak up and metabolize all the resources on his side of the map. And Gumiho playing the defense game can hope that Zerg trades in unfavorably. And we go to one of those, I think at this day and age, pretty normal super endgame turtley TVZs.
Yeah, we definitely can get there. I really like his ad of the Vikings, by the way, to zone out the Vipers. The Vipers are really the only chance for Solar to break through these areas. Look at this tiny choke he's trying to get through. Runs up, throws down some biles. Okay, I mean, he's killing a couple tanks, but this still looks good for Gumiho. I can't imagine him getting broken here.
Yeah, he's going to come in here and force this command center to lift off. Gumiho is going to go back to the 2nd line of defense just up that ramp. But, Solar, look, he's already trading out tons of units. He's still basically maxed this entire time.
And his queens up here, tasteless. He's pushed his queens all the way to Gumiho's base. The creep spread, actually something we haven't really been talking about. Really, really strong from Solar.
Yeah, nice snipes there with the Ghosts. You need to have an Overseer over there. Some pretty good kills. There's 2 planetaries that are being made just north of this screenshot here, and those are going to be extremely important because you could see oh, I'm sorry, those are not planetaries. They're being made somewhere else. I was going to say, if you made the 2 planetaries up there in the wall, that's a lot you have to get through in order to get up there. I didn't think it was even a terrible idea necessarily.
Well, no one will ever attack there, right?
Yeah,
if that's going to be the
I was going to say, if he makes 2 planetaries there, you're never, ever going to get this base over here at the left side of the map.
Yeah, it looks like he is going for mass orbital at this point. He wants those additional mules. He wants those additional scans. More upgrades coming for Solar, starting to prepare the melee upgrades as well. Definitely will be useful on the Zerglings, possibly Ultras later on. But for now, it really is turning into just Viper Lurker, which is a great composition. But can he actually ever break Gumiho with it?
You can see that there's really nowhere that the Terran can really go out on the map. And, these are great moves in here to try to take these tanks out. And really force a reset on that count. Terran right now sitting on 8 tanks, but any stray one that he sees, he's going to be sure to try to come out there and snipe it.
More and more lurkers, or banelings right now being morphed. A lot of lurkers in there as well. Like, Solar really wants to break Gumiho, and, you know, Gumiho is at that questionable supply. He's at 170 right now. I think he should be able to continue to hold on, but maybe Solar gets a good engagement.
He's going to come down now, and he's taking out that tank. You know, I do worry that, you know, Solar might be overextending a little bit here. You know, he has to basically force one of these command centers to lift in order for this to really be a success. So we see the infantry coming out here now, and there's just not quite enough lurkers here to take this on.
If you clear those lurkers, it's a lot easier to kill everything else. Does end up losing one of those orbitals that was acting as a wall. So a little bit painful. Still producing a couple tanks at a time. That tank in the back doing a fantastic job.
Oh, it seems like he wants to try to push into this. Okay, I think he wisely decides to get out of there. That Ravager is flipping out.
Completely stuck there, at least for a moment.
Ravager there. So, you know, he's still trying to force his way in, but he hasn't really gotten that much done. I mean, Gumiho's supply has been low, so maybe he can, you know, finally topple him here. But again, I feel like the positioning here, it's actually very, very good for Gumiho.
Yeah, he's got a great defensive line, but Solar is getting some damage done here and there, right? Like, the siege tank count is pretty darn low at the moment. He keeps picking them off, running in. It's hard to attack into that, and that's the GG.
Yeah, he just, you know, it's funny. To someone who's not that familiar with StarCraft, you could look at that and say, well, wasn't Gumiho not quite dead yet? I mean, Solar has so much of the map. He keeps plowing all these lings and lurkers in there. And it was just a matter of time before he fell.
Well, Solar really impressed that game. Dealing with such an insane rush build from Gumiho, this cheese that we have never seen before. You know, everything behind the gold minerals, pushing down the hatchery. He just did a fantastic job. But I think that Gumiho, execution-wise, was a little bit off. Losing those Banshees, he lost a couple siege tanks, maybe pushing a little bit too hard, and not getting enough consistent damage against Solar in that early game.
Yeah, you know, I like the strategy from Gumiho, but I also don't like the position it puts him in. You know, you have a lot of stuff out on the map. The Zerg does get a third base in a place that you really can't push after you kill that second hatchery. Like, it almost seems like that strategy was set up without really having a very clean, mapped-out plan later on.
Yeah.
It seemed like he wanted to keep hopping the tanks and Reapers or Marines or whatever over the gold patch, and then that didn't work. He goes, oh, then I'm going to push, and it's like, well, which one is it?
Yeah, yeah.
It seems to me like what you'd want to do is kill that off, pull out immediately so nothing gets sniped, and then wait exactly until that third hatchery is going to be remade somewhere else, and you push that the hatchery that was a little bit north of that, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, really well done from Solar to stop a cheese he's probably never played against before. He leads 1-0, but this is a best of 5, so still a long way to go. We are getting ready to get into game number 2.
All right, guys, let's go into that game now. Here's Solar versus Gumiho. Continues on. The loser is out of the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice. The winner gets that much closer to every pro gamer's dream of becoming the world champion. In the bottom right, in the red, make some noise for Solar! And in the upper left, in the blue, our Terran player. Give it up for Gumiho!
All right. Very excited to see what Gumiho will bring this game. Really surprising us with that cheese in game number 1. I think it was a great idea, very original. It didn't work, but it's not always going to work, right? And now he has to choose, what do we do next here to try to pick up a win? Because if he goes down 0-2, it becomes a big, long shot to move forward.
It does seem like what happened in game 1 really has no impact on what will be happening in game 2, 3, 4, and 5 if we're lucky enough to get that far along. That was designed specifically for that map to get in there. You know, it's funny, we saw the little gold minerals that you can mine out, and we immediately assume, well, you want to open that up.
Yeah.
Actually, no. You want to keep those there.
Sure.
And try to leverage that position. Now, Gumiho is known for having, a lot of different styles, and some of those styles are unique, basically just to him. A lot of cool stuff with Cyclones, but at the same time, we've also seen him play very, very standard, just getting medevacs and Marines, getting up to tanks, and doing that kind of push style. But dropping that first game, and I think some of it was a strategic failure there from Gumiho. We got to see what is the absolute best TVZ he's got to get to that next stage.
That's very, very true. And is it going to be one of these mech styles that we've seen him do many, many times to great effect? Or is he going to go for a more aggressive Marine style? I don't know which one he should really do, because I feel like Solar is maybe better against the Marine styles, but maybe the Marine styles are a little bit stronger still.
Yeah, it's tough to call. And honestly, Solar's pretty good at all of them. Solar's always been one of the greatest Zergs in the world.
Yeah.
It's not easy when, you're next to players like Rogue in Korea, right? Where Rogue can overshadow him. But Solar, you really don't want to count out.
Yeah, he's really been, I would say, always within top 5 Zergs for 8 years in Korea.
Yeah.
And, sometimes going as high as maybe second best Zerg, like right now maybe, but not having a lot of championships or anything. Like I said before.
What's so funny, Artos? Quit messing around.
You're so funny, Tasteless. Oh my God. I don't know. These are some good gamers, Tasteless. You go for it.
I was actually saying hi to Apollo behind you, Artos. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you. So moving forward in this game here, we actually, Artosis, we might end up having battlecruisers here.
All right. Okay. All right. Battlecruiser rush from Gumiho. It almost always goes into mech play afterwards. It's very rare for anything else.
We've seen Special toying with this idea a little bit as well. And obviously, in years past, we have had people come out with battlecruisers early on, try to harass, and if you've heard our casting, we've said this a lot, but it's worth repeating. The battlecruiser, it basically will always get value. It will always get kills because it has so much hit points. It can warp into any position. And then all you have to do, let it kill drones, queens, overlords, whatever. Send it back, repair, by then the next battlecruiser's out. And you're basically just getting value. Now, if you lose the battlecruiser, you are probably just going to lose the game outright because you've taken all your minerals and all your gas and spent them all on getting this one super unit early on.
Tasteless, this is a wild build. 2 things real quick. First off, the Overlord did not see the gases at the natural. That's huge. He's just, okay, now he's going to go in. Now he knows this is tech heavy. But it's more tech heavy than he'll probably think, because not only is it a battle cruiser, it is a second starport. He is going to go 2 starport battle cruiser.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This is awesome. Capital ships, Tasteless. Let's go.
We're going for box art armies in this game, Marcosis. Wow. Okay, so 1 battlecruiser is about to come out. Now, the fact that there's a second one coming out, that really does change the tempo. Once we get 3 out, the Zerg's going to be very thrown off. Because all Zergs at this point in time know how to do the balancing act of basically just barely having enough to hold off the battlecruiser while still making drones and developing your tech and economy. But when the third one comes, when you're supposed to only have 2, that could throw the whole Zerg setup off balance.
Absolutely. That is the big trick there. You know when the second's coming in, but the second and third will arrive at exactly the same time. Look at this. The battlecruiser going after the queen. There's already 2 spores up here. There's already a lot of queens. So Solar was expecting battlecruisers, and he's defending well, right? It's only 2 drones so far. He's going to get an Overlord, perhaps. Yeah, no transfusions there. He'll do a little bit more and probably go home and repair. But like you said, the 3 battlecruisers at once might be 1 too many.
And I don't think he sends this back to repair just yet. I think you basically want to keep this one and micromanage that when the other 2 get there, because you want to have that, all that damage coming out at the same time. He's brought Hellions in here as well. And I think we're about maybe a little bit under a minute away from that warp in actually coming in, and that's when we're going to find out what kind of shape this Zerg is going to be in. You can use that Yamato cannon, you take out 1 queen, and we're about to have 2 more in the picture right now.
This is huge. An Overseer flying in. It's going to find out, but a bit too late because 2 more battlecruisers are going to be on the way. Here we go, warping in across the map. Oh, look at that. Behind where the Queens came out, it looks like he has decided to just dive. A Yamato going down on one of the Queens, targeting another so quickly.
He's going to need to transfuse that Spore if he can. It goes down. These Queens now trapped, cornered over here as the battlecruisers are going to charge in and lands a Mule.
The Mule is for repair. Oh my God. And the drone's actually going after the Mule. He does not want any repairing to occur.
He's taken out so many Queens. More are going to come up, but he decides to dive in on that as well. No battlecruisers has been taken out, and there's about to be 2 more that will warp in.
Oh, that's so crazy. He hasn't sent anything home for repairs yet. The Mule got picked off pretty darn quickly as well. He's going to go ahead and retreat a little bit, picks off another gas, but there are a lot of Queens, so he has to be careful. You don't want to lose these battlecruisers.
Oh, no, he's going to drop this one over here.
Oh, yeah, big mistake there, actually. Throws down the Yamato and will pick off yet another Queen.
All right, he's taken that out. He probably needs to get those repaired here. The 3rd command center has been landed. Turrets are being set up. And there's going to be a little bit of room to breathe for now here for Solar. But again, he's really in hot water.
Man, these battlecruisers have done such a good job. It's a little bit painful that he ended up losing one there. And now we have the Spire up. Solar is going for some Corruptors to help with that battlecruiser menace, and we'll see if he's able to pick off a few more from Gumiho.
Now, the Hellions are going to get a lot of drone kills. This is actually an insane amount of drones. He needs to pull this away.
Yeah, it's not actually being microed like that well. I feel like only 9 drones so far. It felt like he could have gotten more than that.
That did seem like a lost opportunity. I think he could have gotten a little bit more over there. The Corruptors are going to come out here. They're going to try to catch the battlecruisers.
Oh, he's trying to find them. He doesn't know where they are. Okay, he sees one here. This can jump away, I think, because it just finished. Oh, he's going to lose it, though. Getting the Yamato off. These battlecruisers being repaired quickly, standing near some missile turrets. In the meantime, some more drones getting barbecued over here. The Hellions running into the mineral line. 13 drones have fallen.
Yeah, the Corruptors are going to make this a lot more of a headache. He needs to get those battlecruisers repaired very quickly. But, you know, I do worry, as fancy and as fun as this strat is from Gumiho, it does seem like Solar is starting to mass up enough Corruptors that he can just shut this down.
Yeah. But the Corruptor is not like the most useful unit other than shutting down some big air units.
Right.
So if you keep your battlecruisers alive and you get some other stuff that shoots air, the Corruptors start to scale down. They start to not be as impressive as they once were.
Now you see the Corruptors grouping up now. He's waiting for Flyer Attack +1 to come in. This could be a game where also he might just barely not have enough Corruptors and the battlecruisers end up actually overpowering
Possibly.
this. That is one way this could end. I'm not quite used to casting a game of this sort of tempo where there's battlecruisers coming out in pairs on 3 bases.
Yeah.
Where the Zerg is also just on 3 bases for now, trying to get a 4th. It's been a very interesting game as far as how things have built up.
Yeah, well, he has lost 4 battlecruisers so far, so that's a little bit painful, but you know what? StarCraft is a 2-player game. Solar gets some say in how many battlecruisers are on the map. But in the meantime, with all these factories being added, he does have a few missile turrets. Let's see what he wants to make. Like, are we going to see siege tanks? Are we going to see cyclones? Do you want to add some Thors in here for anti-corruptor?
Maybe. The Infestors are an interesting addition as well. I mean, you could, try to neural parasite something, or I mean, there's a lot you can do with an infestor for sure. Morlings are coming and roaches are coming. That seems to indicate to me that he's okay with the drone count he's got. He might have to remake like the 5 that he lost, but he may be looking for a fight after he tries to fend off the battlecruisers.
Yeah, it definitely could be. We've seen in the past some of the ways people fight against battlecruiser builds are like Corruptor into max roach and just kind of attack and overwhelm. I don't know if that's going to be able to work this time because there's so many battlecruisers. Cyclones being pumped out now. Magfield on the way for that additional damage. And here we go. Gumiho entering into that main base. He's going to deal a bunch of damage and then jump out.
This is from, first-person perspective here. The Yamato cannons are going to be coming down. The Solar's going to be counterattacking into there. I'm not clear on what he has to defend. The hatchery goes down in the main.
Wow, that is a huge kill. That was the lair as well. So he needs to remake a lair immediately here. And he did get to jump out the battlecruisers. He loses one, but it's very worth it for the damage he got.
Okay, you can see the Hellions are going to be surrounded now, but they did serve their purpose. Back over at home for the Terran, I'm very curious to see how things are going. I mean, is he basically continuing to develop? He did some counterattacks, he did kill some workers, but overall, Gumiho's moving along pretty nicely. And, you know, if we don't see these battlecruisers get taken out, I think this is just going to get worse and worse.
Yeah, the amount of drones he's killing this game is pretty significant. Tries to jump out, maybe a little greedy with that battlecruiser. He does end up losing it. The supply's kind of similar, but the army that's being made by Gumiho scales beautifully. More and more siege tanks are joining. He still has a good amount of battlecruisers, but his upgrades are a little bit late. The 2 armories are just being made right now.
Corruptors have continued to be amassed now. It's an uncomfortable spot for the Zerg because this is not the kind of growth rate you want. You would want to have, you know, at least half the map, creep paved everywhere, but, you know, everything about this game has been different from any kind of ordinary game from the Zerg standpoint. The only thing that it is still kind of consistent with in a ZVT is that you're on the receiving end of attacks constantly as a Zerg player.
Yeah.
But those types of attacks are obviously very, very different.
Yeah, we're kind of getting to that range, though, where Zerg is getting enough that the attacks from Terran are probably going to stop. It's going to be more harassment-based, I think. You know, like fly down the side of the map with the battlecruisers. Maybe you can Yamato down one of the expansions and then jump out before losing them. But yeah, as we approach that hive tech and everything, Solar is going to get a lot more power and have some real opportunities to deal damage.
Yeah, things have quieted down with those battlecruisers. You know, they are basically respecting the fact that the Corruptors will always be able to corner them and fight them. And so Gumiho's going to have to try to just combo those in with a push.
Now, the infestors we saw hiding, I think he got neural parasite, but I'm not entirely sure. He might be utilizing fungal growth. No neural. So he is just going to be using those fungals, which is a great spell as well.
Sure.
And, you know, if you get a couple fungals down, run in with your corruptors real quick, you definitely can pick off battlecruisers. But let's see if Gumiho sees that coming, because, you know, he's played this enough. He knows what you're trying to do.
Yeah, we have a couple of corrosive biles being shot out there. Solar is being pretty cautious not to overextend here. We see 2 turrets are going to be made. Obviously, the infestor can't get in there undetected underneath that.
When he scanned, he saw a burrow-moving infestor. So as long as he saw that with his eyes and not just with the scan, yeah, see, he just scanned for it again, and it ran out of the scan range. And he's chasing it down now. Beautiful from Gumiho. But just knowing that your opponent wants to do this makes it so much harder for them to pull it off.
You're right. I mean, when you see the one Broad Infestor there, then you know exactly what he's planning. You know the tactic that's going to be inbound, and now he can basically play around that.
Now, the Corruptors are flying around looking for some sort of damage. A lot of Yamatos going, oh my God! I can't believe that he jumped that battlecruiser away. Absolutely clutch. Gets a bunch of Yamatos off. Gonna kill a bunch of roaches here as well. And what does Solar do? He just adds more Corruptors.
Yeah, he's going to just try to stockpile more and more. We've got Vipers coming here now. Greater Spire almost done. And this is getting to be a bit of a headache. I mean, the Zerg is really not making a dent at all here on the Terran. The battlecruisers are such a headache. And that was a beautiful warp away when he got in there. You know, and that's a moment where you're going to drop so many Corruptors and literally not kill anything.
Yeah, it's a painful thing indeed. And, you know, the thing is that Gumiho is expanding, like, pretty darn quick for playing mech. Like, he's got a lot of bases going right now. He has more command centers on the way, so it's not like you're way ahead economically as Solar.
Okay, we have that tank taken out. And, you know, every time Solar engages here, he's basically suffering a loss.
Yeah.
And we are getting to that concept of the split map play where the Zerg has been expanding more quickly than the Terran because they have to. That's how they function. But the Zerg will therefore also probably run out of minerals on the map first as well, allowing Terran to basically take one of the last few bases on his side of the map, let the clock run, and the game sorts itself out and Terran wins. That being said, Solar hasn't been expanding like a normal Zerg because the early game was so weird.
Oh, we get some bungles down, though. Hold on here. And those are some beautiful Yamatos and everything, but it looks like the battlecruiser's going to get mostly destroyed. He loses quite a few there. A great engagement from Solar.
It's important to note the minerals that Gumiho has in the bank, or lack thereof, I should say. It can't just make whatever he wants right away. He has to let that come in. Whereas Solar, I mean, he was just a minute ago at 1.5K. He's maxing out. That means the gas and the minerals are going to spike back up. And we're going to see Zerg in this state where, you know, it's one of the toughest things in the game to deal with, is a Zerg that's maxed out when you're not maxed out, and they have a bunch of minerals and gas in the bank, because they can basically slam into you with their army, trade out, refill, and rinse and repeat. And sometimes that'll happen like 3 times. And by then the Terran is just too crippled from the first, few attacks.
Yeah. Now, right at this moment, Gumiho just finished 2-2 upgrades, which is fantastic, and he's actually switching his composition quite a bit. More Cyclones and a bunch of Thors. He scanned, he saw the Broodlords all morphing, so he's switching it up a little bit. And as you get a bunch of Thors, they do a pretty darn good job at getting those Broodlords off your back. So we're going to see if he can actually push those back and stabilize. Oh my gosh, look at that. The battlecruiser's running elsewhere for some damage at the same time. I love that idea.
Oh man, he's starting to really just topple Gumiho in this position. Gumiho has managed to max out again, but he's got to deal with these Broodlords.
Yeah, the Broodlords are a problem. He's waiting for his Thors to come out, and the Broodlords actually start to run away. Oh, here come the Corruptors going after the Battlecruisers. Do you jump out now?
I think he jumped in there. I don't think he can jump out. I think this was a huge mistake. Okay, never mind. I think he should have done that a lot sooner than Artosis. That was definitely weird.
Losing 2 extras doesn't seem like a great play, but he is counterattacking elsewhere. The top right looks like it will fall. Probably pretty likely that this one will as well. Those Cyclones deal damage just so quickly. Sieging a tank. Hellbat's coming up also.
Gumiho has the right idea when the Broodlords come out, is to basically play around the Broodlords. I mean, they're still slow and clunky and hard to really, maneuver. But what you can see here, once they engage you, it's very tough.
Yeah. The Broodlings make it so hard to micro against, right? A real problem. Oh, that damage is going to absolutely kill that. No way to repair out of something like that. Beautiful move with the Corruptors.
This is a wild game here. I'm not sure how many more functional bases Solar has right now and how many minerals are at them, but this is wild, man. Terran is starting to really chew through everything that Zerg has. It doesn't seem like Solar has an answer right now for a lot of these mech units on the ground unless the Broodlords can reach them.
Yeah, it looks like some Fungals come in. He's going to lose the last of his battlecruisers, but that's fine. He wasn't planning on using them too much anymore anyways. And now it's down to a lot of Thors, Hellbats, and a few Cyclones. Now, there's already Pathogen Glands and there's already Neural Parasite for the Infestors, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a ton of Infestors come out. Neural is fantastic against Thors.
He's going to be coming up here now. These eggs are about to hatch. The Broodlords are going to be out and in the game. We don't have that Neural Parasite coming out just yet.
Yeah, he's making a bunch of Infestors right now, but they are not ready. That is a high mana spell, so it's going to take just a little bit. The Thors bullying back just about everything. A great volley from those Broodlords, though. Picks off one of these Thors while the Siege tanks continue to attack this hatchery.
Gumiho is just going to try to hold this position. This is one of the most vulnerable bases on the map. An excellent place to try to target. I think those Thors, yeah, they can even shoot that from the low ground up onto the high ground. Not something you consider often with Thor range.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But he can't get into this one spot up here. Both these guys have been very beaten up. It looks like another hatchery is going to get eradicated up here in the north.
Yeah, a lot of damage being put out here by Gumiho right now. Both sides are maxed out. Both sides with around 130 army supply, which is huge, but here come the Infestors.
Yeah, and if he can chain together some Neural Parasites onto these Thors, it's going to be insane.
That would be a really, really big deal. Them just targeting each other with that huge amount of damage, not getting the damage against those Broodlords at the same time. Okay, he sees the Infestors coming in, but doesn't really move. Targets as much as he can, but look at this! Stealing so many Thors!
Oh, this is so sick. They're going to be gunning each other down. The Broodlords are all cleaned up, though. The rest of these units, looks like the Thors actually might end up winning this fight anyways, Artosis.
Oh, yes, even more Thors down here. And GG is called. Gumiho ties up the series 1-1.
That was an insane game.
Insane.
What an ending. Literally just mass Thors. That was kind of an odd fight. We saw like 4 Thors and it looked like it was close, and then suddenly there were 6 more below them.
Yeah.
All right.
Gumiho really hit his macro that game, and to open up with 2 Starport battle cruiser, not something that you see every day. Gumiho, the master of mech, showing how it's done against Solar.
It's such a funny game, and you can see that Gumiho is basically saving his very best strats for the later part of the tournament.
Yeah.
We didn't see anything like this from him, and we've been following him, you know, all over the past week in his games. But he knows that Solar hasn't experienced, you know, what we had in those first games. The proxied factory tank push that was specifically tailored for that map, and then the double battlecruiser play. Now, how many more styles does Gumiho have, or is he going to go back to something normal?
Yeah, it's impossible to say because he really can play more strategies than probably just about any Terran. Maybe only Maru has more. But really, there's no reason to hold back even one strategy, right? Like, after this round, the winner plays Maru, a Terran player, which is already hard enough. So you can't even play against another Zerg until the round of 4. Right. And possibly not even there. So right now, Gumiho should show his 5 absolute top strats.
I agree, Artosis. I think this is not one where you say, well, I've got even better stuff for when I get to the finals.
Yes.
I think once you've survived this final step, where you're in the final 8 here of Katowice, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, you can't save a single thing at this point. Like, maybe Rogue in his prime could have saved a strat for someone, but Gumiho, absolutely not. Solar is an equal match to him, at least. In fact, probably favored, like we were talking about before. And Solar, I mean, he played well that game. He had a lot of good ideas. He took a lot of damage early on, but still made it pretty close. Like, there was a point after he killed some of the battle cruisers where it was questionable. Was he going to be able to kill a couple bases of Gumiho and just set him too far back?
He was taking so much damage. He was expanding so slowly. And, you know, Gumiho had this really patient setup here in the mid game where he just did not go out. He did not budge. It takes a long time to make a bunch of battle cruisers, but that's fine with him. He just focused on that, a little bit of harass here and there and tried to not drop any. Beautiful game.
Indeed it was, and that ties it up. It's 1-1 right now in this best of 5. Who will take the advantage? This is game number 3, and we're ready to go.
Going on into game number 3, Solar versus Gumiho. Somebody has to start to take the lead here. And honestly, I think anybody who thinks they can call this series is insane. This is so close.
Yeah, it really is.
In the bottom right in the red, make some noise for Solar. In the upper left, in the blue, our Terran player. Give it up for Gumiho.
And now we wait. What will Gumiho bring us this time? I feel like this is like the Terran version of Santa Claus.
Yeah. We've got our build order advent calendar out, Artosis. Each day we get a new weird way to fight Zergs.
And poor Solar, he wakes up every single game, checks in his stocking, and gets bitten by whatever it is that Gumiho left in there.
That's right. This game, to start things off, we do have the Terran taking a gas. I was sort of in the back of my mind guessing maybe he would go for like a very, very quick command center. This has been very trendy, especially in 2022. I don't think it's going to go away in 2023. But
we haven't seen it too much, actually, at this tournament, have we?
We've seen it a little bit, but, you know, when we were casting, like, Season 2 of GSL, it was like I actually lost count of how many games we had. In fact, I started to just get surprised when people didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, it certainly is a strong play, but Gumiho veering away from that. He's going for a Marine first here. The Overlord just kind of scouting out the edges. He's looking in places with this Overlord that he suspects that barracks could be if you were doing some sort of proxy attack.
So this is very normal. You know, you get your Marines out, and then you're going to take your command center a little bit later. This is, you know, if you're going to copy a build, if you want to be a student of the game, try what Gumiho's doing. You know, it's very well-rounded. You don't die to rushes. At the same time, you do get an expansion up and get your economy going.
Yeah, everything looks pretty standard so far. By the way, we did just have that shot of Gumiho, and you may have noticed that instead of a hand and a mouse, he has a towel.
Yeah, it looks like a bandana or something like that over there.
That's right.
He does have hypohidrosis, so his palms become very sweaty, which he says makes the mouse a bit slippery. And you know, when we first started casting him a long time ago, I couldn't believe that anybody could actually play with a towel or a handkerchief over a mouse, but apparently you can at the highest level.
Yeah, and he's as fast as can be, so there's really no issue for him with that. It's just kind of an interesting tidbit about Gumiho. Now he's going for the factory. He's getting that second gas, so certainly we'll see a starport coming up. There it is. And, I mean, you'd imagine it's like reactored Hellions, maybe a Banshee or something, but you never know for sure with Gumiho. Oh, actually a second barracks coming up pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, so this is probably going to be just a couple of Hellions out here to try to mitigate creep spread, and then I think we're just going to go into Marines with the double medevacs.
Yeah, I think
Start
you're
to
right.
roam and push. This is, I think the build that if you have any expertise in Terran, you have to know from A to Z.
Yeah, like a 2-1-1 type of build. We saw ByuN do it a lot already in the tournament. It's definitely one of his favorite builds. Stim gets started, but I believe we just got a tech lab. Okay, no, that was just on that. No add-on yet on the Starporter Factory.
Yeah, and one medevac coming here. Interestingly enough. How many Hellions are actually out on the map right now?
I believe it's 2.
It's 2?
Oh, it's just one.
Oh,
just
one. Okay. All right, so this is a little bit of an altered version of some builds that we've seen.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a little bit different. Like maybe he's just trying to hit very quickly. The Hellion is going to be able to do some scouting, maybe tell him where the queens are, something like that.
Yeah, and getting to medevac one at a time, I mean, that basically says he needs to pick up and drop something earlier than normal. So this is going to be one medevac drop. This is a quicker drop than normal. A lot of times we see the reactor added on, and then we have 2 medevacs come out later on.
Oh, my
And
God.
he is threading this needle very nicely. He is going right through the blind spots. Oh, hold on. Oh, I don't think he saw it.
I don't know if Solar saw that. He sets up his queen to check for anything coming in. Probably think it would be Hellions, but it's actually a medevac. And here the Marines go. They do pick off a single queen, and he backs up. Not the end of the world for Solar, but he was caught a little bit off guard.
Yeah. This is an early medevac coming out. It did get the queen, so that's, a victory in of itself, but I don't think it can get that much more than that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And
like maybe as Stim finishes, he tries again?
Yeah, it's interesting, but I guess, you get these picks off early on, and then the second medevac comes a little bit later. Maybe he's going to pack a little bit more punch once you can merge this all up together.
Well, it's a fair amount of Marines, really.
Stim's going to be finished, right as this drop's going to come in.
So he's got 13 Marines with Stim right now. So this could catch Solar off guard. In the meantime, we have a little bit of a counterattack with Lings, doing some damage there at the natural. But look at this, the Stim Marines, there's not enough units up here right at the moment to deal with this.
Yeah, these Lings are starting to tear up these drones down here. Nice position here with these Hellions.
Look at this, the few amount of Lings Solar has do get picked off, but he picks off everything else, goes towards that third base again, and actually doing a great job putting some pressure on here. All those eggs are just going to die when they open.
Yeah, he's going to have these Lings try to come down here. This hatchery is so low. If he could just kind of wedge his units, just like this. I don't know that the Lings can win the fight. It's going to be close.
Certainly a lot of efficiency here for Gumiho. Solar tries to pick off some of the medevacs, can't quite reach them, but you know what? During this, he did a lot of economic damage to Gumiho, let's not forget, right? Like that little Ling counterattack. Look at the SCV count. Only 36 against 56. That's actually a lead for Solar, I would say.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by Gumiho's play to just kind of come out a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
And hit these areas. And, I do think a Lesser Zerg takes even more damage. I was worried for Solar when the Marines and Hellions actually got in between the mineral patches.
Yeah.
This is actually a very old technique from the early days of StarCraft 1 as people realized that melee units really are going to have a hard time getting behind these tight areas.
Yeah.
And that really is something that range units can take advantage of.
Well, they traded pretty well, but if Solar hadn't done that little Ling counterattack, I think this would be a lot worse for him right now. Now, Gumiho comes up. He's brought a couple of Siege Tanks, sieges them kind of behind this little wall, stimming forward, hurting the Queens, picks one off, in fact. Baneling speed is not quite done yet. The Banelings are hatching, but they can't really engage until they have that speed upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, he is really dealing a lot of damage. The shots that were fired on that hatchery earlier are starting to add up. He's going to try to come in now and take these tanks out. The Banelings do not have speed. The Marines continue to wrap around this tight angle.
Oh, speed finishes at the last second, and he does clear Gumiho's attack with that hatchery so low on health. Gumiho shaking his head in disappointment.
It's got to be frustrating, Artosis. You're so close to picking that thing off. And, you know, I would say Solar's in a very good position in this game now. He shut that down. It's very subtle, but if you look back at that, there was a moment where instead of just targeting whatever's closer, like the Queens of the Lings, you saw Gumiho get nervous and start to fire at the hatchery.
Yeah.
And I think that actually teed up the attack in from Solar. He said, oh, you don't think you have any sustainability here. Okay, and he came in and he perfectly cleaned it up. That hatchery at like 5% health or something.
I know. That's a heartbreaker because that really changes the flow of this game. If he had gotten that and lost those units, it's much, much closer. But right now you can see Solar with that 30 supply lead, 20 of it in workers of his own, and his economy just going unhindered.
Okay, he's actually getting way too greedy. He's going to lose both of these medevacs. And, you know, that push was bad. This drop was much worse.
Yeah, this is like 20 supply pretty much wasted.
It's almost like he was really looking for just maybe one angle he could get those last few shots off on the hatchery, and he kind of got up behind the minerals, and there's just nothing he could do. So, you know, from here, there's about a 40 supply lead for Solar. And this may allow Solar to actually start to be aggressive on his own here. He's going to continue to crank out upgrades and power up.
Yeah. I think Solar, the way that he's playing right now, is brilliant. Like, he has destroyed enough Gumiho units and slowed his economy enough that Solar literally doesn't have to worry about taking damage from Gumiho anymore. You just kind of block a few drops here and there, spread your creep, and you're safe for a very long time. And right now, he's teching up towards that hive. He's getting 2-2 for his Zerglings. He'll probably go into Lurker, get some Vipers 100%, and there's really not much Gumiho can do to slow him down.
Yeah, having these Hydras and Banes out, it's pretty scary. Terran is on 3 bases, soon to be 4. We need to see that additional command center complete here. But the supply disparity is very much real. You know, we've had 2, honestly, big failed attacks. You know, it's okay to trade and then get out, or to trade and kill the hatch. But if you get neither and you're not killing drones too, it's very bad.
One thing I got to point out here that the Observer just showed us, great job Mapu, is the Drilling Claws upgrade. He's got the 2 factories, and he's going 1 factory Siege Tank and 1 factory Mines. So with Drilling Claws, he doesn't have it quite yet, but those slide under very quickly. You might be able to get some more kills, and this is not something you see against Lingbane Hydra that often. It certainly can work, but it's not that popular.
Oh man, big kills over here on these 4 Queens. Ooh. Is this going to be a position that maybe Gumiho can try to set up to put some more pressure onto that hatchery where he never got that closure? He never got that kill.
Dropping out the mines elsewhere, gets that very, very quick burrow. A little bit annoying for Solar to deal with, but his economy is great. He's got 80 drones. Realizing now, oh, we have this mine that's about to reset. You got to be careful about that.
Yeah, meanwhile, these Lings are still gathering up. Solar about to be maxed out here. We have the 4th base being taken. It actually looks like he's going to land over here in the center left for the Terran. Yeah, he is going to move that over there. I thought he was actually going to go up to 12 o'clock, but instead he's going to just kind of lean into the far side of the map here. Big drop in the main.
This is a big move. Solar is not far enough across the map to counterattack, so he must come back and defend. Oh, gets rid of the Adrenal upgrade and the spawning pool. Beautifully done.
Yeah, taking that out is huge. That's going to really, you know, take the wind out of the sails here for Solar. You can't really be aggressive with those Lings until that upgrade's done. Huge catch there.
Look at this, trying to hit another location. Lurkers come up for so quickly and will be able to push him back. But here comes the drop into the main once again. Oh my god, there's no units here! And Gumiho gonna get a bunch of damage once again! He's going after the Hive, Tasteless!
He's gonna hit that Hive right now. I don't know that that pool has been finished yet. If he could take the Hive out, then there would be no way to get that Adrenal Gland for a long time.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You better start that immediately.
Yeah, this is a very unusual position where you could end up denying one of like the most important upgrades for endgame from Zerg, although I think he's gonna be able to get through.
He might actually forget to get it now. You know, that's like an upgrade you just get at the beginning of Hive. You don't think about it anymore. But Gumiho trying to land elsewhere. He's going to get pushed back. And as you see Vipers join, these moves become a lot more dangerous for Terran, right? The Vipers, they can abduct in the medevacs. They can throw down the parasitic bombs. Like, look, bam, 10 supply gone.
Yeah, great catch over there. Gumiho, you know, he's tried his best to get out and do what damage he can do, but he's really not making any progress with that. We've had a lot of exciting fights where basically Zerg just defends it and is in good shape.
Now, a lot of Ling Bane running in here. Gumiho cannot take that engage at the moment. Runs back part way. Oh my god, a huge flank coming from Solar on the side. Lings and Banes absolutely everywhere, overrunning the Terran position.
He's continuing to come through here, really thinning out the army. We see Solar's supply spiking back up. There's nothing that Gumiho can do. GG.
Very well done from Solar. Gumiho trying to throw him off with a very quick medevac, but maybe overcommitting a little bit on the hatchery, losing army everywhere, trying to just be completely aggressive, but Solar's defense just a little bit too good.
Yeah, that was a really crazy game back there. But again, you know, as close as that can look, it's not really much of a back and forth because at the end of the day, none of those attacks from Gumiho actually accomplished very much. I mean, look, I guess that's cool that he denied the Adrenal Gland upgrade, but like we're already way past the point where that's going to be, you know, a factor here.
Yeah.
He didn't get the kill on the hatchery. He then really threw with those medevacs. There's not much you can do. Guys, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to continue on with this best of 5 with Solar and Gumiho. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. Katowice, we are getting back into Solar versus Gumiho in this best of 5. It's been a very, very interesting series. So many different ideas, so many different techniques coming here from Gumiho, but right now Solar has the upper hand. He's able to just shut this down, and I think that last game that we just saw that Solar won was the most brutal one.
It was. It was. Some of Gumiho's crazy attacks ended up failing. He lost too many units, and just Solar ran him over. So Gumiho knows that those types of things can't go wrong with these aggressive builds. Where does he go next? Do we go with another cheese? That almost worked in game 1. Do we go with battle cruisers again? Can that be played twice? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the early game opening there from Solar as well was, I'm sorry, from Gumiho as well, was really something I wouldn't mind looking back at. He kind of had a very different setup.
Yeah,
he got a drop in a lot earlier. We very often do see double medevac drops, but he went for a kind of quicker, more aggressive single medevac drop, picked off an Overlord and a Queen, and then pairs that later on. It was kind of a cool idea.
Yeah.
But, you know, the thing with Solar is he's so good at taking a beating.
Yeah.
He's so, like, no matter how many times you kill his drones, no matter how many times you wipe out his queens, he just bounces back.
He does always stay very calm, cool, and collected. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Like, we saw that especially in game 1. Playing against a build, a cheese that he's probably never seen before, he loses his hatchery, he's taken all sorts of damage, and still just fights back into a macro game and ends up winning. I mean, Solar is just about unshakable, so you have to truly overpower him like Gumiho did in game 2.
It did seem like that first push is really what caused all the problems for Gumiho down the road. We saw the hatchery was getting lower. It looked like he was going to take it. And the moment he started to prioritize targeting that hatchery over the queens or the zerglings, Solar immediately identified, oh, you are worried that I'm gonna win this fight if this goes on for much longer. And then he just ran him over. Then a little bit of a greedy play here from Gumiho. He just was a bit too cavalier with his medevacs, trying to do damage and overextended, and actually got surrounded by queens and then shot down. The rest of the game was, you know, a back and forth of pushes, but the truth is, when you see Terrans taking these fights, if they're losing their armies and they're not killing hatcheries or all the drones or anything like that, the Terran is just getting further and further behind.
That is for sure. Like, you can play these aggressive styles, but if you're going deep every single time, you're losing units left and right, you have to be dealing enough damage. And if you're not going to be able to hold on. You know, Gumiho definitely plays a different style of bio against Zerg than a lot of Terrans. You know, if you look at someone like Maru in this situation, he probably won't push quite as hard, and then you'll have enough to fall back on that he can just live through anything. Gumiho, though, he's looking for that damage nonstop. I mean, I'm sure he's capable of playing bio the other way. Does he want to try that? Less pressure against Solar? Not sure if that's the right road. Maybe, you know, it didn't work, but maybe stay this course.
All three of these games have basically just been Solar having to bob and weave and get through it. It's not really been a series where Solar has any kind of opening where we get to see a very clear idea of what he wants to do. He's playing the classic Zerg style of just survey and defend and counter. and he's doing it very well. But that being said, maybe we will have something very active from Solar in one of these games. Maybe we will have some weird proxy hatchery or a bunch of roaches made early on with lings and attacking into the Terran.
It could be. It definitely could be. Like, Gumiho sometimes busts out very greedy builds, and if you happen to do that into one of his greedy builds, it's going to be very strong. Now, if Gumiho plays, I think a fair amount of the time, he doesn't go triple command center right away. Instead, he gets like the starport and those additional fighting units, and that would probably be something you don't want to run into, right? If Solar decides to go for one of these more aggressive mid-game plays and Gumiho happen to go Banshee, things could go very poorly at that point. So, you know, there's risks on every side, and you really have to try to decide, like, okay, what is my opponent going to do? How has this felt so far? How does he think he can defeat me, and how do I abuse that?
Yeah, I am hoping that we do go to Game 5, by the way. I'm worried we might not. It does seem like Solar, unless you have like the weirdest game ever with those double battle cruisers where he took an insane amount of damage. Still almost won. You know, it's hard to see him being taken down. He's starting to get that resilience that we saw in the past with players like Dark or Rogue or Serral, where, you know, he just is able to brush off attack after attack.
Well, we'll see. Maybe Gumiho falls back into some sort of mech play. It seems to be his forte. It's the only game he's taken so far. Whatever it is, it has to be the best that he has. The end of the season is here. Gumiho, if he loses one more game, is out of IEM Katowice.
All right, we are ready to go into our game. Game number 4 in this best of 5. In the upper right, in the red, he is Solar. And his opponent in the bottom left, in the blue, our Terran player, he is Gumiho.
What are we going to see here? Is it going to be the quick barracks? Could it be that command center first? Nope. Just going to go pretty standard. Oh, look at Solar's side. A pool first.
Yeah. Okay, so we were talking about this before the game started, but, you know, maybe Solar does do something aggressive. And, you know, Gumiho doesn't seem like the player that recycles builds in a best of 5. He does seem to be the guy that wants to play whether best of 5, best of 7, a real range, right?
Yeah. Very different from ByuN, let's say.
Yeah, very different from ByuN, who did those builds over and over again, or builds that were so similar, right? Yeah. A lot of times with the same ideas. And we were talking earlier as well that we hadn't seen Command Center first yet. I wonder if maybe this is a roll of the dice here from Solar saying, oh, maybe, you know, maybe you're going to be finally using that greedier build.
You know what I think it is? What it might be is Solar saying, okay, this is kind of hedging because Gumiho is down. He probably feels like he is playing a bit better than Gumiho here. Maybe he thinks it's going to be like a Marine rush.
Oh, that's a good point as well. Well, either way, you know, the fact of the matter is that if you're just, because if you do a Marine rush and they go pull first, you're like, oh no. Now his lings get, it's no longer my Marines get to his hatchery right away. It's his lings get to my barracks and kill my Marines.
Maybe, yeah. Now, 6 lings going out across the map. A Reaper is about to pop out.
Drones are being produced. The Reaper may actually not end up engaging with the lings. The lings can kind of go around. And, I mean, I know a Reaper is a pretty nimble unit, but the truth is this is going to be a long walk back to try to defend.
Actually, Gumiho is kind of lucky in this circumstance. He made 2 Marines now after that Reaper. So that really does change the flow of things. He's going to go ahead, catch that drone. He sees the creep amount. He sees the lings. He knows what's going on here. And I don't think he's in like too much danger. I actually think that this is completely fine for Gumiho. He can get some drone damage. Look at this. Dealing quite a bit in this main and bringing his Marines down the ramp in that picture-in-picture that we see where he is going to be able to hold. Like, he's getting his command center, doing some harassment. I would say overall here, I like how Gumiho has opened. It's pretty much countered what Solar tried.
Yeah, it actually seems like the Zerg is having more problems than the Terran is right now. You know, not a lot of kills there, but certainly lost mining time early on in a game of StarCraft is bad.
Indeed it is. And, you know, he does get that hatchery eventually, but it was slowed a little bit as well. The Reaper's still just kind of running around, checking what's going on. The Queens trying their best to zone it out, and he will have to turn around and run.
Yeah, the Reaper's been pushed back over here. Just getting a little bit of value out of that. More and more drones are going to be cranked out over here as things are going to develop at a pretty fast pace. Once again, it does look like Gumiho is just going to be going for some pretty ordinary play. He does do the single medevac once again.
Oh, yeah. Okay, single medevac, but a slightly different build. Like, I'm not sure exactly what the plan is with that. Like, obviously, he wants to go drop something, right? But how many Marines does he actually have at the moment? It's like 4?
Yeah, I only see 4 right now.
Okay, so...
And the unit tab says
4 Marines and
a Reaper and a Hellion, I guess.
It's a funny drop, but it's like the little A-team being dropped off over there.
Little Lord of the Rings party going to go across the other side of the map.
Yeah. You might get some damage. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually only going with 4 Marines. This might be to clear an Overlord or something, right?
Yeah, you know, there's some interesting ideas at play here where, you know, Zergs, for most of StarCraft, have found places where you can just put an Overlord and not have it contested. But I guess if you have 4 Marines, if you can find these stray ones out there, get a kill, you are actually going to interrupt the build order quite a bit, right?
Yeah, and the Queen's coming out. They're trying to hit the medevac here, but now he's going to lose a Queen because of that.
Okay, this is so weird.
That was kind of funny. Like, he was trying to push the medevac back, like deal with the overall problem, but that means his Queen went too far off creep, took too much damage, and he loses it. So, I mean, that was reasonable. Killing a Queen is nice.
And this is going to be setting up for a very strong 2-base push. Making Hellions 2 at a time, Artos, is not tanks.
Yeah, Hellions to go with this. I mean, if you're playing just on Ling Queen, the Hellions are going to be really, really useful.
Yeah. Is there any... There's no armory, right? There's no chance there's Hellbats. No. So it's just... Okay. And that's fine, by the way.
Yeah. Flipping these add-ons a little bit. Starting to move out. Looks like the Ling's going down, checking if they can get a counterattack. That definitely has been one of the banes for Gumiho in this week of Katowice. The Ling counterattacks have done a lot of damage to him multiple times.
Yeah, he's going to be coming up now. And I'm really interested in seeing how this works. Again, whenever you see a 2-base push, you need to get a lot of damage off. Otherwise, you just have a very late third and a Zerg that's going to comfortably go up to 5 bases.
Dude, he's going to 5 racks on 2 base.
Yeah.
Not the most common thing. That's basically what you can support. So he is really going for it this game. Stims forward there, ends up losing that Hellion. That's all right.
Oh, big pickup over here. He's going to go right up into the main. Meanwhile, these Hellions are going to hit these drones.
Yeah, he gets a few right there while the drop goes off into the main base. There are roaches that he's going to have to run away from for now. The Spore being a little bit annoying as well. And with this 5 barracks play, like, he is going to produce a lot of units, keep a lot of pressure on. We're probably just going to see him sit on +1. Maybe he starts the +1 armor because it might take a while to end his opponent. But definitely has to keep the pressure on. And does start that 3rd command center, so it's not completely all in, but it's not something you can just sit back with.
Okay, he stims and comes down. Going to try to get rid of this Overseer if he can. You know, Zerg is going to be looking at this and seeing, you know, there's no command center out here yet. You know that the attack is going to come in. Zerg is really backing away from making drones right now, instead focusing much more on roaches and ravagers. We do have an armor upgrade and concussive shell upgrade. And I'm sorry, there is a 3rd CC being made here.
Yes.
So he can try to come out.
Yeah, he'll eventually take that 3rd base, but he does have to do some other things in here as well. Nice scan goes down, gets quite a few creep tumors on that side, pushing those Queens back, adding the damage in.
So we see more of the push over here coming from the bottom. I guess this is really more of a fighting force than a pushing force, right? There's no kind of siege weapon mechanism built inside of this unit comp.
Yeah, he is making like a couple of siege tanks right now, which might be added in maybe with like the next medevac or something like that, while he lands this 3rd base over on location. No real damage dealt yet. It's a really interesting way that Gumiho is playing it, because it looked to me like he really wanted to go for like maybe a kill move, but he's only harassing the edges right now.
Yeah, I think he thought that Solar would be a little bit less equipped to take this. So
the Roach Ravager could be hard to attack into.
You do have to identify when your push is not going to work. When you see players do these builds, they're not just going to set them up and then blindly go through with them. If they can get enough of information to realize it's not going to work, then it is better to shift gears and take that third.
Well, pushing forward here, once again, clearing a lot of creep. This is one thing he's done magnificently this game. He has killed so much creep, pushed it back so far. But now Solar is coming out. He has Roach speed coming, and he has Baneling speed coming. So Roach, Ravager, Baneling is an extremely hard-hitting force. You really need a great spread of units, like you need a lot of Marauders in the front there, your Siege tanks spread out nicely to be able to hold on if he decides to just max out and go.
He's going to try to come down here again and chase this back. You know, he's not really getting in there and doing that much. You're not getting them. That being said, you're not losing anything either, right? So it's okay.
It's a strange game in a lot of ways, I feel like, Tasteless. Like the way that Gumiho has decided to play it, but I can't see anything too bad about it. Like his 2-2 is going to be a little bit slow. But he is on 3 base. He is continuing to macro up. Like he's at 186 supply, which is that's very good. If an attack comes, I don't think he's going to really take too much damage from it.
Seems like he's going to try to come up now. And this is a fight that you do not want to fight this off creep. You've got to be very, very careful because Gumiho, unlike the last game, has been very, very cautious with his units. He hasn't really bled off armies unnecessarily. So this push is going to have a lot of muscle behind it.
Yeah, you're right. It's basically the opposite of the last game in that regard. Like he just hasn't lost much. He's maxed very, very quickly for this type of game. And now Solar, he's being pummeled by some of these siege tanks. And without the creep spread, don't forget, he spent a lot of time reducing this creep spread. This is not that far for him to push.
Okay, he's going to try to come up a little bit further. And, you know, Zerg's being very, very safe here. Like, he's forcing him to siege so many times, and then he's not engaging at all. Yeah. There's a big counterattack. Is he actually going to get inside the main with that? He is. The Roaches are going to spill inside. Wow. This is huge. Meanwhile, the push is commenced up here.
Yeah, he sieges some tanks up at the front, and the Biles will eliminate some medevacs and siege tanks as he continues to push forward. Might be able to pick off this hatchery. In the meantime, the Roaches that we see in that picture-in-picture doing a pretty good job on Gumiho's economy. He's losing a lot of SCVs there.
They're both being hit so hard. These Roaches are going to continue to kill these SCVs, but already Solar has lost 1 base with this push from the Terran.
That is a big deal. The infestation pit might be next. A lot of Banes rolling down into everything. The siege tanks helping out immensely, but I think Solar has enough to kill this army off.
Yeah, and this is going to be very bad news right now for Gumiho because even though Solar dropped the base, Gumiho dropped a lot of workers.
He did. Yeah, he lost like 20 SCVs there, and so he's at 42 workers against 70 from Solar. It's a little bit rough. It's not like the complete end of the world, I feel like, because he did do some counter damage at least, and it's not like Solar's on 90 drones like he wants to be.
Yeah, the depot's been put up and blocked the Roaches out and bought a little bit of time. I think Gumiho would be in a much more winning position, but, you know, Solar with the smart counterattack. Some of the best Zergs in the world, you know, with the scariest pushes coming at them, they just know how to take exactly the right amount of units. Not too many, not too little. The Goldilocks amount, Artosis.
Yeah.
And he sent a Goldilocks amount of Roaches in the counterattack, hit that perfectly. And Gumiho's hurting. He's feeling it.
He is indeed. Still microing on the edges, trying to get some sort of damage done here as well. And I love the multitasking. He's really shown a lot of skill there. It is hard to split your units correctly to defend this as Zerg. But I love that right now we have him going into Ultras. That is going to help out a lot against this type of composition from Gumiho.
Okay, Medevac's continuing to roam. Fortunately, Gumiho is on a 4th base now. Another moment where, you know, not that much damage is getting done. The hatchery is going to finish. I'm afraid for Gumiho with a counterattack. You know, when he's roaming like that with those medevacs now, that's been stopped. And this means that there's really nothing that Gumiho can do to prevent another big push here from Solar.
Yeah, he's going to have to really set up his siege tanks well. He's only got 2 tech labs as far as his barracks go, so he can't get his Marauder count too high too quickly. I feel like that's something that is really going to be difficult for him. He needs a lot of Marauders in this composition, or, you know, maybe start getting more Ghosts. There you go. A couple Ghosts do go up on the production tab now, which certainly will help a lot against the Ultras.
We're in that moment where the Zerg has a lot of minerals and a lot of gas in the bank. There's no more room in the game to make more Zerg units, and that should queue up, that should tee up a huge attack here, and then a supply refill.
Yeah, Gumiho, I think he might have an idea that something's coming because nothing is over there. Now here it comes. He just runs immediately from his third base. No way to hold on against that huge incoming army. And in comes everything Solar has on this side of the map. He is going to be able to kill so much, but at the same time, Gumiho with the counterattack picking off another hatchery.
Yeah, nicely done. The push just keeps coming forward. This tank is going to fall. And there's not going to be any bases outside the natural that Gumiho can mine from.
No, this is getting very bad for Gumiho right now. He's trying to continue to deal damage on the other side of the map. He has so little going on at home, though. Once this stuff gets cleaned up, I'm not sure what he can do. That's it. GG. Solar to the round of 8.
That was a hell of a series, but Solar really flexing his ZVT ability. He is just so resilient, so patient, so calculated. Everything that Gumiho tried to do just could not work out.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive stuff from Solar. Just did what he needed to do just about all the time. Gumiho brought a huge, huge range of play, and Solar was able to counter everything except for the double battle cruiser build.
That was so much fun to cast. And, you know, we've got a lot of great Zergs here at the Intel Extreme Masters, but this is one you really want to keep your eye on. He could end up taking the whole thing.
It is a possibility. Of course, up next, he'll go against Maru. That's going to be a tough one for him tomorrow, but he just showed how strong his Zerg vs. Terran really is.
Yeah, and I think Gumiho had a really impressive showing as well. I mean, he really brought so many new ideas, so many cool techniques, but it ultimately came down to that classic Terran versus Zerg push. Can the Terran get the foothold, do the damage, and topple the Zerg, or is the Zerg going to hold off, defend, and ultimately overwhelm you later on?
Yeah, well, fantastic plays. We're going to go to the desk and see what the boys are thinking about that last match.
Thank you, boys. It's a great start to the round of 12. Solar moves on into the round of 8. Now he has to play against Maru. We have got ourselves Wardy as well as Loco here to talk about this one. And a 3-1 scoreline going towards Solar. That was honestly a masterclass. He looked really good against a lot of the aggression that Gumiho was trying to put on, and Solar bouncing back against it, constantly putting on the pressure against Gumiho.
You know, I honestly feel like a very expected series. It was everything I kind of thought it was going to be. You know, we have Gumiho bringing out the BCs, and honestly, that BC game, he kind of didn't play great. Like, it should have been a lot easier for him. You know, he lost some BCs, he didn't need to.
And those Hellions in the mineral line a couple of times as well.
Yeah, he could have blown up like an entire mineral line like 20 times, and he didn't. But yeah, for me, it was really just a series of expectations. Solar came in as the favorite. He looked very good in the games that were more traditional, standard, you know, getting to play the mechanical games, which is what TVZ is about a lot of the time. He did great there. He stumbled a little bit in Gumiho's speciality, BCs and mech and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But, the rest of the games really were just sort of looking good, and Gumiho running out of steam a little bit.
I mean, it was super clear even from the very word in game 1, Loco. Gumiho came in with a plan, a quick plan to put together here before knowing what was going on in the round of 12 with this kind of build, then with the BCs afterwards and stuff like that, but some of it fell down.
Yeah, he's very well known as that tricky Terran player, right? He's not necessarily the fastest, he's not going to be doing the best multitasking, but he's very good at coming up with cool build orders that, sometimes can work out. They work out against pretty much everyone except the very, very best, and Solar is definitely ranked amongst them. So in this game, he opened up with a really fun proxy situation right behind the gold base. I think that mostly got shut down when the siege tanks got killed, and then ultimately you have to play Solar in a macro game, and it turns out, I think that's just one bridge too far.
Yeah, and mid-2022, we talked Solar, he really has a lot of confidence in this matchup, and you can see it in games like this here, Wardy, when he's able to really roll with the punches that Gumiho's throwing his way, and then the counter-offensives that Solar launches are very, very difficult to deal with.
I mean, Solar is a very just solid player, right? You know, he really can just play the macro game, and we've seen him take on the very best Terrans, and that was my issue going in as well. Not to hate on Gumiho or anything, but like you've got to be at such a high level with your baseline setup and your mechanics to be able to take down Solo, because he is at that very high level as well.
Yeah.
He can macro while he's taking damage, while he's dealing with the harassment or whatever else. And this was just a perfect series. I actually think it was just a great series to summarize just where Solo's at as a player. Very solid, very stable, doesn't necessarily need to do anything overly funky or overly creative.
Yeah.
He's just really great. Big question for me is obviously going up against Maru next round. Is that something that then he can up his game with? He's gone toe-to-toe against Maru. Maru's been a little bit of Solo's like nemesis in results, and sometimes when Solo nukes himself.
Yeah.
But it is genuinely, it is a winnable series for Solo if he can just push that little further, I think.
Yeah, 2021 in the groups against Maru. Not the prettiest, it's fair, but we will see what 2023 is going to bring. And we're getting into some of the final moments. There's a lot of highlights in this package. This is a long one.
This is an epic series, man. We had a lot of variety when it comes to the build orders. I mean, in this one, Gumiho decides to play a little bit more of the standard, right? I believe this one started off with that 2-1-1 with a little bit of variety with the Hellions. But yeah, in the end, I mean, in the macro game, it just seems that Solar is... It's just a couple percentage points here and there, right? But it just seems a little bit better overall in the straightforward macro game. And if you can force the game to go the distance, if you can force the game in this direction, he just seems to be ever so slightly better.
I like what was his versatility stat? 81 for Solar, because in all of these games, the comps, a little bit different here, a little bit different there, adding in the Corruptors when needed, going straight to those Lurkers when needed, a big swath of Ling bailing in that previous game as well, so 81 versatility, Wardy.
He's not like a DRG who, DRG when he plays Zerg vs Terrence, like if he can go mutas, he has a great time. And the other styles, not so much.
Yeah.
Solo can play any of the compositions in this matchup as well. And that
he got 82 is what you said?
81.
Oh, 81. I feel like that should be at least 10 points higher.
You originally apparently wanted it to be 82, so just at least 1 point higher would have been ample.
But yeah, I mean, he really is. The thing is, you're so solid, right? Because you need confidence, and it allows him to be so versatile on each and every map.
Yes,
and on a new map pool especially, you just want to play to every map strength, and Solo can do that. He's not like, oh, this is meant to be a good map, but I'm not so good with this kind of play.
Yeah.
No, he's all around great. It is just from here on out for him, pushing it that one step further and being the best rather than just great.
All right, guys, interviews ready here. We now have our first player advancing through to the round of 8, fully from the round of 12 here. Let's hear from Solar, moving on to play against Maru later.
Thank you very much, Kalaris, and congratulations, Solar. With this very, very important win in the round of 12, you're moving forward to the round of 8 2 years in a row here at Katowice, which is a phenomenal consistency. Tell us what this means to you.
First of all, when I wake up today, I was really dead, like my group stage result wasn't that good. I was not sure about I can survive from group stage. But here I am, and tomorrow I have more games, so it feels really amazing. I can't imagine how I feel.
I'm surprised to hear that you felt dead, because in this series against Gumiho, you played so well. Let's start with map number 1 on Neo Humanity. We saw him have an interesting build using the gold minerals. What was your reaction when you saw that? It's obviously not something we've seen a lot of yet. A lot of people are still figuring out their strategies. What was your reaction?
Yeah, was really stressful strategy. Like, I really didn't expect playing like this. So I was very embarrassed, but I just think about he was just all-inning. So if I just make defense and make ravagers, I think I'm gonna winning it, because he doesn't have a natural. So yeah, things are going to my plans. So pretty nice stretch. Maybe you guys can try one more time, one day.
After a stressful map number 1, map number 2, I'm sure was also stressful for you. Especially after the beginning where you took so much damage. It turned into an odd situation because you were obviously behind, but then you also killed so many battle cruisers, which of course makes you want to keep trying. What was going through your head?
Yeah, I already knew he's going to the BCs, because this strategy he played against me on GSL round of 10 once. So I already knew it. So I make a lot of queens as I can. But BCs are imba, so please nerf BCs, please.
Well, now you took one Terran down, and you have this other Terran in front of you in the round of 8. You guys may have heard of him before. He goes by the name Maru. And you've played Maru in the round of 8 recently, actually, at the DreamHack StarCraft 2 Masters Atlanta. It was actually a really close best of 5. You did lose, but it was close series, 3-2. You performed great against him back then. I know it's been a couple of months since then. What are your expectations this time going up against Maru?
I think Maru obviously is best player in the world, especially in TBCs. Yeah, but I think like I always get Maru in round of 8 in every ESL events recently. I think ESL guys hates me, probably. But it's okay, but because last series, I take 2 maps from him, and last game I was almost winning. It was really close series. So this time, I never went to round of 4 in ESL Katowice, like 4 times or 5 times. But this time, I hope this time will first come back from myself, yeah.
I think that would be absolutely amazing if you're able to do that. For now, congratulations once again, 2 years in a row through to the round of 8 for Solar. We'll be right back.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
All right, welcome back to the Extreme Masters Katowice, as we do have, of course, the most important sponsor, because without them, it would just be the Extreme Masters Katowice. It's Intel. A big thank you to them for joining us here for the round of 12 onwards as well, especially. We've already concluded one of our round of 12 matches, and these two were commentating it on the mics, screaming their heads off. That was a fun one.
That was a very interesting TVZ. It is interesting also from Gumiho's perspective, even though he lost, that he brought such a big range of play, but it basically just doesn't work. It's like no matter what you do to try to slow the growth of Solar, he's going to kill you.
Yeah, I mean, Solar's really come into his own in the past 6 months or so and has raised his level, a whole nother place. And Gumiho just wasn't quite strong enough overall.
Well, in the end there, with the interview as well, he does think ESL hates him, and he's going up against Maru next, once again. So that's how that's going to boil down. Now let's move on to another TVZ here, and it's an exciting one because it is going to be Serral going up against ByuN. This one, there are 3 world championships amongst them here, Tasteless. So it's kind of a big deal, kind of a good fixture.
This should be either a really close and exciting series, or it's going to be one-sided and Serral's going to murder. And that is possible.
Okay, no, I see what you're saying. Like, Serral probably is a little bit favored, but we've been talking about ByuN. ByuN has been playing so well at this tournament. He's just turned it on in the last, couple of months, And I think that there is a real shot for him here. Like, if he keeps up his aggression and the way that he likes to play the game, Serral might have a hard time with that.
Maybe. Serral did say, though, in his interview that he's happier that we get into this best-of-5 territory because he can then, really kind of start to anticipate his opponent and things like that. What do you think for the best-of-5, the mentality of both players?
I think, Serral, the more games he gets to play, probably the more confident he's going to be.
Yeah.
I think Serral's a player that's so good, you probably fear a best of 3 almost. Where like a best of 5, like a best of 7, that's where he's really going to be in his element because he doesn't make that many mistakes, right? So if you're able to trick him or beat him once, whatever, he's going to make the adjustments and be in great shape, in the other games going forward.
Final thoughts before we go in, Dan?
I think this is going to be a great match, honestly. I think that ByuN is ready to show his peak form, and I think he's going to really push Serral to his limits.
All right, well, let's get to it then. It's another round of 12 match. The Finnish Phenom is going to go up against ByuN here. Best of 5. Let's get to it.
Thank you very much, Colaris. We can tell that the competition is only getting more intense as our next 2 players are both BlizzCon champions. Coming up first, we have our 2016 WCS Global Champion taking on the 2018 WCS Global Champion. Please welcome on stage, it is ByuN and Serral.
What a big match we've got here in store for us. Serral and ByuN. All right, a little bit of drama to kick things off.
Yeah, ByuN likes getting a little bit cheeky, right? We've seen him play rock, paper, scissors and a bunch of stuff in the past as well, just to have a little bit of fun. You know what? Maybe getting the small mental advantage there. You never know. Maybe I don't think Serral's going to be too bothered, right? But normally Serral sits down, he's very focused, and he's at the very least not smiling anymore.
Yeah, he had a bit of a cheeky grin there for a few seconds, but gonna be getting into focus mode nice and quickly here for the 2 players. Of course, looking for revenge for that most recent match at Home Story Cup will Serral be looking for. And ByuN, a player who in the last couple of months has shown us the power of his play in every matchup. It's been so cool to see him taking down Maru in some of these events, to be smashing Protoss. He's been looking on another level, but not just that. His Terran vs Zerg has been all-consuming, taking down Serral, beating players like Reyna, who previously were massive obstacles for him maybe 6 months back. Now, ByuN comes in as a player where if he can deliver the same performances he's been bringing in those online tournaments, it feels like he might even be the favorite.
Yeah, ByuN has been playing fantastic over the last couple of months and for quite some time now, right? Like, just a player with a huge amount of variety when it comes to his strategies as well. He's been a big fan of the triple Rex opener historically. He goes for a lot of proxies, but he's also been like, quote-unquote, proxying his own natural expansion where he builds 2 barracks as part of the wall-off. Command Center first wouldn't be a surprise. I mean, the man's capable of everything. I feel like Serral is maybe a little bit more predictable. ByuN can certainly play into that.
Serral is one of the best scouting-oriented reactive macro players in the game. Defensive, he likes to lock horns with his opponent and beat them front on. If there's one weakness for Serral, it's that he likes beating them front on so much that you can sometimes count on him not committing so hard to the backstabs and the sneaky plays. We'll see what evolves as we start this map off on Gressman. In the top left side of the map, Basilisk's absolutely amazing pickup. The Zerg player, this is Serral.
And down here in the bottom right, representing the Shopify Rebellion with the blue SCVs, make some noise for ByuN. Honestly, this should be an amazing series. It's a best of 5. We should see some variety. We should see a lot of cool builds coming out. And honestly, when it comes to high-level Terran versus Zerg, it doesn't get much better than these 2, right?
Not at all. I mean, it's actually insane because I remember when ByuN was known for like one thing in each meta. It's like, oh, his 2-on-1's really good. He's really good at 2-base all-ins or 3-base pushes. Lately, he is so layered in his play. And what I mean by that is he will commit really hard to an attack, yet find a way to get a third base behind it. And there's so many just transitions through his play where he is adding just complexity and never getting too stuck in one mode.
Yeah, on this map in particular, I've casted a couple of games over the last couple of weeks where ByuN was facing off against the Zerg, and he seems to be a big fan of playing that very slow, very methodical game. To the point where I almost felt like I had the wrong replays and it wasn't actually ByuN playing, but Mr. Maru, right? He was playing a very, very command center focused style, going up to like a dozen of them. I wonder if that's something he is going to play against Serral as well, because playing Serral in those long macro games must be horrifying. The guy just doesn't really have any particular weakness, but especially playing him in the late game, you just have so many moments where you can accidentally slip up and make a mistake and, well, lose the game because of it.
It is quite rare that players choose to go straight to the late game against Serral. I agree with you on that. But ByuN does go mass command center. As you pointed out, what I think is so hard to deal with as the Zerg is how much aggression he puts on you while he's doing it, though. That's the fact that he'll deny bases, get ahead, and where a lot of other Terran players get stubborn and keep on trying to win the game, he'll transition, add the command centers, tech into the ghosts, and kind of add those next levels. So if he can find those instincts and level up, that'll be the way to do it. It is a command center first into 2 barracks opening. So he's going to be going for the trademark double medevac drop in the near future.
Yep, this is a build he's perfected over the years, and with the command center first variant here, you're gonna just hit ever so slightly faster. It makes the game a little bit scarier if Serral's gonna accidentally autopilot and do what he likes to do most. I believe he likes to drone up until like 4.5 minutes or so. If he starts units a little bit too late, he could be caught off guard against the CC first, but he's gonna find out exactly what he's playing against, and I'm sure he's gonna adjust his strategy.
Always a bit of a bummer when you build 4 Zerglings and there's no Reaper that comes across the map. Those could have been 2 drones, and that's an adjustment we expect Serral to make as this series goes on, where he might hold off on building Zerglings until he confirms there's a Reaper on the way across the map. The reason it's dangerous, though, is because ByuN, he'll rotate between this, and then he'll do a 3-Rex Reaper. And you're like, oh no, I didn't build Zerglings, like, I'm in big trouble.
If you have 2 links against 3-Rex Reaper, you're in a lot of trouble, yeah. There it is. Reactor going down, Starport added on as well. We're going to see the big switcheroo right there momentarily as he's going to start bumping out those medevacs 2 at a time. Should line up together with the Stimpack upgrade, and he'll be loading those medevacs full of Marines, and he's going to send them straight across the map.
Ooh, nice harassment. Gets that SCV. Defo does not get finished, and another SCV has to finish it off. Just comes over, taps it with his drill, and suddenly, bam, it's finished.
He just had to remove the, the blanket, it was ready to go. He just had to do the grand reveal of the new supply depot.
3 more Queens are on the way for Serral right now. Real solid setup for him. And this is a long map, left to right, natural to natural, but what's so fascinating is Serral's expansion pattern. I feel like so many Zergs, they take the front third, and that is always under threat. Now, he's gone straight down to the south, which means his third is way more protected. That's awesome. On the downside, where does he take his fourth? The reason why Zergs take the third up front is so they get this fourth a bit easier. If he expands to the south side of the map, he doesn't have a lot of creep out there. Wherever you take this fourth base, it's going to be a little bit vulnerable. So a different style of expansion pattern from Serral. I like it for now, but I do feel his fourth base, getting that up and defended, is going to be a very dangerous point of the game.
Third command center on the back it is as well, so this is just going to be a little bit of pressure here coming out of ByuN. This is one of those builds, though, that can do a dangerous amount of damage. How many Marines are we on at this point? It must be at least 16. We're already up to 19. So this is only 5 minutes into the game with a third command center. Now, of course, Serral knows that this is coming. Not only did he scout it, he hasn't seen any Hellions. He knows the timing that this upgrade should be finished at. I'm sure he's going to be well prepared against this particular push, but it's just a little bit of pressure, right? Just to test the waters at the beginning of a series.
Indeed. Lair almost finished. Bane speed, no doubt, will be starting up when that's there. For now, though, great positioning on the Queens. He knew they were all going to shoot at the same time. And ByuN wisely backs off, respects it for now. He's got all the upgrades, the barracks, the third command center on the way. and not overcommitting just yet. Serral is a player who is known for his control. And what I mean is control of the pace of the game. So he does not want to give you an ability to get any tempo. The way you really screw up against Serral is you overcommit to an attack, because he's always got enough army waiting. And if he can crush a fight, that's when he runs away with the economy. It's very different to playing against a Reina or a Dark, who will, you know, be a bit risky. They'll try and squeeze another 10, 15 drones out and get ahead. You've got to do damage. Against Serral, it's about your efficiency. And that's why ByuN goes into the main here. He's going to look to get some damage and then get on out of there. I like this play by ByuN, but he didn't stim all the Marines. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, the Queens are not all here. Okay, he's going to be forced to pick up and get on out of there, but at least he got a couple of workers. Look at that one Marine just scouting on the perimeter of the Zerg's main base. Guys, the coast is clear. Don't worry about it. He's going to pick up and get on out of there. At least get a Queen and a couple of drones for his troubles, and maybe a little bit of a scare, right?
Yeah, definitely. Would have been nice if he preserved a few more Marines there, as the firepower has gone down. And Serral, I mean, I said this fourth would be a point of contention. Serral says, no way, mate. This is easy. I've got the creep out there. My Queens are solid. Yeah. I'm not letting the drops do damage. And yeah, you're getting 1 or 2 drones each time. Good focus fire, actually. Oh, very good focus fire for ByuN, but does lose a bunch of Marines for it, and that really gives away some of the pressure on this north side of the map. He's trying to be annoying. He does get 2 more workers. He's trying to, of course, throw Serral off his game, but overall units lost tab looks fine for Serral, who's sitting on 61 drones with a massive Ling Bane army.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to get aggressive as he snipes one of the Medivacs. Very nice, and he gets the other 2. Wow. I think he was already intending on going for a little bit of aggression. Like you brought up, there's not a whole lot of workers available here for the Zerg. He's going to drone up heavily now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see those Lings and Banes on the other side of the map here momentarily.
And the 2-2 hasn't started yet for ByuN as well. He's got masses of gas in the bank. He's adding up to 8 barracks, so thinking about being very aggressive is ByuN. No 4th command center on the way, and his Widowmine production seems to have halted for the moment, but there we go, it does resume. Serral's got pretty good control. He was very slow to build the worker count up, but now does have the 76 drones, which he's content with. And trailing on the upgrades a little bit as the 2-2 does start up for ByuN.
A little bit of first-person view right here. This is what our Terran player is currently looking at as he's playing this game. A lot of multitasking, like you already brought up. Both of these players are incredibly fast. ByuN likes to play that tempo game, but in a match like this, so far it's really not going that well, right? I mean, he wants to be able to continuously push. He wants to be able to push back that creep, but so far Serral has been all over it.
Yeah, all over. That's exactly the phrase that was running through my head. I was like, you're just looking at this, and I'm used to them clearing more creep with each of these waves, to picking off a few Zerglings, getting in a corner and sniping some Banelings down. ByuN has not been able to find those openings yet. There we go. But, ooh, he takes a Baneling. Luckily, the second one doesn't connect. Takes 2 Banelings to kill those Marines, so saving most of them. The supply is still very even. 4th command center is on the way. Concussive shells. The Marauder transition is here, and that's always very big against the Ling Bane. But at the same time, Serral's going into Hydras. No Hive on the way just yet.
Yeah, he's just sticking around on that Hydraling Bane army here for the time being. Of course, he can transition away quite easily into Lurkers if he wants to, and I do think that's an excellent option. But like you brought up, there's no Hive yet, so I wonder if maybe he's planning on a bit of aggression here soon.
Oh, a lot of Marines get caught out there. A bit slow on the stim for ByuN. Uncharacteristic of him, but at the same time, Widowmine's always going to be fearsome threat that Serral has to respect. Double drop in the top of the main. There's some Lings nearby, but they're not on top of it. The Marines will get out of the medevac.
He picks up and gets on out of there just barely in time, but as long as he leaves on time, that is all that really matters. ByuN is trying to roam this map, right? He's trying to do what he does best, but Serral has not been giving him a whole lot of space. Every time he kills like 3 creep tumors, the next time he comes in that area of the map, a dozen more suddenly appear. Now he gets a full wraparound Serral, that is, as he's ready to blow up that army, but luckily the medevacs pick up and grab some of that bio army.
Good supply lead for Serral. The drop in the north, threatening, but Serral wants to counterattack. By the looks of it, Serral's just going to charge. Plenty of Widowmines with the Marauders in front of the Widowmines. Lingbanes can't really get it, and the Hydra's getting caught out. But Serral quickly turns around. He's going to jump on top of this army. A dangerous area to engage as ByuN is very ready for it. He chases Serral back to his side of the map.
Yeah, as soon as the fight goes off creep, we can immediately notice what happens, right? ByuN feeling a lot more comfortable. That Zerg army not moving around nearly as quickly. He's got a lot better vision as well. He knows where the units are coming from, and he manages to defend that fight relatively easily. Now, on the back of this, though, ByuN has been happily expanding, right? His economy is looking really nice. He's going into 3-3. He's continuously fighting, but it's not necessarily costing him the game. He's not stuck on just you know, say 3 command centers here. He's continuously progressing.
Oh my lord, there's a lot of banelings coming forward. The Marines are behind the Marauders, though. Those Marauders are making it so hard for Serral to engage. He tries to flank the army, but the reinforce does distract him for a while. Serral now considering giving up ground on this base. ByuN just picks up and moves into the main, though. He's going to keep on working this angle, but Lings have found their way into the 4th base. ByuN's got to watch out for those banelings.
Okay, banelings trying to connect with whatever they can. Big drop in the main. This is honestly really scary. Whoa. The banelings and the Zerglings here are running quite late into the main, but eventually they do manage to push this back. He's gonna, well, rotate immediately on down towards this 4th base of the Zerg player.
Oh man, these trades are so messy. It's a pace that Serral can't really keep up with. They're using the high ground and the low ground. Serral's out of lava right now, and he cannot spend his bank, but he has just barely enough Lings for a surround. ByuN stutter stepping like mad, saves some units in the deep red medivacs. 15 SCVs went down behind it. Even though those trades were really good for ByuN overall, he lost a lot of SCVs, and Serral has been mining a bit more money than him. ByuN wants to keep the momentum going, but the Massling Hydra is holding on.
Yeah, they call him Micro Jackson for a reason. Just impeccable control, trying his best to obtain the victory just by out-controlling and outpacing the opponent.
Oh, some big Widow Mines on that ramp. Oh, I feel like Serral needs to explode more into the backstabs right now. Remember, he's fighting front on something.
He needs Overseers here.
Stuck in. Oh, he's not morphing them yet.
No, he really needs Overseers in this area. He might not realize, okay, there's finally one coming in. That could be a painful loss if those would have fired. Once again, a couple of Medivacs caught off guard as they also now get picked off for basically free. He's chasing everything though, right? There's so much aggression all over the map.
Yeah, the Lingbane's on top of this. I think ByuN realized he had a bit of momentum, but now he's rebuilding SCVs. His drops are getting chased off. He's been trading pretty well. But remember, only on 4 bases and 60 SCVs. ByuN is not super rich in this game. Hasn't found the room to get to that mass command center style. And Serral still sticking to what Serral likes to do. You know, there's Dark and Raynor style backstabs, 60 Banelings, 35 Zerglings running into your base. Serral, it's like 12 Zerglings microed better than you've ever seen anyone micro 12 Zerglings. He loves just committing the minimal possible amount to distract his opponent.
He's thinking, you know what? By like the 20-minute mark, that 4th base will be mined out. That's when I'll start really attacking you if I get a chance. But if not, I'm okay just playing the long game if I need to. So he's now once again venturing a little bit out onto the map. He sees the Terran army. He's like, nope, I'm going to go back. And it's also because of his Medivac drop that it's just relentless, right? It goes back into the main base. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple spores right there on the ridge, right? Like just on the edge of the main would have been really sweet.
Most of those players would have done that by now. Serral says, no, I'm going to use mobile units. I've got my faith in it. A wall of Hydras coming forwards. They don't have any range upgrades yet. They don't do that much. The Marauder Widow Mine is very costly for Banelings to engage into. And if the Marines manage to get on top of the Hydras, they will smash. But more Banelings are about to finish morphing. ByuN wisely backs off creep.
Okay, matter of fact, drop over here gets cleaned up as the Marines just try to gun down as many of those queens as they can. Okay, that's a decent detonation right there for a Terran player, but he's losing a little bit of steam right now.
He's going into a Ghost transition and more command centers is ByuN. I don't know if the Ghost is the best idea against Serral. Oh, a full Medivac got snapped on the way out. ByuN starting to take those worse and worse trades. Let's check that unit's loss tab if we get a chance here, as this fighting is not going to close anytime soon. 4,000 resource advantage in ByuN's favor. Nothing to write home about. Normally, Biomine versus Lingbane styles is way more Terran focused, and you can see it in the bank. Serral's got 3,000 resources saved up. He's doing some nice run bys. ByuN can't afford this damage.
Yeah, this is very painful right now for the Terran player. He doesn't have much income like you already touched on. He's got that 5th CC done, but he hasn't done much, and that's the income advantage that we've been talking about, right? Sure, the trades have been ever so slightly in favor of the Terran. He's been trading more cost efficiently, but he hasn't been making a lot of headroom. Now, this is good, though. Grabbing one of those Vipers.
Yeah, Viper caught in the open. Very nice for ByuN. He's so Marauder heavy, and that's so awkward for Lingbane to deal with yet. Serral's just been good enough at respreading his creep and fighting that it's worked out all right for him. You can tell ByuN has a sense of urgency here. He knows that Hive Tech's on the way, and he is starting 4 Ghosts at a time. +2 range upgrade on the way for Serral. He hasn't started the Lurker upgrades just yet, though the Lurker Den is done. And I feel like Serral is very happy to stay on Lingbane Hydra Viper all game long.
Yeah, especially if the opponent decides to go heavily into Ghosts. Hydras and Banes are pretty good against that particular unit composition. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to sit around on that lower tech army for at least a while longer.
Oh, he got almost all the Widow Mines before they fired. The one that fired didn't get a big hit off. The Baneling's getting in towards those Marauders. Parasitic Bomb and the Medivacs. Amazing trades for Serral. He's just got to be careful not to chase too far. You don't want to lose the Hydralisks, but that looked like an amazing trade. He's got 90 drones, thousands of resources in the bank. And Serral can just remake the Banes. He's even adding a few Lurkers. If he goes again, ByuN may be broken because Ghosts are just not going to add much against this army. And he doesn't have any bank. He's going to go offensive. I like this move from ByuN. I actually think he does way better on the offense than the defense. We've seen it in his player stats as well. As much as we can trust those, he's much more comfortable just bouncing around with these drops. So I like this choice.
Yeah, it's good, but at this point, those Vipers are putting in a lot of supplemental damage. You can see the Medivacs are rather low as well. I wouldn't have minded seeing a Parasitic Bomb right there on those, because that would have probably finished off at least one or two of them.
It was a good quick EMP. Just managed to hit those Vipers just before they went in. I thought those Medivacs were dead as well. I thought if Dux or Parasitic was going to get him, but luckily ByuN saves his bacon by doing that. And he's got that 5th up, 3 more command centers on the way. You were talking about it earlier, Loco. If he gets held off, if he can't win the game in the mid-game, ByuN will flick that switch and just go mass command center.
So a lot of Zergs at this point are very fond of making all of a sudden a dozen Lurkers and then burrowing them right next to a planetary fortress. Normally, though, that is before that heavy Lurker before that heavy Ghost transition is coming up. But ByuN has been making those for quite a while. And while they're not necessarily a great unit against this particular army, against the follow-up from the Zerg player, it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, 100%. The Nidus Worm allowing Zerglings to potentially open a new front as well. Lings on the right, and that Planetary getting exposed. Oh, ByuN's economy in the open. Planetary gets sniped. Luckily, only loses 5 SCVs. That could have been a lot worse if he lost 20, 30 SCVs as well.
The Ghosts are way too far forward. He picks up 2 of them, but a Medivac goes down because of it as well. These are the mistakes you really can't afford.
Feels like Serral's dancing around him right now. Zerglings burrowed on that 4th base
Dancing
as well.
around Micro Jackson himself?
That's right, mate. You can try and moonwalk, but Serral will burrow underneath you, pop up behind you, and snap your neck. He's been doing this for years, mate. The 2018 and reigning 2022 world champion, Serral, an absolute monster here. ByuN's coming in with a big spreading of units, though, but so much Baneling Hydra. Seems like Serral, with the next wave, should be able to push it back. Ling run by, getting 10 SCVs on the 4th base. ByuN's economy's hurting. It feels like ByuN's getting more and more urgency behind his aggression. He feels he needs to hurt Serral here.
Yeah, he's also setting himself up. Serral, that is for a Nidus network inside of the opponent's main base, as we saw in that direction.
Oh, the snipes!
So yeah, they are amazing. Look at the supply count, though. It's been plummeting for a while. You brought up the command centers. They have been nice and all, but they haven't really kicked in yet.
No, I don't even know if he has the money to morph orbitals. But yeah, you need those mules dropping, but you don't have money to morph orbitals. He's finding it now, but Serral has so much supply, and this has simply been a battle of the micro in the engagements. ByuN has taken, Serral has taken away ByuN's ability to surprise him, you know, to catch him off guard with any of these pushes, and he's just dealt with everything so cleanly.
Now there's also a couple infestors in the mix. I don't think that ByuN is aware of those yet. One fungal growth at this point can change this entire game. It can pretty much end it as he's trying to go for the fungal growth. He comes in with the chain fungal. That is going to shut down that army, and with it, the game. Serral looking absolutely dominant in game number 1.
Yeah, as expected, no reaction from Serral. One game he cares not about. It's only when he gets to pick up the trophy at the end of the day. That is the only time that he really gets super duper excited. I love it. That was just so good at not letting ByuN get going. There was that moment where the drop was kind of like moving between the 4th and the main. I was a little worried for Serral, but he seemed to stay calm.
Yeah, honestly, fantastic player right there. ByuN was... It wasn't for a lack of trying, right? He dropped them all over the place. He tried to pull Serral apart in the way that he likes to do by hitting him at multiple angles, dropping the main base, drop at the 4th base, well, ferry those units down towards the 3rd base as well, and just continuously harassing the opponent. But Serral, yeah, he most of the time was in the right place, and because of that, he didn't really take that crippling amount of damage that we see so many Zerg players take. I mean, ByuN trying to play that tempo game, trying to get that tempo advantage to continuously push, but it never really got underway, right? I mean, he tried for the entirety of the game, but Serral didn't really give him a chance.
Absolutely. I do think Gressman's a good map for Serral. I also like the 3rd base he took just to give himself an easier early game. And he really worked it well. I mean, it's a map where Serral said, hey, I know there's a lot of size on this and multi-prong scary, but he was so well prepared for it. Always had the Ling Bane ready in the main. perhaps ByuN could have gone for some Widowmine drops. I think that's one thing which is very big reaction from the Zerg required for just a small number of units. So if there is some special source that could have happened, that might have been it. And in general, if you think about how much focus was in the north of that map, you imagine a Widowmine drop coming in on the south, hitting the third, hitting in behind the natural. That might have just been the point where you actually split Serral's attention enough to start finding damage.
Alrighty. We're going to be loading into game number 2 here very shortly, which will take place on the map Babylon.
It's much better for Terran, I think, this one.
Yeah.
I would imagine this is ByuN's map pick, so...
Much smaller for sure.
It's always funny in like a best of 5 because you get like, you know, the best Zerg map, the best Terran map, and then it gets more and more towards the 50-50 maps as you go on. Well, down here in the bottom right side of the map, representing Basilisk Esports. He's had a confident start to the series. Give him your energy so he can keep it up. It's Serral!
And his opponent, all the way in the top left-hand corner of the map from South Korea. Give it up for ByuN.
Shopify Rebellion's remaining player and potential second-time world champion if he can make the miracle happen and come in and show that he is still not just a very, very high-level player, but actually the guy that can take home the trophy. He's been showing that fantastic skill lately. And you know what?
Terran patch.
Maybe he actually has some help from the patch. I like that. Bucking the trend. Definitely not what they're talking about on the internet from the comments I've seen.
No. There haven't been any Reddit threads about it whatsoever. Hatchery first right here for Serral. No gas geyser, which is kind of interesting. Going for the pull into the gas. Okay, Serral. Maybe taking a page out of Dark's book, playing it relatively randomly, right? He likes to do that from time to time.
You know, it's a very safe opening. You can use this in order to just defend a 2-Rex much, much easier. But not only that, this also allows you, of course, to do potential Roach aggression if you want to. But now just 2 Zerglings and a Queen startup. No like 6 Zergling into Roach push. ByuN, on the other hand, he's going CC first into Barracks and double gas. So very economic openings for ByuN. And this has just become such a norm for Terran players recently. I like it. You know, it was the Barracks into the command zone, into the third CC. Took over the meta for a while in this matchup.
Yep.
And now more recently, it's like CC first. And I think, what was it? Cure earlier in the tournament even went third command center before gas in one of his games. Unfortunately, he just died to a big all-in.
He was like on 1 gas and 3 CC, just an insanely well,
I love the idea.
Not working out too well. But
I think if you're playing Serral, if there's a guy to do it against, Serral might be it because he's so defensively focused, right?
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. Yeah, you're very right. Serral, I mean, from time to time, he likes to mix in some aggression. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a little bit of a Roach aggression in this one. If that's the case, we'll probably see a Roach Warren in about a minute or so from now. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that production tab. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's just going to keep playing the way that he has been, right? I mean, his Terran versus Zerg, or I guess from his perspective, the Zerg versus Terran matchup, it's been incredible this tournament so far. I think he's probably just going to stick to his gut and just... play what he's been strongest at most of the time.
You know what worries me for ByuN here, what I think is such a problem for playing Serral is you get to your map, a map with really good tank spots, bit of a shorter rush distance, better for that Terran aggression. But then you look at Serral's historic map win rate on the map that's meant to be really good for Terran versus Zerg, and it's often higher than on the Zerg maps. Like, it's wild how much he dominated back on Submarine, back on Curious Minds, back on all of these shorter rush distance maps that were meant to be good for the Terran player.
There it is, by the way.
And Serral was just like, nope, I know how to smash.
This is an interesting one, right? So I was just bringing up, he will probably play his good old normal play style. Decides to go for a Roach Warren here instead. And you know what? I do like it. I don't mind seeing a bit of aggression coming out of him, especially on one of the shorter maps. Maybe that's the reason as to why.
Yeah.
He does incline to be more aggressive on these maps, and well, he's certainly going to try in this one.
Oh my god, look at this Overlord. So Overlord's going to... This is a really good scout.
Yes.
This is so good. He's going to see... This is actually a Marauder Hellbat all-in that ByuN's doing. The Marauder rallying there. The Overlord sees everything, and that is going to give away what he's up to. Serral's already committed to 8 Roaches, though. I think ideally, Serral would actually build more drones, make enough Roaches to defend a bit later in the game, and then kind of do okay. Both players are essentially planning to hit an attack about 5 minutes versus each other.
Yeah.
And usually in these scenarios, whoever gets the scouting information and swaps into a defensive stance comes out on top.
Yes.
Because if you commit across the map, oh, we both committed to a big army, but I've got defender's advantage, I get to slap that down. The problem now for ByuN is he doesn't have the information and Serral does.
So now ByuN scouts it, which is really nice. One thing to note, though, with this build from Serral is that he does not have the Zergling speed upgrade, so no metabolic boost. He decides to cancel that in favor of more roaches, and now he's droning behind. Is he really gonna attack, though? I'm with you. I feel like pushing up that ramp is very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he didn't get the read from the tech lab and doesn't realize what's up. The moment he sees Hellbats and Marauders on that ramp, or actually, it looks like the Armory might have cancelled. He should get out of there. He's gonna try and commit up the ramp. Oh, look at that. Trying to do some hot pickups is ByuN, making sure those Marauders can't be focus fired. Serral confidently shoves up the ramp and is met with some Terran fire. And that is a lot of roaches going down for a couple of Hellions. The Marauders will chase it down as well. And of course, not enough damage to get through that medevac healing. Counterattack will come across the map. Serral is only up a handful of workers and he is forced to hold down that roach production key while ByuN sets up for a macro game behind it. A really good start for Terran.
Very interesting decision right there from Serral, though. I feel like he had all the information, but he decided, no, I'm going to trade the armies regardless. Now, he's been making some roaches, he's been making some drones, now he went back into roaches, and now he's going back into drones. He's still trying to secure himself that economic advantage. The armory was cancelled, which is an interesting one. I guess he wanted to deal as much splash damage as possible against his roach-based force. I guess he's now going to be... He's going to make a couple of Zerglings, by the way, which I guess will... remind him that he doesn't have the link speed upgrade. Yeah, he's just happily playing the macro game.
They're not bad just for scouting, actually. If you think about it, maybe he just wants to see if a third lands, so he sends them around the side of the map. Sometimes it always feels so awkward, but you do this in a roach game, you're like, there you go, slow Zerglings. They just kind of waddle across the map and get a bit of information. I don't mind it.
Already waiting, though, right?
Yeah.
There's roaches waiting in case there is a Hellion drop. Hellion drop shows up, and they're going to have to leave.
Well, it's a Bio versus Roach game for now. I wonder if Serral commits to the Roach upgrades or he swaps straight back into Zerglings. He hasn't gone Ling Speed yet. And that does seem like he's going to be playing Mass Roach. We've seen a few players play that style very well. Queen does get picked off. Good micro here for ByuN. I like the way he's pushed Serral's vision back into the corner as well with the Viking. And now the Liberator comes in on the north side, stressing out Serral's multitasking, but Serral is so clean. Not a single worker going down.
Okay, so with an opener like this, Zerg is forced to go into that Roach Ravager army. We saw a little bit of that in the previous series as well. It's one of those styles that most Zerg players don't necessarily prefer, but they're comfortable playing. So it's going to be Roach speed together with +1/+1. One thing to note is that all those 3 Zerg upgrades that are on the production tab on the right side, they finish up right around the same time. So the classical timing attack for the Zerg at this point would be to attack as soon as all 3 of those, well maybe right now 4 of those, end up finishing at the same time as he also starts up the Zergling speed.
Classic 1-1 Roach timing you're talking about there. I mean, that's a delicious one. It's killed so many Terrans in this tournament specifically over the years.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like he's going for it with that quick infestation pit. Now Ling Speed and Zerglings. I think he's kind of assuming that ByuN is going to play defensive for the late game. And actually, he's going to attack Hydra then, so he's going to swap into Ling Lurker. Interesting. I imagine a Baneling Nest at some point, but for now, Serral's just going to go Lurker, Viper, Ling. Not a bad transition, but one where if he doesn't hold the Roach key down, like, ByuN may be able to push into him and take him out. I think Serral may be a bit greedy right now.
Yeah, he's definitely being greedy, but then again, I guess the early game wasn't absolutely terrible for him. ByuN, though, once again hanging out with Medifex. He's going to try and do the thing that he did in the previous match. This time around, though, from a little bit more of an uncomfortable position, right? I mean, he's going to go into the 4th command center. This Medifex drop gets into the main base and actually kills a decent amount of workers.
That's pretty damn nice. The Queen's coming in, though. I mean, yeah, you're going to either pick up and get out of there immediately, or you're just 100% committed. So a very nice evacuation there from ByuN. He's got that 4th CC on the way, as you pointed out. 2-2 is coming in, and he's remembered Combat Shield, so heave a sigh of relief, Terran fans. He's not going to forget that one.
Yeah, that is the upgrade that is easily forgotten. It's like the 31 supply overlord. We see that one all the time, even at this level of play, that someone hits a supply block at 36 out of 36.
Oh, that's a nice tank spot. That's really nice. Baiting Serral into fighting into them, and of course gets a few good volleys off. Second factory's on the way, vehicle, weapons. ByuN's in a nice spot here, and I like that he's not overcommitting with his army. He's kind of just harassing, even with the siege tanks in the north of the map. I don't think he should move forward with those. I think that's about as far as he should go.
Yeah, sit on the edge of the creep, try and bait that Zerg army as close as possible and just deal as much damage as he possibly can. Lurkers, however, are coming up, so these kind of attacks are on a bit of a timer. If Serral can sit here with a couple of Lurkers, it's much more difficult for the Terran player to push in here. Vipers are already out, so parasitic bombs are once again on the menu. You can maybe even abduct 1 or 2 of those siege tanks.
Oh, Serral's first-person view, a rare treat here. As looks like he pulls that queen back. He's trying to monitor the front. He doesn't have much energy on those Vipers, so he's going to tell them to consume off the hatchery in a moment. The Lurker's burrowing spread across these bases. He's trying to spread creep, but you can see his vision, his map control severely limited, especially on this north side. He's trying to get vision of that army, but he can't quite see where it is.
Production wants to show this more frequently, man, but everybody gets nauseous as soon as we start looking at this man's first-person view. Scrolling all over the screen, trying his very best. Derry gets an abduction. That siege tank is gone in a heartbeat. Serral is just continuously hitting his queen injects and now starting up a little bit of a spore wall. We were talking about it in the previous game, trying his very best to make sure that those drops, they're not going to be as painful in the main base anymore.
Especially with the Lurker style. Oh, speaking of Devil Lurker, we were on Serral's vision. He didn't even see it coming. They're going to get in before those spores are finished. One medevac will fall on the south side, but that spawning pool, Adrenal Gland's going to go down again here. And the spawning pool snipe, something that ByuN does like to go for. And look at that, gets some Zerglings and then just picks up to get out in a moment. But oh gosh, if he's winning the fight, he might as well stay. The unit's a bit too slow to get up here. Nice transfuses to save the day for Serral.
This is exactly what Serral was trying to avoid. Excellent move right there from ByuN. He does have a couple of roaches in the Metro expansion that he needs to address. If he can kill this base as well, that would be fantastic. He targets it down and he gets it. No cancel. That was a kill, so that's 300 minerals down the drain, plus the drone.
Yeah, ByuN's doing pretty good. 8 SCVs falling, though. These roaches not being dealt with. And ByuN, I mean, he loves, once he starts getting momentum, to just start flowing into all sorts of chaotic, mad multi-prong. But Serral is a player you must be careful against because he will not get thrown off and fall apart. He will stay so stable, even in the most bitterly difficult positions for the Zerg. Tanks left on their own. That's got to be a mistake.
Yeah, he's going to get them all. That is a pretty expensive loss right here for ByuN, though it does open up some supply right now for him to go into those ghosts, which he is going to transition into. This game has been amazing so far, man. Very back and forth as we have another big engagement here. The Lurkers, though, are burrowed, and Terran Bio, it's going to have to back off.
He's overstimmed, though. He's very wounded. This base is out in the open. He's going to have to get the SCVs out of there. There's no tanks. There's nothing to cover this.
Yeah, without those siege tanks that were previously in this location, it's very difficult to control. Look at the Lurker count as well, right? You can't drop here. Don't unload those medevacs.
Yeah, that'd be nasty. Not much support for the Lurkers, but the Bio is so wounded that I don't think it matters. ByuN was stimming his whole army a little bit too much earlier, and you can see how quick these Lurker counterattacks come across the map. Serral had some shaky moments earlier in this tournament in Zerg versus Zerg, but since then, in his Zerg versus Protoss and his Zerg versus Terran, he is looking like he is indeed the reigning world champion. The guy that we saw last year, and he's coming in here with this Lurker attack, not slowing down at all, Loco.
He doesn't even need to do this, right? He knows it as well, but he's playing a best of 5. He's playing 5 base, 6 base versus a 3 base Terran. That is a situation you want to be in as the Zerg, but he also wants this game to be over ASAP, so he decides to push maybe a little bit more aggressively than he ordinarily would.
Oh, the Ravagers even dropping some biles right there, forcing ByuN back. He's sandwiched, and even the command center goes down.
This is gonna hurt as well for ByuN, man. You gotta decide at some point to get out, to not make it any worse than it already is. Abductions going down. ByuN, though, does have a large standing army, right? And whenever you do, especially at this phase in the tournament, you really do want to try and squeeze as much juice out of this Terran force as you can. That said, though, I just don't see this army winning the game.
I mean, this was a huge, huge play from Serral. The Lurkers burrowing there are going to get rid of that last section of Bio. And ByuN was visibly frustrated on camera there for a second. Serral, business as usual, calm, cool, collected. And I got to say, the read that he made in that game to rush to Hive and get the Lurkers and Vipers so early, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I thought he was going to commit to a Roach Ravager push. I think he probably also thought the same thing.
Yeah.
And then he like, you know, if he's going to be playing this and this and that, I'll be transitioning towards a Hive instead. Turned out to be an excellent decision. And yeah, you said it, right? He seems maybe a little bit shaky in the Zerg versus Zerg matchup, but at least his Zerg versus Terran is looking excellent.
Yeah, and I mean, as he goes forwards, will that shakiness stay, right? I think we're seeing him build up in power and just get stronger and stronger.
You know, the funniest thing about his Zerg versus Zerg, right? He's like, yeah, my ZVZ is maybe not the best right now because none of the top players really want to practice with me. Like Raynor, he faces off against me in tournaments all the time, and he's already got my number. Lembo, not necessarily, well, yeah, he doesn't really want to practice. Elazer doesn't really want to practice, so who's left?
That's it. I mean, and it's been some crazy games as well where, you know, weird stuff's been happening, and that's a tricky matchup, those mirrors. But here in Zerg vs Terran, It's a matchup where traditionally Serral has been a force to be reckoned with, and he's showing us why in this set. I feel like ByuN is such an emotional player, a player who plays the highs and the lows and rides them. And Serral is such a good player at taking away what gets ByuN going, what gets him excited, what gets him flowing into those positions of power, where even when ByuN's movement feels good and a lot of Zergs would start to fray at the edges, Serral just multitasks. He just defends. He defends. He's like, I've been defending for my entire career. This doesn't stress me out at all. 3-4 places at once, I'll handle it.
Yeah, no, I think you're hitting the nail on the head. That is exactly what ByuN has been doing. He does this against everyone, but it works better against pretty much everybody else out there. Either way, our next game in this best of 5 series takes place on the map Ancient Cistern. And spotting right here in the top right-hand corner, representing Basilisk, we have Serral.
Fierce determination on that face, as always. His opponent now fighting for his tournament life. He needs to win this game to keep his hopes alive. Representing the Shopify Rebellion, he needs your energy more now than ever. Give it up for ByuN.
I would love to see a little bit of mech variety coming out of ByuN, right? I know it's not really a style that he plays all too frequently, but it seems pretty good at this tournament so far. He decides to once again go for the build that he's also been very fond of lately, where he goes for the double barracks. And honestly, when you've committed to 2 barracks, you're kind of committed to ByuN once again, right?
100%.
Yeah, you have to go into infantry.
Sometimes he even builds a 3rd barracks in the main and commits even harder to the Reapers, and yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it, 3 racks Reaper. All right, well, you know what? A 2016 World Championship trophy is sitting in his trophy case, and this is one of the key builds. The thing is, it got massively nerfed after he won that World Championship. He got the Reaper nerfed on 3 separate occasions because he was so good at it. I mean, he also had tanks that could be picked up by medevacs while in siege mode back then.
That helps, yeah.
But he was just so far ahead of everyone else, and he's been beating a lot of players with this. It's not an all-in. It is absolutely a build that applies heavy pressure, looks for damage, and then he will try to transition from there, and he loves doing it on this map because there are so many ledges, so you can't really surround the Reapers. They've always got an escape path.
Overlord Scout coming in right now, and as you can see, our observer showing you, he sees the 2 barracks, but does he realize there's a 3rd? You can't react to a triple Rex opener like this one like you would against a double Rex opener. It's a little bit shaky here for Serral. He is going to go pretty deep into the Terran's natural, but I would imagine he's probably going to start hiding that Overlord.
Only 2 Reapers building at a time. Now only 1, now only 2. What is going on with ByuN's barracks? One of his barracks is idling in the main.
Okay, yeah.
He's only
was
just
waiting for a little bit of gas. I think he must have been late in one of his gas geysers?
Yeah, I think there's a slight bit of sloppiness on the execution. I'm not 100% sure. There is always a little bit of downtime with this build. You can't keep up 100%, but he's got to make sure he's very careful.
He needs one again. He's once again producing 2. There it starts the 3rd. But that's a few seconds here and there that is going to keep Serral, you know, closer and closer to his metabolic boost upgrade.
Battling speed is so quick as well. This opening for Serral is so nice. Getting the early gas pool, getting the link speed out. I think this is just brilliant play, saying you like to 3x Reaper on these maps. Guess what? I've already got link speed before you can even get any damage.
Yeah, no 3rd hatchery yet either for Serral, so he knows exactly what he's playing against, it seems. And this is...
Here we go.
Have done nothing.
The Lings are going for the surround. Oh, wow. Okay. Grenade goes down, but he looks so frustrated. That Link speed is so early and he's trapped in a corner.
Yeah, this is not what he had anticipated whatsoever. Serral shuts this down with absolutely no problems at all. And one downside here is that he spawned in the bottom left corner of Ancient Cistern, which means that those add-ons are exposed. This is something that the Zerg player can definitely abuse. I don't know if Serral's going to be aggressive on the back of this, but one of these add-ons is likely going to be researching Stimpack. And if Serral can shut it down, well, maybe it's going to be down one. Okay, fair enough. Anyways, if he can shut down these add-ons, that really hinders the Terran player a lot.
100%, and ByuN is looking frustrated right now. He's going to have to just find a way to breathe and just continue and work his way back into this game. This is one of those moments where he could fall apart, or he could make a historic moment. If he could bring it back from here, down 0-2, and then having a terrible start to the game with his build order countered by Serral blind, with him getting his first Reapers surrounded. This would be an absolutely epic moment. If ByuN can fight back, he's going to need every single little bit of focus that he can muster.
This is a classic example of Serral studying his opponents. This is something that he likes to do. He checks out all the replays and he makes sure that he knows exactly what these players have been playing against Zerg on these maps. Serral knew exactly what was coming. He didn't need to apparently scout the third base, right? Or the third barracks, rather. He didn't need to scout it. He knew that it was likely going to be the case, and he opened up brilliantly here. The follow-up, I think, is going to be, once again, ByuN in the driver's seat. I don't see any Bailing Nests or Ro12 or anything like that here for Serral, so he'll probably sit around on just a bunch of Zerglings and Queens here for a while. That does mean that ByuN is likely going to be the aggressor right around the same time as some of his upgrades finish up. The question is Serral going to be prepared for that attack? If he is, it's going to be very difficult for ByuN. ByuN needs to get something done with his next push.
Oh yeah, we need to see him doing some absolute magic. Like, we need drops rotating around. It's all about the movement and potentially baiting Serral into some bad engagement. So, you know, ByuN's going to move across. He's going to look to wedge himself in dangerous areas, get Serral to make bad calls. Now, you could say that's a mistake, having to do that supply drop loco, or you could say optimized all in. He hasn't got the third command center. For real, for real.
Yeah, no.
In the long run, it's super inefficient, let's be real.
Yeah,
but
no, if this game goes to distance,
push faster.
Yeah, if the game goes to distance, it's going to be tricky, but it really means that ByuN needs to get a lot of damage done with this push. There's no medevacs here. Well, they're reinforcing it right now, but there's not any additional production. There's a siege tank coming up, but obviously it's not with this army. The stim pack is done, but I mean, the crease threat is already so far out.
This is a tough one. Lots of territory control for Serral. This is not going to be one easy push and getting the win. This is going to be about ByuN working positional advantages slowly over several minutes. The problem with that is Serral has 52 drones and more coming out. He's got a big 3-base income moving towards 4 bases. ByuN has no way of even moving towards a 3rd base just yet. And when you're on 2 base versus 4 base, things can get out of control very quickly. ByuN has to balance a fine line between the urgency of putting pressure on Serral and stopping him droning up, but at the same time taking perfect fights. That is a real tightrope walk. It is very difficult to not overstep and lose your army.
He is on a bit of a timer as well, because Serral has started up the Bailing Speed upgrade. As soon as that Bailing Speed upgrade finishes up, these fights on creep are going to be near impossible against someone of the caliber of Serral. ByuN doesn't know exactly when that upgrade will likely finish. Serral's like, hey, weren't we, fighting? So he's going to scout again with an Overlord. Now, that is so unfortunate. Those siege tanks are stuck in a natural. Medevacs do come out, but he notices it right now as his army once again gets surrounded in the middle of the map.
Serral looking for the reinforcements, takes out a whole bunch of Marines there. Pretty much any trade's a good trade for Serral right now, as he's got bank for days. He's got so much money coming in, and he's got a big wedge of Queens up front as well. Bailing Speed is closing in. You pointed it out, Loco. There's a timer. ByuN wants to fight before that's ready, but that means going deep on creep.
Siege tanks do get into a pretty nice position over here. Serral does not need to fight into this. He could give up this position, and I love this move so much. He already made a 4th hatchery on the right side of the map. ByuN is inviting him to fight into that siege tank fire range, but Serral's not giving it. He's simply just, well, evacuating this base, and he's gonna go to the right side of the map with those drones instead. What do you do now if you're ByuN?
Well, ByuN obviously feels that urgency. He hasn't dropped the 3rd command center. He's starting to float a bit of money, so we needed to see him keep up his production and macro at home. And here we go, Queens coming forward, looking for those medevacs. Watch out, ByuN. That's too many Queens with too much energy.
Bailing Speed at this point has finished up. +1 carapace is done as well for Serral, who's now thinking about going for a counterattack instead. Thought maybe he's setting up a big surround.
He has to lift the barracks to get out of the siege that gets locked outside of his base. This wall off is giving ByuN nightmares right now, and Serral is stopping him from reinforcing his position. That being said, Serral is only up about 10 workers. He did lose that base advantage, but you can't lose those tanks. You cannot lose those.
Okay, he decides to bring all of the units back home, and now he pulls the trigger. He decides to fight this entire army with whatever he's got. If this Terran force gets cleaned up, which I think it does, it's going to be very difficult for ByuN to build it back up. That said, though, this was a very cost-efficient trade for the Terran.
Yeah, if we could see the units the lost tab, that would be great. Almost 2-1, very good for ByuN. I've seen ByuN get slapped down with his 2-base pushes time and again and win on the 3rd or 4th wave. And this is the sort of game he's going for. He drops a 3rd command center
9-minute 3rd CC, man. That's the new standard.
The problem is those tanks. He's building tank lib, which means the tanks can't leave the wall without him lifting at barracks. The disruption this gives in your flow as a player is just insane. But there's no other answer unless he has a medevac on duty ferrying them out, which is what he's using at the moment. It's super awkward. 4 libs, 2 tanks, and a whole lot of Marines, Loco. But oh my lord, Ling's coming in for the backstab. They decide not to commit there. Serral's got +1 melee, +2 carapace, almost finished.
Army-wise, though, ByuN's supply count is amazing. 85 versus now 88. This is definitely still doable as far as a straight-up fight goes. It's very easy for the Zerg here to overestimate their situation and just try to collapse on top of this army over and over and over again.
Serral setting up the perfect flank, though.
Situation out of this.
He's on the left side. He's coming in for the full flank as Serral, but he takes some tank shots from the far left. So he may have actually gone in a bit early. Serral biding his time. He's getting ready for the full surround.
I don't think
the tank keeps on shelling on it. This is dangerous for Serral.
Yeah, I don't think he should do this. This is very dangerous indeed. Then again, though, he needs to pull the trigger at some point, and apparently that moment is right now.
Oh, the Marines managed to escape the surround. The Lib's doing great damage. The tanks will go down, and ByuN does have to pick up the Marines. The Liberator's starting to fall to the Queens, though. My gosh, that is so many Queens, Loco.
Yeah, those Liberators are putting in a lot of work, and more of them to show up as well. Now the Bio Armies once again unloading on top of all of those Banelings. Once more allowing cost-efficient trades.
He actually lost the Queens. The Queens mostly went down, trying to siege forward, picking up and dropping, trying to work this Liberator advantage. ByuN should be dead in this series, and his tournament life should be pretty much over, but he is fighting his heart out, dropping the Marines in the Liberator zones, dancing on top of Serral, trying to make magic happen.
Those Liberators, man, I was questioning them when they first came out. There must be about 4 siege tanks stuck probably in the natural at this point. We haven't seen a reinforcement from that area in a little while. Okay, now finally the units are indeed rolling across the map. That fight, it did not go the way that Serral had intended, but he still has a small income advantage. Then again, though, the third CC is now done.
Yeah, so there's a third for ByuN. Problem. ByuN's on 1-1. Serral has +2 carapace, which is already so big in that last fight. It's going to be big continuing forwards because there's no +2 started for ByuN. The thing is, the worker count is still so close. The units lost tab is incredible for ByuN. You can see it there, almost 2-to-1 efficiency. Oh, he did take a big hit there. ByuN, I can see him focused on that camera though. Remember how tilted he looked earlier in this series. Ooh, 1 or 2 libs will get picked off by the Hydras. He's got to get out of here. Serral counterattacking with a large army.
Yeah, Serral has been mining a lot more for quite a while right now. He's got to be very careful, though. It's easy to overestimate his advantage. Once again, though, the siege tanks do get surrounded before they enter the siege.
Oh, that is a massive engage. ByuN just was not ready for that. The Banelings breached the natural. And ByuN fought so hard to get back in that. He made him work for it. But at the end of the day, Serral cannot be stopped. That is a dominating performance in the round of 12.
Amazing series right there for Serral. Maybe that final game didn't go exactly the way he had planned, but he looked strong from start to finish. Even though he got shut down a couple of times right there, he still had a plan, and that's so important in a game of StarCraft 2.
Yep, the man with a plan. That plan is holding up the trophy at the end of tomorrow. A beautiful run so far. Let's hear about it from the lads on the desk.
Thank you, boys. Yes, as you said, a dominating performance here from Serral coming in. Even though some of those engagements towards the end, I was very surprised at how ByuN was able to play them out. But we have a 3-0 going towards the defending champion, the Finnish Phenom. Joining me, Tasteless and Artosis here for this. Tasteless, I didn't expect a 3-0. I'm gonna be truthful here.
I mean, I kind of did. I will tell you that last few moments of I guess last few minutes, you should say, of that game, that was brutal. We saw that ByuN had built a reactor that had actually locked his tanks in. And he didn't even like destroy it and then relocate. He was like picking the barracks up and landing it. I don't know. He was a total mess there for a little bit. We've always known ByuN is he's a very emotional player, but you know, if you haven't noticed that, go back and look at that clip right there. He was suffering.
Yeah. Let's look at these highlights.
Yeah. So, I mean, I thought he played really well game one. Me and Roddy were talking a lot about it backstage. And, like, the command center first play into the 2-on-1, he macroed, and it was on a knife's edge for a while there. Like, he was almost breaking Serral, and just barely Serral held on. So, you know, I thought that this was a fantastic game, but losing game one against Serral when you're already a slight underdog is really bad.
Yeah, there were a lot of moments where I'm watching these engagements go down. He's queuing up all these snipes on the Hydralisks as well. And I'm like, oh, okay, maybe like eventually he'll be able to break through this. But some fungals later on come in and be able to lock all that down. I mean, he was already very behind then, Tasteless, but that was the nail in the coffin.
We were talking about this backstage, but like ByuN has to win game one in order to win the best of 5. Because we both thought he basically is going to get too tilted, too stressed out, dropping that first game. I mean, this guy does put a lot of pressure on himself. And Serral, man, I mean, he's as cool as a cucumber. He's just very unfazed, very strong in pretty much every situation.
Yeah, and I mean, this game you saw, like, ByuN didn't put quite as much pressure on Serral, able to get up to that hive tech really quickly, and, you know, ByuN not really able to utilize his heavy bio style against all those lurkers. It's a very, very rough game. And then, of course, the third game, I mean, we were already talking about it a little bit, but the heartbreak of the 3-Rex Reaper getting caught immediately by the quick speed, ouch. Yeah. Ouch.
Very much so. And as Tasteless was saying, it goes to that silly situation with the ball. This engagement, almost a 360 surround, all the tanks die off. But then the micro that begins here with the Liberators, picking up the units, dropping them underneath, killing off the Queens while this was going on, Artosis. What were we watching?
I was certain nothing was going to happen here for him, but he targeted the Queens specifically, the Liberators, and reduced them enough. It was sick. Like, he was in such a terrible spot the entire game. You know, like Tasteless mentioned, the reactor was blocking stuff from coming in. He was losing units all over the place, but he microed like a madman. He really put his heart into it. Wasn't enough, though. Like, Serral is just too strong.
Yeah, I mean, it was, it's tough to watch, you know, but you're kind of starting to see when you get down to just a few players left over, like the limitations of somebody like ByuN is no matter what he does, no matter how he plays, he doesn't really have the ability to crack open a player like Serral or, you know, the other top 3 Zergs in the world.
And there you have it. He will move on. Will Serral to face Ragnarok in the next match. And we also, of course, have the Maru versus Solar, which is confirmed for our first 2 quarterfinals coming into tomorrow here. So Zerg versus Zerg to get things going. It'll be an interesting clash, will Ragnarok versus Serral. I can't remember off the top of my head where they've had like a big fixture match on the cards here. And Serral's not looked immortal in ZVZ. No? It's not like your 2018, 2019 where he had like a 90% win rate in the matchup. He is mortal there.
Yeah, he lost CVZs in his group. And Ragnarok is actually a better Zerg than the Zergs he lost to because he just made GSL finals and he beat Dark in his group. Anything could happen there.
All right, in interview time as we now hear from the Finnish Phenom himself after his round 12 match.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Indeed, I am here with Serral as he once again makes it to the round of 8 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice with a clean 3-0 over ByuN. First things first, congratulations, Serral. An amazing performance from you. How does it feel to... How does it feel to not only make it back into the round of 8, which is of course very nice, but to do so successfully getting revenge on ByuN, who you faced in the round of 8 just a couple of months ago at Home Story Cup, and he back then took you down 3-2.
Well, winning wheel is obviously always good, but I wasn't here for the revenge. But I'm happy I got that as well. But I had no bad feelings for him after the Home Story Cup series. But yeah, just happy I managed to win, and it was in a convincing fashion, which always gives me a little confidence boost.
Absolutely. I know you didn't have too much time to prepare going up against ByuN because you literally played your last game just a little bit beforehand. So what was your prep process like as soon as you saw what the bracket was and knew you had to be playing ByuN?
Not much, really. Like you said, there wasn't that much time, but I did go through couple of his VODs. But to be honest, ByuN has a couple of builds he likes to use a lot, so I just kind of knew if I play my own game, and that should be good enough. And obviously I got some good build orders, like the Roaches against Marauder all in. I did mess it up a little bit since I was the attacking one, but yeah, also the last game, the 17-17 against a Triple Rex Reaper, so I think I had some good luck on my side, but in general, preparation-wise, there wasn't much time.
When I first saw you after ByuN hit GG and in backstage, you were saying that last map was a little bit more difficult than you would have liked. What do you think it was that suddenly made things more difficult? What was ByuN doing?
Well, I'm not sure if I was making it a bit too difficult on myself actually there. I probably could have maybe taken the fight a bit sooner, but I was kind of just running away. My link counter did kill a lot of Marines. I'm not sure if that was actually worth it. I kind of do think it was. But in general, just well, to be honest, now that I think about it, I just took a couple of bad fights, and I think that was it.
Indeed, and on map number 1, there was a situation where it looked like ByuN might have a chance. He was being aggressive towards you, and there was one situation where you had enough resources, but you weren't able to pull the units because you didn't have the larva at the time. In that moment, were you worried at all?
Yeah, I was worried. Every time Doom dropped my main base, I felt like I wasn't quite ready for it, so my units kind of just ran there in a line, so that wasn't ideal. But luckily, I was still a bit too far ahead for him to make the comeback with that move.
Absolutely, and now coming up next, it's going to be Ragnarok in the round of 8. Ragnarok has had an amazing Katowice in the group stage. He even took down Dark and a ZVZ, and I know we've already talked way too much about your relationship with ZVZ, but now knowing it's Ragnarok tomorrow and you have a little bit of time, what are your expectations going up against him?
Well, I actually haven't played against Ragnarok too many times. I did play against him in Atlanta and then maybe like one IEM Katowice before. So he's one of the people I haven't too many matches against. But in general, I'm pretty confident against the style he likes to play, which is fairly aggressive. And like I already mentioned before, I do think best of 5 CBC is something I can be more comfortable than those best of 3s. So just going to that match with confidence.
Sounds fantastic. Congratulations for now. Once again, Serral makes it through to the round of 8 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Just 2 more series remaining here for the Intel Extreme Masters day number 4, and we have a TVT on the horizon now to find out our next player moving into that round of 8. Joining me to my left is Fear Dragon. It's Rotterdam here for all of the juicy goodness for this TVT, and it's an exciting one because it's an all non-Korean matchup. We have, of course, Time on one side, Oliveira, and HeroMarine going up against one another. It's interesting because of how both of their groups have played out, right? Fear Dragon, when you look at how things have gone, because their stories up until this point really revolve a lot around TVT.
Yeah, absolutely. With Time, it was just being able to start off the group stage by beating Clem, the absolute legend, one of the foreign hopes, I would say. And of course, with HeroMarine, it's beating Maru. It's the Korean legend. Like, they both started off by showing unbelievably strong TVT.
Roddy?
Yeah, and that isn't it, because Time actually just won, or Oliveira, won 2 series in his group. He advanced with a 2-3 record. Both of those wins were TVT, because he didn't just beat Clem, he also 2-0'd Shure. That is super impressive. Gabe, of course, had 3 TVTs in his group, and he ended 2-1. A win over Maru, a win over Bunny earlier today, and he did lose against ByuN. So obviously they both have good TVT, they both passed the test. But if you really analyze how the games have played, I feel like there was a difference. Where Time plays relatively standard sort of straight up TVT, and he's not afraid to drag it into the late game, and especially the game against Clem on Gressvan was super impressive. If you guys missed it, actually a TVT worth watching. Gabe had a lot of wins on strategy, I feel like one-off unique individual builds, and that's really cool, but eventually you do kind of run out of those, and then you're going to be forced to play rather standard. And I have the feeling that Oliveira's TVT in the super standard straight up games is better than HeroMarine's.
I mean, he advanced on 4 maps basically, and they were all the TVT. It's rare, it's very rare we get a 2-3 player advancing on into this bracket. Fear Dragon, any predictions on how you think it might go here?
Oh man, I think Roddy's actually selling me a little bit on this, because the more that I think about it, you even go back to HeroMarine's interview that he did where he talked about, how the Maru series and stuff went. He talked a lot about the strategic victories, and where he said, yeah, I made these choices and I just got ahead super early on and was able to turn that into a victory a lot versus Maru. And even in some of the other series, it was a lot like that. So I think in a best of 5, going back to what Roddy was saying, it's really tough to continue to pull out those kind of strategies. All of that being said and done, I actually still am going to put a little bit more confidence in HeroMarine here. I think it's going to be a close series, but I actually think HeroMarine's got what it takes. I mean, he made round of 4 last year. I think he can do it again.
Damn, you almost got him with the sales pitch.
I mean, almost, yes. But to talk about that round of 4, do you remember what he tweeted, guys, after that amazing run last year? He's like, oh, guys, great run, but I just ran out of strategies. That was literally the tweet, exactly a year ago. You can go back in time. And now that's kind of potentially the case once more, where he has already shown a lot of pretty cool, unique one-offs in TVT. Now he's going to be forced to play standard TVT. And I've got one more fun little point. A little while ago, I made a power ranking once in the foreign scene for fun. And I actually gave a lot of credits to Oliveira/Time. I think I put him at like rank 6 or rank 7 in the entire foreign scene. Gabe opened the power ranking on his stream and he said, oh yeah, Rotterdam, it's not a bad ranking, but Time is way too low. He actually rates Time very high. I put him at like 6th or 7th place, and Gabe said, no, that's incorrect. Time is way better. So I think often in the European scene, we see the Big Gabe Weekly, we see Gabe dominate, and we sometimes, I think, truly forget how good Oliveira Time can be. Gabe knows. I think Gabe is actually pretty concerned about this series, but Gabe is a big game player. Gabe is a big tournament player at this point. It's actually a super cool TVT best of 5, man.
Yeah, you don't just fluke away into beating someone like a Maru, for example, during all of this. And to be fair, there's not been a huge window of opportunity to prepare for your round 12 match for these players after concluding what was going on in the groups. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to go over to the stage here as we greet our players for a TVT best of 5 who is going to make it on to the round of 8.
Indeed, Colliders, it is time, because our first player is the best Chinese player in the world. He's having the best Katowice run of his career, and he fights to make it to the quarterfinals here at Katowice for the very first time, while facing him is a player who's made it to the playoffs for 3 years in a row. Can he make back-to-back round of 8s here at Katowice? Please welcome on stage, it is Oliveira and HeroMarine.
time for some Terran versus Terran as two players look to advance into the quarterfinals of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023. Two players Zombie Grove, which we absolutely know want to make it there. They want to be in that round of 8 because coming into this tournament, they're not necessarily givens for the round of 8. And this is a very winnable match on both sides.
Extremely winnable, yeah. But you're right, despite HeroMarine's performance last year, it was still kind of a question mark if he could actually do it. Then his group got released and everyone went, well, I guess maybe that's not going to happen again. Even he was a little, afraid, perhaps the right word. And then he did well. He actually, of course, won out the group. That's why he is here, and that was with a lot of TVTs. But as the desk broke down, maybe that's actually going to eventually cause HeroMarine to run out of steam. We're going to find out, really. A best of 5 versus Oliveira, formerly known as Time. As Roddy said, HeroMarine gives him a lot of respect. So a best of 5, maybe he can still pull out 1 or 2 things, but then perhaps Oliveira with the more standard and consistent TVT will actually bring it back. And that's kind of how I expect the TVT to go, actually. All 5 games. Previously, they're very close in score. And then just HeroMarine throwing out some really good strategies, and Oliveira saying, okay, I know what's going on now. Let me fix what I need to fix.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Honestly, for me, it comes down a little bit to Oliveira having a lot of experience against the Korean Terrans because he gets to play on that server a lot more. The European TVT has arguably just been weaker. So I think I give Oliveira the advantage there. It's just going to be a fun series, though, because they are very evenly matched. It should be a ton of fun. It's going to be very exciting to see who can get the ball rolling in this best of 5 round of 12 matchup. Oh, CG. We always get some good TVTs, don't we?
Most of the time. I will say, honestly, maybe not all the time, but for this Katowice, they have pretty much all been fantastic. Actually, a standout matchup, not even reducing it down to a standout mirror matchup. It's just been really fun on these new maps with the new patch, with everyone trying to figure out what is best. Let's figure out who is best as we head into this best of 5 on Royal Blood. In the top right for Kaiser Gaming, he is the Red Terran, Oliveira.
In the bottom left-hand corner, it's time to make some noise like it's a Monday night for our player from Mouse Sports. The blue Terran is HeroMarine.
If it was a Monday, he'd win. That's
Yeah.
a fact.
Well, that's just not fair on a Monday, Zombie Grub.
No.
Why do you think they host the tournaments on the weekends now? Well,
To reduce his power.
Well, they've always done it, but
Now they've changed it. No, that would be too overpowered if that were the case. Didn't let that stop him from making it top 4 last year, of course. We have lots of HeroMarine fans in the audience. Of course, he streams. He has some cheeky comments now and again. He talks a lot as we do. Get to interact with the European players a whole ton. Oliveira, of course, coming over from China, the region that, just straight up, it does get less attention. You can't really argue against that. Yet he does consistently dominate it, and when he does perform in international tournaments, again, lots of pro players say, you don't understand, he's actually really good. We should be scared of him. He's not coming in here as some, poor soul who got invited because, he got a seat or something like that. He absolutely deserves to be here. He made it through his groups when people did not expect him to. Now he's here in the round of 12, definitely with his sights set on the next stage.
we just don't get exposed to a lot of Oliveira without the latency issue of online, right?
Yeah, that's
So
it.
then when you see him playing against these guys online, yeah, maybe he looks a little bit worse, but he's almost always got the worst latency situation going on. Like, the servers just don't favor him. Offline, we always expect him to potentially be a threat in this tournament so far. He has been, especially in the TVT matchup, which of course is under the way with very similar openings. They're not going to diverge from one another just yet, but we'll wait to see when they do, because obviously TVT has a lot of little differences you can make early. HeroMarine just checking out early for proxies, and Oliveira more or less just doing the same.
Yeah, no one trying to go into a mass amount of early game units and not really going straight into that reactor. I mean, we've actually gotten so many TVTs that start differently. We've gotten a handful that did start very similar, but then quickly diverted off into craziness because, you know, start some base trade or something like that. If this was to go into just a regular 3CC setup, then that would be actually kind of maybe even rare in this matchup. But already we have a slight difference. Oliveira actually adding a tech lab to his barracks, immediately swapping that off with the factory. As you can see, for HeroMarine side of things, this would be the more normal thing to do. So what is Oliveira planning?
Yeah, it's just going to be straight to the Cyclone, right? And just looks as though a tech lab for the barracks as well. So just a bit more of a sturdy force rather than the harassing force. And then you get the Raven out, of course. The thing is, nowadays you can afford to get the Raven out more easily alongside other things, right?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. It really fits into the build a lot better. I think you even have to, you don't have to get your gas, your third gas as fast.
Yeah.
But you know, the fact like he is going to be going into just reduced amount of Marines, right? Possibly HeroMarine too if he swaps the starport with the reactor. We're going to find out in a second. We have a little bit of scouting and harassment going on. But Oliveira did add that tech lab and then another tech lab, right? So the barracks really not being emphasized at all for our red Terran. And then we look back, he has swapped that off for the starport. As you're pointing out, the Raven's so much easier to get to, really fits in quite nicely, and now he's just kind of even further jumped ahead in that department.
Yeah, absolutely. Just by a few seconds, so it's just a kind of a cute way to get things going. So I kind of like it. You know, HeroMarine has a little army supply lead, but they're units that won't necessarily make the big difference straight away. So we'll keep an eye on that. Cyclone finishes from Oliveira. I kind of hope we start seeing siege tanks, and he will go for that. So there's still a lot of similarities in terms of what they're eventually going to end up on, just different pathways to that endpoint.
Yeah, it does seem to be the way it's going. So third CC should be added on for HeroMarine. Eventually, that is something that Oliveira is getting a lot faster.
Yeah, and actually, you could maybe argue at some point that HeroMarine is committed to actually pushing and getting something done if he does not add that third CC on sooner rather than later. So definitely scary if you do end up just kind of expanding it later, and you know Oliveira's gotten away with that. That's something that's very difficult to catch back up on if you're playing with even amounts of units. So we'll see what HeroMarine can do. I will say, even if you kind of go similar units and similar amounts of units, being the aggressor in TVT can sometimes be a nice benefit, because as the defender, you can be spread everywhere. The aggressor can say, no, I find your weak point here, I get set up, and then you're almost the defender of that position, and you can build on that.
Yes, the attacker becomes the defender in the TVT Siege Warriors. Now, I get what you're putting down. It is interesting just to watch how fast this third CC is. I was trying to figure out exactly what it was. And I think if we just check the unit count, it is that Marine, the lack of Marine production, right? I mean, only a little, actually. It's just, it seemed like such a clean build order. I think he had less supply depots, but a very similar amount of units. That Oliveira has really just jumped ahead without really all that much happening. Now, important difference, perhaps, I guess here because she hasn't chosen, Oliveira is already into Viking production. So he's not going mech, guys. He's getting stim, as I expect most of the games to be by
I'd be kind of baffled if we saw maybe more than one mech game, right?
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, he's going to have that very, very technical army. Perhaps HeroMarine could have a little bit more of a gut punch. He is the first one moving out here. Oliveira is already looking to defend. It's a wide open third base. If you don't know exactly where the opposing Terra player is coming in from, you could be in the wrong position quite easily. As you can see, Oliveira protecting his third base, but not necessarily as natural.
Yeah, this is where it gets awkward, and you've got that extra Raven, so you've got a little bit more busting potential, but it all comes down to one fight. The Vikings can help the zone here from Oliveira, but if they don't zone effectively, if those Ravens all get their abilities off, it's going to become very tough here for defending. HeroMarine is going to push forward. They're both going to push forward. Double Matrix goes down from Oliveira. No Matrix is on the side of HeroMarine. He prefers the auto turrets. He's going to get Reapered as well, and now the tank's in range of the other tanks. HeroMarine's attack is taken down.
Yeah, almost easily. Oliveira just seems to be controlling the wheel, basically. HeroMarine's a bit of a passenger at this point as his last tank is locked on. Okay, Bailey doesn't die, but it will die. There you have it. HeroMarine is going to have a lot to catch up on. He's still behind in that stim. He was a bit later to the third CC, although their SCV counts are similar. We just had that little bit of a jump start in the actual proper mining from it. And then obviously with that fight, Oliveira has a superior army that was just really well done. I mean, I hesitate to really say anything like finite about the TVT auto turret thing, right? But I kind of, over the course of the past few days, want to see that auto turret just kind of suck, man. I don't actually want to see them. I want to see the way that Oliveira used his more than I see HeroMarine trying to emphasize a push because of the auto turret. That was old auto turret. Nowadays, it's just, it can't do the same thing.
Which is amazing, because when they changed, like, they made the changes to the auto turret and they brought it back, it's like, man, we've just undone what I thought was a cool change, but actually it's still been effective, right?
Yeah.
The auto turrets just aren't living as much as they need to. Here we go with the fight. We are going to get one auto turret down here, just a buffer more than anything. Absorb a shot or two. The Raven shot down, which helps Oliveira in the skies, just to kind of take some damage before the Vikings take hits, and he is going to be able to win this fight because the damage was being spread from HeroMarine's Vikings. He has reinforcements as well, so Oliveira able to keep moving forward. No tanks left over from HeroMarine, so what stops these tanks getting on the natural? Absolutely nothing. Your engineering bays are going to be exposed, and HeroMarine is really going to have to dig in deep to find a defense, but even then, you're defending 2 bases against 3.
Yeah, this is a terrible spot for HeroMarine to be in. I think we even saw him think about pulling the SCVs, hoping to have that one moment where maybe the tanks were still sieging, and then he could just overwhelm. It's at a sacrifice of SCVs, of course, but then maybe you get our army supply lead. Decided he couldn't do it. I mean, he's kind of working through even more of a brutal choke with his engineering base. Well, one already got shot down, second one also getting shot down, and there's a Widow Mine that was actually going to be cheeky. Doesn't actually get much. The Vikings land, unable to kill that tank. HeroMarine will at least hold on to his natural, but of course during this time, Oliveira just getting further ahead back at home.
23 workers ahead. He's got 1-1 halfway done as well, where the engineering bays of HeroMarine have just been killed. And these two tanks have a backup siege tank as well, so the Marines get blown up too. And just honestly a game that was just better build order from Oliveira. And now it's obviously turned into HeroMarine having to do something, which didn't do enough. And he's just constantly behind.
Yeah, so rarely do we have it at this stage in a tournament, but even just the global championship, so you can kind of look at someone and be like, well, that was the better execution. This guy just has like more of a handle on it. So, I mean, the build order felt cleaner with that faster third CC. The break of the would-be container from HeroMarine was excellent. And then even behind all of that, we have such a fast pacing from Oliveira. He's confident. He knows he's winning. He takes a 4th base on location. 30 supply lead, not an army. Okay, but HeroMarine's going to tap out anyways. Oliveira with game 1 victory. I wasn't expecting that. I was just going to bring up how when, TVT can go topsy-turvy, but HeroMarine scanned, saw what he saw, and said, yeah, no point.
I mean, HeroMarine's very realistic in that way. Sometimes he says, nope, you got so much more than me. I'm the one that has to do something. How's that ever meant to happen? It isn't. Let's just get on to the next one. Sometimes it's good to do that, right? Just say, push it back, get behind, get past that point and just focus on the next game. Let's not hang around in a game and get myself beat up on what went wrong here.
Yeah, that's definitely a positive way to look at it. I'm sure a lot of naysayers will be like, no, you should really try and, stick to the last or in your last life and stuff like that. But I agree. HeroMarine is a very honest player and he's accurate, which, might have been previous pro gamers' problems when they tapped out. No, he's accurate. He does realize he is dead. So he knew there wasn't going to be enough opportunities to try and weasel that in. So he's going to just go ahead and say, yep, good game, into the next one, and perhaps change it up strategically as the last, again, they looked similar, but time just looked way better.
Yes. Straight up, honestly, right? I mean, just the build order just did that.
Yeah.
Everything about the build order just put him ahead, and one fight that was also pretty, deciding, and from there, the rest of the game wrote itself.
Yeah. I do want to say that HeroMarine, I came into this best of 5 and said that HeroMarine might bring out some strategies and then Oliveira will be the one to figure it out. No, HeroMarine actually gives kind of a straight up macro game a shot. Maybe now is actually when he starts changing it up. When I talked to him about his group and his TVT group, he really didn't have a lot of committed things to say. He really was like, oh, I'll see how it goes. But one thing he did mention was that specifically, he wanted to see how the other Terrans were playing, like how Korean Terrans specifically in his group were playing. And then once he kind of had more of a handle on that, he could figure out what he wanted to do. So I'm trying to say that HeroMarine, he is going to play this out as a best of, right? Yes. So one game isn't going to determine everything. I do believe that HeroMarine can bring it back, but it is obviously on him. That was a fantastic game 1 from Oliveira.
Yep, no, it's all on HeroMarine, and this is one of those moments as well where you've got to be so good at reading what your opponent's doing and figuring out what the issue is and adapting straight away. Some players are really good at this, and that's why they're so good in the best of 5. You know, you think of Rogue's best of 7 winning streak, right? Because all of the time he'd be so good at being like, oh, I can figure out your weakness and I can figure out how you're playing and abuse that. And that's kind of what you've got to start doing now, especially in a game like this where it's like, well, how did he get that far ahead? Like, you've got 3 minutes or so to figure out what he did differently and then to fix it for game 2.
Yeah, very, it has to be very, very quick. But yeah, there are some players that are just fantastic at playing best ofs, and I do believe HeroMarine did show that a little bit last year when he did almost take out Raynor, but then yes, notably said, he just kind of ran out of steam. So we'll see if he can kind of change it on a dime, change it within that 3-minute period that you were talking about, and then actually I think we have a bit of a tech problem.
Oliveira has a slight headphone problem, so a few moments of just getting that sorted out. We'll obviously dive into game number 2 here in the round of 12 of Katowice. The second to last day. Tomorrow we're crowning a world champion.
Feels weird, man.
It feels like it's been fast this week.
It's been very fast, yes. Which is odd because actually we've had a ton of amazing games, tons of game 3s, of course, been best of 3s, but also game 5s in the initial bracket stage. And yet it does just fly by. Time flies when you're having fun with friends.
Oh, and all these cool people we get to hang out with. It's nice, isn't it, CG?
Yeah.
Oh, so wholesome.
I gotta be sometimes. I gotta like fit it in there, you know?
This is actually a rare occurrence. CG's actually being nice. You guys should see it backstage. He's real mean.
Fearjack can ask for a water, and I was like, no.
You had your water allowance today.
Okay, the admin has fixed the headset issue, so I think we are about to get into now Grusfun, which has given us probably the most consistent great games of the tournament.
Yeah, Grasvans has been the standout, right? Repeatedly great games, really fun. Any issues or gripes I had about this map have really been expelled throughout the last few days. It's been a ton of fun. Let's hope it's going to do that in TVT as well, as these two get ready to go in-game. Do you think CG is going to be at any point a little bit like proxy between these two? I do know Oliveira sometimes likes to build one racks on the map and one racks at home.
Yeah.
Is that something we maybe see?
I think absolutely. Yeah, Oliveira can definitely turn on a bit of that pressure. But right now, we are just getting into the game, and no SCVs are being sent out. So, in the top right for game number 2, or bottom right for game number 2, we do have the Red Terran for Kaiser Gaming, Oliveira.
In the top left, Down and Mapper has a long way to go to adapt and rebuild in this series from Mouse Sports. It's HeroMarine.
So, yeah, your point about that potential aggression, even just kind of halfway committed aggression, I do often think of Oliveira's TVT as being very action-packed. Lots of cheer signs for Big Game. Well, of course, because French people go on strike for anything. That's how that goes. Anyways, I do think, too, actually, some really action-packed TVTs, and it's not necessarily his fault, just the way that the openers would happen, but Oliveira has played some, seriously sick, down-to-the-wire, one supply versus one supply type of extreme scenarios in both TVT as well as the other matchups. So, I don't know, this guy really can do it all, it feels like, when you really get down to thinking about Oliveira. I mean, this might sound rude, but just because he is in that different region, you don't get to talk to him about him that often, but you really get into it, you really think about it, and it's just like, this guy can really do anything. Like, he's fast, he's got a bunch of build orders, he seems to have really gotten a handle on the new patch, the new maps. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to watch him play, man. It's really just been a treat when you get to see him, especially offline, and again, take away that kind of disadvantage he sometimes plays with latency and so on. He is just such a cool contender. It's kind of cool to have a contender like that, right? That we not. Again, we're kind of biased in the sense of like we see the European scene a lot, we cast a lot of that, you know, the Korean scene too. It's just cool to see Oliveira come in and be someone we know about, but can still get more excited about as we just get to watch his games all week.
Yeah, exactly. Well, a pretty typical opener so far. Factory expand. If someone is going to try and fit in something a little bit greedy, I would expect it to be HeroMarine again, just being more of the build. Having to do the build, but the guy that has to mix up his builds, Oliveira might just be playing it safe. I believe our observer just pointed out that he just took all of his guys off of gas on one of those refineries, which is a little bit weirder of a way to play it, but it's back on.
Yeah, very interesting. Obviously, it's a little bit of a difference where Oliveira's continued to build Reapers, whereas HeroMarine is going for the reacted Reapers. More or less, you know, for a few moments, Oliveira will have the advantage, then the Reactor Reaper is going to take over. This is a map with no ramp on the natural, so if you do want to try some Reaper Hellion aggression, much easier to push in and to maybe try and make that happen.
That's exactly, that's pretty much, I think, why HeroMarine would choose to do it on this map, try and get that advantage. Oliveira is moving out with what shortly be an inferior number of units. Yeah, HeroMarine is actually even getting positioned. It looks like Oliveira is actually just scouting. Setting up a bit of a backstab.
I like that until HeroMarine hits the other side and then Oliveira's not ready.
Yeah.
Like that one Cyclone is cool, but it's not bulky enough to survive 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions on it. So it's going to be very interesting in a couple of ways. And Oliveira's units are across the map. Can he get rid of this SCV in time? Probably doesn't matter. Here are the Reapers and Hellions on this side. It feels way better for HeroMarine, everything being concentrated together.
Is that a wall? Okay, yeah, this leads to the wall at least, but That is a little bit weird. Oliveira is currently getting some damage done, though, whereas HeroMarine only finally picking up those. Oliveira's Reapers, okay, 2 of them will be able to escape. I mean, I guess because you do have that wall, the Cyclone pops out, what you are potentially sacrificing are just those low ground SCVs, so all of a sudden, I guess that's okay. And then he gets actually counterattack damage done. He takes out the Hellion as well. Some really nice micro being displayed by the Chinese Terran as he heads back in, looking for one more kill. Is he gonna get it?
Oh, it's in the refinery. He's gonna get one. Surely he does. And now he's gonna maybe get a second one, ZG. This Reaper's going big. The SCVs have to come in to take him down. What a sequence of events as HeroMarine. I feel like that was better for him until everything played out. And then you can just see it. He killed 3 more workers, Oliveira did.
It is a bit of a gamble, you know, but it absolutely worked out. Oliveira, you know, the Reapers, I guess, could have tried to dive in for HeroMarine too, but then that would have been very awkward. So it just turned into who could micro a bit better on either side. And Oliveira just barely able to get away with some of those Reapers to get those barely winning moments against the Hellion. Like that's, I mean, maybe fantastic presence of mind there from Oliveira, but also just maybe a little bit of luck. But now it's a 4-worker difference. Oliveira just looking like he's once again swimming along here in a TVT, and HeroMarine is already starting to drown a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's just those little advantages. And of course in TVT they can get cancelled out very quickly, but we haven't seen HeroMarine make the move to cancel out advantages yet.
Yeah, and it's not just these little supply differences, right? Like, oh, it's 4 supply difference, what's the big deal? 3rd CC, again, insanely faster than HeroMarine's, and HeroMarine's place is his in such a precarious location. I'm actually really surprised he did that.
It's horrible against like a tiniest of tank pushes, you know? Like you've got to be out of your base to stop someone sieging it up. That's surprising, because obviously in this map as well, you can build it on the edge of your main and float it down to a 3rd very easily, unless he doesn't want the triangle 3rd, which is weird because it protects your main base. So, yeah, like very precarious position. HeroMarine coming out of a supply block here, and again, just trailing on that 3rd CC, going to give Oliveira more of a chance to build up that SCV lead.
I especially in TVT, I ever hate to just like call it and be like, well, I don't know how you get out of this. But in this particular TVT, I'm already thinking it. Oliveira gets a scan. That was actually very nice and safe by him, by the way. You know, a lot of Terrans, we are exceptionally greedy. We do not want to scan when we can have Reapers or Ravens, auto-turret harassment, or anything like that. Really want to make sure he knew what he was doing. He actually, you know, because the command center is in the low ground, you can see there's a 3rd CC, but yeah, if Oliveira continues the course, he will have just a lot more stuff. It might still come down to who finds whose army where and when, but yeah, Oliveira is going to be in a little bit of a lead, and he did such a great job tying up that last game that I really believe he's going to do it again.
A little bit of scouting attempts across the map. We also have the move of that 3rd CC coming through. I was going to mention this, Marine, just cute, right? Just a little heads up just in case something comes in for your mineral line. You can be in position just in case you have to be. Just the little things are being done correctly so far, and by both sides, really. As honestly, I thought Oliveira would be a bit more than the 4 workers ahead right now.
Yeah, I was thinking more like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
For sure. But HeroMarine's 3rd, despite feeling so much later, does get transported over very, very quickly. Oliveira does have a production advantage. His 2 barracks, so a total of 3, do have reactors at this point, or HeroMarine just kind of finished up his own. That might play a part, but right now we got to hone in on this push. So HeroMarine was the first push last game, didn't go so hot. Let's see if Oliveira can make this push really work.
He's gone up without HeroMarine really spotting this army, so as you scan here, you're going to get a setup, and HeroMarine just doesn't know, so Matrixes go down, the tank does get 1 shot off, but you're going to be right on top of this. The Vikings get to jump on 2 Vikings out on their own as well, and just HeroMarine not having the vision necessary. He does have a lot of Raven energy left, but he puts the auto turrets down to want to push the Vikings away. That's not going to help you in the long run. You'd much rather have those as Matrixes, and now Oliveira has a choice of where he goes. He can go towards the 3rd, he can push further up into the natural perhaps. He's going to dominate the tank count in this game, and he's currently in the lead in the sky as well.
He's kind of just dominating the game, Orty. Not too many other ways to put it. He has taken advantage of the real awkwardness that is trying to get to that 3rd base in any matchup, really, right? Like, you can only position your tank so many places to cover the center ramp, the right ramp, the left ramp. And that's something that HeroMarine was kind of hoping to abuse in the last game. I pointed out that the natural might not be protected, and Oliveira just kind of met him. He accepted the push and said, thank you, I will win this. Oliveira is going to play a little bit safe now and go ahead and pull back. Might be hoping that HeroMarine over-defends on the left and then just a simple interference matrix down the middle will open up that pathway for the Red Terran.
We're going to stim up here as well. These Marines, they're not going to have the greatest of times, and I mean, it feels like Oliveira's going to lose out in a big way, perhaps on the ground. A lot of his Marines fell. He did end up winning the Viking War, only just by half a Viking, essentially. Little Reaper Hellion counterattack is going to potentially do a lot if it doesn't get killed. Low HP doesn't matter if there's nothing else fighting them, so this is HeroMarine starting to do some damage, and Oliveira lost a lot, and I think the biggest issue was his tanks didn't get pushed up far enough to really be annoying on that third base, so he gave a lot up to end up retreating for no reason.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly correct analysis. Now, Oliveira, he still has that tank count. He was building his 4th on location. He does lose 7 SCVs, but only falls behind by about 4, and still has what would be a superior economy. We'll get the production tab back up. We'll see if he also started up his upgrades. Yes, he did, whereas HeroMarine still a bit later to that armory. So there are still definitely leads here for Oliveira, but he has kind of let the position go, and now back on the map, HeroMarine's going to pounce. Tanks do siege up once again behind what HeroMarine was chasing. So it looks like Oliveira will at least stop this particular push with a concave from Marines as well. He suddenly turns it around, and it is once again Oliveira on the control of the map.
It was the extra tanks in the upper right. They did a lot right there, and they really were able to help out, provide a foothold, and he killed so many tanks, and that's going to be an issue for HeroMarine, because if one time these tanks do get in position, this is going to be great. Now, this is dangerous because you're putting them in range of the tanks straight away, so you're not getting any shots on your opponent's tanks. Is this actually going to be able to work out? Can we do enough siege? He does get rid of one, he'll siege up another, but he still needs some amount of high ground vision medevacs. No, it looks like we're just going to retreat away as the medevacs were coming to doom drop this. He gets on siege. Is that going to be okay? We got extra units running in from HeroMarine as we watch this from Oliveira's point of view. The micro on the tanks as well, and HeroMarine has to back up, but surely there's a high ground siege tank right now.
Oh, there's got to be. Absolutely there is, guys. That was some sick micro displayed there. I actually just started kind of just exclaiming because he microed 3 Marines, 1 Marine more to the left.
Yeah.
So that it was only being shot like 1 Marine at a tank. Shot at a time. That was super sick, and then going for the tank drop, trying to get back in the highlight reel, push HeroMarine off, or Hero off rather. Didn't quite make it work to the point that he can break HeroMarine's 3rd, but never forget, guys, behind this, Oliveira, faster upgrades, 4th CC already done, turning into a planetary.
Yeah, it's a very exciting game on the map right now, but when you look back and settle down, Oliveira still dominates in every aspect. He's going to have faster 2-2, maybe that will just lead to faster 3-3. The 4th base is obviously a huge deal. HeroMarine's moving his out right now, but still got to land, become whatever it wants to be. And again, with the upgrades now done for a little while, Oliveira should be pretty happy to take Marine on Marine fights as long as he's not overly outnumbered. So lots of little things going on. Like I say, excitement on the map. This can just stabilize. And I guess if HeroMarine now does get a 4th up, we are pretty level.
Yeah, this is where we can say that TVT can just get exciting at any moment, right? 2 ships crossing by without seeing each other, and then suddenly we got a base trade going on. That could absolutely happen. Oliveira pushes too aggressively. HeroMarine actually does also have a maxed out army, and the upgrade difference isn't so extreme. In fact, going to close the gap as I am speaking, although Oliveira is still faster on the 3-3. He's once again on the move. HeroMarine on the defense also notably added on more barracks, so very barracks heavy, not starport heavy, leading into the more mid-late game of this TVT.
It's going to be a better siege here from Oliveira. He's actually going to make some progress. He gets a tank straight away. So much of the time in the fights, the reason it's going so badly wrong for him is because his tanks are taking such a beating, trying to get forward, and he's just going to go for it now. There's not enough buffer for HeroMarine's tanks, so he's going to pull the trigger. He gets a lot of them very quickly, and he might be able to push further forward this time than he has before. There's, one tank that's not sieged. The drop going to come back in from the other side. All over these tanks, the Vikings will land, but the Marines will try and protect. Oliveira's tanks are dropping low. Extra Marines from HeroMarine, but it's his supply that is not high enough on the tail end of this. GG, Oliveira, 2-0 lead.
The HeroMarine surround had been a little bit more together.
Yes.
It would have been awesome. That would have been an obliterated tank count. Time would have had to go back home. Instead, it was just a little bit too off. There wasn't enough on the left by the time the right got around. Oh, what coulda, woulda, shoulda, but instead Oliveira with a 2-0, and he is super happy about it too. Always happy to see a smile and a fist pump. 2-0 in this best of 5, and the statements being made in the particular games is astounding for Oliveira.
It really is. I mean, he is the more convincing player through and through right now. He is getting ahead early, he is doing good things, his micro is on point. The only fault I really have to pick is, he took some bad fights trying to be aggressive when he was ahead. He just couldn't quite break into certain positions he really believed he could. But he kind of fixed that later on. He said, hey, look, the last 2 fights, I didn't quite push my tanks up properly. I didn't get enough done with them. I wasn't serious or like committed enough even, because if you put 2 in range instead of just putting 6 in range, that's the difference of breaking a position or not. At the end of the game, he was starting to do that. HeroMarine really could have maybe broke that if it was all on time, but yeah, I love how Oliveira's playing. A 2-0 lead, he's a map away from a quarterfinal.
Yeah, what a performance from him. Really not a lot of light was shown on this guy as he came into Katowice. So much more on HeroMarine, who made the round of 4 last year, but how quickly StarCraft can change, I suppose. Now, HeroMarine clearly showing signs of life, guys. I know we're really being quite impressed by Oliveira, but HeroMarine is not just falling over and dying, all right? The first game, he calculated I couldn't make the comeback. Yeah, okay, he tapped out then. That second game, you could see how things could have turned so quickly, and with his barracks emphasis, if he had gained momentum, it would have been an instant snapback. You know, HeroMarine would have gotten some momentum and taken the map back, but just a little too late to that surround, that would-be surround. Maybe he can get back to a somewhat similar position, a little bit better into it, really make it maybe an even start, and then showcase some really good aggression. So we know HeroMarine can do, but it is his last life as we head into Dragon Scales.
In the bottom right-hand side, a red Terran player. He is 1 map away from a quarterfinal. From Kaisi Gaming, it's Oliveira.
In the top left, we know that you guys love him. You want to see him back in the round of 4 and perhaps even the finals. He needs to do it right here, right now. Come back in this best of 5. He is the Blue Terran, HeroMarine.
He has that crowd behind him, Zombie Rob.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that. But I think the more that Oliveira shows his gameplay, the more fans that he will accrue and perhaps even continue on, not just at the round of 8, but further would be pretty much the best performance from a Chinese player. You know, for a time, in the beginning of StarCraft, Chinese players were actually quite apparent, alongside just kind of more of that general region. Roddy notably was very big fans of them, yeah. I think he was the first one to really be happy that Oliveira had come back and had that presence from their region. And absolutely, he had proven to be the best Chinese player for how many years at this point? 5 at least?
Legacy of the Void.
Yeah, there we go, Legacy of the Void. That's the much better way to put it. And he could do even better than he's done before if he continues performing like this. A little bit of an SDV scout, actually. So he is still factory expanding. So maybe it looks like he was quite wary of HeroMarine trying to maybe even a bit desperately do a proxy Rax.
I mean, the thing is, you're 2 up as well. It's okay to just be sure about the 2-0 lead and just be like, I'll just double check. Because to be fair, HeroMarine has no amazing reason based on the last 2 games to just be super standard. So yeah, I don't hate it. You know, SDV Scout, maybe you feel like this is the time HeroMarine does something different to turn it all around. A 2-0 lead may not last forever, but you can do everything you can to try and keep it.
Yep. Well, he is going to be going into Command Center eventually. Actually, a little bit later to it. It's the cost of the scout itself. There it is. Yeah. And no quick reactors coming down. HeroMarine, as you had been saying in the last game, that opener actually looked quite good for him. And then it's just like positioning kind of the proper sacrifice, the proper gamble from Oliveira made it better for Oliveira.
This is a really cool little micro one. A lot of decision making. There's a little bit of hesitation when you never really brought up, where HeroMarine went up, down, and up the high ground again, which meant one Reaper died to a Cyclone. And that maybe could have made a difference from being able to come back in and so on. So, you know, a little bit of a shame there. As Oliveira does not know double Reaper in his main base. So here we go. First SDV. Going to be in trouble. Good micro back. The second one doesn't get pulled back in time. Can we get a Reaper kill here? That would be fantastic with this Hellion. Good bob, and the Hellion does not get in range. HeroMarine gets away.
Yes, he will. Oliveira going for a Widow Mine's going to protect that ramp, actually. We're on a ramp map now. And then he is actually adding a reactor in Tech Lab. We get a main base check in Oliveira, exactly what that is going on to. Okay, so this is more of what we expected from a more normal TVT build, right? Oliveira had a really clean one in the first game, going to maybe the more standard. Both of them going to be going into Ravens. I don't see any drastic difference coming out here. Just, again, those kind of like little bits where Oliveira this time around is behind an SCV.
Yes, he's been a lot more conservative in everything he's done this game. I feel like compared to previous games, he was very ready to just say, right, let's go. The SCV count does slow you down a little bit, and that's really having a knock-on effect throughout this game so far. So, yeah, lots of just one little thing knocking onto other little things. As we do have still, I mean, the point where it's like give or take a few workers here or there and a bit of army supply can level out so quickly and so evenly. But for once, I'd say maybe even the first time all series, I'd say Gabe has a bit of a lead.
Yeah. I think that's the best way to put it, yeah. It's kind of the first time. He was close to gaining, you know, a little bit of edges, maybe in some fights, but I never quite got there. So, as you pointed out, Oliveira just taking a more conservative stance in multiple ways has caused him to fall behind a littlest bit in a very typical TVT. This time around, third CC's basically perfectly even. Raving timing's a little bit different, but this is Dragon Scales, and as we have a rather normal upscale 2-3cc. I do want to point out that so far a lot of the maps have showcased how difficult it can be to defend your natural and your third. This map, I personally think it's like the worst. Trying to take a triangle third and then protect all angles that your opponent can come in from, exceptionally difficult.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's pretty tough to kind of get through there as we have a Raven of Oliveira moments away from finishing up and just trying to again play catch up on a little bit of that tech. Vikings are already in production from HeroMarine, so he'll have that little bit of an edge in the air control. And a fast stem from HeroMarine too gets that started up. The extra racks now coming through here from Oliveira, and he's getting ready for his own stem.
Right, so this is going to be the first big change-up then, which is that we're going to have more emphasis on barracks from Oliveira, and HeroMarine's going to go into that technical aspect, tank Viking for an extended period of time. Which, funnily enough, he's getting a faster stem, but Oliver's not that far behind. So we'll see if he can get into a really nice position and then abuse those siege units as Oliveira looks to gain a little bit higher into the Marine count a bit faster. He sees an incoming attack with his little move out. Would have liked to have been able to intercept that a little bit earlier, try and get the Cyclone lock onto something. Now it's already kind of snowballing a little bit. He's going to be contained on 2 bases to a degree, and he just lost 4 SCVs in the main to the Reaper backstab.
Yeah, the Reapers in the main base is really painful. You're already not in the best of positions here, and you're the one that's then taking damage yet again. He got 1 good tank shot onto those Marines, but HeroMarine was quick to back away, so he didn't let that really, you know, slip into anything too much further. And maybe HeroMarine can't go any further than this, but, you know, he's slowing Oliveira from being able to take a third onto location. This is obviously something HeroMarine will generally just be very happy about.
Exactly, and he's not going to overstay his welcome, worry about, you know, Ravens coming in from different directions, getting some sick interference matrix. He is going to back away, and Oliveira will gladly take the 3rd CC finally. At the end of the day, very, very few differences. They even kind of chose when to go into Vikings at a more similar time than I was expecting. Or perhaps Oliveira just did that because he was wary of being contained. He is going back into medevac, so actually I think that was it. So HeroMarine continues to grow the Viking count. Oliveira are going to have more mobility once these medevacs pop out.
Yes, and that is his way back in, right? Being able to maybe move around the map, maybe able to counterattack more easily. He will just have those extra Marines to work with there. So it's something we'll see. Let's have a look at the HeroMarine first-person view. So see how he's setting up. That combat shield's just starting, and just a lot of, you know, kind of chores back at home, right? Get the SCVs and the gases, get the upgrade started. He's doing the boring parts of the StarCraft, but also got to stay active on the map, you know, looking for the, you know, where that movement is and just putting his units in the right places.
Yeah, we're witnessing someone, like, clean right now. But they're really fast at it, and it's really cool, and you guys can't clean as well as this guy can. He's obviously fast, but it is about just making sure they have a tight build order, and as you said, getting that scouting out. That's this phase of TVT, guys. But it is still a very important phase. Last game, he missed Oliveira's move out once again, has basically done that. Now he has tanks covering all he can at his 3rd base, but there's the 2 medevacs coming into play, boosting into the main base. They're not completely full, but they're absolutely a threat.
Yeah, I mean, this is just 1 threat on the front and then 1 in the main base. Let's see what HeroMarine can do to neutralize this. There's that drop-down depot, so that's worth a little bit more than usual here. 1 tank siege in the main should shut this down for now. SCVs do get to repair that depot. We lift up, and we're going back through the missile turret. Goodbye, full medevac, and goodbye to the tank count as well. HeroMarine comes back firing in game number 3.
Oh my god, what a reversal. This is like the first game, but flip it. Flip the script, Wardy. HeroMarine is dominating this game, despite Oliveira trying to be a little bit tricky. Now, Oliveira is still trying to get kind of ahead, if you will, on like the backside, right? He's got that that fourth base coming down faster, and then his barracks. But HeroMarine just took an absolutely dominating fight. He has a better supply. He has faster upgrades. It's complete flip. You know, now it's Oliveira trying to kind of puff up a little bit and say that I'm still scary, I'm still on the map, but honestly, HeroMarine's army, it would dominate any incoming fight.
Absolutely. 30 army supply lead, and HeroMarine gets an idea as to where this is as well, so now Oliveira's just going to back it off. That element of perhaps surprise, catching a fight somewhere just isn't there anymore. He has no reason to be out here. HeroMarine will double down on turrets in the main just to make sure nothing can break through, just to try and eliminate opportunities and ways in which Oliveira could maybe take steps back in this game 3. And yeah, just HeroMarine got a lead early, and this time Oliveira recognized, hey, I'm the one that needs to do something. But when he tried to do something, he couldn't find anything.
No, it was a failure on both sides. I mean, not that he really wanted to push in with the tank so much. They were kind of almost a distraction, sort of. It was about the drop hitting the main, and then if they got so distracted by the drop, then maybe the tank could advance. But the point is, something had to work there. Neither one worked. Disasters on both sides. So HeroMarine should be feeling very good about this game, very good about his chances to start the comeback. And now we just need to determine how we're going to play the rest of the TVT out. I believe I saw both of them add on nothing but barracks, which again, don't want to say for a fact how TVT is going to go for the future, guys, but it kind of feels like with all the TVTs that we have seen, yes, it is going to be less emphasis on Mass Raven, a lot more about mobility and Marines.
What is HeroMarine's eventual advantage, though? Because, you know, now things are evening up a bit. Oliveira had that fourth base slightly faster, was mining there a little bit earlier. As the players max out, it's going to really equalize in a big way.
Yeah, maxing out, great equalizer, right? I mean, usually you would say that someone in that position would have a moment to strike. Didn't really happen. Perhaps they were able to add on faster command centers or even faster production.
Yeah.
That actually did not happen, and very quickly we were completely even. So HeroMarine, no doubt, had an army supply lead, but it is now gone. Upgrade actually kind of a favor for Oliveira as he moves in here, but so much more about positioning. He is going to look to grab that tank, and he will grab it, while safeguarding his retreat with his own tank siege. The Oliveira is once again on the aggression. HeroMarine on the back foot. I mean, his upgrades are going to be a little bit later. I actually am kind of worried about that. Oliveira is looking to strike somewhere, and if he realizes he has an upgrade timing, then I go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. These units just going to work their way through the rocks, so it's easy to attack in if you see that opportunity. HeroMarine's going to say, though, if you're out here with pretty much everything, what do you have defensively? Do you have enough to deal with 24 Marines? Yeah, probably not in a lot of places. This is the lead HeroMarine has. He's safe and developed in his main base with turrets, etc. That's not something you've afforded here as Oliveira. Those medevacs, though, they're just over there. HeroMarine sees this retreat. I was going to say, if he got caught with those medevacs, well, that could have been bad, but he knew where the army was moving to. Oliveira is actually going to come back over the left side. HeroMarine will start a siege. Oliveira is once again backing away.
Not going to find the upgrade lead there as everything evens out. Correct to point out the lack of missile turrets. It's not that Oliveira couldn't afford it, and Tedex just didn't get it. So 3 medevacs will get into the main base and cause some serious destruction. There's not even any reinforcements for Oliveira, right? He is actually completely maxed out. We might have yet another base trade as Oliveira pushes in to the 3rd base of Dragon Scales, but so many tanks siege up. Never mind about that. He does, however, take down that 4th base of HeroMarine, but HeroMarine on top of Terran production, we know that's the real killer.
On top of production, yeah, the killer really is the word there, because what can you do? You can't build anything. Both of your factories are about to have gone down. You've got Marines out producing on the other side. You're going to lose your own main base. So a lot of the work that Oliveira's done on the other side is being undone very quickly. He's got money he cannot spend right now. His engineering base go down as well, so there goes the chance to get to +3/+3 ahead of time as well. And that means that HeroMarine will have that big upgrade lead at some point of this game. Oliveira still has a lot of units on the map, and if HeroMarine doesn't realize that, maybe he could still make this something of a weird base trade.
Base trade number 2, maybe? It could actually happen. Oliveira has a forward base that's going to die, as well as a 3rd base that is going to die by the Marines that never got mopped up. Oliveira's army's got to be somewhere, and HeroMarine, I think, knows that, right? So he has been trying to reinforce back at home, but it might not be enough. Currently, HeroMarine, 30 more army supply, but now it's his turn to have trouble in his production line. The interference matrix takes out that would-be tank that would have been a big help. And now the Marines of Oliveira are wrecking through the production, probably going to target fire in the same same order as HeroMarine did, as HeroMarine says, well, it's a real base trade. It's about production. Let's get everywhere at once. Let's try and stop this from actually remaxing. And he is getting the siege tanks on top of the would-be barracks reinforcements. I actually don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I can tell you the supplies look good for HeroMarine.
Yeah, the army supply is just better for him in the first place, right? And they're both going to end up losing their production, so it feels as though this should just be fine. I just don't see where Oliveira gets the extra units from at any point. He doesn't have tanks here to defend. Those Marines are probably goners too.
Yeah, as I said, Oliveira might try and focus fire the same way that HeroMarine did. How did he do it? Did you guys miss it? He actually focus fired the factories first. Yeah. He took those out of the equation. I think he realized not only general weakness of TVC not to have tanks, right? But perhaps if this went into a base race, having those tanks producing, if he had 4 tanks on that high ground there, Oliveira might have been able to actually hold against the kind of second base race, if you will. Everything is already going a little bit poorly. Oliveira might be able to take a fight before HeroMarine's 3-3 finishes. That would be the best chance for these Marines. But he's actually going to go for it. Bit of a concave on the high ground, take out the Marines. Vikings land, but the tanks are not being taken care of, and Oliveira's attempt to break out of his own main base. Does that work?
It does not, but there was nothing else he could have done with those Marines. The Liberators, though, siege up. There's no anti-air here. And HeroMarine sends these tanks are packing, surrounded by the SCVs. You don't leave for free. GG. HeroMarine pulls a back double base trade. Don't mind if I do. And he's back in this round of 12.
There it is, man. All it took was a couple of Gumi drops, you know. It's a TBT classic. Very well executed there from HeroMarine. It kind of felt like he saw the incoming TVT a little bit faster than Oliveira, and certainly had his units in place, of course, a little bit faster. Again, excellent decision-making with those Marines in the main. The factories, the add-ons, and then eventually those upgrades as well. Didn't get to play a part, but still, they would have been done, actually, if he didn't snipe them. So just really cool TVT. That's what we wanted to see as well. The first two, a little bit one-sided, not too much happened. Suddenly there was a GG call, and it's like, all right. Now we get HeroMarine striking back, giving himself that confidence he probably needs to continue what could be the reverse sweep, the 3-2 in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, as time, or Oliveira, I feel like at least you just get to say here, look, this game didn't start well for me, and I really stuck it out. I gave myself some chances. I made it awkward. And you got those first games to look back on as well. You'll say, hey, look, you know, when I did get ahead, I really was very good at closing out as well. So it was almost like just a little bit of safety in this early game of Game 3 was like the killer. Like in SCV Scout, everything was a bit delayed, and from there, everything he did was just behind HeroMarine.
Yeah, and it was safe, but then it didn't really seem to provide that, right? He lost a couple of SCVs, he kind of got pseudo-contained, never really truly went in his favor. And while he had a possible strike back with the medevac drop and push, we know that just did not go very well at all. He did stabilize eventually, but again, the drops, the base trades, HeroMarine was able to get in place a bit better. I believe HeroMarine has gone and go ahead and taken the break. Yes, that is allowed, of course, for them. These very, very intense matches. So, guys, we're going to go to that break. When we come back, it is Game 4 of Oliveira HeroMarine.
We are back, ready to wrap up this TVT series between HeroMarine and Oliveira. Oliveira leads 2-1 in case you missed the opening maps of this series. He was dominant in the first two. The moment HeroMarine got ahead in game 3, he never really let it slip. It got close again.
Yeah.
But it was always, HeroMarine that had the forward advantage.
Yeah, you could you could actually argue that he kind of let the lead go by letting the army stabilize. Yes. You could, absolutely. But what was important is that he had, I think, at that point, the tools to work with the master plan, which is kind of what we were talking about earlier on. He kind of saw the trajectory of the game and prepared for it, really did force it as well, and prepared for it very, very well. So he has a chance in this best of 5. HeroMarine, certainly one of the fan favorites, but Oliveira, I think, quickly becoming one, showcasing just how good he is. Can he actually take out the semifinalists of 2022?
Absolutely. As we get into Babylon, map the Terran players kind of like in the other matchup, so fun to then see it in TVT. In the bottom right, our red Terran player from Geyser Gaming. He's one map away from a quarterfinal. It's Oliveira.
Finally getting a point on the board, perhaps because of your guys' energy and cheers. Let's hear it once again for Mouse Esports HeroMarine.
Map 4 of our series, and well, super tense, of course. I mean, HeroMarine defends 1 match point. He's got to do it twice more if he wants to be able to move on to that round of 8 and start repeating last year's performance in Katowice for himself. Of course, if they win this, the winner of this gets Raynor, right? And for HeroMarine, that'd be a rematch from last year's semi-final. That was a match he was 2-0 up in. It was crazy.
Cannon Rush works.
Yeah?
Does it, though?
Didn't you make a YouTube video about that?
Did I?
Something about Cannon Rush, you went viral, I don't know.
Oh, that a guy Cannon rushed me and then asked me to leave after I defended it. No, I didn't leave, shockingly.
All right.
I took my MMR.
That's why I took the signs off the screen, ZG. Wasn't true.
Yeah, exactly. Right, no. This is, another standard TVT opener. We are on a shorter map. I don't think it's the shortest. But Factory expands aplenty coming down. Oliveira, he did play, it would seem to be a more defensive style, conservative style, lined up a lot better with HeroMarine, but then took damage anyways. So we might have him go back to what he did in the first game, actually, which was a pretty solid build order. It really looks so darn clean. Let's see him do it again, see if there's any of this tiny little details that I could catch. The only thing I really could catch was that, of course, the order of his tech lab production. Yes, that. But then also that his supply depots. He need 1.5 less, I guess is how you would put it. But we will get into that nerdy stuff if we have to. Although I will point out, again, another nerdy thing. He does take all 3 out of 1 gas, as opposed to 1 out of 1 and 2 out of another.
That's interesting. It's actually inefficient.
I thought so. I thought we figured this one out.
Yeah, in the very most minor way. Officially, if you have 3 workers in gas, there's that very slight moment where that SCV stops and waits. You can see it there and here. And it just waits to go in the refinery. So if you could do 2 and 1, you never have that stop and waiting. So it's slightly better. Over a course of 100 gas, probably like a 5-10 gas difference, if that.
That is interesting. I wonder if it's just... Oh.
Unnecessary. Big game sacrificing everything to win this series, EG.
He sacrificed it now to the Terran god. He's going to win. I was going to, sorry, on the gas, the last final point about that, very, very, very tiny detail, is that it might actually just be kind of easier for him, just be like, whoop, box select, like you're all.
Yeah, I get it. Maybe if there's something about his build which at that exact moment he wants to pull out a gas, he's doing something else like building, starting or something. I don't know, just, yeah, maybe he just doesn't care enough.
Something to ask him, a super, super detailed question.
The most detailed question.
Just like, not congratulations, you've won,
Yeah.
He gets interviewed. It's like, so that gas thing. Tell us a little bit more about that.
He's like, huh? Didn't know. Never realized.
Whoa, it's more efficient. That would be a funny answer. So what do we have? The hopping going around for all of the production facilities. Okay, so Oliveira is doing again more that typical reactor on the barracks, tech labs, and everything else. And okay, did it for HeroMarine. So just a little bit different as far as what units they got, right? Because Oliveira is getting a faster Raven.
Yes.
Unit check, unit check.
Unit tab. I think it was like a different cyclone timing ever so slightly, and yeah, cyclone versus no cyclone.
There you go.
So
there you have it.
Yeah, HeroMarine goes a little bit more tech heavy on the factory. I like it for Oliveira because honestly the Cyclone does have some uses, but it does fall off quite quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this basically has been the way that you can open either way, so they have their benefits, but it always has been a discussion point of, well, tanks are good. Tanks are always going to be good in TVT, basically. But the Cyclone has a little bit more of that possibility, let's put it that way, where it can lock on to something very important, or it can lock on defensively against maybe one of the medevac openers, which we were seeing a decent amount, I felt like, before we got here.
Yes.
And then not so much here, right?
It's like everyone's like, yeah, I'll build an early medevac, and now they're like, no, never works. Which, to be fair, like a lot of the time it really didn't work. You know, you got across the map and you're like, oh, I killed like, you know, a depot, and then I go home and I'm down a Raven.
Oh, okay. Now we have a huge difference. Oliveira not adding on a third CC. He went right up to those 3 barracks. This is a huge deviation. He's going to be very aggressive, perhaps eyeing the map as that opportunity.
That's actually very cool. I like it a lot. You know, straight up and simple. It's a very cool way to mix things up. And in a series that's been fairly standard throughout so far, it's a cool way to maybe catch HeroMarine off guard. And if HeroMarine even believes he can get on the map a little bit with a bit of a push, because you know Oliveira's been building some fast 3CCs.
Yeah.
And then boom, you wrap around with Stim, a ton more Marines. It's really bad for HeroMarine. So a lot of potential here in this push from Oliveira. Either if HeroMarine pushes or if he just has to push himself.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I think there's a lot of reasons why Oliveira can do this. The map, what you were talking about, really playing suddenly just very, very different. But then also, this is somewhat of like a callback to what I really loved about Oliveira for a while. He was doing some really tricky builds. He was, not swapping off the factory. He was still producing Hellbats and TVZ at a time you wouldn't expect. He was, for, I feel like, a stint of at least 6 months, way more commonly, doing a 2-base TVT opener when really, guys, people stopped doing it. And I don't even remember when that was. Probably like a year ago or more at this point. But this is something that he is absolutely familiar with. Don't get it twisted. Like, it's not that he's just like, oh, I'll do something really weird. But let's see if it works.
Scout.
Because if it's scouted, and now HeroMarine knows that he has to play defensive, I mean, this really does take away that surprise part of the strategy.
Yeah, it really does. And you're a little bit behind on tech here overall in terms of like the bulkier units like tanks and Ravens and stuff as Oliveira. So you're not really set up to play the longer, kind of more passive game. He is going to start pushing out with everything, and I wonder if that's a position he can set up. If he forces HeroMarine to worry about the main, and then you actually hit the right side of the third, maybe there's some potential there.
There's absolutely still potential. For a while in TVT in general, we had a lot of 3CC versus 2CC. That was back when Innovation was still dominating the matchup, so a few years back at this point. And even though it's scouted, that's not the only thing that's good about it, right? So the consistent pressure can be very difficult for the defending Terran, HeroMarine in this case, to actually figure out where are they coming in from. 2 medevacs boosting into the natural of HeroMarine, actually into the main. They figure it's wide open, why not go for it? And they will fully unload.
They will fully unload, and that's terrifying. We're going to see the Ravens, one of them shot down. Auto turret don't last very long at all, and SCVs are brought to the slaughter here. 16 go down, and the 16 Marines are still going strong in this main base. They'll turn around for a few more units. We've auto-turreted at the front as well. The tanks get siege, and Oliveira is dismantling HeroMarine here in Game 4.
Yeah, excellent execution. HeroMarine needed some just like a little bit different as to where he placed his units. He has been broken. The auto turret's perfectly placed. Nothing there to actually help defend the tanks. He was all over the place trying to defend all of the angles of attack. It is so darn difficult for the defending Terran to do that. Oliveira displaying great strength with this 2-base build. He's almost got this on lockdown, not just the game, but the entire series.
I think it was a fantastic move. The drop was spotted, he brought it back, he made it look like it rejoined the main army. So HeroMarine pulls everything to that right side, and the drop went back on the map. So he really just made HeroMarine guess where everything was, and he couldn't guess correctly enough, and that's what left that opening, which then obviously on panic mode and crisis management was not enough. Here we go, as Oliveira looking for his ticket into the quarterfinals. SCVs are pulled again from HeroMarine, but GG, the fist pumps are out, and Oliveira is a quarterfinalist in the World Championship.
When they're this happy, you can't help but cheer for him. Big smile on my face as well. He is so ecstatic for this victory. He looked damn good in it as well, man. He has more to be proud of than just like defeating HeroMarine. Already fantastic for him. Getting into the next round, fantastic display of TVT. So darn cool, and I am so excited to see what he has to do next. Let's go ahead and send it to Kolaris and the guys to talk about that more.
long ago solidified himself as by far the best Chinese player ever in StarCraft 2, and he continues to do it again on the World Championship stage here. Oliveira with a win, moving through into that quarterfinal here at the World Championship. You've got to be happy for the guy. What a victory here. Fear Dragon, Roddy joining me here. Roddy, that was blisteringly good from Oliveira.
Well, I need a moment, man. To see that much happiness, that's contagious. Yeah, you can't help but to feel very happy for him. You could really see how much this means to him, because he's been around for a long time, and we often talk about, oh, the great run in Aces once upon a time. He made Serral sweat, but this really is the TVT run of a lifetime, man. And well deserved. This man just has incredibly good freaking TVT, and apparently it doesn't have to be standard, because in that final game, he did bring out a very different build that clearly caught Gabe off guard in the end, but a couple of the micro moves as well, the way he was picking up those tanks on Grasvan. Time is just a TVT animal.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that always impressed me is every single time we see him in these different situations, in all of these little pushes, it feels like he just has this really, really good understanding of exactly where to position all of his units, how to take these engagements, and it was just beautifully well executed.
He had a great move here one time as well, where Gabe was actually pushing it back a little bit, and he was like, oh yeah, you should totally chase me, and he was already sieging up 2 tanks slightly out of vision of Gabe. Gabe thought there was an opportunity to chase those units there. Suddenly he runs into a concave, and the moment that this happened, Gabe was already shaking his head, because if you look at the minimap, Gabe is setting up a flank, but Oliveira is not waiting for those flanks to show up. He just pounces immediately, and obviously this is cool, but it's a day late and $1 short, because he lost already everything on the left, Gabe that is, and time just really clutch, man. You gotta give it to him. That was an amazing best of 5 from this man.
I think that is specifically one of my favorite examples too, because you look at that and you're like, okay, I'm gonna stim up into a sieged up siege tank line up on the high ground through a choke point. You can so many ways think that might be a bad idea, but time is so good at realizing, oh no, this is my opportunity.
And one last thing, even in the game that time lost, or Oliveira, excuse me, Claris.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, he's okay with it as well. He still signs his time, okay?
Exactly.
He's down 45 supply. Like, that is an immense amount of supply to be down, yet he was able to max out. That really kind of says enough on how well this guy understands TVT, because 45 supply, normally a game is supposed to end like a minute or 2 after that. He was able to max out, but even a little bit of a base trade. Kudos to Gabe, obviously, how calm and composed he stayed in that base trade, and Gabe definitely played well in game 3, but I thought even in the game that Oliveira lost, he showed us why he's a TVT beast.
Yeah, I mean, a base trade like that can go south for you on the opposite side in the flick of a switch. So, you know, time understanding that, hey, given that scenario, that might have been his only opportunity, his only golden opportunity to really be able to win it out as we slow-mo down. Have we done this yet in this tournament? It's back now.
All the bodies on the floor.
I'm still a fan of it. Oh, God. Yeah, this game got so hectic, and it was so nice to see that HeroMarine was able to kind of fight back and turn that into a winning game situation. Oh, this was the game that, man, time really, really did a great job with this kind of builder and the execution of this drop.
This bait and switch was actually sick, because I genuinely thought for a long time while this was, as that happened, all of his arm was at the top right. But it absolutely wasn't. Time is a monster.
Yep, it's so cool how he unloads. He found that little opening, is able to unload all the Marines. Doesn't just run away from the Ravens immediately when he realizes that he can actually pick off those other turrets. Gabe is like, oh no, I have to send way more units. And obviously the man does not hesitate for a second. Immediately pounces on the tanks that Gabe left on the third base. Well-deserved victory for Oliveira. Obviously heartbreaking. I love Gabe. And last year we all had so much fun seeing Gabe all the way in Spodek semifinals. Run of a lifetime. 2-0 up against Rainer. And make no mistake, Gabe still played a fantastic Intel Extreme Masters, because he was in a horrifying group, like one of the scariest groups we've seen in a long time at IEM. HeroMarine went 4-1, but it just kind of felt that when it comes to the standard straight-up TVTs, Oliveira had his number.
All right, well, I'm excited for this interview, of course, because moving through to the round of 8 now, Oliveira, time, whatever you want to call him, he is splendid. Let's head over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys, and congratulations, Oliveira. You are moving forward to the round of 8. And here in Katowice, I know this was your first time in the playoffs, and now in your first time, you're going all the way to the quarterfinals. What does this mean for you?
I mean, I feel it's not truth. Like, it's like dream. Like, I play pro gamer already 6-7 years. And yes, this is my first time to run it, feel dream.
That is truly beautiful to hear. And speaking of beautiful, your TVT is so beautiful. When we were watching backstage, everyone was saying, "Oh my gosh, Oliveira's TVT is so good." Who do you practice with that has made you such a good TVT player?
Like I practice with like Bunny, Maru, and Gumiho. Like so much people say, all character in here.
Well, now I think we can understand why your TVT is so good. And I know you said making the round of 8 is a dream, but I know you want to make round of 4, and you're going to be playing Rainer. So just out of curiosity, if you practice with Maru and Bunny and Gumiho for TVT, who do you practice your TVZ with?
Like Serral and Lembo.
Okay, you have amazing practice partners, and now you know you're playing Rainer. What do you think about him?
I mean, it's pretty hard because I heard his group is 5-0, right? I mean, but yeah, like I don't care. I just play.
It's no secret that Oliveira wants to keep his dream running. Congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals. We are going to be right back, but when we do, we have Dark versus Creator. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
All right, welcome back. One more series for today, and it is going to be good. Here in the round of 12, we just need to now know one more name moving through into that round of 8. Joining me here for the final desk before a game today, yeah, I guess I can categorize it as that. We've got ZG and Loco, who's way over there once again. He really he loves that PC. I don't know why.
I was just looking up a couple of statistics, okay, for these two players in particular.
That's fine, that's fine. Let's talk about it then. It's going to be Dark versus Creator going up against one another in this best of 5. And for my money, Dark has not finished outside the top 8 in a World Championship in the last 4 years. Is it going to end here, Loco?
Well, like I said, I was looking at the statistics, and I feel like it's going to be an uphill battle. So statistically, these two have faced off against each other 22 times. And yeah, Dark has won 92% of those games, which is a little bit shaky. Recently, Dark has been, well, beating every single Protoss other than Hero and MaxSpecs.
Okay.
No, obviously Hero is still in a tournament. MaxSpec's not here. One of those two names is not Creator, so it's going to be a little bit tricky. And then on the other end, we have Creator consistently winning against, for example, players like Ragnarok. But yeah, in my mind, I do think Dark is a little bit better overall in that matchup. So yeah, it's going to be a tricky one, I think.
ZG, your thoughts on him?
Yeah, there's 2 options, Kalaris. Should I talk more about how Dark will absolutely stomp, or do I try and make this a case for Creator?
Your choice, your choice.
All right, I'm going to be kind to Creator. He's a really cool guy.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so Creator, he has gone 2-20 against Dark in their entire career. It's not particularly good. However, it's not been a complete stomp every single time. Not most recently, but a little while ago, Creator, he's had his ups and downs, basically, right? At one point, way long ago, he was even maybe one of the best Protosses. Way so long ago, then he came back up and he came back down. There was a point where he was coming back up in 2021 where he did almost defeat Dark. And the question does seem to be, for Creator's career, is he on the continued upward trajectory, or are we catching him at the apex and he's about to slope down? So if he is upward, he's there at the top of the roller coaster, he could still actually defeat Dark.
Yeah, so from what I've heard, at least talking to some of the pro gamers, they do think that Creator is right now the second best Protoss from Korea.
Okay.
So he may very well be somewhere up on that hill. There's definitely a chance.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
But then again, Dark is, yes, absolutely favored against him historically. Dark almost never really misses a chance of being in the round of 8 of Katowice. He's by far the most consistent, highest placing player in the tournament. Very commonly also makes the round of 4. Absolutely wants the finals. He is super passionate. He's going to go to the military after this. He's not going to let some pleb like Creator stop him from doing that, all right?
In his eyes.
In his eyes, of course.
Yes, yeah. And the interesting thing for me is that when you look at Creator on the other side, I remember an interview a long time ago where he kind of said, yeah, I gain momentum late in a kind of new map pool, but we kind of just switched things around, which is not exactly the most helpful thing for him as well.
Yeah, that said, though, there are a lot of Darker replays out there. He's been participating in everything over the last month or so, and most of the pro players are trying to hide some of their strategies. They're trying to make sure that nobody knows what they're going to be playing.
Yeah.
But Dark has probably got, I don't know, 6 replays of him playing Zerg versus Protoss floating around on the internet.
Yeah, Korea Cups, America Cups, we see him in a lot.
Yeah, I think Creator's been studying some of those games today.
Yeah. All right, well, thanks very much, guys. Time to get into this. It is our final series here for today. Dark going up against Creator. Time to go to the stage here for the final best of 5.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. It is my absolute honor to introduce the players for our final best of 5 of the day to wrap up this round of 12. It's a beautiful story, a David versus Goliath story, where for our first player, he is the best Korean Zerg with so many titles under his belt, whether it's the GSL or the SSL or becoming the 2019 BlizzCon champion.
while facing him is a Korean Protoss who looks to fulfill his dream like so many other StarCraft 2 players. He has made the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice for the very first time. Can he move forward to the quarterfinals? We're about to find out. Please welcome on stage, it's Dark and Creator.
It is time to hop in to our final best of 5 of the day to determine our top 8. I am Roddy, I am joined by Fair Dragon, and we are getting ready for this PvZ that on paper may not be the most exciting one ever, but I don't think that stats truly matter, Fair Dragon. This is such a big moment for both these guys, and hey, if you've got anything prepared, these are the moments to bust it out.
Absolutely. This is the time in the playoffs where you really just want to show your absolute best StarCraft possible. No more hiding the build orders. No more preparing and saving up things for later on. This is where you really throw out everything. In PvZ, I have to say, Ronnie, a really, really great matchup to have some of those kind of prepared things for an opponent.
Yep, I even caught a little bit of what Creator was doing earlier today, going for some sort of a 2-base all-in on one of the larger maps that we currently have, Altitude. That one didn't quite work out, but that kind of stuff, I really don't hate it, especially not in a best of 5. Are these builds that you can just do over and over again? Like, for instance, Hero likes to go Oracles into Blink Stalkers and a whole bunch of bases. No, because that kind of stuff is actually unkillable. You need to outplay it. And these certain 2-base all-ins, you can obviously hard counter them, and then the build will just completely fall flat on its face. But just to make it seem like you're playing a normal game and then suddenly hit your opponent very hard with a dedicated attack, I don't hate it, and I'd love to see it at least once, if not twice, in this best of 5.
I think what's really cool about this series is that I think either one of these players can really put pedal to the metal with the aggression. Dark is absolutely known for throwing massive, massive kind of aggression at his opponent in the earlier stages. He is absolutely thwarted many a Protoss player, especially, I would say, in the past couple of years, just by being really aggressive to someone who maybe had a really clever game plan for the later stages. And I think Creator, he's no stranger to throwing out a few 2-base or 3-base all-ins himself.
Nope. And I do think that's kind of what he's going to need to do as well. Because, sure, if we're going to have 5 or 4 or even just, hopefully not, but 3 very normal, straight-up games where Creator is going to try to get a little bit of damage, but then Dark will just grow up to 4 bases, 5 bases very quickly and completely overrun him with Zerglings and Banings, it could become a pretty ugly series. I do think that Creator has the skills to play a macro game. Don't get me wrong, it's absolutely not that he can only win if he does some sort of a crazy, cheesy all-in. I think, for instance, if he copies some of the builds that Hero was doing yesterday towards the end of the day against Serral. I was like, I've seen a lot of StarCraft. That was yesterday, right? But yes, that was yesterday. Those builds are not exactly rocket science to execute for guys of this level. Creator has the skills to make a couple Oracles, make a couple of Adapts, go up to 3 bases, drop double Robo Bay, and hit a sharp Colossus timing. And I cannot emphasize enough on how impressive it was that Serral was able to read these things correctly and how close the calls were with a Viper being out and 1 or 2 abducts being available. That truly makes a difference for a Zerg in being able to defend a push like that or just fight with an inferior army and don't have an answer for these Robo units. I actually believe that no matter how good Dark may be, I don't think that Dark, his transitions are going to be as clean as Serral. I don't see Dark very often at 8 minutes and 20 seconds have a couple Vipers to be ready to abduct these kinds of Colossus pushes, builds, etc., whatever. So I believe in Creator. I don't think he's absolutely not the favorite, but I do believe he has the skills and he should have the right amount of strategies to make this a very terrifying series for Dark.
And I love the way that you phrase that because it's so on point. Dark is an incredible player, but his strengths are different than someone like a Serral. So the things that Serral was able to maybe shut down, I think that Dark may actually be a little bit more vulnerable to. And also adding to your point, one of the series that Dark lost in the group stages, after he had already pretty much guaranteed he was going to advance on out, was he lost 2-0 to Neeb. And Neeb was getting up in his face. He was doing these kind of aggressive attacks and everything. So I would love to see Creator bust out something aggressive. I 100% agree with you on that.
Yep, and Creator, we know that he has these kinds of builds. He showed us that a little bit as well in DreamHack Masters Valencia. That's a tournament that I have referred to a couple of times whenever we talk about Creator, because that really was kind of a coming out party almost again. He's been around for a while, he participates in online tournaments, but he was amazing in Valencia. And he was passionate, he was driven, he was shouting whenever he would win a game. And a lot of the guys that were attending that event were like, man, Creator is so cool. Like, how do you not cheer for that guy? You don't get to see that kind of emotion that often early in the tournament from Korean players. But I digress. It is time to finally kick off our final best of 5 of another long day of StarCraft. In the bottom left side, we are looking at one of the most successful StarCraft 2 players of all time. That is, without a shadow of a doubt, Dragon Phoenix Gaming's Dark.
And up here at the top right-hand side of the map, the Blue Protoss player, one of the 2 remaining Blue Protoss players, one who has been around since the early days of StarCraft 2. Give it up for Team NV's Creator. Yeah, those Creator fans out there.
Creator is awesome, man. It's very hard not to root for him, and obviously he's a bit of an underdog, and on top of that, he's a Protoss player. There are already quite a few Zergs advancing. The winner of this series will move on to face off against Hero in the quarterfinals. Whoever wins, obviously, it's going to be a 6 series, but I do think that a lot of people secretly hope that Creator is able to somehow get the upset done here, because it would be an upset, guys. The numbers don't lie. Zombie Grub mentioned it. These guys have played 22 times against each other. Current score, 20-2 in favor of Dark. Dark has apparently won like the last 18 matches in a row as well. So Creator is the underdog, but if he gets the job done, we get a PvP quarterfinal. If we get a PvP quarterfinal, it means we get a Protoss in the semifinal, and that is obviously something that a lot of people would love to see.
I'm definitely on board with that kind of idea, but even to add a little bit to that statistic as well, a lot of the time you cite those stats where it's like, oh man, you know, this many games past the other player has won. They've just been dominating. It goes all the way back to like 2012 or something. You know, Wings of Liberty. It's a different meta. These players have been around for a while. Most of those games, almost all those games, are actually only going back to like 2019. It's actually fairly recent matches and everything. But I do think Creator has been popping off more so recently than ever before. So if there is a time for Creator to pull off an upset, I think it's going to be here in this round of 8, or yeah, round of 8 match.
I'm with you. I mean, come on, we all know how StarCraft 2 works. We've all had our good ladder days and our bad ladder days, or sometimes you get busy with work or school or university, you don't play for 2 weeks, and you're like, oh my goodness, I'm terrible at the moment. So games 2019 may seem like somewhat recent, but obviously it's completely irrelevant to what is going to happen today. On top of that, we're not in the comfort of our own home. Dark has been successful in the past at LANs, but it's still always different. This is going to create a very different vibe. And of course, Dark coming into this series as a heavy favorite. In a weird way, that brings along some pressure as well, right? This is not a 50-50 where he goes up against a Raynor or a Serral or Maru. No, he knows that everybody is expecting him to win. And that can sometimes stress you out a little bit, no matter how experienced you are, and Dark has all the experience, but it can still be intimidating.
It's something he's definitely going to have to get used to as a fairly strong player at this point. I'm sure he is a little bit used to that kind of pressure. We are going to be seeing these build orders start to shape on up, as it is a Stargate opening coming out from Creator. Pretty stock and standard for the most part. Got out that first Adept, got out the Stalker to push back any of those Overlords. He's going to start sending out that Adept to scout out and see what exactly his opponent Dark is up to, as a Ro12 also being thrown down on Dark's side of the map.
Yeah, I think for Dark, the first 5-6 minutes of almost all of these games against Creator are going to be relatively standard. I really don't expect Dark to do some crazy early game all-ins, because that just increases the RNG. He is the favorite, so he's not supposed to make these games random. He is just going to try to defend to the best of his abilities. He is okay with losing 8 drones, sometimes 2 drones to an Oracle, but what he wants to avoid at all costs are these starts that we sometimes see from these world-class Korean Protoss players, where 2 Adepts get 4 or 5 drones, and then the Oracles get 5 drones in a different base, 2 drones morph into a Spore Crawler, and suddenly as a Zerg you've lost 12 or 13 workers, and that is just often the beginning of the end. That is a pretty quick third base, not like ultra quick, you know, it's minute 4, but it's at least telling us that Creator is going to build a few more workers here in the first game, and we're not going to do something crazy of 2 bases.
Yeah, and I like that. I also like just the idea of getting slight edges, just taking slight amounts of greed, not taking things too overboard just to try and find advantages where you can. Oracles direct on in, and they manage to find 2 workers. One of the Oracles gets fairly damaged, but, you know, solid damage as long as you keep those Oracles alive.
Yeah, fair trade. Actually kind of thought the Queen positioning by Dark was cool, but then I also like that Creator was like, maybe I should go for it, but then Creator's like, nah, this is bait. There's probably another Queen lurking in the shadows, waiting to drop a transfuse. It's better to go for that guaranteed damage, and in the end he was able to grab 2 drones. Nothing too significant, but it's the little things that really matter in the first 5 or 6 minutes of this matchup.
I love the spread of the queens there from Dark. It makes it so difficult to move forward with those oracles. Just you can see them placed around almost like missile turrets in kind of a campaign mode mission or something, where they're just ready to prevent those oracles from getting freely in to not only get any kind of drone damage on, but also to get a whole lot of scouting information. But one oracle does manage to make its way into the natural.
Creator is very active with these oracles, man, and so far I am loving it. We don't want to lose it though. Let them do the cast the curse thing, where he's like, oh, he's doing a great job with the oracles, and then he loses 1 or 2. But I'd say so far so good. The man is just building probes at home, queues up the first Immortal. The only thing I'm a bit confused by, Fair Dragon, is that our Twilight Council finished up quite some time ago, as this oracle takes a lot of damage. Could have hyped it up, but I knew it was going to survive at 2 HP. But we have a Twilight Council, but he doesn't use it. Oh wait, now we have a Twilight Council. I thought I saw it earlier. Am I crazy? I guess I saw the Forge.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't use it.
That's a good reason not to use it, but that Twilight Council is going to be on the way, like you were saying. We'll see what he's going to be going up to, as he does have +1 weapons on the way. Wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing, you know, a decent number of Stalkers and stuff added on.
But Dark could go for Swarmos here, no? Because he's building a lot of roaches. He's firing up +1 missile attacks. He's on 66 drones, and there is something very magical about the number 66 and Swarmos. Don't ask me why, but Zerg players, basically since the Snoot days, have been talking about 66 drones and roaches and Swarmos. There we have the Nidus network going up as well, so there's absolutely going to be some Swarmos play. As these Oracles get in there, very cute play with the Phoenix. All 3 units take a lot of damage, but more importantly than killing 4 drones right now is to get the scout off on this Nidus network and on the infestation pit, and he hasn't done that yet.
It's over at the natural expansion. These units are just going to get recalled outside of the main base. I am suddenly flashbacking, Kev, to all of the Zerg players who pre-patch or right after the patch had launched were saying, you know, Swarmo's pretty good on these maps, actually. There's a lot of potential and power for that. But in order to utilize those Swarmos, it seems like Dark is going to have to first make sure he can survive and not take too much damage from this first attack.
Oh, he will absolutely survive, mate. Creator cannot be on creep. What Creator can obviously do is try to pretend he wants to be aggressive and hope that he can buy some extra time. This hallucinated Phoenix finally gets the big scout off, but the first Nidus network is already going up, and we're not looking at 6 to 8 Swarmos. We have 14 Swarmos on the production tab. This is going to be very hard. Army supplies don't look that bad right now for Creator, but the biggest problem is that his army is not fantastic in dealing with Locust. But the one thing he does have is a cannon, a battery. Stasis traps could come in very handy, and it's so important not to take too much damage from the first wave of Locust. We're going to activate battery overcharge immediately. He has to pull the probes away, and he does. I actually think this is very acceptable for Creator.
Yeah, 6 workers lost. I think a Zealot and a Stalker or so is definitely not the worst loss whatsoever. You would love to be able to clean up that Nidus Storm just to start preventing additional Nidus Storms from starting to scatter around the map and really increase the options for where things can go. That is going to be the power, the value of those oracles staying alive to this part of the game.
Actually, very well done as well. Left a couple of Immortals behind just in case Dark would go for some sort of crazy roach run by or try to get a Nidus up in the natural. That is not going to be the case. It's all about these Stargate units to keep track of this terrifying Zerg army. Will Dark make the mistake of landing all of his Locusts at the same time? The answer is no. Dark is way too good for that. So a lot of Locusts will get on top of these Stalkers, Sentries, Batteries, and I think Overcharge is still on cooldown for a split second. But Creator is hanging in there. He's taking damage, but he's absolutely hanging in there.
He is doing a really solid job overall. Like you said, he was taking some damage, but he keeps the Nexus alive. He keeps a lot of the core units alive as well. Additional Immortals being cranked on out. And one of the dangers you have to worry about as the Swarm Host player is, yes, your supply is going to be so high. You're going to have all these Roaches and Lings also to complement the army. But if you do start to lose momentum, if your opponent starts catching Nidus Swarms as they're popping up, there is an opportunity for your opponent to have this massive high-tech army that they can actually start doing counter damage with.
I'm actually starting to smile a little bit, man, and this is why it's so important for Creator to keep these oracles alive, right? Like, yes, it's nice to kill drones, and sometimes you want to kill a queen or two, but if you lose these oracles, keeping track of these Nidus networks, keeping track of all the locusts is so much more difficult. Fantastic pickup there as well with the Warp Prism. Hasn't really lost a single Immortal yet, as far as I can tell. He's going to activate Battery Overcharge. Dark has, I don't want to say given up on this, but he is looking to transition as Hive is close to finishing up, and we've got a Lurker then on the way. But Creator obviously at this point knows, like, hey, this was good, but it was kind of easy. And if things are too good to be true in PvZ from the Protoss point of view, they usually are, and then you know that your opponent is not all out committed. Obviously Creator has a lot of respect for Dark. He knows how good he is, and if Dark was truly all in and committed off Lair Tech, he would have been way more in his face. Creator knows that, so I do think it's time for Creator now to see if we can maybe start getting to the other side of the map, maybe sneak a Prism into the main base and start being on the offensive.
Well, they're still going to have to be dealing with these Swarmos because they have not been taken care of, and the next Swarm is still going to be an active option. 16 workers going down, definitely some pretty good damage, and finds the Nexus. We're seeing the counterattack across the map. A couple of these Lurkers are being morphed. The Oracles find them and actually manage to cancel two of them, going for the third as well, lifting up a Queen.
Mapu, can you show us the Immortal count real quick? Because I have the feeling we're looking at a ludicrous amount of Immortals. He's got 12 Immortal. Roaches will absolutely stand no chance against 12 Immortals. Dark is going to have to get the Swarmos back in. Everywhere Dark looks right now, he sees Immortals. He's going to try to get on top of these four. There is a Warp Prism nearby. Dark is going to try to get on top of this army with all of his Locusts, but I'm really starting to believe in Creator's chances here. He may be down 50 supply. All he needs to do is wait until this wave of Locusts has disappeared, and then he needs to go. He knows that he took a lot of economic damage, but the army supplies right now are actually a lot closer than what the numbers are telling us. A lot of Hydras are on the way, but the Hydras don't have all of their upgrades. Immortals are great, but they do need a little bit of support. It's kind of now or never for Creator, and he knows it.
He is consolidating his army. He has finally put it all together into one big chunk, one big piece. Drones being pulled off the line as well. The Hydras are doing their best to try and hold on until the Swarmos have a Locust Wave available. Locust Wave has been launched from every single one of those Swarmos, and the Protoss army has to retreat on back. He's not able to break through into the natural. He's able to pick up a couple of the reinforcements coming in from behind, but as soon as that Locust Wave disappears, it's going to be go time yet again for Creator, and he's already been able to find quite a few good trades.
And he's going to be able to whap in a couple of extra units as well. He's sitting on a little bit of money, 800 minerals, 800 gas. He decides to go for 6 or 7 Stalkers, and these Hydras once more don't have all their upgrades. It is kind of, the number is decent now. 25 Hydras is very decent, but it doesn't feel like they were necessarily all together at the same place. It's a proper micro battle. There is a forward blink by Creator. He thinks he's got enough firepower, but he lost the Warp Prism, Ravi.
He can't micro back the Immortals anymore. The Swarmos are coming on out, and the Protoss army is disappearing before Dark. He takes the first game.
Oh no, brutal, because Dark was actually down to 39 drones. Dark lost the base and down to 39 drones. That was awfully close, but in the end, Dark survives the March of the Immortal, because that's really the best way to summon up that game. 12 Immortals were cranked out of the double robo. Creator got very close, man. That forward blink, obviously a little bit ambitious, but I get it, right? He knows that the windows between the Swarmos Locusts are not all that big, so he felt it was now or never. And I don't think that's even where it went wrong. I just think it went wrong when he lost the War Prism, because at that point, he can't get anything done anymore. If he still has the Prism alive, even when the next wave of Locusts come, he could actually disengage, because he has a 12 worker lead. He had 51 probes against 39 drones.
I was going to ask, do you feel like it is a potential situation where he just could have actually left or at least backed off a lot earlier on because he knew he was no longer on the timer he was before? Before that, we saw the Dark was going to Hive Tech. He was getting up transitions. But after you've lost that many workers, you don't really have the economy, I mean, much less the base count to actually afford to really take advantage of that Hive Tech very much.
I don't think he wanted to commit as hard as he did to that final fight. Of course there was that forward blink, but I think in his mind it was always, I can be here, I can micro, I can warp in a couple of extra units, and once the Locusts come, I can disengage. But the moment he loses the Warp Prism, he can no longer disengage. The units got surrounded. But yeah, obviously looking back at it, maybe he could have gone home. We can drop a Robo Bay, maybe we can spam some Disruptors against the Lurkers. Of course, we need to get ready for Vipers, because Dark will always sneak out a few Vipers. He's excellent with that unit, but yeah, that was a very exciting first game. Creator did, I think, a lot of things well, but kudos to Dark, because that was not an easy Protoss army to clean up.
No, absolutely. We are going to be heading into map number 2, and we're going to be starting down here in the bottom right-hand side of Dragon Scales, where this man is currently sitting up 1-0 in this best of 5. In the bottom right, the red Zerg player from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, he is Dark.
And in the top left side, we're going to take a look at the main base of the man who did a lot of things right. Kept the Oracles alive, had some good scouting with the Phoenix, and in the end he decided to send it, and he got so close, but could not quite close it out. It's Envy's Creator.
Really cool first game there, but it's worth mentioning that while Creator was kind of getting his own setup there, he ended up spamming out a lot of Immortals and got into a unique composition we don't oftentimes see in PvZ. A lot of the initial changes and the kind of interesting points in the early stages of that game came from Dark. It was Dark deciding that he was going to go for this kind of Swarmos play, to go for the Nidus Swarm, and a lot of it was Creator reacting, so I'm very curious where game number 2 is headed.
Well, Dark is going to open things up with the spawning pool first. He had a drone on patrol, I think trying to freak Creator out a little bit, that maybe something crazy is happening, but Creator is still going to see that Dark will take his natural, but obviously Dark is going to be happy about the fact that he can take his natural, because more often than not, Zerg players are forced to take their expand elsewhere these days.
Probe comes in over here, and there's going to be a pretty typical reaction. We actually saw a Zealot in production for a moment there. Creator ends up canceling it, throws down the Nexus and the Cyber Core, and just going to deal with these Lings as they head across the map a little bit later on.
That makes me nervous, because they give me the idea that Creator kind of misread it or started second guessing himself, right? And he's like, what kind of pool is that? Are we looking at a 15 pool? Is it earlier than that? It's not, but we do already have a couple of Zerglings running to the other side of the map. Creator decided to go without a Zealot, so he's going to have to Chrono Boost the hell out of this Adept, but he's probably going to be forced to pull probes for a little while, man, because this pylon is going to be a target, and if this pylon goes down before the Adept is out, it'd be a nightmare, so Creator is going to try to buy some time with the full wall off, and I don't hate that.
Yeah, I think that's entirely reasonable. The Zerglings also know that the Adept is prone to actually pop out in a matter of seconds, so they're just going to go ahead and retreat on back home. Gateway gets canceled, and Creator can do the proper wall off. That's not a full wall with, you know, whatever time that he has.
Yep. He's going to follow it up with the Stargate. I don't hate seeing that, not just because Stargates are always solid, but Dark's opening a little bit different, could lead into some crazy aggression, as Dark had 4 Lings, makes 4 more Lings right now, could just be to deal with these first 2 Adepts that are heading his way. We're gonna have to keep an eye on it. Creator, what are we doing? He moved commands on top of the ramp, did not expect the Lings and the Queens there, and that's honestly a big blunder. You don't have a lot of units early game, every Adept matters, and this is gonna scare him even more, because now he didn't even get the Shade into the main base, so he doesn't know if something scary is happening.
And it's even tougher now, because he has to keep the other Adept back at home. He doesn't really have the 2 Adepts that he normally would have to start maneuvering around, try and one-shot some drones, keep your opponent feeling like they have to actually stay at home for a bit. So Creator's going to be especially in the dark. He's going to go for the Void Ray, which do you feel like that's kind of like a safety thing at this point, because you just really don't know what's happening?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a 2-in-1. It's like, I'm gonna go Void Ray because maybe I've practiced this a little bit and it's obviously good in sniping the Overlord. And there are quite a few Protoss players who will go Void Ray in the most standard normal games. Obviously just a single Void Ray. We don't really make more than one anymore. But I think this time around it's kind of a 2-in-1. It's like, in case you're sending Roaches and Ravages to the other side of the map, or you're going to show up with a lot of links, I don't just want to have a single Oracle that can run out of energy. Let's play it safe, go with the Void Ray, and I'll hopefully find some value out of this unit by picking up ideally 2 Overlords and of course keeping the 3rd base safe.
And he is not going to have to worry about any of those kind of attacks, but he will at least be able to find 1 Overlord for now as his Warp Gate finishes on up and alongside that Oracle. And we'll see if he can actually get a bit more damage done across the map once that Gateway finishes up, if he is going to be sending those Adepts to try and find some kind of damage.
Yep, Creator sees that there is nothing too scary out there. These are the moments that for us as commentators and as fans are very chill. We know that they're just macroing, but if you're Creator, you're playing this game, you're on the edge of your seat, you're nervous, you're trying to pick up on anything you could potentially see on the minimap because you don't want to find yourself in that scenario where 22 Zerglings show up, they wrap around the 3rd Nexus, or even a couple of super random Banelings that are morphing, trying to blow up the Adept that's in the wall to open the floodgates, right? Because then a Void Ray is suddenly not all that great anymore. We know none of that is happening, but obviously Creator is making sure he's double checking, he's triple checking, and he wants to ideally drop a Revelation here as well. And then he gets the confirmation that all of this looks pretty normal and he doesn't have anything to worry about.
Yep, and even just spotting out that lair definitely removes a lot of the possibilities for different types of all-ins that could have been coming his way. So he's probably going to be breathing a massive sigh of relief that he knows, all right, things are not to be worried too much about for the moment.
Charge first. Charge before blink this time around. So Creator is going to switch it up. Of course, last game he went for a very quick Robo and for a quick Forge with the +1, and it was all about the double Robo Immortal. He did get a Twilight Council a little bit later, and he went for a blink and obviously warped in a lot of Stalkers towards the end. As we have a Stasis Trap. That's a good old Stasis Trap. Looking at 9 or 10 drones there that are stuck, and that's pretty annoying for Darkman, especially because there is potentially some aggression heading his way with that War Prism finishing up and Charge finishing up.
Yep. That economic loss is going to be hitting in the next 60 or so seconds, where it's just going to be fewer resources and fewer units for Dark for a little bit. Charge nearing completion, Templar Archives nearing completion, 4 gateways on the way, and the War Prism is already done. We are going to be seeing Creator putting pedal to the metal with unit production in about 60 or so seconds. And Dark, he's making some Roaches. He's getting out actually quite a few Roaches now, so he's going to have a standing army to help deal with this. And Roaches in large numbers can help deal with a lot of those challenge lists if they're in the right position.
Yeah, and obviously with a little bit of micro, Roaches have some kiting potential, especially once Roach Speed finishes up. Dark dropping the Hydra then. Now very often we'll talk about Lurkers, right, and how we could go into Lurker Viper, and that's great. Roach Hydra is not something we talk about very often, because a lot of people tell you that the Roach Hydra is terrible. And Roach Hydra, yes, is terrible in some ways, but it is very good against people that don't get any splash damage. If there is no Storm or Disruptor or Colossus, Roach Hydra is actually still good, guys. Trust me, because Zealots don't do very well, Archons don't do very well, and even Immortals will only be good against the Roaches. But we can talk about that later, as we have a couple of Archons, a Void Ray, and a bunch of Zealots showing up in the main base. Dark was a little bit out of position. He will obviously be able to clean this up. But the real question is, how much damage is Creator able to do? Is he going to recall these Zealots out? Yeah, he's going to try at least.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get a handful of them, and it's important because otherwise losing 8 or so Zealots in exchange for, what, 5 drones is definitely not going to be worth it.
He's got to play like Void Ray Colossus or something, no? Because he's got +1 air weapons on the way, he's got a second Stargate on the way, and there is a Robo Bay done. We have not quite used that Robo Bay yet, but I mean, these guys are like, hey, we've been around since Wings of Liberty. We're going to show you some Wings of Liberty, baby. Void Ray Colossus against Roach Hydra. What year is this for a dragon? Okay, that's a disruptor. That ruins the party.
That is going to be a little bit of a change-up. Maybe the missing component that Protoss have needed to make this composition work for the first time in a long time. But this is most certainly not what I would say is a standard kind of Protoss style. I'm very curious what Dark is going to be thinking of this when he sees the Void Rays coming out.
Well, this honestly looks pretty bad for Dark. He's got a little army supply advantage, but Roach Hydra off-creep, not necessarily the GOAT army. Forcing it to attack into battery is not going to be great either. We've got Overlord Speed on the way now. which almost gives me the idea that Dark wants to just send everything to the other side of the map. He's really full sending it. Disruptors are a dream unit in this scenario. Creator doesn't even truly need to worry about defending this base. All that Creator needs to do here in Game 2, guys, is stabilize on 3 bases. Get as many batteries as you can, get as many cannons as you can, and get up the disruptor count. And I think as soon as he's got 3 disruptors, there is no way he should ever lose against Roach Hydra of Lair Tech.
Yeah, we're seeing the Creator is going to go for this hatchery snipe. He also got the hatchery in the bottom left-hand side as well. So that's a double hatch snipe there for Creator. That actually might immediately trigger Dark to start moving across the map and try and get something done.
I'd love to see one more Robo here. Like, I know maybe that doesn't even come into play. First Aces is decent. All that Creator needs to do, guys, is make sure he does not lose any disruptors. Keep your disruptor count. Crank out one at a time, just chrono boost it. As long as he gets a couple of disruptors out, there is no way he ever loses. Dark is gonna go super old school. I always think of Nurture when I see this. He is going to pick up the entire Zerg army and drop it into the main base of the Protoss.
It's actually so difficult for this Protoss army to deal with this unless the Void Rays are in position already. And I don't think Creator has any idea something like this is going to be coming. The gateways are going to be the first thing to scout this out as those drop overlords are moving straight on in to the main base of Creator at the same time, and another army moves into the bottom right, or to the top right.
Yep, Dark is going to try to attack the main base and the third at the same time. I still don't think this is ever going to work for Dark, though, and he kind of has to know that too. He can't really escape either because the Void Ray count is so high, but the Roaches are stopped. That's a big Nova, and Dark's supply is plummeting. Dark is losing at the top left. He's probably losing a lot of units at the third as well. Creator is so full of confidence, still going up to 4 bases in the top right, queuing up a carrier. And earlier I said if things are too good to be true, they usually are. Well, this probably feels too good to be true as well for Creator, but he's done it, Ravi. He has literally done it. I don't see what Dark does from here on out.
Dark has nothing else behind this. He's turning out more and more of these Hydras. He's getting a +2 missile attacks, but that's about it. He is so far behind in supply right now. He is going to be trying to push back the Void Rays, but the Disruptors, like you said before, not only are they great on the defense, I think they're still going to be really effective when he starts finally getting on the offense.
Yep, but I don't even know if we're ever going to see that, because Creator will probably feel like, I don't even need to attack you right now. Until I am maxed out, he's going to maybe try to land one more Nova. I think Dark might just launch one more Desperation attack, and then that could be it. Or it will be indeed Creator marching to the other side of the map. But at this point, Dark is just completely running out of options. He does not have money for the Infestation Pit and Hive Tech. And even if he would find the resources for that, there is no way that he can drag this game on long enough to ever get some Vipers out. And that's obviously the one unit that he needs to have a chance in this game.
There's so many units that the Viper would help out against, whether it be the Disruptors, pulling the carriers on forward. It's really tough, but like you said, he's not really going to have the resources to afford it, especially after having lost 2 of his bases, and he only finally recently got back up. He may very well be losing those bases again, though, because the Prismatic Alignment is active, and that hatchery is getting target fire down.
Yep, Dark is down more than 50 supply. Has a couple of Hydras in the natural, and I think they found some success, but this hatchery, well, it's getting saved for now by the Queens, but he's losing a tremendous amount of Roaches and Hydras in the top right side. Turns out that the Queen is still pretty good, and it does keep that hatchery alive. That's an excellent save by Dark. But that doesn't really change the reality of the situation that he's in. Picking up a couple of Void Rays is nice, but he really didn't get a whole lot done on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like you were saying, it's basically just buying time for Creator to get to his big, scary Death Ball army with the additional carriers being added on in, and Dark has just kept it home. He hasn't had a chance to take a 5th base during all of this because he's still trying to put on the pressure, but he's also has to defend back at home.
He's trying to keep 4 bases alive, Robbie.
yeah, exactly.
He was knocked down to 2 bases not too long ago, as Creator is really enjoying life as he drops another Stargate, and he was able to keep his Cybernetic score alive as well against all these Hydras. That was obviously important as +2 air weapons is finishing up. Now, earlier I said I didn't expect Creator to attack. This is kind of the moment where I do want to see him start moving out, and he knows it as well. If you're maxed out, you're never going to get further ahead than you currently are at this point. Sometimes you can trade out some units and get a slightly better army, but it's not like Dark has a lot of static defenses that you need to worry about. You just kind of need to send it right now. If you've got your opponents on the ropes, go ahead and knock him out, and that's exactly what Creator is going to do here.
Now, Dark is going to try and counter with his own big base trading move, and I mean, it's kind of his best bet, but remember, Recall is still going to be available, and that means that there is nothing back at home to prevent this big Protoss death ball from moving on forward. It looks like Pylon's getting target fired down on the other side of the map, but it's not going to be enough if Dark knows it. Creator ties up the series 1-1.
Yep. And I mean, it's kind of fun to think about it, because like, where did Creator get all that far ahead? I think the fact that he dropped such an early Disruptor Bay, or Robo Bay, excuse me, to make a couple of Disruptors, I think that's not something that Dark expected, and I can't blame him for it, because I also don't know Creator as the guy that rushes out Storm or rushes out Disruptors. So Roach Hydra can actually be somewhat good against people that stay with relatively basic Protoss units that just have their DPS from fighting, like the Archons, Immortals, Zealots, and Stalkers. So in that way, I can sort of see it. Of course, we had a little Archon drop with a couple of Zealots in the main base. Like, that was a success, but to say that that was game-ending damage, it really wasn't. It became game-ending damage when Dark just stayed on a relatively low economy and kept on building Roaches and Hydras, and Creator was still able to pick up the 4th hatchery.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even that kind of attack that you're talking about, killing 5 workers and then basically having to recall out of there and pick up with the Archons to evacuate, that is not a ton of damage. It was the fact that, like you said, Dark committing, really putting the pressure on him to actually get something done. Disruptors, you know, I don't blame Dark entirely, because can't really name the last time I saw a Protoss player go for charge lots into pumping out Void Rays into also adding on the Disruptors, but it works so well, especially against the exact composition Dark was going for.
Yep, and obviously all the Dropper Lords could have been very annoying to deal with, especially if Dark had the ability to pick up these units, fly around, drop them on the low ground, go back into the main, but it wasn't a single Void Ray.
Yeah.
We were looking at 6 or 7 Void Rays, and that's obviously not something that Dark expected. But things worked out perfectly for Creator, the underdog, heading into this final best of 5 of the round of 12. Did you enjoy today, Ravi?
I've been loving today, and you know what? We're getting a pretty awesome series, so I can't complain about this as we head into game number 3 with a tied-up series so far. Up here in the top left-hand side of the map of Neo-Humanity, we are going to be spawning on top of the red Zerg player from Dragon Phoenix Gaming. He is Dark.
The bottom right side of Neo-Humanity, we are looking at the main base of one of the 2 last remaining Protoss players of this tournament. Representing Team Envy, this is Creator. Some Katowice love there for Creator, Fear Dragon.
Absolutely. Like you were saying, I think he's won so many people's hearts out there. And, you know, I will say I'm a big Dark fan. And it's not just because I loved his signature series, it's because Dark is not afraid to get down and dirty when it comes down to it, and we already do see a hatchery being built, and it's not exactly at the normal location, Roddy. It's in his opponent's 3rd base.
That's a build. Now, one of the things that a Zerg player could do here, guys, is link flood. And if you guys are wondering, but how are you going to link flood if there are that many minerals? Can you mine out all these minerals? Well, you technically only really need 1 drone. Like, 1 drone can just make a couple of trips. What he could do as well is take the Vespian Geyser and then send it back and forth like that, but that's not even really necessary. If Creator does not immediately start looking for this, he could obviously be blindsided by it. Creator is right now scouting around, and I think he's sending a probe towards the bottom to see if there is something up there. He's checking for proxy hatches, but he's not checking the spot where the proxy hatch is at the moment.
Oh, is he going to realize it? And I just do want to note, Dark is starting to try and mine from that base. He's mining from the top side because that is the side that's going to allow the battery units, like say a queen or something, through. This ramp is a little bit odd where the bottom side doesn't necessarily do that. But if he wants to do things like move a spine crawler up and build on the low ground, start creep up to the high ground, start migrating over, he needs to mine out more than just one of those mineral patch lines.
Oh, Creator really needs to get on top of this as quickly as possible. He has to kind of be aware of it right now. It's not just going to be Lings and Zerglings. We have a Roach Worm being dropped as well. Creator does have a Zealot running towards the bottom, and that Zealot could absolutely win the fight against the Lings. If the Zealot gets the drone, that'd be massive. Why wouldn't the Zealot try to get the drone? Now the doors are open. What would you like to see Creator do? I do think we need to go for a full wall-off in the front, so we can just fully focus on the... That's not a full wall-off.
That's not a full wall-off at all. And he's going to just hold position the Stalker over there. That's going to be able to hold the line for a little bit, but he absolutely needs to get a closer shield battery up if he wants to try and do that.
Yeah, that battery is too far away, right? That battery does not heal up the Stalker.
There's no way it heals the Stalker from there. That battery is going to be That's going to be so close. I don't think it's going to be fully in range.
This is not a bad little skirmish though. Zealot's still alive, adapting, being able to get a couple of shots off. And I do believe that the probe saw the Ro12 go up in the main base, right? Can we just double check that? But I'm pretty certain that Creator saw that. He knows that there is a good chance we're going to get a couple of Ravages out. He does not want to invest in a Stargate. He does not want to invest in a Robo. He's just going to go with mass gateway units. And I don't really hate it, because gateway units and batteries should be fine against roaches and lings. But I'm just worried for that one moment that the floodgates are open and a lot of lings all of a sudden show up. But earlier I said I did not expect Dark to take too many risks, too many chances, because he is the favorite, right? He's not supposed to take these kinds of risks. Well, he's absolutely risking a lot here, and he's gonna walk into the natural of Creator, but that is indeed fully walled off for now. Every second that goes by is just a fantastic second for Creator, because Dark cannot easily transition. Now we do have a couple of links that are going to completely ignore all these batteries, and this is why we wanted to see that full wall off, because that would just make Creator's life so much easier.
Yeah, and now the Ling's going to be able to try and get us around on the Adept. They don't quite kill the Adept, but they do manage to get in on top of a lot of the probes. 4 of them going down. The Ling's not being controlled because I think he's busy controlling the Ravagers of the front lines, trying to morph in a few more. The Lings eventually get cleaned up. But 5 workers dying at this stage in the game, I mean, that's almost a 1/6 the economy of Creator.
It's good, but it's definitely nowhere near good enough for Dark. Dark needs a whole lot more, and he knows it. And I'm not exactly sure how he's going to get the job done. These Adepts right now are going to check to see if Dark maybe has built a bunch of drones and is already mining from this base. For Creator, it's not too easy to figure out if there is an expand on the other side of the map. But he's so confident that he's got 2 Adepts in a pylon right now near the Zelnaga Watchtower. The main base of Dark is going to be very, very, very exposed. Like a single Roach is actually going to give Dark the heads up that this is happening. That's a big moment for Dark. But even if he knows that these 2 Adepts are coming, what is he going to do about it? These 2 Adepts can very easily kill 5 or 6 drones, and that would put Dark in all sorts of trouble.
There are 0 units that were started up before these Adepts come in, and 4 Lings are all that are on the way in that main base. Drones are going down. The Ravagers are forced now to try and break on through. They're going to try and knock down one of the gateways. They really want to knock down the Cybernetics core, which will also prevent shield batteries and additional stalkers from being warped in. Pylons are going to be the target for now, but there are still pylons further back as well. I don't know if that's going to be the way to success here.
There are extra Ravages coming, and slowly but steady, a couple of pylons will go down. Sniping the Cybercore is obviously cute, but look at that army of Creator, and don't forget, he's got an overcharge, and he will probably have the ability to get a couple of overcharges out. He's got an 18-worker lead over Dark. For Dark, it's truly now or never, with the 42 army supply he's currently working with, and Creator probably can't believe it. He's like, is this really it? Am I doing it? He's absolutely doing it, but he does still need to clean up this army.
He does. I would still love if he did something with the left-hand side, walling it off so the Lings can't just try and distract some of these units. We're seeing really, really big corrosive vials knocking out 3 of the shield batteries instantaneously. That's going to be a big W there for Dark, but he's actually bleeding off some of these Zerglings as he rallies them in for the proxy hatch. Needs to adjust that rally.
Dark is definitely struggling here. We're going to go ahead and pop one of these overcharges immediately. Creator now chasing this army out very far. He really does not have to do that. He is in a tremendous position in this game. He's even dropping the Robo, dropping a couple of extra batteries. It's almost like he truly cannot believe that he would have such a big advantage over his opponent. But hey, it is actually happening. All he needs to do is just keep on building units, keep on building batteries, because Dark needs to break Creator here. He's pulling the probes. It's a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering, like you were saying, he still can just chill for a little bit. He has other things that are coming up forward, like that Immortal transition with the Robo. I think as soon as that finishes up, it's going to be so difficult for Dark to ever break this. Even a Warp Prism would make or break the difference here. Surrounds and kills off one of the Ravagers. The Probe still getting involved in. I suppose a handful of them can die, but you don't want to lose all of them, I imagine.
And let's go back to mining. I feel like Creator is making this very difficult on himself. Just put your Stalkers in a concave, get a couple shots off. You can regenerate with the batteries, and Dark cannot. The only thing that Dark can do is get in range and try to pick off one battery at a time. Creator needs to just kind of continue back mining, man. These probes really have not helped a whole lot, and it would have been so much better to just put your Stalkers in a beautiful concave, and if he wants to get in range, you get a couple of shots up, but obviously it's so hard to stay calm and composed in the round of 12 of the biggest StarCraft tournament of the year. The force fields have not been half bad, and the army supplies look better right now for Creator than they did a long time ago. And finally, probes go back to what they are supposed to be doing, Ravi.
They are going to be comfortably mining now, no longer on the front lines of this skirmish. And I wonder if Creator was maybe thinking like, oh, maybe you're mining from that low ground base, maybe you're in a better economic situation than I thought. But at this point, with the first Immortal popping out, a shield battery also being popped, I think Creator knows he has a lot of reason to feel confident right now.
He's going to feel even more confident once these two adepts make it into the main base one more time, or when Dark just steps out. A little fist pump there from Creator as he takes the 2-1 lead. Against all odds, historically, he has only won 2 out of the 22 encounters he's had with the man who's sitting on the other side of that stage. But now in arguably the biggest series that these two have ever played, he takes the 2-1 lead. I have to say, Dark is kind of handing it to him, man. Like, I did not expect a build like this, and I didn't think it was necessary from Dark to do that.
It was really, really tough to try and make that work once things started getting handled. Once Creator kind of started getting a proper wall off and everything, it seemed like he was getting a better and better handle on things. Dark is no slouch. I mean, he is a former world champion from BlizzCon, but he is now down and up against the ropes. He is down 1-2, 1 game away from being eliminated here at IEM Katowice.
Last year, a big storyline was Serral, right? Serral won BlizzCon. Serral won pretty much everything that the man has ever participated in, but the one thing that he didn't won yet was IEM Katowice. Last year, Serral finally got that crowning achievement on his career. We can say the same about Dark, man. Like, Dark has won plenty of GSO Codesses. He has won pretty much everything that he has ever participated in. He has won a BlizzCon as well in 2019, back then Grand Finals against Raynor. But the one tournament that this man hasn't won yet is the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. And it's not starting to look like it's going to happen this year if this continues, because he finds himself down 1-2, already had a bit of a shaky group stage as well. Dark is in trouble.
That is definitely going to be the case. Dark is going to be considering his options, figuring out what he wants to do moving to the next game. We're going to give him a little bit of time to consider what he wants to do moving into game number 4. We're going to be back right after a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere, because you do not want to miss the conclusion of this series. A difficult situation for our Zerg champion from the past. He is now finding himself in a situation where he has to win 2 games in a row to keep his tournament hopes alive against an underdog who he has typically had an incredible win record against. Creator really playing some StarCraft that is, I think, he's something he can be very truly proud of right now.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like out of the 3 games, I actually thought that Creator played his best StarCraft in the first game. But that's the game that he lost because Dark obviously did a lot of things correct as well. The second game, it all felt a little bit random and weird to me, but hey, it worked out. Sometimes I think in StarCraft 2, even if it's a game of skill, you can get fortunate, right? Like you do something weird, but that weird thing is good against the other weird thing that your opponent is doing. Neither of you guys necessarily planned that the game would ever play out like that. So he was able to win that second game. And the third game, I felt that he made it harder on himself than it had to be sometimes, but I think in the end of the day, if you're getting cheesed in such a big best of 5, round of 12, IEM Katowice, it doesn't really matter how beautiful your defense is, as long as you defend, as long as you win, and that is something that our Protoss player did.
We're going to be starting game number 4 down here on the bottom right-hand side of the map. On top of the red, Zerg, player from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, he is Dark.
For the last 4 years, that man has always at least made it into the quarterfinals, but he's now trailing 1-2 against this man in the top left side, the second to last Protoss player in this tournament, hailing from Korea as well. Katowice, make some noise for Creator.
They love that nerd. I think all of us love that nerd. He's been putting up some great games so far, but I think one of the questions on my mind is, does Dark feel like getting hyper-aggressive, getting really into his opponent's face is going to be the right call? And I'm not necessarily talking about like a proxy hatch or anything like that, but even the Swarm Host game was the game that's felt like Dark was trying to do that Swarm Host style and everything, and some things are kind of working out at the very beginning, but in the end, it kind of didn't go his way because it did start going his way because of the War Prism snipe and everything, but it was a very tense game.
It almost didn't go his way, but in the end it did go his way and it did still win. But you're right, because like for instance, if I think back of some of the Arena games that I've seen of Roaches and Swarm Hosts, if you talk about things going your way, it's literally like first Locust does a lot of damage, second Locust wave pretty much wins the game, and if it doesn't play out like that, well then at least it's always 200 supply for the Zerg and like 135, 140 for the Protoss. But the supplies were awfully close in that first game, so I absolutely get what you're saying, and I understand where you tried to go with it. But I think also, once more, what it goes for Creator in Game 3, like, did he make life harder on himself than it had to be? Probably. Doesn't matter, right? A win is a win. This is not the time to impress people with your phenomenal, clean gameplay. No. All that matters is getting W's on the board. It's playoffs. It's do or die.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, the question is going to be whether or not Dark decides to go a similar route, or if he does decide to try and stay a little bit further back, if he feels like that is going to be his best chance for victory. For now, Creator is going to do something that I think every Protoss player out there considers to be a safe play. Open it up Stargate, get out that Oracle. It's going to be just one of the best ways to ensure that you have better defenses against anything weirdly aggressive your opponent could do.
And Dark, his gas was actually, this is really weird, I love talking about this even though it's not relevant at all. But whenever I scout a Zerg and I see that they take that gas like a couple of seconds earlier than they normally take it, I get worried immediately because we have a double pylon block, by the way, slightly more important. This is really cool by Creator because he's making it awfully difficult for Dark to just get that third hatchery up. And look at Dark's build order right now. He's stripping up 4 Overlords on the production tab in 3 minutes and 10 seconds because of all these pylon block shenanigans. 5 Overlords, what is happening?
This is kind of wild. He was at just 36 of 36 for such a long time. Finally pushes off the Adept, which may even be able to survive over here if the Shade finishes up. It rounds the bend and it survives. The Speedlings are still going to be giving chase to it for a moment's time, and those Lings did did try and move across the map. A handful of them went over to the main base. I think they mostly got cleaned up, but a really, really nice start here for Creator to just throw Dark off his game.
Yep, and that is what it's all about, right? Like, all of these guys are able to execute a build order if you just let them sit back and execute. But Creator's like, nope, I'm going to be annoying. Now I'm going to be more annoying. I'm doubling down on being annoying. And you could really see that it tripped Dark up a little bit. I don't think I've ever seen Dark have 5 Overlords on the production tab in 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And for the people who don't really understand why is that such a big deal, that is just not the way that the Zerg build order is ever supposed to flow. He wants to make a few more drones. He wants to saturate 2 bases as quickly as possible. He wants to go up to 3 bases as quickly as possible. He does not want to spend 5 larvae and 500 minerals on Overlords when he doesn't need it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just putting him into drones, that's an extra 10 drones that could be mining for an extra minute or 2. It's all going to add up. It sets everything you were planning to do a bit further behind. That's going to give Creator some opportunities if he wants to try and invest into things, to try and take advantage of that, to try and take advantage of the fact that Dark is simply going to be a little bit further behind a Zerg player normally should be.
Yep. Opening up with 1 Phoenix, by the way, is interesting, right? Maybe just confident that he... Oh, Bailing Nest, that's different. Maybe he just feels that he doesn't need that safety void that he went for. So Dark goes for a Bailing Nest and also an Evolution Chamber and a Spine Crawler.
Is he really convinced an Adept attack is coming?
Yeah, I think what he expected here was that the Stargate was like... I have no idea actually why he thinks he needs a Spine here. I feel like it's way too early to get a Spine. I'm lost, Ravi. I'm lost. And I think the Dark's lost. Maybe it's just the pressure of the moment. Maybe it's this stage. Maybe, you know, this tournament matters even more to him than we think it does. And he's like, it's happening again. And at this point, maybe the wheels are coming off a little. Now none of it is game ending. Dark still has a chance in this game. Don't get too concerned if you love the Zergies or you love Dark, but it's not quite all lining up the way that a Zerg boiler is supposed to line up.
Yeah, it's not going to be in the most ideal way because Dark would have liked to have invested in things like a Spine Crawler or the Baneling Nest and the Banelings a bit later on after he's maybe taken advantage of extra drones and things like that. We even see an idle drone actually at the 3rd base. It just kind of goes to show you that Dark is not necessarily super on his game right now. You can find that idle drone right there. Just these little things going to be adding up. But the one nice thing I will say going for Dark is that eventually at least the things he's been investing in are going to come in handy. Well, I want to say that, but the Banelings getting sniped off in the center of the map over here by the Oracles, that's not how Dark wanted that to go.
Is there a shield battery in the natural? No. I have the feeling that Creator should really get a battery. I mean, Creator is hiding a lot of Adepts. I mean, this is also just like an ultra late Resonating Glaive Adept attack, because its 3 base is pretty much fully saturated. It's a Phoenix into double Oracle into 17 Adepts. Now that Spine Crawler is still going to come in handy, but what is more important than Spine Crawler are Banelings, Dark. You're going to need Banelings, and you're going to need a whole lot more than just 3. Or get a lot of roaches out, but like roaches are kind of going to spawn one by one across 4 different hatcheries. This is just going to get wild.
The Adepts are already shading into the mineral line. There's only those 3 Banelings finished up. A couple more are going to be finishing in a matter of moments, but we see that those Adepts are going to continue to shade on around. Where do you send the Banelings? The Banelings are going to try and follow the Adept chase, try and get the best attack hit possible, but a pre-split there with the shades is going to allow a lot of these Adepts to survive, but not that many of them actually still alive anymore.
Nope, that is true. Dark obviously has been able to crank out a couple of roaches, got the Queens in the right position as well, and these Banelings, they bought some time, and hey, in the end, this attack kind of just dragged out, but it never really got into the sweet spot, and that super early Spine Crawler actually came in handy. Now Creator ends up losing an Oracle. This game is all over the place. Dark has a macro hatchery already in the main base. That is something that he loves in different matchups as well. When you talk to some of the foreign Zergs, they're like, yeah, do you know why he gets the macro hatchery so early? It's not because he's a beast, but it's because he uses all of his queens to spread creep and fight in the front whenever he's getting attacked. So he's floating minerals. Well, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but the game will go on. We have 79 drones at this point for Dark and only 60 probes for Creator. That Adept attack was so late that it wasn't even like a regular glaive opening anymore. I don't know. I'm pretty confused. I think both players are just really stressed out at the moment and are not exactly sure what's happening in these games either.
Yeah, I think my biggest concern right now is that I think a lot of the time when you're going for an uncommitted version of the Adept attacks, you kind of have your transition points getting set up already a little bit further along. I believe we kind of did have the Robo and there's an Immortal and stuff getting cranked out, but it does feel like Creator's transition points are going to be a little bit slower just because relative to how much damage he's able to get done, he didn't really set Dark that much further behind with the attack.
No, he didn't, and obviously Dark did have 4 bases very quickly. Dark already working on +2 melee, man. Like, there's not even a Forge on the map, I think, for Creator, or maybe he's got one and he's just not using it. Nope, no Forge at all. Meanwhile, Dark is gonna have like world's quickest +2 here.
This is turning into an all... It just becomes like an all-in then, right? Surely, because, I mean, we do have the Warp Prism coming on out, Immortal coming on forward, and we're going to see all these Banelings get caught. Baneling speed is still a ways away, and these Banelings aren't exactly on creep, so they're going to be taking chip damage.
Just to emphasize everything on I said earlier, when I think the players are confused, if both of them want to attack each other, you know something went wrong in the game. Because one of them is wrong, right? Like, one of them is supposed to be the defender, one of them is supposed to be attacking, but Creator really wants to attack Dark, and Dark really wants to attack Creator, because they both feel like they need to do something. These fortunes go down, but we have a couple of Ravages in the mix, and here come the slow Banelings on creep as they get some very juicy connection with all of these adapts, and Creator's army just absolutely melts.
And that is going to be that. Dark tying up the series yet again, 2-2, denying Creator the opportunity to end the game with that attack.
That was a strange 10 minutes of StarCraft 2, Ravi, I'll tell you that much. Obviously created with a super late Glaives attack after a Phoenix and 2 Oracles, like it was at 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Dark had a Spinecrawler that he built 2 minutes prior to that attack. That's not normally how high-level StarCraft 2 works. And at first Dark didn't have that many units out, but the Adepts, they just took a little while to really get going. They had to stay away from that Spine, and they shaded into the natural. And even though I felt that there was a cute little split with the Adepts, that obviously takes time, and it also forced the Adepts to be even further away from all the drones, and in the end Dark just got enough units out to clean it up. Then Dark wanted to attack Creator, Creator wanted to attack Dark, and this is how it ended.
It was really, really wild, and there's so many little nuances to the reasons why some of those decisions just feel weird, such as, you know, when you get this early Spinecrawler and everything, one of the fundamental premises of playing Zerg is you want to get your defenses as late as possible, because the more you invest into economy early on, the more it's going to be paying off. The longer of a period of time, those drones are going to be mining. So if you're able to delay those until the actual attack is coming, that's what you want to do. And that attack came minutes after the Spinecrawler finishes up. You're talking about the Adept splits and everything as well. I think after one of those kind of games, Roddy, as you head into game number 5 of an elimination game, one map decides who's going to be advanced on, who gets knocked out of the tournament. What's going through your mind after playing a game of StarCraft that looked like that?
I don't know. And I don't think these guys know. I think Creator is confused. I think Dark is confused, but obviously very relieved that in the end all went incredibly well for him. Even when he's like morphing 20 Banelings in the center of the map and they are still slow Banelings, they get caught. These things are supposed to be a big deal and it's supposed to be bad for Dark, but then it doesn't turn out to be bad at all because Creator was just starting his attack and Dark had all the time in the world to get ready and cleaned up an all-in 3-base Protoss attack, even though Creator wanted to go up to 4 bases, that got cancelled, so he was even more all-in than I guess he already would have been since he didn't have a Forge and he didn't have a Robo Bay or a Templar Archives for some nice storms. And Dark is like, well, cool, like nice force fields, but I've got Ravagers, I've got Banelings, they might be slow, but they're on creep. I think they connect. He's like, okay, I just killed 80 supply and I guess I win the game. So yeah, mindset-wise, I don't know, man. This is just ultra stressful. Like even for these guys that have been doing it for such a long time, and you can see it in everything.
Yeah, I think no player is truly immune to the pressure, especially when you're kind of in these tense situations. And it's going to be about how well you can turn that pressure into something that you can use to play even better than before. We're going to be heading on to Royal Blood for map number 5. I think the players are just getting ready to move into that. But Roddy, this series has been filled, I would say, with mostly a lot of really weird timings and aggressions and stuff. Do you think the trend continues, or do you think we finally see these players say, all right, enough is enough, that game was a little too weird for my taste?
Yeah, I don't know. It could just be a stylistic clash, because we do know that Dark is the kind of brutal, swarmy Zerg. It's like, okay, I'll drone up to like 80 something, and from here on out it's attack, 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 and I'm going to overrun you. The way that he likes to do it against Terrans, it's not all that different against Protoss, and I don't think he needs to play like that, because I think of all the Korean Zergs, Dark has always been the best hive tech player of all of them. Like we saw a couple of brutal games between him and Rogue, where he just outclassed Rogue in the late game, and we know that Rogue is, you know, one of the most accomplished StarCraft 2 players of all time, but Dark was simply the much better hive player between the two. But he just likes to be aggressive way before Hive, But then Creator is also a guy that likes to be aggressive and is not very confident in just sitting back and getting some map vision and flying around with a couple of units and not looking for damage. So it's a bit of a stylistic clash, I think, what makes for these bizarre games.
Well, we're going to be moving into the decider map. One map remaining in this best of 5. Down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, the red Zerg player from Dragon Phoenix Gaming. He is Dark.
Will it be an all Dragon Phoenix Gaming quarterfinal, or will it be this man making an all PvP quarterfinal as the winner of this series moves on to play against Hero? This is Creator. Maybe he found that Rainer playlist.
Mumbling to himself and giving himself some advice.
I can see Creator vibing to some Italian rap music.
You think so? You know what? I could dig it. If he get some good friends in high places there with Rainer, maybe. That's an interesting strategy. I don't know. I will say his soundtrack was not received as well by the community as everyone was hoping it would.
The hype around the playlist was a lot bigger than the actual playlist.
That is very, very true.
I mean, Rainer is an amazing StarCraft 2 player, but the other day he asked me if I knew 50 Cent in the club. I said, yes, Rainer. I've been to high school.
You heard about this song I heard from like 45 years ago.
He's like, this album is sick, man. I was like, yes.
It's retro.
It's classical music.
Classical music, yeah. All right. Well, we're going to be hopping into this game here. It's going to be on Royal Blood. A lot of aggression coming out from both of these players. We already see small little things. Dark actually taking the forward hatchery. His Creator's been loving going for those kind of hatchery blocks. And while Dark seems like he'll go for the natural when he can, seems like Creator's not going to allow him that opportunity this time.
Nope. Royal Blood, obviously a pretty big, wide open map as well. It's excellent for some of those +2 melee Baneling run-bys. And that is one thing I do want to give Dark kudos for last game. His upgrades were incredibly quick. +1 didn't even really come that much into play. I think it helped the Lynx a few times in some little skirmishes, but it was obviously mostly about being able to get access to +2 so quickly. That would have made it a very difficult game for Creator. And yeah, in the end, that wasn't even really the difference maker either. The game is just all over the place. Creator is once more going with the Stargate. And to focus on the positive, I do think he's done a great job in keeping the Oracles alive, right? How many PVCs haven't we casted of world-class Protoss players where we start our regular speech? Finding damage is awesome, but keeping them alive is more important. And right when we say that, Queens pick off an Oracle. Other than when in Game 4, obviously, the attack went wrong a little bit. I think Creator was doing a lot of things correctly with the Oracles. As I see a couple of extra links are on the production tab. I do hope those are the only links. I assume these are safety links for the Adepts. That's okay.
Well, Adepts on the other side of the map, and it looks like more drones get fired up behind it, so it seems like it's most likely just the safety links for now.
What a flying start, though. 2 drones, Adept alive, deals with a couple of links in his own main base, and I don't think a single probe went down. Perhaps 1 probe has fallen in this game. Can we take a look at that? Nope. Now, that's a pretty perfect start for a Creator. Can be upset over that one.
Yeah, going to be definitely a nice start. And like you were actually talking about those Oracles and just the value, we've also seen whenever Dark has gotten aggressive, the value those Oracles provide. I mean, this series has actually been a really great example of how important it is to keep those Oracles alive and how important it is to try and fend back and keep an eye out on what your opponent is going to be up to. Now, it is going to be another one of these Void Ray follow-ups after that first Oracle.
I mean, earlier I said I don't think we're going to see multiple Void Rays because it's kind of fallen out of fashion, but Creator clearly wants to build multiple Void Rays, and they're actually quite useful against that Drop-a-Lord invasion of the Zerg player. I always think of Nerd Show, by the way, whenever I see all these roaches and Hydras being dropped into a main base of 8 speed Drop-a-Lords.
I think it's the last time it was actually acceptable in the meta to do it.
Yeah. To be fair to Nerd Show, he was very good with it.
Oh, absolutely. I think he was well known for it for a reason because he succeeded with it.
Once more, good Oracle play, and even when there were no drones to kill in the natural, he picked off a little bit of larva. This is a very clean start for Creator. So we had Oracle, Void Ray Oracle. That Void Ray is supposed to obviously chase down that Overlord, and that is exactly what is happening right now on the other side of the map. Prismatic Alignment has been activated. This is a bit annoying if you're Dark, because one of the main reasons why Protoss players love going Stargate as well in this matchup is that for Zerg, it's difficult to scout. This spore is not quite done yet, and the Oracles don't need a lot of time to get a couple of drones. As 3 workers falling, make it 4. Oracle gets out of there. phenomenal start for Creator.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I was commending how Dark was so good at positioning his queens to deflect the oracles in some of those earlier games. But one of the downsides is if you're spreading your queens out quite like that, it sometimes means if you're out of position, then maybe one of your middle lines only has a spore, doesn't have any queens, because the queens are just spread around.
Do it up, say hello to this drone, and that drone is not going to fulfill its lifelong dream of becoming a hatchery. It will at least give Dark the heads up that there are 2 adepts sharking around, looking to shade into a mineral line. Just look at the map vision right now. I love that Void Ray is going to push back the creep. We've got the adepts slowing down a base. We've got an Oracle slowing down a potential base in the top left side. More adepts roaming around. We normally see ZVP as the matchup where Zerg has all the map control in the world. Right now, it feels like it's the complete opposite. We have flipped the script. It's Creator who's got all the map vision, and Dark is kind of just chilling on his creep.
Yeah. Finally, a couple of Lings managed to make their way across the map and are able to pick off a single one of the Lings. There are a handful of drones with these Lings. I don't think that they know what their actual job was.
Maybe he's just keeping them there because he felt he was fully saturated and he felt he couldn't go up to bases yet. I'm just taking a look at the first-person view of Dark, and now you guys can see in first person how painful it is to deal with oracles. Can these queens finally get one of them? Queen from the main base. Is there a sweet spot? There absolutely should be one. Will there be an oracle falling? Yes. One queen from downtown. Finally something going Dark's way.
Yeah, a lot of things have just been going terribly for Dark so far throughout this game. Adept's going to be shading on forward into 2 of these bases at the same time. Lings gets around on the north side. The south side, it looks like these Adepts are going to start focus firing down workers, but that's 6 workers between the Oracle and the Adepts to pick off those units.
Remember what I said in the very beginning of this series before we hopped into the first game? Creator is capable of making a couple of oracles, rolling around with a few adepts, and then just playing double robo and going into that Colossus style. And I have the feeling that that is what we are going to see here. It could of course be Disruptors too, but since we're dropping a Templar Archives and we've got a Forge, I kind of feel that Colossus would make a whole lot sense. Colossus are also better against Zerglings and Banelings and Disruptors are, I'd say, at least at first, if you have very few units. I think I like where this game is going for Creator. He's got an Observer out on the map as well. That Tumor will get denied by this Void Ray. And slowly but steady, he's finding more Void Rays, or he's finding more value out of that single Void Ray. One upgrade that is very, very important for Creator is Extended Thermal Lens. And we have seen it. This is a stressful series for these guys. We've seen a couple of mistakes that we don't normally see at this level. He needs to start firing up that upgrade, Fear Dragon.
I think that possibly might be one of the most forgotten upgrades in the entire game, Kev. It is going to be an important one, though, like you were saying, especially if we are going to be moving into that kind of mid-game stage. A couple of Adepts are trying to get additional damage on. God, I just love how much damage Creator has been able to get done with just the Adepts and the Oracles. They have continuously found little bits and pieces of damage. Not tons, just little bits every time.
Looking at maybe 20 drones in total so far. Did we get there yet?
22.
22 drones in total. Colossus number 1 is out. Colossus number 2 is on the way. Or actually number 2 is out, and he does fire up Extended Thermal Lens. And I think right now, this one is relatively straightforward for Creator. We macro, we macro, we macro. You look at the production tab, he obviously has a very good idea on how far along the tech is of Dark. And once Creator is around like 170-ish supply, that's when he moves out. Couple of Colossus, a lot of gateway units. I think there are a few Immortals in the mix. We queue up a War Prism. He already has one actually, because he's been arresting obviously with these Adepts. At first he defends, and around 170, 180 supply, Creator needs to start moving to the other side of the map, because of course he wants to fight a Dark that does not have access to those Hive-Tech units yet.
Those Phoenix are such an interesting choice as well. I'm curious, is that just for just keeping an eye out on the army and, I don't know, killing off the Overseer or something?
What is it? 2 Phoenixes?
Yeah.
Maybe a bit paranoid about Mudas.
Yeah, possibly.
Had one, but maybe wasn't quite sure yet what he was going up against. He didn't see a lot of gas units initially, so I think it was more like just in case you're going Mudas. +2 melee is 10 seconds away from finishing up, as Mapu is showing us. And we've got a lot of Banelings morphing. Can he get those Oracles? I want to see if he got the Oracles, actually. I think he did. Did he just kill the Oracles with... Oh my goodness, Dark killed the Oracles with the Ravagers. Right when we took a look at these Banelings, that was a big play. Now all these Banelings come in from the right side. And is that the turning moment that Dark was looking for?
He is going to already find 18 workers. So many Banelings still left alive as well. They're going to continue to chase after those probes, and they are going to be heading straight over to the natural. The Immortals going to be big body blockers to prevent these Banelings from making their way in. And that is going to put an end to the damage with 19 workers is definitely certainly something that Dark should feel pretty decent about.
Creator should not get too intimidated by this. He kind of needs to go, man, because I don't think that life is going to be a whole lot better than this at the moment. You're within 20-30 army supply. You've got +2 weapons finishing up. I think he's quite mortified after losing these probes, losing the oracles. But this is the moment where I think the Protoss army is going to do a lot better than the Zerg army. Even if he ends up losing one of the bases, the longer he waits, the more likely it is he's going to have to win a completely different game. And that is the game against Vipers, as one Colossus actually just gets picked off by Roaches and Ravagers. Creator's having a hard time right now keeping up with the speed of Dark.
It is going to be so difficult. There was maybe a little window after 35 or so Banelings get utilized and basically suicide in for the workers, but that window is gone. Dark is already at that max out point again. Adrenal Glands on the way, +3 missile or melee attacks is also on the way, and Dark is continuing to try and find ways to buy time. He's looking for opportunities to run to the main base, but those Immortals have been staying at home. Problem is, everything's staying at home.
Yeah, Creator right now just says, you know what, I'm just going to try to defend for a little bit, and I'm going to just get a terrifying Protoss army. And even if you get a Viper or two, I'll figure out a way to deal with this. I've got a couple of High Templars. I could potentially feedback these bad boys. Dark shows up. Adrenal Gland's not quite done yet, but that is a lot of Lings, and this many Lings can actually surround an Archon and pick it off. A couple of probes fall, and I think most likely this Nexus will fall too. The Immortals are still just chilling on the high ground, and that Nexus melts. Let's take a look at that other fight as well, as I was taking a look at the fight on the top left by the looks of it, but at least Creator was able to keep the triangle base alive, but he lost probes and he lost the Nexus.
That is going to be really brutal for him to deal with, and it's a tough question now. Does Creator say it's go time? He's only sitting at 156 supply, but he's lost so much of his economy. He cannot wait around. It feels like he is going to start moving out across the map. Already using a couple of force fields, though.
His army is good enough. Like, his army, I think, is absolutely good enough. He's got 8 Immortals, 4 Archons, 2 Colossus. I think there is potential for Creator to end the game here because there are still no Vipers. And I think it's so damn difficult. How are you going to get Roaches on top of Colossus when there are this many Immortals in the mix, as Dark is ending up losing a couple of these units? He's just all-out counterattacking. Creator has gone for the full wall off. This is it. I think in the next minute we'll find out who is making it into the quarterfinals.
Creator able to, or not able to prevent Dark from getting into his main base. The wall gets knocked down, but he is continuing to snipe up hatcheries on the other side of the map. He is continuing to pick off these units, and his army does not look like it's an army that's going to be going down easily.
The thing is, though, Creator's going to have to recall eventually, man, because these Lings are +3 Lings with Adrenal Glands, and he recalls half his army, but he loses the Nexus. Oh no, Creator, I think the dreams are falling apart here. He has lost each and every single base. He had the better army, the army that could have actually won the fight straight up, but Dark says, I'm not fighting your army, mate. I'm counterattacking, and you can see it in the chair. Creator is devastated. He is going to lose each and every single building, and it seems that it will be Dark who's moving into the quarterfinals to meet his teammate Hero.
Every single one of these buildings, these are the last lifelines there, but Dark takes out the last building. He eliminates Creator, not only from the game, but from the tournament.
That's unbelievable, man, because that Protoss army was strong enough to win the game. Dark knew that. Dark realized that, and he said, nope, I'm not even trying. I've got a lot of Lings. Lings are great. Lings are fast. Lings are mobile. I'm going to try to get on top of all of your bases and take it from there. Creator realized what was happening, but it was a split second too late. He went for the recall, but +3 Lings with Adrenal Glands kill a Nexus so incredibly quick. And the moment that that recall did not go off, Creator knew it. There was nothing he could do. And earlier this tournament, Tasteless mentioned the way to win a game of StarCraft 2 is to eliminate each and every single building of your opponent. It doesn't happen often, but it happened here in Game 5.
Dark absolutely earning that victory there. You were talking about pressure earlier on. How do you deal with a Game 5, an elimination match here in the playoffs at the big tournament? Both of these players wanted to win, and that is going to be the way that you do it. Dark really showcasing that. Creator, a phenomenal player. It's going to be heartbreaking, but we know that he's still got a lot left in him. He's still impressed so many of the wonderful fans out there. We're going to be hearing from James, Zombie Grub, and I believe Loco to hear more about that series.
Finishing it up, an emotional best of 5 here between Dark and Creator. Unfortunate for Creator, you could see how much this truly meant to him. The recall as the Nexus dies, unable to go through. Creator in absolute tatters there. And Dark does advance on into the round of 8. ZG, Loco here. ZG, this series was scrappy, a little bit messy here and there. You could see the phrase kind of coming away at both players here as we got to the very last game.
Completely unexpected and incredibly emotional, actually, because there's let me try and do this chronologically. At the beginning, everyone believed that Creator was going to fall. Can we just kind of agree with that? Even Creator fans. Dark was supposed to kind of chop his head off, like 3-0, thanks for playing, goodbye. And I feel like Creator would not have been that as emotional if that had happened. We still feel bad for him, of course, but he just would have been like, oh, okay, that kind of sucks, maybe next year. But then to have this happen, suddenly I have to start thinking, what if Dark loses? Then Dark loses his Katowice, like his worst performance in Katowice since like 2018. When he's going to go to the military, literally right after this tournament. So then I'm like, well, that's also very emotional and very sad. So I really don't know who I want to have win here.
This series, it might just be of 5 games, but it was an entire story arc from start to finish here. As we look, as you say, at Dark, thinking he's going to smash this. Hope returns for Creator in this series, and then for it to end like that, the way it did here, Loco, it's tragic for Creator, but it is such a relief for Dark on the opposite side.
Yeah, very tragic for Creator indeed. I mean, I think it was something like 20 wins for Dark historically and 2 wins for Creator. I mean, just an insane series in general. There were multiple moments where, honestly, Creator, if he were to play it out again, I think he would have won this entire thing. Yeah, just a very emotional game as well, right? I mean, you can really see here at the end that Dark may be mentally just a little bit stronger in these sorts of situations, because obviously that was incredibly stressful as well for the Zerg, but Creator, man, this series is going to haunt him.
And again, going into just how unexpected this was, it wasn't necessarily that Creator started playing out of his mind as much as the casters brought this up. Dark played a very cheesy style on Neo-Humanity that didn't really necessarily have to be done, and then that's what suddenly gave Creator that confidence to be like, whoa, I'm up in this series. And then he has this amazing initial start in game number 4, so he's supposed to be able to follow this momentum up. Dark actually plays straight up kind of bad guys. Like, he got 5 overlords, right? In the next game, sorry. I know we're still on this one because it was really, really hype. But he started playing just like mechanically much worse. Yet he did eventually bring in his experience and his stability, right? That he could actually say, I can recover from this. And Creator maybe showing that instability that he does display. You know, the follow-up here, perhaps not the best, gets absolutely clobbered, and then we just go back into the emotional game 5. Really perfect, like honestly, a base trade after all of that story. It is perfect. It's just the unfortunate thing is we all cannot be the winners of this story, right? We all can't be the heroes. Someone has to be knocked down, basically, and Creator, unfortunately, was, by literally elimination, one of the rarest things in StarCraft professional games.
Yeah, he just had to give it up at that point. It's a cruel but sweet notion as well that on the opposite side of this with Creator going out, I mean, you see how he reacts, and that's kind of why I love him as a player. The way in which you see the passion running through his veins in moments like this. And this is the moment, guys, where you're watching this final moment from game number 5, Loco.
That recall was brutal.
Yeah.
He should have really done that a couple seconds earlier, and this... I mean, the game would have necessarily not looked entirely different, but it definitely would have changed things.
I mean, Roddy hit it on the head. Adrenal gland Zerglings give you such a narrow window to be able to make that recall happen, and it just wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, they also give you a narrow window to use them up against someone that does have splash, right? It's like it is actually within a second. They either kill the Nexus or that recall happens. They get obliterated by the splash.
All right, guys. Well, interview time here. It's all going to calm down a little bit here as we now head over to Smix, who is with Dark.
Thank you very much, as always, gentlemen. Standing here with Dark. First and foremost, congratulations, Dark. With this victory, you are moving forward to the round of 8 here at the Intel Extreme Masters. This is the 5th time, the 5th year in a row that you are moving forward to the round of 8, but I feel like this particular advancement must have felt like the most difficult round of 8 advancement for you. Tell us what's going through your head right now.
네, 박명훈 선수 너무 축하드리고요. 이제 5년 연속으로 8강 진출을 이렇게 대단하게 하셨는데 아무래도 이번 진출이 가장 어려운 8강 진출이 아니었나 싶기도 한데 기분이 어떤지 얘기해 주세요.
이번 좀 카토비체가 개인적으로 좀 안 풀리는 일도 많고 좀 준비해온 게 전혀 되지 않는 그런 카토비체인 것 같은데 이상한 거 쓰지 말고 제 스스로 자신을 믿고 약간 운영으로 하면은 승률이 잘 나오더라고요. 그래서 많은 교훈을 얻은 12강인 것 같아요.
So he says, I felt this time and time again this run here at Katowice, but it just feels like luck really isn't on my side. It feels like every time I've prepared specific builds, things just really don't go my way. I'm learning time and time again, I shouldn't try to do weird, tricky builds. I should just stick with what I do best and go macro. And so I definitely felt that again this time around, and I think that this was a round of 12 where I learned many, many important lessons. And now in this series against Creator, there was a moment where you were down 2-1, and on map number 4, it turned into a sort of chaotic game where it started with you making 5 overlords, and then it turned into a very confusing situation, and then you won at the end. I'm curious, what was going through your head during map number 4?
이제 4세트 때 시작부터 약간 좀 혼란스럽게 게임이 펼쳐졌는데 시작에 오버로드 5개 찍는 순간부터 끝까지 약간 혼란스럽게 장영훈 선수가 지지칠 때까지 좀 이상하게 펼쳐졌는데 박영훈 선수 입장에서는 어떠셨나요?
사실 5개나 찍은 줄 몰랐고요. 지금도 너무 서로 둘 다 간절하다 보니까 실수도 굉장히 많이 나온 것 같고 저도 그렇고 현우도 그렇고 긴장을 굉장히 많이 해서 제 경기력이 안 나오고 좀 이상한 게임으로 흘러갔는데 그래도 정신 붙잡고 이겨내서 다행인 것 같습니다.
So he says, honestly, I'm just now finding out that it was 5 overlords that I made at the beginning. But honestly, I think that just goes to show I think that just goes to show how desperate both Creator and I were to win. I think with how chaotic things got in that game, it just goes to show how both of our headspaces were feeling really desperate and nervous. That being said, I am very, very relieved and happy that I was able to pull it together and scrape out the win. And now, last but not least, you're going to be playing Hero. I know you just played one Protoss player. You have another Protoss player in the round of 8. Hero is someone you've been playing a lot recently in the online cups. You've won in December twice. He won in January 3 times. What are your thoughts about going up against him?
이제 8강에서는 김준호 선수를 만날 건데 최근에 온라인컵에서 많이 만났더라고요. 12월 달에서는 박영훈 선수가 2번 이기고 1월 달에는 김준호 선수가 3번 이기고 이렇게 주고받았는데 어떻게 생각하세요?
일단 준호 형이랑 너무 많이 만나는 것 같아서 서로 너무 잘 알다 보니까 좀 지겹고요. 사실 이번 카토위체가 웃긴 게 제가 연습한 선수들이랑 같은 그룹이 되고 연습한 선수랑 이렇게 올라가서 만나게 돼서 뭐가 좀 씌인 것 같아요 지금. 그래서 뭐 그냥 기도라도 해야 되나 싶기도 하고. 근데 뭐 준호 형이랑도 연습을 굉장히 많이 해서 내일 정말 치열한 경기가 될 것 같은데 벌써부터 좀 스트레스 받네요.
So he says, you're absolutely right, Hero. I've been playing him so many times recently. I'm honestly sick of it. He's not only someone I've been playing so many times, but it's not just Hero. I've noticed here at Katowice, whether it was the group stage or all the games that I've had, I keep facing players, or I keep getting players in my group that I tend to practice with the most, and that's made the games that much more difficult. And for sure that's the case with Hero as well. We know each other extremely well. We know each other's style extremely well because we've not only played each other a lot recently, but we've also practiced with each other a lot. So I definitely think it's going to be a very tough, nail-biting series. So I don't know. I'm thinking, do I have to pray or something, or I'm wondering what I need to do. But I will be honest, I am definitely very stressed right now, knowing I have to play him again in the round of 8. But for now, Dark, congratulations. You are through to the round of 8 for the 5th year in a row. Claris, let's head back to you.
That's right. Thank you very much, Smix. Thank you, Dark. Of course, as he now moves on to as Mick says, his 5th round of 8 in a row. Kind of unprecedented here on the Katowice stage here, ZG. We're already touting him as the most consistent. He almost became less consistent in this series, but he's managed to get to the round of 8.
Yes, that would have been, again, one of his worst performances for Katowice in a while. So, yeah, glad, of course, that he made it through, but asking about Hero, it takes on a whole new level after a PVZ like that, right?
Yes, yes, it does. All right, well, after that emotional final best of 5 of the day, we now know our round of 8 games coming up. We start things off with Maru Solar, Ragnarok, Serral, Reina, Oliveira, Hero going up against Dark. Loco, what do you make of it? It's a great round of 8 so far.
Yeah, definitely a round of 8. I mean, there's a lot of names in here that I think many people would expect.
Yes.
But the roads they took there were not necessarily very obvious, right? I mean, there's a very good chance, for example, for Serral to not be here, for Dark to not necessarily be here, and yeah, for some other players, like for example Oliveira, I mean, he's been very good for a long time, but he's not necessarily been having the greatest results in offline tournaments, and it's awesome to see him in the top 8.
You'd be hard-pressed to say this isn't his best run of all time in terms of getting to this spot here, ZG. I mean, it gets a lot harder now in the round of 8, it's fair to say, with Reina being there, but this is an unbelievable result for him.
Yes, it is, absolutely. I'm not sure he's like the best performing player comparatively to everything else he's done, but I would assume that he is, right?
Sure, sure.
Like, Ragnarok doesn't necessarily make it all the way this way, so he's also one of those like, oh, wait, great to see him in the round of 8.
Yeah.
But he has had his stronger performances, GSL runs, right? Whereas Oliveira really doesn't get to participate in all that many international tournaments. The last time he got really close was a DreamHack, which is a smaller scale than the Global Championship, and he did a very good job there on his TVZ, actually. So it could be a return with that. If he actually ends up beating Rainer, I mean, that would just be the sickest upset ever.
That'd be huge. That would be, again, him denying a 4-time finals appearance on the World Championship stage for Reina, which would be massive. Which, as a final question, Loco, which of the round of 8 matches are you looking forward to most?
Maru versus Solar, Ragnarok versus Serral, Rainer Oliveira, and Hero Dark. I mean, all of these, man.
Name them all.
I think the first one and the last one get me most excited. Maru versus Solar should be a really interesting one. Dark mentioned that he doesn't really want to play Hero again. I indeed know that he's been playing him in like basically every single online cup over the last couple of months. The guys have been trying to hide their strategies, but for some reason both Hero and Dark decided to sign up for everything. And because of that, they tend to face each other at some point in the event, and usually in either the semis or the grand finals. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really fun match. I mean, recently Dark has been going for a lot of proxy hatcheries. We've seen that a little bit in this particular series that we just watched as well. But there were some series out there, and I'm not entirely sure if he was serious, but he was just like proxy hatching every single map, every single game they played.
Yeah. ZG, which one?
Do I have to pick one?
Yeah, go on.
Do I have to make it short?
Yeah, go on.
All right. I guess I'll make it short. Then it's got to be Hero versus Dark. Yeah, the PVZ. PVZ is an extraordinarily fun matchup nowadays, especially when Hero is involved. Dark just showed that he can be basically tilted. He can be thrown off, something that wasn't necessarily what we gave credit for is the opposite of what I'm going for. What we labeled him for. We always assumed that he would be the super consistent player, and Hero not only got to watch Creator exploit some weaknesses in general, he also got to witness Dark getting a little off and being like, oh, I could do that too. I bet I could do it even better, actually, because he is a tricky little Protoss.
Yeah.
So Dark, no wonder he doesn't want to face him again, not just the repetitive online series against each other, but just having kind of displayed more weakness, actually, coming into the round of 8 than before in this tournament.
All right, and with that, now round of 8 is set. We know all of our players that are going to be vying for the World Championship once again. So thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. And thank you to our sponsors as well in Intel, Monster, ESL Shop, Faceit, Katowice, and one more.
Is it you?
Blizzard! That's the one, the people that made the game.
You nailed it, James. We're all very proud of you. That was amazing.
I bow. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, it's difficult just at that very last moment. I'm tired. It's a long day once again. But tomorrow we are back for the round of 8 onwards. Everything tomorrow is played out. It's best of 5s, best of 7 final will be on the way. And then we crown our world champion. We'll see you then tomorrow for more StarCraft action.